Transcending into the world of Pokémon, I become the eldest son of the illustrious Veilstone Gym, Li Shuwen. With an unwavering determination to inherit the gym from my unreliable father, I never imagined that the trainers I had supported and progressed with online for years would turn out to be a stunning golden-haired beauty. On the day of the league gym leader examination, the golden-haired beauty appeared, cradling a bouquet of flowers. Li Shuwen was taken aback. My brother is Cynthia? Is she confessing her feelings for me? Could this be the splendid confluence of love and career? Brother, you are irresistibly charming. Chapter 1. The Pokémon Simulator. In the world of Pokémon, Sinnoh region, Veilstone City, Veilstone Gym. A young boy, with long crimson hair tied into a high ponytail, wrapped his hands in bandages, vigorously striking the sandbag with his fists and feet. The sandbag swayed lightly, as if to say, put in some effort. What else can you accomplish besides soaking me with sweat? Li Shuwen shrugged. Since childhood, his health had been frail, and after years of martial arts practice, it merely bolstered his immunity, preventing him from catching colds every season. His parents named him Shuwen, hoping he would excel in scholarly pursuits. After all, there are no stipulations stating that a gym specializing in fighting types must be overseen by a martial artist. However, it is with great misfortune that Shuwen discovered, as a time traveler, not only did he possess a frail physique, but his aptitude as a trainer was also mediocre. At the age of 10, his father gifted him a Shinx as his initial Pokémon. 8 years later, the Shinx remained just a Shinx. Since arriving in the Pokémon world at the tender age of 8, his golden finger had been loading. Recently, the progress bar finally reached 99 out of 100, and he was on the verge of a breakthrough. Ever since his mother passed away shortly after giving birth to his sister due to complications, his father had immersed himself in the Veilstone Game Center, numbing his grief through gaming. It was akin to the Pokémon world version of a gambling father, a deceased mother, a sister in need, and a shattered self. Certainly, the Shinx was also a prize his father had redeemed from the gaming center. Next door, a girl with pink hair effortlessly executed a sidekick, causing the sandbag to spin around the horizontal bar. A burly man clad in a karate uniform couldn't help but exclaim, "Wow, little Li's strength has increased again. She's only 10 years old and a girl, yet her power is astonishing." Last time, a rampaging Tauros broke free from its reins and dashed through the streets, and little Li managed to grab its tail and pull it back. The girl brushed her hair and replied, "I'm not as formidable as everyone claims." Ooh. A Riolu beside her raised its paws in encouragement. The boy in traditional martial arts attire, Li Shuwen, shook his head. This pink-haired girl, lauded for her immense strength, was none other than his sister, Li Mining, whom he had raised from infancy. Back then, he was merely 8 years old, his health poor, juggling between formula feeding and changing diapers, all to ensure his sister thrived into the formidable figure she is today. Fortunately, the Veilstone Gym managed to operate adequately, allowing Shuwen to provide for his sister. Even the name Li Mining was one he had given her. It was hard to believe that their father had allowed a girl to bear a name like Li. Thankfully, their father was not entirely indifferent to the siblings. After losing himself in gaming to suppress his longing for their mother, he would occasionally return to fulfill his duties as gym leader and procure necessities for the siblings. Occasionally forgetting, the fighters training at the gym would extend their assistance. Naturally, everyone preferred to call his sister Little Li, while he was referred to as Big Li or Shuwen. "Shuwen, you must strive harder." Li Shuwen weakly waved his hand. I know. Sheen. The Shinx tapped its tail against its scales, cheering for its master. "I'm already charging forward at full speed." A notification chimed in his ears, invigorating Li Shuwen. Pokémon Simulator, loaded 100/100. Initiating, please wait. First simulation. The host may specify the attributes for simulation. Please select the attributes the host wishes to simulate, and the system will simulate the chosen attributes and results. Corresponding rewards will be issued. Rewards are divided into attribute rewards and item rewards. Attribute rewards apply solely to the host, while item rewards can be utilized by both humans and Pokémon. 18 attributes were displayed before Li Shuwen's eyes, each accompanied by a number representing the compatibility and training efficacy between him and the Pokémon of that attribute. The higher the number, the better the training effect. For instance, Dragon 0.59 indicated that every training session between Li Shuwen and his Shinx would yield only 0.59 times the effectiveness. The attribute rewards not only enhance Li Shuwen's affinity with the corresponding attributes, but also bestow upon him certain characteristics of those attributes. For instance, the fighting attribute grants him muscularity and combat prowess, while the dragon attribute endows him with formidable vitality. Furthermore, the psychic attribute bestows powers such as telekinesis, foresight, and healing waves. After a brief moment of contemplation, Li Shuwen resolutely decides to simulate for the first time, opting for the dragon attribute. This choice is motivated not only by the fact that the sole Pokémon he currently possesses is the Heart Scale Pokémon. Enhancing his affinity with the dragon attribute will enable him to nurture the Heart Scale Pokémon more effectively. What Li Shuwen yearns for most is indeed the dragon attribute's immense vitality. His physique is excessively frail, which severely hampers his aspirations of becoming an exceptional trainer and taking over the gym. Although he has just turned 18, his father's approach to guiding challengers in their growth as gym leader has become increasingly perfunctory. At times, when he is unable to locate his father, Li Shuwen must substitute for him, using his father's Pokémon to confront the trainer's challenges. Li Shuwen's aptitude as a trainer is rather unremarkable. Unlike other gifted trainers who can provide their Pokémon with threefold, fourfold, or even tenfold enhancements in strength, he is unable to achieve such feats. However, his extensive knowledge of Pokémon and commanding abilities, honed through a decade of uninterrupted study, remain undetected by challengers who are oblivious to the fact that he is merely a stand-in gym leader. Little sister, enough playing around. Take Riolu and go train, he instructs. With a swift spin and a kick, he sends a sandbag soaring through the air. The young girl pouts, got it. Riolu, let's go. Ooh. With great zeal, she dashes out of the gym, following the training regimen Li Shuwen has devised for her, attempting to practice the Aura Sphere with Riolu. Li Shuwen shakes his head. Although his sister possesses extraordinary strength, she is not particularly adept at training Pokémon. Her talent surpasses his, albeit only to a limited extent. She must rely on her innate strength to excel in the fighting attribute. Li Mining is akin to the character Xiao Li from the anime, who, having been defeated by Shinji, also hails from the same city, found her resolve shaken and questioned her suitability as a gym leader. Like Xiao Ji, Xiao Li does not possess the conventional talent of a trainer. Nonetheless, her exceptional physical prowess compensates for this gap. With a single kick, she sends the Aura Sphere flying, demonstrating that her combat capability exceeds that of Lucario. After returning the equipment to its rightful place, Li Shuwen smiles at the Heart Scale Pokémon. Heart Scale Pokémon, let us also engage in training. Upon realizing that pursuing the path of a trainer alone would likely lead to dead ends, he chose to embrace the role of a part-time breeder. By adopting a dual approach, although the Heart Scale Pokémon has yet to evolve, both its physical strength and skill proficiency are advancing rapidly. Heart Scale Pokémon, as per our usual routine, let us first warm up with Dragon Dance. Xin Ling. The Heart Scale Pokémon's gaze is sharp as it sways its tail from side to side. Chapter 2. Introducing a girlfriend. Li Shuwen pressed the stopwatch, recording the duration of Zinlinbeo's use of Dragon Dance. From start to finish, it took a total of 1:53 seconds. Zinlinbeo once more. 1:42 seconds. Again, Dragon Dance go. 1:37 seconds. Continue. 1:34 seconds. 1:30 seconds. After 5 iterations of Dragon Dance, the time improved slightly compared to yesterday. Following 4 accelerated attempts, the 5th Dragon Dance's time progressed from 1:31 seconds to 1:30 seconds. It may seem like a minor advancement, yet it is indeed a step forward. Such a slight increase in speed is virtually imperceptible in the midst of battle. Observing Zinlinbeo's graceful movements, radiating a shimmering blue-violet draconic aura, he noted how its physique became stronger and more agile, with even its scales appearing resplendent. Li Shuwen reminisced about a dear friend he met 5 years ago on a trainer forum, who frequently lamented why his Gyarados could not master Dragon Dance. 5 years prior, Li Shuwen had sought advice on the evolution of Dragon-type Pokémon, as Zinlinbeo had shown no signs of progress after 3 years of training. Doubting his training methods, he reasoned that as Zinlinbeo was a prized possession from the Curtain Game City, the issue must lie with him as the trainer. Upon inquiry, he discovered that Dragon-type Pokémon are notoriously slow to evolve, requiring significant experience and resources. They are epitomes of the notion that great talents blossom late. If it were a Dratini, Dragonair, or Gible, they would be prime examples of this phenomenon. Li Shuwen genuinely wished to journey to the Galar region to capture a Dragapult, to show his friends what it means to be a prodigy at a young age. The reason for his inability to do so was not a lack of funds for a plane ticket to Galar, for if he couldn't afford that, he could still procure a ship ticket. If that too was beyond his means, he could resort to traveling by container. Container there, container back, perfect. The real reason, however, was that Zinlinbeo was no match for a Dragapult. In the forum, his good friend enthusiastically shared knowledge on nurturing young dragon-type Pokémon, helping Li Shuwen avoid pitfalls he had previously encountered. His friend recounted how his grandmother gifted him a Gible when he was 6. It wasn't until he turned 10 and embarked on his journey, battling countless opponents for nearly a year, that Gible finally evolved into Gabite. It took 5 years to evolve from Gible to Gabite, while from Gabite to Gyarados, he only required 3 years. His friend remarked that since meeting Li Shuwen, the progress of him and his Gyarados seemed to have accelerated, as if Li Shuwen were their lucky star. Li Shuwen had no choice but to peruse every available Dragon Dance instructional book on the market, urging Zinlinbeo to train diligently. By the age of 15, Zinlinbeo successfully mastered Dragon Dance. Whenever his friend boasted about his Gyarados, Li Shuwen could simply interject with, "Zinlinbeo can use Dragon Dance," to conclude the conversation. Zinlinbeo roar. A resounding roar erupted from Zinlinbeo's small frame, deafening in its intensity. Zinlinbeo Iron Defense. A metallic sheen glimmered across its scales, enhancing its defensive capabilities. Zinlinbeo Dragon Tail. Dragon Tail was the sole attack move Li Shuwen trained Zinlinbeo to use. Dragon Dance, Roar, Iron Defense, and Dragon Tail were the most suitable skills for Zinlinbeo's current training regimen. Skill training not only improved the proficiency of a Pokémon's abilities, but also enhanced its overall physical strength. Dragon Dance increased attack and speed, Iron Defense bolstered defense. Roar improved lung capacity and pitch, while Dragon Tail honed Zinlinbeo's tail. From Zinlinbeo to Lurantis, and finally to Duraludon, the tail remained the most vital weapon of attack. After training concluded, Li Shuwen fed Zinlinbeo a bowl of muscle-building Pokémon food and returned it to its Pokeball for rest. He then returned to his room, reclined in a chair, and logged onto the Sinnoh Trainer forum, singing Zinlinbeo, "Brother, my talent has awakened. Next year, you will witness the transformation of me and Zinlinbeo as we successfully take over the Curtain Gym. Shark God of War, congratulations. I will definitely send a gift to celebrate." Singing Zinlinbeo, "No need for gifts. Since you have traveled through so many regions, you must know where to find beautiful girls to alleviate the weariness of the journey, right? Shark God of War, you're not talking about those kinds of places, are you?" Singing Zinlinbeo, "Exactly. Can you arrange it?" Shark God of War, "As a good brother, I will arrange it." The golden-haired girl felt a slight blush creeping up her cheeks. Ugh, how inappropriate. How could she, as a girl, arrange to go to such places? Singing Zinlinbeo, "Good brother." After rubbing her face and contemplating seriously, the golden-haired girl continued typing. Shark God of War, so you want to go to those places? Feeling so desperate? Are you lonely and longing for a woman? My advice, rather than going to those places, you might as well find a girlfriend. Singing Zinlinbeo, "Is that an option?" Shark God of War, "Then tell me, what kind do you like?" Singing Zinlinbeo, "High ponytail, intellectual, cotton fabric, professional attire, and preferably with round black-framed glasses." Shark God of War, "I can understand every word, but why can't I comprehend the combination?" Singing Zinlinbeo, "You know, when you like someone, the most important thing is that inexplicable feeling." Shark God of War, "All right then. I will try to find someone for you. Don't blame me if I can't." Singing Zinlinbeo, "Thanks, good brother." Spending all day at the Curtain Gym, surrounded by an array of muscle-bound fighters or those with bulging muscles, the only avenue left for Li Shuwen to seek a girlfriend was through online inquiries. Singing Zinlinbeo, "Have you read that book I recommended last time, The Functional Evolution of Gible Scales?" Cynthia bit her lip, patting her flushed cheeks, casting away the image of herself as an intellectual career woman. Upon seeing Li Shuwen's question, she hurriedly typed a response. Shark God of War, "I read it. I was surprised to learn that Gible Scales can actually guide Pokémon in learning Dragon Dance, but Gible has a strong adaptability to its own scales. It is impossible to teach your Gyarados Dragon Dance by having it consume Gible Scales." Singing Zinlinbeo, "No, the formula also mentioned 2 other Dragon-type Pokémon, Milotic and Woobat. Using their materials might compensate for Gyarados' deficiencies, thus enabling it to learn Dragon Dance. Last time, you mentioned encountering a formidable trainer. If you had Dragon Dance, you would surely win." Shark God of War, "Thank you. I will take this matter of finding you a girlfriend to heart." Cynthia rubbed her flushed cheeks, contemplating whether to follow Li Shuwen's description and purchase an outfit to secretly observe him during her next visit to Curtain City. As the chat ended, Li Shuwen retrieved a copy of How to Skillfully Combine Berries to Create Satisfactory Pokémon Food, 3rd Revised Edition, from the bookshelf, perusing the latest discoveries regarding various berries mentioned within. The fruits of trees, akin to traditional Chinese herbs, exhibit vast disparities in efficacy depending on their geographical origins. The art of identifying these tree fruits is indeed a meticulous discipline. Li Shuwen harbors grave suspicions that perhaps all these tree fruits were discovered in mass at a single instance. It is merely the publishers, driven by profit, who release only a handful of varieties at each update. If one wishes to learn, purchasing is an inescapable necessity. The distinctions in effectiveness between wild tree fruits and commercially cultivated varieties are not trivial. To make optimal use of these tree fruits, the requisite reference tomes must be acquired. After perusing a few pages, Li Shuwen found himself unable to focus. With the influx of knowledge, he could hardly contain his restless spirit. Failing in his quest for inner peace, he decided to engage in a Pokémon simulation instead. Chapter 3. Am I an aluminum dragon? System, I choose the dragon attribute. Commence simulation. Dragon attribute selected. Random Pokémon is being simulated. Random outcome, aluminum dragon. Aluminum dragon. Who could rival me? Please note, the simulated world does not correspond to reality. The host should not bear psychological burdens. Simulation is now commencing. Suddenly, Li Shuwen felt darkness envelop him. Upon reopening his eyes, he found himself in a foreign, arid cavern, its entrance obstructed by rocks, through which only a few rays of sunlight penetrated. What has happened? Have I time-traveled again? Roar. My voice. Lowering his gaze, he discovered that his hands had vanished, replaced by a pair of silvery claws. Wait a moment. The simulated entity, Aluminum Dragon, is characterized by silver claws. Li Shuwen froze, acutely aware of his entirely new form. This is bad. I have transformed into an aluminum dragon. The Pokémon simulator was not supposed to physically embody me as a Pokémon, was it? System, what is the meaning of this? The Pokémon simulator offers the most authentic simulation experience, relieving the host from the anguish of making incorrect choices that may lead to premature demise of the simulated entity. The system will evaluate the host's performance based on the survival duration, level progression, skill training, and territorial expansion of the Aluminum Dragon. The Aluminum Dragon attribute panel has been activated. Please review immediately. Li Shuwen promptly opened the attribute panel. Aluminum Dragon, level, LV38, attributes, Steel. Dragon, ability, Light Metal, development level 03. Stats, 605, health, 77, attack, 103. Defense, 123, special attack, 130, special defense, 64, speed, 108. The strength of these stats aligns with the base values found within the game. Remarkably, this Aluminum Dragon, despite not having evolved yet, possesses prodigious potential. Examining the skill set, available skills, Metal Claw 65, Dragon Claw 96, Cannon Beam 103, Destructive Death Ray 155, Dragon Pulse 108, Tackle 98, Rocklock 66, Sharpen 15, Iron Defense 14. System, what do the numbers following these skills signify? The numbers reflect the power of attack skills, while those of status-changing skills indicate their amplification ratios. Aside from a slightly lower level, the stats and skills are commendable. Li Shuwen now faced two choices, either to displace the rocks sealing the cavern's entrance and venture into the world outside, or to explore the subterranean passages deeper within the cave. As an aluminum dragon, composed entirely of aluminum metal, his sustenance derives from rocks, or rather, from the metallic components contained within them. Delving into the underground world could yield an abundance of metallic ores, ensuring the aluminum dragon's survival, level enhancement, and even skill acquisition. Conversely, exploring the outside world would pertain to territorial expansion. Li Shuwen resolved to prioritize survival, elevating his level before embarking on any external exploration. Entering the tunnel, he navigated a winding path before arriving at an increasingly expansive subterranean chamber. From the meandering path and the rocks sealing the cavern, Li Shuwen detected an unusual scent. The aluminum dragon's cautious demeanor indicated the presence of formidable Pokémon nearby, capable of threatening his existence. With his right, sharper claw, he severed a piece of rock from the cavern wall, tasting the metallic essence within. The metallic content was scant, suggesting that such rocks would require consumption of several hundred pounds to satiate the aluminum dragon's hunger. Continuing his journey, he finally stumbled upon a gray-black rock face. With a swift motion of his right claw, he knocked off a protruding stone and tasted it. Indeed, it was iron ore. Li Shuwen promptly attempted to employ both Metal Claw with his left and Dragon Claw with his right, surprisingly executing both skills fluidly. He unleashed a flurry of strikes against the rock face until it was completely excavated, transforming the gray-black surface into a sandy yellow hue. Only then did he pause to rest and savor the fruits of his labor. Looking down, however, he found only a few small entities, liquid metallic bodies adorned with golden nuts atop their heads, gazing at him with insatiable desire. Melmetal. This underground chamber contained melmetal. The ravenous gaze of the melmetal sent shivers down Li Shuwen's spine. Instinctively, he swung his claws, sending the melmetal flying, before swiftly turning to flee. He felt a sharp pain in his tail and turned to discover a melmetal clinging to it, nibbling persistently. With determination, Li Shuwen lashed his tail against the rock wall, dislodging the melmetal. His instincts were correct. The melmetal's yearning gaze was not a plea for him to mine more iron ore, but rather an indication that they regarded the aluminum dragon as their next meal. Despite being the offspring of a divine beast, the melmetal lacked considerable strength. Li Shuwen could easily swat them away with a metal claw, yet their formidable bite allowed them to easily gnaw on the aluminum dragon's body as sustenance. Furthermore, the melmetal's brazen demeanor filled Li Shuwen with trepidation. As expected, a colossal fist, the size of a sandbag, suddenly emerged from the depths of the cavern, crashing down behind the aluminum dragon, causing rocks to tumble chaotically. A massive gray-black nut, connected to a pair of mercury-like arms, extended and retracted. As a gigantic cyclopean entity rotated its mercury body, launching its nut fist towards the aluminum dragon, Li Shuwen fled in a frenzy, realizing his naivety. With such an expansive underground space, he should have anticipated the danger. Was his inaugural simulation destined to culminate with him becoming melmetal's meal? His mind raced as he sought an escape. Employing rock lock, he conjured a multitude of stones behind him in an attempt to obstruct the melmetal's pursuit. Steel fist double strike. The melmetal effortlessly shattered the rocks, pursuing Li Shuwen unhurriedly. As he ran, he suddenly spotted a serpentine Pokémon's tracks imprinted on the ground. Steelix. Indeed, it was Steelix. Salvation had arrived. A diversion. The colossal steel serpent dwarfs the aluminum dragon in size, and by a considerable margin. Undoubtedly, the greater bulk of the steel serpent renders it far more captivating than its counterpart. As it slithers away, the aluminum dragon frantically flees along the serpentine path left by the steel serpent. It soon spots a circular opening, the very one the steel serpent has emerged from. The aluminum dragon, not particularly large in stature, easily widens the entrance with a casual swipe of its claws and slips inside. However, the towering Melamelta, unable to fit through, resorts to repeatedly striking the rocky surface with its fists to enlarge the passageway left by the steel serpent. Awakened from its slumber by the commotion, the steel serpent opens its eyes, immediately alert. Upon seeing the menacing aluminum dragon, it unleashes a torrent of dragon's breath. Yet, the aluminum dragon dashes past it with unimpeded speed, swiftly exiting its lair through another aperture. Just as the steel serpent contemplates this unexpected turn of events, it is struck squarely in the face by a double punch. The creature emits a roar that conveys a mixture of pain, fear, and fury. It retaliates by swinging its tail, launching into a fierce battle with Melamelta. Hearing the cacophony of their intense skirmish nearby, the aluminum dragon momentarily halts. Spotting a vein of iron ore, it seizes the opportunity while Melamelta is engaged with the steel serpent and hastily excavates a chunk to consume. This time, the aluminum dragon has learned well, devouring one piece at a time. Midway through its meal, the clamor of battle subsides, replaced by the faint, incessant calls of Melamelu filtering through the opening. Alarmed, Li Shuwen remains utterly still. As the sounds of Melamelu fade into the distance, Li Shuwen waits patiently for a considerable time before cautiously mining another piece of iron ore to savor. While chewing, he attentively surveys his surroundings, vigilant for any signs of Melamelta emerging from the shadows. He takes a bite, pauses, and carefully consumes the entirety of the iron ore. Although he initially intends to return to his lair, he ultimately musters the courage to investigate the condition of the steel serpent, perhaps hoping to scavenge like a hyena or a vulture. Upon reaching the steel serpent's lair, he is met with nothing but a long, serpentine gray bone. The outer metallic layer has been entirely devoured by Melamelta. Just as Li Shuwen prepares to depart, an idea strikes him. Perhaps the steel serpent's bones possess edibility. Bending down, he takes a bite of the gray bone, discovering that its metallic content surpasses that of the iron ore he consumed earlier. If the bones are so rich in nutrients, one can only imagine how nourishing the steel serpent's outer metal must be. Melamelta has certainly suffered from its ignorance, unaware that the steel serpent's bones also contain substantial metal content, leaving a sumptuous feast for Li Shuwen. Having just consumed the steel serpent, Melamelta will likely refrain from returning for a while, allowing Li Shuwen to settle comfortably within the lair. He is cautious not to overindulge, as that could impair his ability to fight or, more crucially, to escape. He consumes only half of the bone, then uses the sandy ground to dry off any moisture clinging to his body. If the aluminum dragon remains damp, it risks rusting, a troublesome predicament indeed. Li Shuwen then employs rocks to seal off several entrances to the steel serpent's lair. While rocks may not deter Pokémon, they can serve as a warning when disturbed, alerting the aluminum dragon to potential ambushes. With the entrances secured, the aluminum dragon finds a dry corner to close its eyes and digest the spoils of its adventure. Its level escalates from 38 to 39. The development of its light metal ability increases from 0.3 to 0.32, and the power of its rock seal skill surprisingly rises by 1 point. Grateful for the light metal ability, without which it would have never escaped the clutches of Melamelta's iron fists. Hours pass, and as the minerals and bones settle in his stomach, Li Shuwen prepares to finish the remaining half of the bone. Suddenly, the rocks he used to barricade the entrance are overturned. From the sound of the footsteps, it is clear that Melamelta is not the intruder. This is fortuitous. He can now attempt to hunt down this intruding Pokémon. Li Shuwen cautiously conceals himself behind a rock, gathering his elemental energy. The moment the intruding Pokémon reveals itself, a beam of destructive light erupts from the aluminum dragon's mouth. To his astonishment, the nimble foe deftly avoids the attack and charges towards the aluminum dragon, landing a blow with its iron head. The impact is met with little discomfort. Li Shuwen swiftly realizes that they are evenly matched, both formidable in their own right. He cannot land a hit on the foe, while it cannot break through his defenses. The earlier ruckus may have attracted Melamelta's attention. Thus, the remaining steel serpent bones will be split evenly. With a nod, the intruding Pokémon agrees to the division. The aluminum dragon steps forward, severing the bone at the joint and eagerly crunching it down. A glance reveals that the intruder is consuming at a pace even faster than his own. The large mouth at the back of the intruder rapidly devours the steel serpent's bone at a visible speed, before making a hasty retreat. Li Shuwen accelerates his own eating, finishing the bone and swiftly pursuing the direction in which the intruder fled. "Why are you following me?" the intruder queries, stopping in its tracks and confronting the aluminum dragon with its gaping maw. "We can collaborate. I'll only consume the metal from any prey we catch, while you can have the rest. Our dietary needs differ, and I believe we can work together," the aluminum dragon proposes. The intruder contemplates, finding merit in the aluminum dragon's suggestion. Preferring flesh over the tasteless metal, it is open to the idea of partnership. "Very well. I know of a nearby Dodri that we can eliminate," it replies. Following the intruder, the aluminum dragon traverses through an underground tunnel, arriving at a new subterranean chamber marked by the numerous claw marks on the rock walls, indicating that the Dodri has inhabited this area for quite some time. The lead intruder suddenly halts upon turning a corner. Li Shuwen catches up and discovers a massive Dodri, voraciously chewing what appears to be a Dodri. Upon spotting the intruder, the Dodri roars and charges at them. The intruder deftly sidesteps and strikes the Dodri on the head with its iron head. Li Shuwen, unwilling to be outdone, retaliates with a powerful tackle. Unfortunately, the force sends him hurtling back. Li Shuwen feels as though he has been struck by a speeding truck, crashing against the rocky wall, nearly disassembling his body. The intruder's iron head barely affects the aluminum dragon, let alone the colossal Dodri. "Run!" Li Shuwen shouts, tumbling down from the wall and struggling to escape. Glancing back, he sees the intruder valiantly engaging the Dodri. Gritting his teeth, Li Shuwen decides he cannot abandon the intruder in its time of need. Gathering energy, the aluminum dragon unleashes a beam of destructive light, temporarily driving the Dodri back. "Why are you looking back? I can escape on my own," the intruder rebukes. With those words, Li Shuwen has no choice but to turn and flee. "I'll wait for you where I just ate," he calls back. Upon returning to the steel serpent's lair, Li Shuwen waits for what feels like an eternity for the intruder to reappear. The first underground layer is inhabited by Melamelta, while the second is ruled by Dodri. Both formidable adversaries that consume Pokémon and leave only bones behind, thoroughly proving that the underground is not suitable for development. Li Shuwen resolves to exit the lair and venture outside to observe the world above. With great caution, Li Shuwen made his way back from the lair of the steel serpent to that of the aluminum dragon. He chose not to venture out immediately. Instead, he endeavored to familiarize himself with the body of the aluminum dragon. The opportunity to transform into a Pokémon was rare, and mastering the dragon-type abilities through the aluminum dragon-S form was invaluable. He practiced Dragon Claw, Dragon Tail, and Dragon Pulse, intending to later impart his accumulated knowledge to his partner, the Heart-Scale Pokémon. His goal was to minimize energy expenditure while honing his skills. The subtlety of his training meant that he could practice undisturbed within the confines of the lair. focusing on sharpening claws and reinforcing defenses to enhance the aluminum dragon's offensive and defensive capabilities. After 3 days of maintaining a low-intensity training regimen, he finally felt a twinge of hunger, prompting him to push aside the rocks blocking the cave entrance. The bright sunlight, gentle spring breeze, and the lush greenery surrounding him uplifted his spirits. However, after wandering through the forest, he managed to find only a handful of orange berries, hardly enough to sate his hunger. Above, an armor bird circled ominously, seemingly poised to strike. Was the primary issue of the surface world merely the scarcity of food? Sighing, Li Shuwen resolved to return to the subterranean realm to continue mining. As he approached the cave entrance, a shadow suddenly leapt from the mountainside, delivering a crushing blow to the aluminum dragon's head. The overwhelming force rendered the creature unconscious. When Li Shuwen regained consciousness, he found himself back in his room. Host has been slain by the giant blacksmith. Simulation ends. The evaluation for this simulation is B. The ratings are categorized as S, A, B, C. Please strive for further improvement. Indeed, the simulator had placed him in a perilous location. The dearth of food in the external world was due to the giant blacksmith consuming it all. As for the demise of the aluminum dragon, it was merely to harvest metal for crafting larger and superior hammers. Calculating rewards. Chapter 5, Rewards. Reward calculation completed. Evaluation B. Attribute reward granted. Dragon-type affinity increased by 0. 1. 1 small dragon essence acquired. Item rewards. Fragments of the aluminum dragon's metal, the tail of the steel serpent, and 5 orange berries. Evaluation B. Next simulation attribute cannot be specified. Time remaining until next simulation. 6 days, 23 hours, 59 minutes, and 21 seconds. Would you like to extract the rewards? Glancing at the clock on the wall, Li Shuwen was astonished to discover that only 10 minutes had elapsed, despite his simulation of the aluminum dragon spanning nearly 4 days. He noted a scoring breakdown and promptly opened it. His elevation to AB rating was attributed to occupying the steel serpent's territory, evading pursuit from Melodic, and forming an alliance with the Bagon to escape the clutches of Boss Godora. However, the enhancements in survival time and skill development were minimal, yielding a score of barely 20%. It was clear that the simulator encouraged him to embark on more adventurous endeavors. While the potential rewards for venturing outside were considerable, the accompanying risks were equally daunting. High risk often correlates with high reward. Reflecting upon his choices, Li Shuwen recognized his decision to venture outside as a misstep. The simulator's chosen locales were unlikely to be advantageous, merely traps or deeper pitfalls. The surface world, teeming with giant blacksmiths hunting aluminum dragons, lacked the resources essential for the aluminum dragoness growth. Having gleaned sufficient intelligence about the first and second layers of the underground, he resolved to remain in the subterranean realm, where even consuming rocks would be more fulfilling than the meager orange berries. In the next simulation, he vowed to seek out ample developmental resources, vowing not to change locations. System: extract the dragon essence. A blue-violet crystalline shard materialized before Li Shuwen, seamlessly merging with his chest and coursing through his bloodstream, igniting a surge of power throughout his being. Strength: an unfathomable reservoir of strength. This sensation of physical robustness was unprecedented for Li Shuwen. His previously slight frame rapidly filled out with muscle, transforming into a physique that would elicit envy from many. Merely a small dragon essence had augmented his strength tenfold. He felt capable of besting 10 versions of himself prior to utilizing the dragon essence. This dragon essence was precisely the characteristic reward mentioned by the system, granted upon simulating a specific attribute. The vitality inherent to the dragon type was now palpable within him. Observing the system display, he noted his dragon-type affinity had surged to an impressive 0.85. Prior to the simulation, his affinity stood at 0.59, and the B rating had afforded him a 0.1 increase. Astonishingly, the use of the dragon essence had propelled it to 0.85, a remarkable leap of 0.16, greater than the reward from the B rating. This revelation hinted at a singular truth. His foundational physique had been woefully inadequate. Otherwise, the small dragon essence would not have yielded such a significant enhancement. Not only did his dragon-type affinity rise, but all other affinities saw some degree of improvement following the use of the dragon essence. Although the increments were not as pronounced as with the dragon attribute, the sheer magnitude of change moved Li Shuwen to the brink of tears. Naturally, the affinity values for other attributes remained rather low. Yet, with the Pokémon simulator now at his disposal, Li Shuwen felt no urgency. Having endured through such poor qualifications in the past, he had cultivated a resilient mindset. Had he not, he would have long since sought alternative employment. With newfound hope, he resolved to maintain his composure. The increase from 0.59 to 0.85 meant that training his heart-scale Pokémon would yield nearly a 50% improvement. Regrettably, he could not select the dragon attribute for the next simulation, otherwise, the evolution of the heart-scale Pokémon would be virtually assured. Ah yes, he had 2 more item rewards to examine. As for the orange berries, Li Shuwen elegantly disregarded them. What purpose did they serve? Perhaps they would evolve into something more valuable in time. A Pokémon with a slightly larger appetite could consume hundreds of berries in a single sitting. 5 orange berries would hardly suffice to satisfy his hunger before using the dragon essence. Rising, Li Shuwen made his way to the storage room of the Curtain Gym. System. Extract the fragments of the aluminum dragon's metal and the tail of the steel serpent. The fragments materialized on the storage room floor, and as he picked one up, he could not help but frown and shake his head. These were not mere metal fragments. They resembled crushed soda cans. Gazing at the metallic debris, he could vividly imagine the fate that befell the aluminum dragon at the hands of the giant blacksmith. The fragments were clearly remnants of the aluminum dragon, used by the giant blacksmith to enhance her hammer. The scene must have been utterly gruesome, sending a shiver down Li Shuwen's spine. In that moment, he found himself at a loss regarding the utility of these remnants. The tail of the steel serpent beside him was clearly disproportionate to the creature's size, entirely dark, and measuring no more than 20 centimeters in length. As he reached for it, he discovered that even with his enhanced physique, he could not lift the steel serpent's tail with one hand. Only by employing both hands was he able to hoist it. Conveniently, there was a scale in the storage room, allowing him to weigh the pitch-black tail of the steel serpent. As he approached the scale, he felt a distinct heaviness in his body. This is no mere tail of a steel serpent. It is unmistakably the tail of the Afterstrike. To my astonishment, the material for crafting the Afterstrike tail is indeed derived from that of the steel serpent. With every Afterstrike tail sold, an innocent steel serpent meets its demise. Where there are no slaughters, there are no trades. The steel serpent is safe. Just a jest, the Afterstrike tail should not be crafted from the steel serpent's tail. The latter does not possess the regenerative properties of the sloth Pokémon's tail. The Alliance would never permit such a trade. Weighing it on the scale, the tail of this steel serpent weighs a staggering 100 kilograms. As for the effect of reducing the attack speed, we shall require the cooperation of the heart-scale Pokémon for testing tomorrow morning. Cradling the Afterstrike tail, Li Shuwen took a stroll around the storage room. Upon setting down the Afterstrike tail, Li Shuwen found himself surprisingly unwearied. Previously, he could hardly lift the Afterstrike tail, let alone walk a circuit around the storage room with its hefty weight of 100 kilograms. Li Shuwen had begun to anticipate the second simulation in 7 days. Brother, what are you doing in the storage room at this late hour? His sister, Li Mining, appeared at the door, rubbing her eyes. I couldn't sleep. Just tidying up the storage room, he replied. Li Mining, with her keen intuition, approached Li Shuwen and tilted her head, asking, Brother, why do I feel as if you've become more robust? Li Shuwen ruffled her hair. Perhaps it's the result of my recent training. Now off to bed. Li Mining's eyes sparkled with excitement. Then does that mean your heart-scale Pokémon can evolve too? Li Shuwen chuckled. That should be the case. Chapter 6. Training and breakfast. After coaxing his sister back to sleep, Li Shuwen returned to his own slumber. The following morning, at 6 o'clock, Li Shuwen's biological clock awakened him promptly. The first order of business was to engage in morning exercises alongside his heart-scale Pokémon. Heart-scale Pokémon, Dance of the Dragons. For the first dance, the time was reduced from 1:53 seconds to 1:50 seconds. Has the enhancement of the dragon affinity yielded such swift results? Heart-scale Pokémon. Once more. For the second dance, the time dropped from 1:42 seconds to 1:37 seconds. For the third dance, it improved from 1:37 seconds to 1:30 seconds. The fourth dance saw a reduction from 1:34 seconds to 1:24 seconds. In the final dance of the dragons, the time decreased from 1:30 seconds to 1:18 seconds. If the heart-scale Pokémon continues to progress at this pace, Li Shuwen is confident that he can compress the time taken for the initial dance of the dragons to under 1 second. Oh, and let us not forget the tail of the steel serpent. This natural-weighted training apparatus will also assist in the growth of the heart-scale Pokémon. Utilizing the steel serpent's tail, it may not take half a year. Heart-scale Pokémon, use iron defense. The body of the heart-scale Pokémon shimmered with a metallic glow. Li Shuwen glanced at the stopwatch. 1:41 seconds. Heart-scale Pokémon, follow me. He led the heart-scale Pokémon to the storage room, retrieving the steel serpent's tail and presenting it to the heart-scale Pokémon. Give this a try. The heart-scale Pokémon caught the steel serpent's tail on its back, its body suddenly sinking. It had not anticipated that such a seemingly small tail which its master could lift, would be so heavy. The tail of the steel serpent emanated a faint black glow, melding into the heart-scale Pokemon's body. Indeed, this steel serpent's tail is a semi-finished product of the system's reward, the Afterstrike tail. Heart-scale Pokemon, use Iron Defense once more. This time, the speed at which the heart-scale Pokemon's body emitted a metallic glow diminished considerably. 21 seconds, almost halved in speed. Heart-scale Pokemon, aside from the slowdown in skill usage. Can you feel the weight of this item? The heart-scale Pokemon took 2 steps and nodded. Heartling. Excellent. From now on, during training, wear this weighted apparatus. And strive to maintain your speed to the level it was before you began carrying it. The heart-scale Pokemon's expression was notably serious. Heartling. As a Pokemon that had accompanied Li Shuwen for 8 years, the heart-scale Pokemon keenly sensed the subtle changes in its master today. Beyond appearing more handsome, he exuded a greater aura, providing the heart-scale Pokemon with a comforting and familiar feeling. Moreover, the execution of the Dance of the Dragons felt smoother today than yesterday. The Dance of the Dragons, trained for a full 4 years, so familiar it was beyond comprehension. In the past month, there had been no progress as significant as that made today. The heart-scale Pokemon understood that neither it nor its abilities had changed from yesterday to today. Thus, the catalyst for this improvement must be an unknown transformation in Li Shuwen. Li Shuwen gently stroked the heart-shaped scales atop the heart-scale Pokemon's head. From here on out, our lives will only improve. Within a year, I shall ensure your evolution into a scale-bound dragon. The heart-scale Pokemon nodded vigorously, believing wholeheartedly in its master's ability to achieve this. Heartling, having trained its lung capacity and vocal range from a young age. The heart-scale Pokemon let out a resounding cry. Li Shuwen clenched his fist tightly and raised his arm. Wonderful, you're full of spirit. It is this very spirit that will lead to your evolution. Now let us continue our training. With the heart-scale Pokemon now carrying the Afterstrike tail, what used to take an hour to complete in training was extended to 2 hours. Li Mining emerged, rubbing her stomach. Brother, when are we having breakfast? I'm absolutely starving. Riolu nodded in agreement. Though he had been served a lavish bowl of Pokemon food prepared by Li Shuwen, Li Mining was still famished. I'll whip it up shortly. Just let me return the training apparatus. As Li Shuwen was about to lift the Afterstrike tail from the ground to return it to the storage room, Li Mining stepped forward, effortlessly grasping the tail with one hand and giving it a shake. It's quite heavy. Leave the apparatus to me. You go prepare breakfast, brother. Li Shuwen shook his head, bemused. The Afterstrike tail, which he could barely lift with both hands, was easily handled by Li Mining, who could even toss it. Truly, a girl of extraordinary strength. Very well. Li Mining urged Li Shuwen to prepare breakfast, a directive stemming from his strict standards. After a particular incident where Li Mining attempted to cook breakfast for him, nearly resulting in an explosion in the kitchen, she had since been forbidden to enter the kitchen alone. Entering the kitchen, Li Shuwen first washed the tomatoes and lettuce, setting them aside for later. He then retrieved eggs, flour, milk, and salt, mixing them into a batter before lightly oiling the frying pan and igniting the flame. With a scoop of batter, he spread it into a thin pancake, frying it until both sides turned a golden brown, releasing an enticing aroma of wheat that would have made the neighboring children weep with longing. But he was reminded that no one was next door, save for the curtains of the dojo. The only one left yearning was Li Mining, her tears unwittingly trickling down her cheeks. From a large bowl of batter, he managed to create 10 pancakes. After another light spritz of oil, he added sizable chunks of bacon. As the bacon gradually heated, the fat began to seep out, producing a gentle sizzle as the edges curled and transitioned from pink to golden brown, exuding a rich, smoky fragrance. He sliced the tomatoes, layering them atop a pancake with lettuce and a generous heap of bacon, rolling it up and wrapping it in parchment. Come and eat. Li Mining dashed into the kitchen, snatching the handheld pancake and devouring it eagerly. Li Shuwen continued to fry the bacon, and when the second batch had turned a golden hue, exuding an enticing aroma, Li Mining, under the compelling gaze of her brother, finally finished her first hand-grabbed pancake with deliberate slowness. Li Shuwen rolled up the second pancake, wrapped it in oil paper, and handed it to Li Mining. However, she offered it to him instead, saying, "Brother, you should eat too." Upon taking a bite, Li Shuwen was met with the crisp, golden exterior that yielded a satisfying crackle under his teeth. The subtle flavors of milk and egg melted instantly in his mouth, bringing forth a gentle sense of satisfaction. But alas, it vanished too quickly. With one bite, he encountered the pancake. Li Mining, one must maintain a balanced diet. You cannot solely indulge in meat and neglect the pancakes. I know, she replied. Li Mining offered the pancake to Li Shuwen not out of fraternal affection, but rather because she had a distinct preference for meat and a disdain for grains. Out of 10 pancakes, she consumed 8, while Li Shuwen only managed 2. In the past, 2 pancakes would have sufficed to satiate his hunger, but today, he felt only half full. Accustomed to his habitual preparations, he had made an inadequate amount of batter, forgetting that he had undergone a transformation. Thus, he had to mix more batter and produce 3 additional pancakes, all of which were devoured with nary a feeling of fullness. Li Mining watched in wide-eyed amazement as he polished off 5 pancakes in one sitting. Brother, today you devoured 5 pancakes in one go. It seems that your training is truly yielding results. I knew it. You've been secretly evolving behind my back. Li Shuwen playfully ruffled her hair. Only Pokémon can evolve. You should focus on your studies. Li Mining quickly pleaded for mercy. I understand my mistake. I will certainly study hard from now on. Chapter 7. The Challenger. After the siblings finished their playful banter, Li Shuwen began to wash the utensils, while Li Mining took her Riolu for skill training. Once the dishes were cleaned, Li Shuwen made his way to the Pokémon storage room of the Veiled Gym. Unlike other gyms, which were filled with shells of Pokeballs, his contained only a sparse collection. Regardless of the power of the Pokémon, quantity was essential. It was necessary to prepare for the incessant stream of challengers, and perhaps discover a prodigious Pokémon. Just as trainers can catalyze the growth of their Pokémon, so too can Pokémon spur their trainers' development, a mutually beneficial process. Li Shuwen believed that the elevated attributes of his dragon-type Pokémon were undeniably influenced by the heart-scale Pokémon. This was also the reason many trainers ultimately chose to specialize in a single type. They sought to find their strongest attribute and devote all their energy to its growth. Of course, there were those trainers who exhibited extraordinary talent across multiple types, with Cynthia being the most prominent example. Her 6 primary Pokémon showcased an extensive range of attributes. This was a comparison that could not be made. Cynthia's lineage was one of true affluence, with inherited talents that rightfully placed her above all in Sinnoh. Li Shuwen's family, not being a lineage that dated back to the era of the Emerald, lacked any notable innate gifts. His father, known as the Fog Father, did not possess any talent for nurturing Pokémon, much like many fighting-type trainers who relied on sheer physical prowess and engaging in direct combat to encourage their Pokémon's growth. Had it not been for Li Shuwen's influence, it was likely that Li Mining would have also become a fighting-type trainer, leading her Pokémon. As a result, the fighting-type trainers under the Fog Father would inherently be few. On the large wooden shelf, there were only 8 Pokeballs, a classic assortment featuring Machop, Machoke, and the like, alongside Infernape and Frogadier. The Machop and Machoke were captured by the Fog Father after becoming the gym leader to face challengers, almost a decade ago. Machop was still merely Machop, and one might even feel it was worse off than the Heart-scale Pokémon. The Fog Father not only neglected his job, but also failed to train his Pokémon. As the acting gym leader, it fell to Li Shuwen to train these Pokémon, which did little to enhance their strength, but at least maintained their condition and upheld the reputation of the Veiled Gym within the trainer community. He took the Pokeballs of Machoke, Infernape, and Frogadier and headed to the training grounds to work with them in the morning. Upon reaching the training field and releasing the 3 Pokémon, they were accustomed to seeing Li Shuwen instead of the Fog Father. The trio gathered around the training area for 10 laps to warm up before beginning their skill training. Since he turned 8, Li Shuwen had been learning how to care for these 8 Pokémon, and by 10, the Fog Father had completely entrusted their care to him. By the age of 15, the Fog Father had fully succumbed to his decline. Li Shuwen attempted to lead their training, and to his surprise, Machoke, as the Fog Father's first Pokémon, was the first to agree to follow his lead. That year, he began to step into the role of accepting challenges from trainers on behalf of the Fog Father. After completing 10 laps alongside Infernape, Li Shuwen felt every cell in his body rejoicing. In the past, he could manage only 5 laps with Infernape, but today, he completed 10 for the first time, feeling invigorated rather than fatigued, his excitement barely contained. Infernape was somewhat astonished, thinking, "Today my young master seems unusually energetic, managing to keep pace with me." Although Infernape did not exert himself fully, given the young master's physical condition, he could easily outpace him. Could it be that the Veiled Gym will have a successor after all? Let us commence training. Machoke's fists tore through the air, sending forth a wave of warmth. Infernape spun and kicked, his legs elongating and contracting with supernatural speed, his feet appearing in seemingly impossible positions. Meanwhile, Frogadier executed a handstand, using its head to support its body while its legs and tail spun rapidly, generating a small whirlwind. With Frogadier present, the Veiled Gym could forego air conditioning altogether. Li Mining burst into the training area with her Riolu, exclaiming, "Brother, we have a challenger." "Where are they?" Li Mining saluted. having followed orders to ensure the challenger was settled in the waiting room. Please give your command. Li Shuwen smiled. Excellent, Private Ning. Now go call father and see if he can return to accept the trainer's challenge. Yes, sir. Li Mining dashed out of the training area to make the call. Li Shuwen then poured himself a cup of tea and prepared some snacks to serve to the challenger. Please enjoy. Li Shuwen was well aware that Li Mining had only brought the challenger to the waiting room without offering any refreshments. Thank you. The challenger was an energetic boy with a hedgehog-like hairstyle. May I inquire how many badges you possess? I would like to prepare the appropriate Pokémon for today's battle. Upon hearing Li Shuwen's question, the boy perked up. I am Aaron from Snowpoint City, and this is my third gym challenge. Li Shuwen nodded, based on your badges. Today's match will be a 2-on-2 format. I will now prepare my Pokémon and will return shortly to escort you to the battle arena. Please hold on. The hedgehog-haired boy respectfully nodded. Okay, thank you. Upon returning to the training area, Li Mining had completed her call. I tried calling 3 times, but father didn't answer. Li Shuwen shrugged, realizing that it was up to him to take the lead. Fast Fist, Flying Leg, I entrust you with this task. Huh. Fast Fist waved his fists energetically. Huh. Flying Leg executed a swift sidekick, reassuring Li Shuwen with his prowess. Meanwhile, Battle Dancer bounced with excitement, exclaiming, Hey, I want to join in too. Fear not, Battle Dancer. I promise you a chance next time. Trusting his words, Battle Dancer remained diligently training in the training grounds. Little sister, guide the challenger to the battle arena. I shall proceed first. The arena of the Curtain Gym was initially a standard battleground devoid of any adornments. However, under Li Shuwen's supervision, it was transformed into a rocky terrain adorned with various artificial hills and boulders. This new setup was indeed more conducive for the fighting-type Pokémon to showcase their abilities. Li Mining took her place as the referee, overseeing the duel between the gym leader and the challenger, where the gym leader would send forth his Pokémon first, followed by the trainer's attack. Li Shuwen tossed out a Pokeball. Go, Flying Leg. Without hesitation, Along had already deliberated countless times about whom to send forth and declared, I choose you, Murkrow. Li Shuwen knew that among the 10 trainers challenging the Curtain Gym, 9 would likely initiate with a flying-type Pokémon. More than half would opt for either Murkrow or its evolved form, Honchkrow, which was rather uncommon. Murkrow, Wing Attack. Li Shuwen sighed inwardly. Utilizing Wing Attack was a sheer waste of the flying type's advantages. Flame Kick. With fiery energy enveloping his foot, Flying Leg struck Murkrow with precision on the neck. Murkrow collided with the rocks, losing its fighting capability in a single blow. Murkrow, Along exclaimed in shock, taken aback by the unexpected outcome of his flying-type Pokémon succumbing so easily to the fighting-type Flying Leg. Retrieving Murkrow, Along, still adhering to his planned lineup, called out, Go, Exeggutor. Wait, my friend, did you not see how Flying Leg dispatched Murkrow with a Flame Kick? Sending out Exeggutor now? Flame Kick. Exeggutor, use Psychic. Flying Leg surged forward, his right leg extending dramatically to 2 meters, delivering a powerful kick that sent Exeggutor flying, shattering the rocks behind it. Exeggutor, unable to battle. Chapter 8. Procurement, Ideal Type. Retrieving Exeggutor, Along felt utterly disheartened. Li Shuwen approached him, stating, Your Pokémon lacks sufficient willpower. Perhaps it requires further honing before you challenge the Curtain Gym again. Remember, the determination of both trainer and Pokémon is the most crucial factor in battle. As a fighting-type gym leader, it was imperative to impart wisdom regarding spirit, courage, and willpower, as well as the importance of physical conditioning to the trainers who sought to challenge him. Thank you for your guidance. I will return. Along bowed respectfully before departing the Curtain Gym to heal his Pokémon at the center. Since Flying Leg was not Li Shuwen's Pokémon, he couldn't control the finesse of its attacks. Each strike was delivered with utmost force, which could be overwhelming for a novice trainer like Along. It was only natural for him to struggle against such intensity. Indeed, battles involving trainers with fewer than 4 badges required the likes of hardworking Machoke and Macamp to step in. Just like the fiery Infernape, Li Shuwen only permitted it to face trainers challenging for the 7th and 8th badges. Infernape's strikes were indiscriminate, consumed by rage, indifferent to the identity of the challenger. Each punch was delivered with full force, nearly leading to complaints against the Curtain Gym. With only Along as the challenger that morning, Li Shuwen continued training alongside Flying Leg, Fast Fist, and Battle Dancer. The fighters of Curtain City gradually brought their Pokémon for training as well. Upon seeing Li Shuwen, they expressed their astonishment with compliments. Shuwen, you've bulked up. At noon, Flying Leg and the others indulged in the fighting-type Pokémon food prepared by Li Shuwen. As for the lunch of the Li siblings, it consisted of curry chicken. In a hot pan with cold oil, onions, garlic, and ginger were sautéed until fragrant. followed by a whole chicken chopped into small pieces, stir-fried until golden brown. Spices and tomatoes were added, and as the tomatoes softened and released their rich juices, the mixture was poured into a large pot with coconut milk to simmer. Li Shuwen began washing carrots and potatoes, peeling and chopping them into small pieces to add to the pot. As the lid of the pot was pushed up by the steam, the rich aroma of curry chicken wafted through the kitchen. Li Mining flared her nostrils, appearing at the kitchen door. It smells amazing, brother. When do we eat? Li Shuwen chuckled. Are you a dog? You come running at the scent. Li Mining playfully wiped her nose with her finger and grinned. I learned a bit from Riolu. A large pot of curry chicken and another of rice constituted the siblings' lunch. After a morning of intense training, Li Shuwen felt capable of devouring an entire ox. Particularly, since Li Mining's appetite had surged since turning 10, the household provisions were running low. Li Shuwen retrieved 2 large bowls, filling one with rice and the other with curry chicken. After we eat, let us head to Curtain Market to procure some ingredients. Yay, I want to eat beef. Curry chicken won't satisfy your cravings, will it? Li Shuwen ate 1.5 bowls, with the remainder finding its way into Li Mining's stomach. It was a pity that live streaming had yet to gain popularity. Otherwise, his sister could surely try her hand at an eating show, which would prove to be far more lucrative than being a gym leader. After their meal, upon standing, Li Shuwen noticed that Li Mining's waist remained as slender as ever, as if the large pot of curry chicken and rice had been consumed by a dimensional black hole. The notice board at the entrance of Curtain Market had updated its content. Li Mining excitedly pointed at the announcement. Brother, look. Curtain Department Store will hold its 45th anniversary celebration in half a month, featuring Pokémon battles. And the champion will have the chance to battle against the newly appointed Elite Four member, Cynthia. Li Shuwen nodded, considering participating at that time. All right, let us go buy some groceries. Entering Curtain Market felt like returning home for Li Shuwen. Aunt Mary, what fresh produce do you have today? Mary smiled and replied. Carrots and onions from Snow Peak City, bell peppers, tomatoes, and potatoes from Baidai City, and fresh water bamboo, water celery, and lotus root from Wetland City. Li Shuwen nodded. Ordering 50 pounds each of carrots, onions, and potatoes, 20 pounds of bell peppers and tomatoes, and 5 pounds each of water bamboo, water celery, and lotus root. Li Mining made a pained expression. Brother, can we not buy bell peppers? I don't like them. Li Shuwen shot her a glance. Children shouldn't be picky eaters. He purchased everything Aunt Mary recommended, not out of concern for balanced nutrition, but because she knew his preferences and only mentioned what he liked. In his childhood, Li Shuwen had been as troubled as Li Mining was now. It was only when he grew up that he realized adults typically only bought the foods they enjoyed, naturally avoiding pickiness. Uncle Jack, what fresh meats do you have today? Snowflake beef from Snow Peak City and lamb from Baidai City, both freshly delivered today. How much would you like? 50 pounds of each, and please butcher 2 chickens for me. Sure thing. What river delicacies do you recommend? Jack, holding a net, remarked. Just the 2 of you? Can you handle it? Don't worry, with my sister around, we can eat as much as you have. Brother, Li Mining, embarrassed by the public teasing, playfully punched Li Shuwen. Little sister, your punches are surprisingly powerful. Li Mining felt a bit embarrassed. Who told you to speak carelessly? The little girl, having grown up, was now aware of her shyness. Ben smiled, asking which delicacies from the Wetland City, black fish, green-haired ducks, or river shrimp, she desired. Uncle will treat you. Li Mining blinked. Really? Then I want river shrimp. Ben nodded. The wetland shrimp, when steamed, is the most delectable, so fresh and sweet. Li Shuwen chuckled. Ben, let's get 10 pounds of shrimp. Sure, once Mary and Jack finish packing, I will deliver it to the dojo. As they approached a stall selling fruit, Li Mining shouted, Aunt May, my brother is here to support your business again. Aunt May emerged, fanning herself. I know. She casually picked a peach and handed it to Li Mining. Here, eat up, poor child. Shuwen, you must take good care of your sister. She's grown so thin. Li Shuwen's lips twitched. She's just developing. She looks a bit slimmer, but eats more than a Snorlax usually does. Li Mining bit into the peach, glaring at her brother. You're the Snorlax. Aunt May, still fanning herself, remarked, being able to eat is a blessing. Shuwen, the usual for you? Yes. Please pack me 10 more pounds of lechuga fruit. As Li Shuwen began to grow, the consumption rate of his food would increase, so he needed to prepare more. Exiting the market, Li Mining spotted an ice cream cart by the roadside. Brother, I want ice cream. Then go buy some. Li Mining rushed to the cart and raised her hand. Please give me a chocolate-flavored ice cream. Only then did she notice a beautiful older sister nearby, gazing vacantly at the cart sign. Sister, you are so pretty. Thank you, the older sister replied with a warm smile, causing Li Mining to blush instantly. Li Shuwen approached just in time to witness this scene, staring in awe. The golden-haired girl with a high ponytail, round black-framed glasses, a sleeveless blue blouse, black trousers, and pointed black leather shoes was simply his ideal type. Just yesterday, he had shared his ideal type with his best friend. And now he encountered one right here in the market. Li Mining glanced at the older sister and then at her dazed brother, a mischievous thought striking her. Sister, let me treat you to ice cream. What flavor do you like? The intellectual beauty smiled. Actually, I haven't decided on a flavor yet. Li Shuwen stepped forward. This shop's signature flavors are chocolate and mango from the Hoenn region. You can choose one. The intellectual beauty appeared somewhat indecisive. Observing her hesitation, Li Shuwen addressed the vendor. I'll have one ice cream with chocolate and mango. The bitter sweetness of dark chocolate combined with the rich aroma of mango, perfectly balancing sweet and sour. It will surely provide you with a delightful experience. After the vendor prepared it, Li Shuwen offered the ice cream to the intellectual beauty. Give it a try. As she took hold of the ice cream, the intellectual beauty tasted the chocolate, then the mango, her eyes lighting up. It's truly delicious. Chapter 9, The Invitation. Li Mining quickly finished her chocolate ice cream, her eyes crescent-shaped like a moon. Now give me a mango ice cream. Li Shuwen lightly tapped her head. You can only have one. What a miser. Too much ice cream isn't good for you. If you like mango, I can make you other mango desserts. If he didn't set limits, Li Mining would undoubtedly keep devouring them one after another. Li Mining's eyes sparkled. Really? You know my skills in the kitchen. She turned to the intellectual beauty. Sister, why don't you come to our house and try my brother's culinary skills? His desserts are definitely delicious. Our home is just ahead at the Curtain Dojo. You only need to turn a corner. It's not far. The intellectual beauty, hiding her surprise as she savored the ice cream, mused, Curtain Dojo? Siblings. So, this red-haired handsome guy is the singing heart of the Pokémon. Just yesterday, the singing heart had shared his ideal outfit, and today, early in the morning, she had come to Curtain Department Store to discuss the store's celebration event with the general manager. After their discussion, she whimsically purchased this outfit. When she put it on, she could hardly recognize the intellectual beauty in the mirror. It was her, with her usual flamboyant and assertive self transformed. She decided to add makeup and wear her round black glasses. Anyone who didn't see her frequently would hardly recognize her. Realizing this, she quickly composed herself. All right then, I won't hold back. Unknowingly driving to Curtain City, she unexpectedly encountered her good friend. Perhaps this was fate. Trying his culinary skills would be delightful. While chatting on the forum, her friend had enthusiastically invited her to visit the Curtain Dojo whenever she passed by, promising to serve her the finest dishes. However, she didn't want to reveal her identity as a girl and had been evasive. Now that they had met, her friend had no idea who she was. This was an opportunity to explore her friend's life and see what he usually did. It seemed quite appealing. On the way to the Curtain Dojo, Li Mining chattered incessantly. Sister, my name is Li Mining, and yours? Me? I'm Zyrona, she quickly thought. I'm called Baikai. Baikai? Upon hearing this name, Li Shuwen instinctively scrutinized the girl before him. Golden hair in a high ponytail, but with a hereditary fringe that obscured her left eye, lacking any accessories resembling a Lucario's ears. Most importantly, her face didn't match. At 18, Zyrona was already well known in the Sinnoh region as a member of the Elite Four, often referred to in the news as the top seed for the championship, with hopes of ascending to champion within a year. Naturally beautiful, she never wore makeup. Compared to Zyrona, the girl named Baikai was slightly lacking. Are you visiting Curtain City for leisure, Sister Baikai? Zyrona nodded. Yes, the company is on holiday, so I seized the opportunity to explore. What do you do? I'm a historian, studying Sinnoh's history and mythology. Li Shuwen's heart stirred. He recalled his friend's passion for researching Sinnoh's history and mythology. Li Mining's eyes lit up. Sister, have you booked a room? Our home is spacious, if you don't mind. You can stay with us. Is that appropriate? Zyrona glanced at Li Shuwen. Li Mining elbowed Li Shuwen, whispering, Brother, say something. Li Shuwen quickly nodded. Yes. The Curtain Dojo has plenty of vacant rooms. If you don't mind, Miss Baikai, you are welcome to stay. Li Mining shook her head. Not just temporarily. You can stay long-term. Then I won't be polite. Zyrona smiled slightly. Just yesterday, she had been bold online, urging him to take her to extravagant places. Today, encountering such a beautiful girl, he couldn't utter a word. He could only boast online but failed to speak in person. No wonder he had no girlfriend. I don't even know your name. Pardon my rudeness. I am Li Shuwen, the eldest son of Curtain Dojo. Li Mining face-bombed. Brother, can you be any slower? You actually made the girl ask for your name. Li Shuwen's name was quite nice, but what about that online bravado? Bring it out. Is this it? And you want to find a girlfriend? Even if one were to find such a place, it would merely allow you to escape. My good brother possesses a character that is exceedingly introverted. He yearns to interact with young women but lacks the courage, clearly indicating he has never experienced romance, a veritable naïve. Contemplating this, Sharona inwardly scoffed. This is hardly a reason to frequent such establishments. As a man, how lamentable it would be to seek fleeting affection in such places. To spend an evening conversing online with a good brother is truly pitiable. My dear brother, your happiness is in my hands. Let me enlighten you on the art of engaging with young ladies. Li Mining interjected eagerly. Sister, do you enjoy mangoes? Should I ask my brother to prepare a few other flavors of pastries? Sharona shook her head, her high ponytail swaying gently, causing Li Shuwen's heart to flutter. I can manage. I don't often indulge in afternoon tea. Li Mining bounced with excitement. Perfect. Today is an excellent opportunity to try it. Perhaps sister will fall in love with afternoon tea. Sharona beamed brightly. Sounds delightful. Upon arriving at the curtain dojo, Li Shuwen silently exhaled in relief. Interacting with young ladies indeed placed immense pressure upon him. It was evident that he only dared to express himself online. Li Mining tugged Sharona along to the living room behind the dojo, rather than the reception area. Sister, make yourself at home. Treat it as if it were your own house. Brother, hurry and prepare some desserts. All right, Li Shuwen chuckled. Does Miss Baikai prefer tea or coffee? Tea, she replied. Having been raised by her grandmother, she developed a fondness for tea, who had once told her that it promotes good health. Li Shuwen nodded. That sentiment seemed familiar. Let's brew some jasmine tea. It complements Miss Bite-Size elegance perfectly. Is that so? Sharona observed as Li Shuwen skillfully prepared 2 cups of tea. He then retrieved a platter and served 2 assortments of pastries, osmanthus cake and cookies. Is jasmine tea a good pairing with these delicacies? Li Shuwen affirmed. Jasmine tea's fresh aroma and gentle taste harmonize beautifully with the subtle fragrance of osmanthus cake. The rich scent of cookies contrasts sharply with the jasmine's lightness, offering a novel experience for the tea drinker. Witnessing Li Shuwen's eloquence in his area of expertise, Sharona displayed a radiant smile. Instantly captivated, Li Shuwen quickly averted his gaze. Please wait, Miss Baikai. I shall prepare the dessert now. Do you have any particular favorites? I have an abundance of ingredients, and can create most pastries available on the market. Sharona flashed a sweet smile. I have no particular preferences. Simply prepare your signature dessert. It will allow me to assess your culinary skills. I have sampled pastries from numerous places. Li Mining, for once, focused intently on praising her brother's abilities. Sister, don't worry. My brother's culinary prowess is renowned throughout Sinnoh. Is he truly that impressive? Sharona inquired with a smile. Then I must savor Mr. Li's creations. I hope he will not disappoint. Under her gaze, Li Shuwen's cheeks visibly reddened, and he hurried into the kitchen. I shall attend to it now. Sharona stifled a laugh. The thrill of teasing her good brother while concealing her identity was rather delightful. Chapter 10, Exposed? Upon entering the kitchen, Li Shuwen stealthily snapped a photo of Baikai and sent it to his good brother. The singing heart shiny. Hey buddy, after discussing your ideal type yesterday, you've managed to bring her to Curtain City today? Sharona felt her phone vibrate, and upon checking, she was startled to find a photo of herself. Quickly shutting her phone in alarm. Mining, where's the restroom? I'll show you, she replied. Sharona waved her hand. No need. Just point me in the right direction. After sending the message to his good brother, Li Shuwen contemplated which dessert to prepare. Since Baikai requested his specialty, he naturally aimed to select a dessert that was not only delicious, but also technically challenging and visually appealing. However, such desserts often require considerable time to prepare. Thus, Li Shuwen decided to first create a simpler dessert to serve while he meticulously crafted his signature dish. As Mining expressed a desire for mango desserts, Li Shuwen opted to make mango pancakes. He combined mango, milk, eggs, honey, baking powder, and flour until smooth. Spraying a skillet with oil, he cooked them over low heat for just 5 minutes, flipping them until golden brown. In under 10 minutes, a plate of mango pancakes graced the table. Sister, here are the mango desserts you requested. Where's Miss Baikai? Li Mining's eyes sparkled as she eagerly grabbed a pancake and took a bite. She's in the restroom. Once in the restroom, Sharona swiftly retrieved her phone to respond to the message. Shark Warlord. The person wasn't he arranged by me. But since you've encountered your ideal type, pursue her with vigor. If you're unsure how, just message me, and I'll guide you on how to court her. After sending the message, Sharona returned to the living room, where Li Shuwen quickly tucked his phone away. Encouraged by his friend, Li Shuwen presented the mango pancakes to her. Miss Baikai, please try my mango pancakes first. I shall then prepare my specialty dessert. Sharona waved her hand. With osmanthus cake, cookies, and mango pancakes, that is sufficient. Let us sit together, enjoy tea, and converse. Li Mining eagerly pulled Li Shuwen onto the sofa. Oh dear brother. It's not every day we encounter a beautiful sister. You must seize this opportunity and find me a sister-in-law soon. At this rate, I fear you may end up alone. Sharona took a bite of the pancake, nodding her approval. This is delightful. With such skill, I imagine many young ladies must be fond of Mr. Li. Li Shuwen chuckled awkwardly. It's nothing too special. Li Mining bluntly interjected. Nothing too special? My brother spends all his time at home reading and studying peculiar things. At 18, the number of times he has spoken to a girl can be counted on one hand. Mining, Li Shuwen exclaimed, his embarrassment palpable. Sharona glanced at him. My good brother, you must engage more with young ladies. With your culinary skills, opening a dessert shop would surely attract many girls eager to be your girlfriend. Li Shuwen shook his head vigorously. Making desserts is merely a way to relax. Opening a dessert shop for the sake of finding a girlfriend is a waste of time. My focus must remain on training Pokémon. Li Mining sighed. Indeed, a bookworm like you prefers the company of books. Li Shuwen playfully pinched Li Mining's nose to ease the tension. Is it true that Miss Baikai enjoys history, thus becoming a historian? Sharona nodded. History conceals the mysteries of the world's origins, and I seek to explore them. Moreover, Sinnoh's history involves the legendary Pokémon Dialga and Palkia. I long to encounter all Pokémon and understand their emotions. This anticipation has intensified to a desire to meet Dialga and Palkia and comprehend their sentiments. To anticipate encounters with all Pokémon and understand their emotions? Li Shuwen mused, recalling how his good brother had mentioned that traveling was a means to meet new Pokémon and grasp their feelings. Observing Li Shuwen's expression, Sharona realized she had spoken too freely. Li Mining nudged Li Shuwen, breaking his reverie. Speak up. Li Shuwen smiled and remarked. To comprehend the sentiments of all Pokémon is indeed a magnificent aspiration. However, does Miss Baikai, as a historian, also harbor a fondness for Pokémon? Cynthia, feigning composure, responded, naturally. Pokémon are the most adorable creatures in the world, and the history of humanity is intrinsically linked to our interactions with Pokémon. Without them, humanity would not have evolved to its current state. After uttering these words, Cynthia began to reflect, questioning whether she had spoken accurately. Perhaps it would be prudent to shift the conversation. She expressed her desire to attempt some culinary creations and inquired if Mr. Li could impart his knowledge. Of course. Feel free to call me Shuwen. What type of dish would you like to learn, Miss Baikai? Cynthia waved her hand dismissively, saying, if you insist I call you Shuwen, then please refrain from addressing me as Miss Baikai. I wish to learn some simple and convenient desserts that can be prepared quickly. Li Shuwen smiled shyly. Very well, Baikai. Let us head to the kitchen where I shall teach you a few straightforward dessert recipes that even a novice can complete in just 20 minutes. Sounds delightful. Li Mining beamed. Yes, precisely that. Li Shuwen introduced several easy-to-make desserts to Cynthia and meticulously noted down the recipes. They chose one to attempt, and within 10 minutes, they had completed the dessert. Despite this being their first meeting, both were astonished by their seamless cooperation. Curiosity piqued, Cynthia inquired, Shuwen, how do you know so much about dessert making? Li Mining, grinning, chimed in, my brother has a penchant for reading, hence he possesses a wealth of peculiar knowledge. But what good is that knowledge if he can't even attract a girlfriend? Without a girlfriend, how can he possibly be the third-generation heir of the dojo? Cynthia couldn't help but chuckle at Li Shuwen's sister's amusing remarks, which seemed to hint at her brother's romantic pursuits. She felt compelled to offer a few encouraging words to Li Shuwen. Given his extensive knowledge, it would be relatively easy for him to find a girlfriend if he were only a bit bolder. Li Mining, exasperated, urged, did you hear that? Just be a little bolder, and love will come knocking. Li Shuwen opened his mouth, but found himself unable to articulate a response. Let us discuss history instead. I am quite curious about how the Sinnoh region has evolved to its current state and what fascinating relics Miss Baikai has encountered during her archaeological endeavors. Li Mining shook her head, nibbling on a cookie and sipping tea. I truly cannot fathom why you both find history so engrossing. Wouldn't it be far more enjoyable to engage in a Pokémon battle? Cynthia raised an eyebrow. So, Mining, you excel at Pokémon battles, do you? Li Mining nodded proudly, absolutely. With my Riolu, we are undefeated at the nearby Pokémon Center. The mention of Riolu reminded Cynthia of the time she had captured her own. Li Shuwen posed a question. Do you know who the most formidable trainer to have ever utilized Lucario in history is? And what made them so exceptional? Li Mining shook her head. Why would I need to know that? Will it make me and Riolu stronger? Cynthia stifled a laugh at Li Shuwen's moment of being at a loss for words. I too am curious about who the greatest Lucario trainer might be. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. In my opinion, it should be the Aura Guardian, Alan, who once quelled a war through the power of Aura. Aura? What is that? Can it make my battles easier? Li Mining inquired, tilting her head in curiosity. Cynthia gently ruffled Li Mining's hair. Combat is not merely a contest of strength, but rather a dialogue of the spirit. It is not victory that should be prioritized, but rather growth. Li Shuwen frowned at her words. Cynthia's hand froze momentarily. Had she forgotten to consider her words more carefully after completing the dessert? Would she inadvertently reveal too much? Chapter 11. Becoming stronger through love? Li Shuwen shook his head again. How could he allow a mere phrase to lead him to believe that this beautiful girl before him was merely a good friend he had met online? A male and a female, rather than suspecting Baikai was a good brother, it was far more plausible that Baikai was connected to Cynthia. Observing the change in Li Shuwen's expression, Cynthia's heart fluttered. Shuwen, may I have the honor of witnessing how the dojo trains fighting-type Pokémon? Li Shuwen was taken aback. He had not anticipated that a historian would take an interest in Pokémon training at the dojo. Li Mining, excited, exclaimed, silly brother. Baikai isn't merely interested in the training methods. She is clearly interested in you. Hurry and agree. Li Shuwen nodded. Of course, that is no problem. Please follow me. He first led Cynthia to the Pokémon storage room of the dojo, retrieving a family of Machop, Machok, and Machamp. Due to my father's lack of responsibility, the number of Pokémon at the dojo is quite limited, but each one has been well trained, particularly Machamp. As my father's ace, he can simultaneously execute Thunder Punch and Ice Punch. I can have him demonstrate for you shortly. Cynthia nodded, recalling how she had heard Li Shuwen lamenting about his father's irresponsibility and his deep affection for his mother during their conversation. It sounded quite intriguing. Li Mining pouted. The ability to use Thunder Punch and Ice Punch simultaneously is actually a result of my brother's training efforts with Machamp, and has little to do with our father. Father is far too ambitious, wanting Machamp to master Thunder Punch, Ice Punch, and Fire Punch all at once. He's simply setting Machamp up for failure. Despite Machamp having 4 arms, he only possesses 1 brain. How could he possibly manage so many techniques? Cynthia chuckled, pleasantly surprised to discover that Shuwen was a natural at Pokémon training. Li Shuwen humbly shook his head. Compared to true geniuses, I am hardly noteworthy, much like the illustrious Miss Cynthia, who is already a member of the Elite Four at the tender age of 18, while I struggle even to inherit the dojo. Replacing the dojo trainer requires an assessment from the Pokémon League. Though it may not necessarily be Nurse Joy accompanied by Latias, the examiner's prowess will undoubtedly be formidable. Li Shuwen felt confident that he would only apply for a change in the dojo trainer once his heart-scale Pokémon evolved into a Scalian. Cynthia, with a teasing smile, asked, "What? Do you have a fondness for Cynthia?" Li Shuwen nodded. Her Pokémon nurturing and tactical command are exemplary, and certainly worthy of analysis and emulation. If I could someday reach her level, I might awaken from my dreams with a smile. Cynthia felt a surge of happiness within, though her expression remained unchanged. Is that so? Quite the exaggeration. Li Mining facepalmed. Brother, how can you compliment another girl in front of a girl? Let us hasten to the training, she urged. Riolu and I are eager to begin. Li Shuwen nodded, though he sensed something peculiar about his sister today. The 3 proceeded to the training arena, where Li Shuwen released Machop, Machok, Machamp, and his heart-scale Pokémon. This heart-scale Pokémon is mine, once it evolves. I shall apply for a change in the dojo's trainer. This is the heart-scale Pokémon that can use Dragon Dance. Cynthia had often boasted about it online, and now she was eager to witness its prowess firsthand. She bent down to gently caress the heart-shaped scales atop the heart-scale Pokémon's head. With gentle praise, he remarked, "You have taken excellent care of this heart-scale Pokémon. I can sense its deep affection for you. Judging by its current state, evolution may be just around the corner. Perhaps all you lack is an opportunity. It might be beneficial for Heartscale to engage in more battles with other Pokémon." Li Shuwen gazed at Cynthia and quipped, "Do you also possess knowledge about Pokémon nurturing?" Cynthia paused, her hand brushing against Heartscale, stilled momentarily as she forced a smile. "I have a friend who is a trainer. She often shares her insights with me. After hearing her speak so frequently, I have absorbed a bit of knowledge myself." "I see," Cynthia said, shifting her gaze to the newly released Riolu. A spark of inspiration struck her. "My friend has a Lucario as well, and she has shared some experiences on nurturing Riolu. Would you like to hear them, Mei Ning?" "Absolutely," Li Mei Ning replied with a pout. "Every time I ask my brother how to grow stronger, he tells me to read more." Cynthia approached Riolu, gently stroking its fur, noting its glossy coat and firm muscles. "Mei Ning, you have taken wonderful care of Riolu." Li Mei Ning beamed. "It's all thanks to my brother. He mentioned something about muscle-building granules. Once Riolu consumes them, it will become stronger." "Muscle-building granules? I don't recall hearing Shuwen mention those online," he mused. Observing Heartscale, Riolu, and even the Machok evolution line, he concluded that his nurturing techniques were quite commendable. Yet, why hadn't Heartscale evolved yet? Cynthia found herself puzzled. Could it be that the timid nature of his partner was the cause? After all, nurturing Pokémon requires not only technical skills, but emotional support as well. One cannot expect Heartscale to evolve without first fostering a romantic connection with its partner, could they? It seemed plausible. Love could indeed have a profound impact on one's spirit. While I need not elaborate on the technical aspects, let me speak to the emotional side. Riolu requires ample affirmation and support from its trainer to sense the strength of your spirit. Through regular training and battles, if Riolu can resonate with your aura, it will grow stronger and even evolve. Cynthia placed her hand on Li Mei-ning and Riolu's heads, saying, "Follow your hearts." Understood. Mei-ning replied eagerly. After Cynthia finished advising her younger sister, Li Shuwen turned to Makhoke. "Makhoke, would you kindly demonstrate the technique of simultaneously using Thunder Punch and Ice Punch?" Makhoke nodded, its left hands crackling with electricity while its right hands were enveloped in frost, forming fists with all four limbs. In the blink of an eye, it unleashed a flurry of punches into the air before demonstrating four-handed thunder punches, ice punches, and fire punches. Despite having four hands, Makhoke typically concentrated its energy into a single limb during skill execution. Cynthia applauded appreciatively, noting that the energy gathered by all four hands was nearly equivalent to that of a single hand. The four-handed barrage had an attack power at least tenfold greater. Li Shuwen nodded, his eyes reflecting admiration. "I never expected you to discern the combat potential of this move after just a single viewing." Cynthia's applause faltered momentarily. In her eagerness, she had unconsciously slipped into the habit of analyzing the Pokémon before her during battles. I mustn't linger any longer, she realized, or I risk exposing not only my identity as Cynthia, but perhaps even my true nature as the champion of the Sinnoh region. I need to find a way to slip away. Chapter 12, Thunder Prodigy. Cynthia's thoughts raced as she quickly devised a suitable excuse. I often accompany friends to watch Pokémon battles and absorb their analyses. I have picked up some analytical skills myself. I see, Li Shuwen said, suddenly curious to meet this friend of hers. Cynthia shifted her gaze. I need to visit the restroom for a moment. After she left, Li Shuwen felt puzzled. She hasn't had much to drink. Why does she keep going to the restroom? Could it be a health issue? Perhaps I should prepare some nourishing herbal remedies for her tonight. Prolonging this could be detrimental to her health. Upon entering the restroom, Cynthia promptly retrieved her phone and called her good friend. Hello, Gardevoir. In 15 minutes, please make a call and say that the Research Institute has uncovered a new relic, prompting my return to participate in its development. Huh, why do we need to do this? Gardevoir questioned, confused. Just do as I say when the time comes, and I'll explain everything once I'm back. All right then. Meanwhile, Li Mei-ning returned and immediately punched Li Shuwen. Brother, how could you discuss Pokémon and training with a girl, especially praising Cynthia in front of her? Don't you realize how that diminishes your appeal? Li Shuwen scratched his cheek, bewildered. Is that so? What should I talk about instead? Li Mei-ning replied bluntly, of course. About the perfumes of Baida City or the fashion of Yuanji City. Li Shuwen shrugged helplessly. But I don't know anything about those. Li Mei-ning, exasperated, punched him again. If you don't understand, why not learn? You excel at concocting incense to alleviate training fatigue. Why not create some for Cynthia? She can take it home with her, and every time she lights it, she'll think of you, the one who made it for her. Li Shuwen's eyes brightened. It was indeed a brilliant idea. Recalling Cynthia's fondness for jasmine tea, he promptly devised a plan. I recently experimented with a jasmine tea incense. I'll ensure she takes some with her when she leaves. Li Mei-ning waved her hands. Not too much, but just enough for her to fall in love with it, yet not enough to run out. That way, you'll have something to discuss during your next meeting. Li Shuwen patted his sister's shoulder. Good sister, I'll add an extra chicken leg for you tonight. Cynthia, having timed her return, walked back to the training ground. The siblings were fervently training their Pokémon. In the realm of the Veilstone Gym, professionalism must be upheld. Since Cynthia had some understanding, there was no room for laxity in training. Cynthia stood quietly at the sidelines, observing Li Shuwen train Heartscale and the Makhoke family. With her expert eye, she assessed that his techniques were indeed proficient. Just then, her phone rang. Hello? Yes, I'll return immediately. After hanging up, Cynthia expressed her apologies. I'm sorry. The Research Institute has uncovered a new relic that requires my involvement in its development. It's a pity I can't stay to savor Shuwen's culinary skills. Li Shuwen waved it off. No worries. Do visit Veilstone City again in the future. You are always welcome to my home. Brother, go fetch that item. Li Mei-ning nudged him. Wait a moment, Cynthia. I have something to gift you, Li Shuwen said as he hurried to his studio. He opened a drawer and took out a sealed pack of incense, placing it in his pocket. Returning to the training ground, he handed the bag to Cynthia, saying, This is incense I made myself. It can relax the mind and alleviate fatigue. As a historian, your work must be quite taxing. I hope this proves helpful. Cynthia smiled as she accepted the pouch. Then I shall not be polite. The siblings escorted Cynthia to the door of the gym, where she smiled and said, "This is where I take my leave. Please continue training your Pokémon. I shan't delay you any longer." "All right," Li Shuwen replied, feeling inexplicably melancholic. Li Mining gazed at Cynthia, affectionately known as Sister Cabbage, and expressed, "You must come again next time." Cynthia gently stroked Li Mining's cherry blossom-hued hair, assuring her, "Of course. I shall return to visit our little Mining." With a subtle wave, Li Shuwen bid farewell. Cynthia nodded in response, saying her goodbyes. As Cynthia's silhouette vanished around the corner, Li Mining sighed, lamenting the fleeting encounter with such a beautiful older sister, who had even invited her home for dinner. Alas, she still left. "It must be because of you mentioning Cynthia that Sister Cabbage became displeased," she mused. Li Shuwen also sighed. "Tonight, I shall delve into the realms of perfume and fashion." Meanwhile, Cynthia arrived at the parking lot, removed her hair tie and black-rimmed glasses, placed her incense in the car, and donned her ever-ready black trench coat from her crimson sports car. As she settled into the vehicle, she cast a glance at the incense resting in the passenger seat and started the engine, steering the car towards Shinto Town. A passing youth with violet hair, upon hearing the roar of the sports car, turned to see who was driving. To his surprise, it was Cynthia. Regrettably, as she was behind the wheel, he refrained from challenging her. The young man turned the corner and spotted the two siblings standing at the dojo's entrance, waving and calling out to them. "Shuwen Mining." Li Shuwen squinted to recognize an old friend from his childhood, whom he had only seen once or twice a year since the latter had embarked on a journey at the tender age of 10. It was Raihan, the brother of his rival, Shinji. "Raihan, long time no see." Raihan rushed to the dojo's entrance, ruffling Li Mining's hair playfully. "Little Mining, why do you look so glum?" Li Mining swatted Raihan's hand away. "I thought I was going to have a stunning older sister-in-law, but she left." Raihan clapped Li Shuwen on the shoulder, encouraging him. "Shuwen, keep at it. With your talents, finding a girlfriend should be a piece of cake. By the way, I just met the newly appointed Sinnoh Elite Four member, Cynthia. Why not try pursuing her?" Li Shuwen playfully punched Raihan. "Enough of that. Why are you back?" Raihan, brimming with enthusiasm, replied, "A new battle institution had invited me to challenge the battle frontier. If I succeed, I can become the head of a battle facility. It is said that each facility head possesses strength on par with the Elite Four." Li Mining pouted. "If you can match the Elite Four, why not aim to be one of them? Are they no longer appealing?" Li Shuwen smiled. "After all, there are limited spots among the Elite Four. The battle frontier invites those trainers who can compete with the Elite Four, albeit just a step short. They may not defeat the Elite Four, but they would find battling trainers like you as easy as crushing an ant." Raihan nodded. "I am not drawn to the superficial title of Frontier Brain. I wish to gauge the gap between myself and the Elite Four through the battle frontier." With excitement, he turned to Li Shuwen. "So, what do you say, Shuwen? Shall we have a battle?" Chapter 13, The Abandoned Grimer. Having traveled for years, Raihan had honed his skills as a trainer, capable of defeating 6 Frontier Brains, making him more than adequate to serve as a dojo master. This would be the perfect opportunity to assess the growth of his Grimer. Li Shuwen readily agreed, eager to discover just how much Raihan had developed. Naturally, the battleground was chosen to be the Veilstone Gym. Standing on the battlefield, Raihan's expression hardened. "Shuwen, you still only have that one Pokémon, the Grimer, right?" Li Shuwen shrugged. "It is evident that I will not raise a second Pokémon until my Grimer evolves." Raihan nodded. "In that case, I shall battle you with this Pokémon." With that, he retrieved a Pokeball from his belt. "Go, Grimer." The poison and fighting-type Grimer, emblematic of Brock's time in Sinnoh, emerged. Its apathetic gaze and lithe form indicated it was an exceptional specimen. "This Grimer is one I captured upon returning to Sinnoh. It will serve to test your Grimer's potential." Li Shuwen's lips twitched, feeling as though he and his Grimer were merely quality inspectors, while his Grimer had undergone rigorous training. Its lack of evolution rendered it insufficient in raw power, making it indeed quite suitable for assessing a newly acquired Pokémon. Li Mining, feeling irked, sensed that Raihan looked down upon her brother. "Brother, defeat that Grimer and show him your true prowess." Li Shuwen chuckled, understood. "Grimer, use Poison Sting. Grimer, use Dragon Dance." In mere seconds, as Grimer charged forward, Li Shuwen's Grimer swiftly executed a Dragon Dance. A battle cry erupted, its piercing sound causing Grimer to wince in pain. Nevertheless, it persevered through the agony and lunged towards Li Shuwen's Grimer with its hand poised to strike. In a deft maneuver, Li Shuwen's Grimer tilted its head, using the heart-shaped scales on its crown to deflect the poison sting. With a powerful thrust of its limbs, Grimer sent the opponent flying. Within the confines of the Veilstone Gym, Li Shuwen's Grimer had accumulated numerous techniques relying purely on physical strength during its sparring sessions with Makok. The effectiveness was remarkable against the wild Grimer. Dragon Dance. After being knocked away, Grimer stumbled a few steps before regaining its balance. Seizing the opportunity, Li Shuwen's Grimer executed another Dragon Dance to enhance its power. Poison Sting. Close the gap. Iron Defense. As Grimer spewed forth poison stings while inching closer, Li Shuwen's Grimer merely lowered its stance, adopting a defensive posture with its heart-shaped scales. A metallic sheen enveloped its body, significantly bolstering its defense. The poison stings clanged against the dragon's scales, failing to penetrate. Dragon Tail. Li Shuwen's Grimer pivoted, swinging its tail enveloped in a swirling blue-violet dragon aura, colliding with Grimer's descending hand. With a sudden burst of strength, Grimer sent the opponent spiraling away. Raihan maintained a stoic expression. Mud Bomb. Evade. Dragon Dance. Several clumps of gray-black mud erupted from Grimer's mouth. Li Shuwen's Grimer effortlessly leaped to avoid them, unleashing a powerful screech. The second Dragon Dance further amplified its attack power, while Grimer's expression contorted in agony as its own attack power diminished. Dragon Dance. Engage in close combat. Do not allow Grimer a chance to enhance. As Grimer's 3 fingers glowed with purple toxins, they coldly aimed at Li Shuwen's Grimer. However, with a swift lowering of its body and a twist of its foot, Li Shuwen's Grimer countered with a powerful tail swipe to its abdomen, sending it sprawling out, tears streaming down its face. Spinning twice in midair, Grimer landed and rolled out of the battlefield, lying flat on the ground with swirling eyes. Raihan frowned as he recalled Grimer, clearly dissatisfied with its performance. At this juncture, Raihan's demeanor resembled that of the future Shinji. In fact, one could assert that Shinji emulated Raihan. Shinji greatly admired Raihan, which led him to adopt even more extreme methods for training Pokémon, all in an effort to validate the path Raihan once championed. After all, what ill intentions could a trainer who chose a Turtwig harbor? Yet, Shinji remained unaware that admiration is the farthest emotion from understanding. Confounded by Lacey's actions, Shinji treads down the same erroneous path, only to be roused from his stupor years later by the very same wall breaker. Presently, the ineffectual Bad Frog finds itself utterly powerless against the Heart-Scale Pokémon. Li Shuwen can already foresee the unfortunate fate that awaits the Bad Frog. Lacy Eye retrieves its Pokeball, recalling the unworthy creature. You worthless being. Li Mining, with her keen ears attuned to the injustice, vehemently points an accusatory finger at Lacy Eye. The Bad Frog has exerted great effort. How can you treat it so? Lacy Eye merely shrugs, stating, my team only welcomes Pokémon capable of securing victories. Those lacking potential are not deserving of my time. Li Shuwen places a hand on his forehead, momentarily forgetting that his younger sister and Ash are of the same fervent breed of trainers, unable to abide by Lacey's behavior. As anticipated, Li Mining retorts vehemently, you haven't even trained the Bad Frog. How can you possibly claim it lacks ability? In an unexpected move, Lacy Eye tosses the Bad Frog's Pokeball in her direction. If you believe the Bad Frog possesses potential, then I entrust its training to you. I hope you can unlock the non-existent potential within you. Lacy Eye nonchalantly turns away, waving a hand at Li Shuwen. Shuwen, I'm heading home to check on my brother. See you tonight at Uncle Fu's barbecue restaurant. As Lacy Eye departs, clutching the Bad Frog's Pokeball, Li Mining finds herself at a loss. Li Shuwen steps forward to retrieve the Pokeball. Leave the Bad Frog to me for training. At your age, you should focus on nurturing your Riolu. Li Mining furrows her brow slightly. But won't you be affected as well? Li Shuwen chuckles softly, ruffling her hair. Am I not also caring for Dad's Pokemon? Have you seen me affected? He reassures her, leave the Bad Frog to me. There has been an uptick in trainers challenging the Curtain Gym lately. The arrival of the Bad Frog will help alleviate that pressure. The Curtain Gym is not among the 8 major gyms in the Sinnoh region. Without Li Shuwen, it would likely be elevated by Ollie in a few years. The increasing number of challengers indicates that Li Shuwen, as the acting gym leader, is performing admirably. However, he harbors concerns. The more challengers there are, the greater the risk of his subterfuge being uncovered. If Li Shuwen performs poorly, challengers may suspect he is a fraud. Conversely, if he excels too much, the ruse will be revealed. He finds himself in quite the predicament. The arrival of the Bad Frog is timely, should his deception be exposed. Li Shuwen will be compelled to submit an application for a change of gym leader post-reprimand by the league. Assessments are typically one-on-one. Yet gym leaders are required to possess a minimum of 6 Pokemon. Even the Bad Frog, though a mere filler, holds its purpose. Furthermore, Li Shuwen does not genuinely believe the Bad Frog lacks potential. As a trainer with a technical focus, He relishes the transformative process of turning waste into treasure, of conjuring the miraculous from the mundane. Chapter 14. The Unspoken Burden of Good Brothers. Prepared with healing ointment and a supply of food tailored for the fast swim frog, Li Shuwen releases the bad frog from its pokeball. He inspects its injuries, applying the ointment to the affected areas. As the medication takes effect, the bad frog slowly awakens. Li Shuwen raises the pokeball in his hand, proclaiming, "Lacey, I deems you unworthy and has abandoned you. I see potential in you. Thus I shall take on the responsibility of training you. Do you agree?" The bad frog, struggling to rise, notices Li Shuwen's earnest gaze and nods in assent. Li Shuwen smiles gently, presenting the poke food before the bad frog. "Since you've agreed, let us partake in a meal." The bad frog eagerly seizes the food, devouring it with gusto. Though the bad frog harbors pride, aspiring to grow stronger alongside Lacey, it resolves to follow its new master to gain strength. Once it has achieved that, the first order of business will be to deliver a sound thrashing to Lacey, proving it is no weakling. With its first bite, the bad frog's eyes widen in surprise. It had anticipated the food to be merely a means to fill its belly, akin to what Lacey had provided. Instead, it discovers an exquisite flavor. This meal was crafted by Li Shuwen to suit the tastes of the fast swim frog, yet it is also suitable for most frog-like Pokémon. In the Sinnoh region, the bad frog is most commonly found in the wetlands of Wetland City. The similar habitat results in a shared palate with the fast swim frog. This very food grants the bad frog a sense of belonging. Li Shuwen chuckles, "This isn't specially made for you. It won't maximize effectiveness. After we assess your stats, I am confident I can concoct the most suitable poke food for you, ensuring your swift growth and fulfilling your current desires." Li Shuwen perceives the bad frog's discontent towards Lacey, although it doesn't border on hatred. The bad frog undoubtedly wishes to unleash its frustrations on Lacey's Pokémon. This pent-up energy will undoubtedly fuel the bad frog's dedication in the upcoming training sessions. Once the bad frog has finished its meal, Li Shuwen smiles and encourages, "Now, bad frog, show me the skills you currently possess." The bad frog nods, while Li Shuwen readies his notepad and stopwatch. The first skill is Poison Sting. Without much warning, the bad frog unleashes a barrage of poison needles from its mouth. However, the speed of the needles is lackluster. Li Shuwen notes this for future enhancement. Upon landing, he inspects the needles with his pen. Their pale appearance indicates insufficient toxin content. Suddenly, the needles shatter, prompting Li Shuwen to hold his breath and step back. The brief duration reveals a lack of fortitude in the needles, another area requiring improvement. Returning to the bad frog, he encourages it to continue. This time, it attempts Poison Jab. The energy gathering to the execution of the jab takes 18 seconds. Bad frog, try using Poison Jab while running. The distraction of running causes the bad frog to take 28 seconds before executing the move. This too is noted for future enhancement. Being a melee-type Pokémon, the bad frog must master the use of skills while in motion. From the characteristics of the bad frog's hands, Li Shuwen deduces it likely possesses the Poison Touch ability, which increases the chance of poisoning an opponent upon contact, with heightened potency. When training Poison-type Pokémon, antidotes are essential supplies that trainers must carry at all times. Even with caution, Poison-type Pokémon can inadvertently poison their trainers. Excellent. Continue. The Sludge Bomb erupts, with 4 sludge bombs exploding, staining a foam mountain a grimy black. Now do it twice more. 3 iterations of Sludge Bomb ensue, with the counts of bombs being 4, 5, and 4, respectively, meeting the standards for the skill. Very well, on to the next skill. The bad frog leaps high, cleaving a rock in twain. Li Shuwen nods, stating, "In 2 months, Wetland City will host the Bad Frog Festival. We should attend together and aim for a commendable rank." His words are intended to bolster the bad frog's confidence, though they do not guarantee success at the festival. The mischievous Froakie flicked its hand against the ground, sending a clump of mud flying. This was mud tossing. Although the impact of the mud was not substantial, it could serve as a pivotal turning point in battle if wielded effectively. Li Shuwen noted that the execution speed was insufficient and the mud ball lacked size. "Froakie, try to enlarge the mud ball. Focus not on attack power, but on smearing it on your opponent." Froakie, somewhat puzzled, complied with Li Shuwen's instructions and produced a larger mass of mud, hurling it towards the artificial hill. Li Shuwen nodded in satisfaction. Now, he merely needed to enhance the speed of execution. Froakie invigorated its body, enveloped in a faint red glow, as its muscles visibly swelled. Aesthetic training. This was splendid. Strength enhancement was indeed Li Shuwen's forte. As his heart scales had not evolved, he could only elevate the base stats of heart scale through enhancement skills. Over time, Li Shuwen had become an expert in strengthening skills. With aesthetic training, it was assured. By augmenting the base stats through aesthetic training and concurrently improving the proficiency of existing skills, Froki could potentially surpass its current capabilities by tenfold. While the fighting attribute had sufficient trainers at the Curtain Dojo to nurture Froki, the poison attribute was an entirely different matter. Given Li Shuwen's previously frail physique, it was evident that he could not delve into such a perilous attribute, necessitating external assistance. Why not consult his ever-reliable brother? Li Shuwen promptly retrieved his phone. Singing heart scale. My dear brother, I recall you have a rose raid. Have you developed its poison attribute? Upon feeling his phone vibrate, Cynthia pulled over her car. Opening the message, she was taken aback by the sudden inquiry about such an obscure topic. Surely, only one truth could emerge. Shark Battle God, have you captured a new Pokémon? Is it a poison type? Had she not just departed less than half an hour ago? Where could he have possibly caught a Pokémon? Singing heart scale. It's a Froki with the ability Poison Touch, abandoned by its trainer, and I've taken it in, hoping to develop its poison attribute. Cynthia frowned slightly. Trainers who abandon their Pokémon were utterly irresponsible. Shark Battle God. The poison attribute can be effectively developed by feeding it poison berries in conjunction with the toxic skill. I have detailed training methods for toxic at my place. I'm currently out, but I'll send you the information once I return home. The toxic skill. This was indeed a straightforward and direct approach. Singing heart scale. Thanks, brother. Are you back home now? That means you're currently in the Sinnoh region. Then we could certainly arrange a time and place to meet. We've been chatting online for 5 years without ever meeting in person. Cynthia smiled knowingly. They had indeed met in real life, just unbeknownst to him. Shark Battle God, maybe next time. I'm just home to grab something, and we'll soon leave Sinnoh for a mission. Let us save it for another time. I still need to drive back home as quickly as possible. Singing heart scale. Sure, I won't disturb you any longer. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. Was he in such a hurry that he couldn't spare even a moment for a meal together? Was his brother reluctant to meet due to some unspoken reason? Chapter 15, Seeking Advice. Li Shuwen brought Froki to the training ground, and upon entering, he observed Makok vigorously striking a specially designed rubber dummy with its 4 hands, executing a series of formidable slashes. The barehanded strikes, breaking tiles, and cross slashes formed a systematic progression of fighting-type skills. Makok had accumulated a wealth of combat experience and developed its own unique techniques for skill application. Subsequently, Li Shuwen delved into extensive literature on fighting-type Pokémon and skills, conveying all the theoretical knowledge from the texts to Makok in a manner it could comprehend. Makok absorbed this fighting knowledge eagerly, and today, it was the sole fighting master at the Curtain Dojo. Li Shuwen preferred to prioritize the development of Froki's fighting attributes over the poison attributes. Enhancing the fighting attributes would foster Froki's physical growth, consequently amplifying the potency of its toxins. Furthermore, with Makok, the fighting master, imparting knowledge, Froki would learn much more swiftly. Makok, please demonstrate the aesthetic training methods to Froki. Makok approached Froki, its eyes narrowing menacingly. Rather than dismay, Froki met its gaze with a cold, defiant stare. Makok nodded in satisfaction and began to illustrate its understanding of the aesthetic skill. With a grunt, Makok clenched its fists tightly, shifting its posture to engage its entire musculature. A swirling red aura danced around Mashoki's muscles, causing them to bulge slightly, enhancing its attack and defense. Makok demonstrated with great precision, and Froki watched in admiration. It had never imagined that aesthetic training could be applied in such a manner. After the detailed demonstration, Makok showcased the practical application of aesthetic training in battle. It took a gentle breath, adjusting its stance slightly. The red glow flashed across its body as it completed the aesthetic skill. Utilizing enhancement skills requires not only efficacy, but also speed. Froki, during this period, concentrate on training the aesthetic and tile-breaking skills. Ensure that proficiency in other skills does not decline. Makok would serve as your mentor, guiding you through the practices of aesthetic and tile-breaking training. Follow his lead diligently. Froki nodded earnestly. Makok had merely scratched the surface, yet Froki was already thoroughly impressed. Li Shuwen entered the storage room and retrieved a small rubber pillar, securing it in a corner of the training area. This rubber pillar was specifically designed for Froki, as its palms secreted toxins, making it hazardous to share training equipment. Please be cautious, everyone. Makok nodded affirmatively, assuring Li Shuwen that it would oversee the training, ensuring that no equipment would be misused. Li Mining preferred not to train indoors with equipment. She cherished the open-air environment, believing that only by experiencing nature could Pokémon truly strengthen their bodies, skills, and will. This was Li Mining's path as a trainer, and Li Shuwen would not interfere. Having set Froki in place, Li Shuwen crouched down to pat Heartscale's head. You performed admirably today. Heartscale squinted joyfully, basking in Li Shuwen's praise. Once you evolve, you will gain fighting attributes. It is nearly time for you to begin learning fighting skills, which may help us discover the opportunity for evolution. Like Froakie, you too shall learn tile breaking and aesthetic training. One Pokémon learning alone is dull. Two Pokémon learning together will expedite progress. With competition comes advancement. Heartscale nodded, determination gleaming in its eyes. Having won the previous battle, it was certain to excel in learning tile breaking and aesthetic training as well. Li Shuwen beckoned to Makhoke. Makhoke, I entrust you with teaching Heartscale the aesthetic and tile breaking skills. Makhoke nodded solemnly, thumping its chest in assurance that it would diligently instruct Heartscale. Once you have mastered these, I will arrange for you and Froakie to train together. Heartscale nodded emphatically. Heartscale. He trotted over to Howley, tail wagging, urging him to commence without delay. He certainly did not wish to be outdone by the nefarious Froakie. Li Shuwen was not burdened by the presence of Froakie and Makhoke. Thus, the former could hear everything quite clearly, and his expression subtly shifted. Makhoke chuckled softly, opting for silence as he quietly intensified his training regimen. He understood all too well that no matter how arduous the training became, Froakie would not utter a single complaint, but rather persist with unwavering determination. In his earlier days as Howley, he had endured the same struggle alongside Hitmonchan and Hitmonlee. Li Shuwen also smiled faintly, choosing to remain humble and discreet. Before turning to prepare the post-training meal, after the training session concluded, it was time for something warm and hearty to invigorate their spirits. Today marked Froakie's initiation into the team, warranting a small welcome gathering. Li Shuwen busied himself with the ingredients when Li Mining hurried into the kitchen. Brother, the flowers in the backyard have bloomed. Spring has arrived. When shall we embark on our spring outing? Li Shuwen gently tapped her forehead, responding, spring outing, spring outing. All you ever think about is play. I'll ask Latesy tonight if he'd like to bring his little brother along with us. Li Mining pouted. I don't want to go on a spring outing with that cold-hearted person. It would ruin the mood. Li Shuwen chuckled. Then it shall just be the two of us siblings. At this, Li Mining's face brightened. Exactly. Next time Sister Baikai visits Weimu City, we can invite her along. Brother, you must seize the opportunity next time and not let Sister Baikai slip away. Li Shuwen pinched her cheek. Adult matters are not for children to worry about. Your priority is to train Lilian properly. Shaking off Li Shuwen's hand, Li Mining dashed to the kitchen door and made a face. If I don't help you, be prepared to grow old and lonely. After she ran off, Li Shuwen pondered. Perhaps when his good friend sent him the toxic skill information, he could inquire about any useful dating tips. As he awaited the completion of the post-training meal, Li Shuwen received a message from his good brother. It contained a document on toxic skills. In addition to general training methods, it included specific techniques tailored to Froakie and Toxicroak's physical attributes to enhance their toxicity. Shark War God. This is all the information I have regarding toxic skills. It should meet your training needs. If you have any questions, feel free to message me. Heart-singing Shiny Gyarados. I actually have a question right now. Shark War God, go ahead. Heart-singing Shiny Gyarados. It's about the girl I sent you a photo of. I plan to pursue her. Do you have any practical dating tips to share? Cynthia's mouth twitched. She had asked about toxic skills, yet he was inquiring about dating tips. Did he dare to hope that she would teach him how to pursue her? How absurd. Did he think of her as a close friend? Did he want her to bear his children? Yet, her identity must remain concealed, and today, her good friend appeared rather pitiful. Allowing him to suffer a heartbreak would be even more pitiful. Suddenly, Cynthia grasped the situation. Shark War God, you're not merely attracted to her beauty, are you? Heart-singing Shiny Gyarados. How did you know? Shark War God, get lost. Li Shuwen felt puzzled at his friend's sudden intense reaction. It was quite bewildering. Chapter 16, The Hidden Crisis. Cynthia quickly realized that her tone had been a bit harsh as a good friend and rushed to amend her words. Shark War God, you can play around, but don't hurt the girl's feelings. You should at least be sure of your affections before pursuing her. Heart-singing Shiny Gyarados, you're right. Shark War God, now tell me, what do you feel for that girl? Heart-singing Shiny Gyarados, when we first met, she stood in front of the ice cream stall for over an hour without deciding on a flavor. She seemed a bit dazed. And during the short time we were together, she went to the restroom twice. It seemed her kidneys weren't quite healthy. Cynthia? For a moment, she was at a loss for words. Gritting her teeth, she asked, Shark War God, what about her good qualities? Heart-singing Shiny Gyarados. Well, she is certainly good-looking. Ugh, wasting emotions, hoping to win me over? Not in this lifetime. I'll make sure to ruin this for you. Shark War God, when pursuing a girl, you must be direct. Just go up and give her a wall slam, and I guarantee her heart will race for you. Heart-singing shiny Gyarados. ISNT that a bit too bold. Shark or God, why are you hesitating? When you said you wanted to go to such places, weren't you quite bold? You're not a coward in reality, are you? Heart-singing shiny Gyarados. Am I scared? I will definitely try it next time. I'm going to practice wall slamming right now. In a fit of anger, Cynthia suddenly realized something. The girl her good friend wanted to pursue was her. Wouldn't she be the one to face a wall slam next time? She felt like she might explode. After sending the message, Li Shuwen began experimenting with various wall slam poses against the wall. Li Mining walked into the kitchen. Brother, what are you doing? Li Shuwen, somewhat embarrassed, replied. Just stretching a bit. I'm a bit tired. Is the food ready? Everyone has finished training and is waiting for your meal. Almost done. Please gather everyone in the dining room. In the early morning, a challenger arrived at the Weimu dojo, clad in a sleeveless leather jacket that exposed his gaunt frame. Sporting a mop of hair and multiple earrings, he bore an air of arrogance and disdain, resembling a little thug. I'm here to challenge you. Who is the trainer of the Weimu dojo? Li Mining stepped forward. Please wait in the reception room. The trainer will be here shortly. The little thug pointed at himself, raising his chin defiantly. What? I have to wait. Do you know who I am? Li Mining shook her head. If you wish to challenge the Weimu dojo, you must wait. If you don't want to challenge, then leave. The little thug huffed disdainfully and plopped down on the sofa. I'll wait. If the Weimu dojo's strength doesn't satisfy me, I'll be sure to report you to the league. Li Mining rolled her eyes. That's called reporting. The little thug's face flushed with anger. Hurry up and call your trainer out. Though Li Mining wished to give the little thug a good kick, refusing a challenge at the Weimu dojo would not be appropriate. She could only hope her brother would teach him a lesson later. After reporting in, Li Shuwen frowned slightly. This pest was irritating but harmless. He needed to handle the situation carefully to prevent any actual reports to the league. Li Shuwen called Old Man Fei Wu, knowing that at this hour, he was probably still asleep. Of course, his phone was turned off. It looked like he would have to go himself. He attached the pokeballs of Mac Hoke, Howley, Gyarados, and Froaket to his belt. Upon arriving in the reception room, he asked, May I inquire how many badges you have? Sir? The little thug retorted arrogantly. What? Can't challenge without badges? Not at all. We simply determine the number and strength of Pokémon we send out based on the number of badges you possess. The little thug stood up. I have plenty of strength. Just send out your strongest Pokémon. Otherwise, it won't be interesting for me to earn badges. A complete novice. He only sought the badge to boast to his dubious companions. Very well, please follow me. The competition will take place in a 2-on-2 format. 2. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. Is there a problem? No problem. However, the tone of the little ruffian seemed inexplicably tinged with insecurity. Upon arriving at the battleground, Li Shuwen noticed that the mud left by the bad frog atop the rockery from yesterday had been forgotten. Oh well, it doesn't affect the battle. Go, Zubat. A mere Zubat dared to be so arrogant? Never mind, let us give him a fair fight. Bad Frog, I entrust this to you. The Bad Frog had not anticipated being called to action so soon after joining. Zubat, use Supersonic. Dodge it, Mud Bomb. The Bad Frog darted forward, spewing 4 clumps of mud towards Zubat. The explosion sent Zubat crashing to the ground. Impressive. Zubat, use Leech Life. Razor Leaf. A swift palm struck Zubat on the head, rendering it unconscious. The Bad Frog stared in astonishment at his own hand. Had he truly progressed so much after just one afternoon of training? Trainer, please send out your next Pokémon. The little ruffian recalled Zubat and dashed towards the exit. I concede. Shortly after the little ruffian's departure, another trainer arrived. His expression somewhat grim, adorned with glasses. Greetings, I am a Yuan from Baidai City. A local from Sinnoh, it seemed. Li Shuwen employed his usual script. To which a Yuan nodded. I already possess 4 badges. With a smile, Li Shuwen replied, then the battle will be in a 3-on-3 format. Please follow me. Go, Mac Hoke. I leave it to you, Dream Eater. Upon seeing Dream Eater, Li Shuwen knew his opponent was well prepared. Dream Eater, use Hypnosis. Mac Hoke, use Mud Slap. A clump of mud flew forth, directly disrupting Dream Eater's hypnosis. The mud splattered as Dream Eater struggled to wipe away the remnants. Mashoki's shadowy hand swiftly struck Dream Eater's face. Smack! Dream Eater turned and fell, collapsing into unconsciousness. Swoobat Shadow Ball. Smack! Mac Hoke twisted its body, evading the Shadow Ball, leaping onto a rock and delivering a powerful slap to Swoobat's face. Unlike Dream Eater, Swoobat withstood the blow and did not faint. Nonetheless, Mac Hoke immediately lunged at Swoobat, delivering another heavy slap. Swoobat had no time to react before being knocked out by 2 forceful strikes. To counter Psychic and Ghost-type Pokémon, Dark-type moves had always been the focal point of the Curtain Gym's training. Starmie, use Confusion. Dig. Mac Hoke swiftly burrowed underground, causing Starmie's confusion to lose its target. Emerging from below, a fist enveloped in thunder struck Starmie, sending it flying. All three Pokémon were utterly overwhelmed. Although the Curtain Gym was not a particularly renowned establishment, it was not one that could be conquered with just a few Pokémon of the right type. I hope you will train them thoroughly before challenging again. The challenger left without a word, his face shrouded in darkness, resentment boiling within him. He felt deeply hurt by Li Shuwen's words, sensing a slight against him, and resolved to seek revenge. He contemplated gathering intel nearby to uncover any weaknesses of the Curtain Gym. Chapter 17, Awareness. Li Shuwen had not anticipated that a mere routine gym battle would incite such animosity in this individual, who was now poised for vengeance. Sometimes, one remains oblivious to having offended a petty person. Li Mining held a poor impression of Li Shuwen. Hence, Li Shuwen decided not to bring her along to the gathering that evening. For dinner, he prepared grilled meat to compensate for her inability to enjoy barbecue at the restaurant. Sharing the meal with Li Mining before setting off to Uncle Fu's barbecue stall. Just before he left, Li Shuwen cautioned her, complete your night training with Riolu. Then pour a bowl of muscle-building granules from the cabinet for Riolu, and afterward, wash up and go to bed. I am uncertain how long the gathering will last tonight. Will you be alright alone at home? Li Mining confidently waved her fists, lifting her chin. Brother, you can rest easy. I'm already a grown-up. I can handle being home alone. Indeed, she had turned 10, an age when many children from other families would be off traveling. Yet, Li Shuwen felt that his sister needed a couple more years to mature at home. With her impulsive nature, she was not suited to travel alone just yet. This thought inexplicably brought to mind by Lu from the Unova region. Her father had also been apprehensive about letting her, a girl, venture out on her own, ultimately waiting until she was 14 before allowing her to embark on her Pokémon journey. Even then, her father had reconsidered midway. Li Shuwen now understood by Lu's father's feelings all too well. It was simply a fear of danger. The fighting gym leader from the Galar region, Kaido, had also suffered an unfortunate ankle injury while training outdoors. Fortunately, with the support of a Macamp, the consequences could have been dire. Only when Riolu evolves into Lucario, and he captures 2 or 3 additional Pokémon, could Li Shuwen feel secure in allowing his sister to travel. Li Mining was raised by Li Shuwen, and his mindset was akin to that of a protective father. As for the absent father Fei Wu, he and their deceased mother had shared a love story. The 2 children had been unexpected gifts. It had been over a week since Father Fei Wu last returned home. Ruffling Li Mining's hair, he said, "Then I will entrust the home to you." Li Mining saluted, assuring him, "Mission accomplished, sir." Li Shuwen nodded with satisfaction. Upon stepping outside, he called Father Fei Wu. It was quite rare for Father Fei Wu's call to connect at the end of the gym's working hours. "Shuwen, is everything all right at home? I'm uneasy about Li Mining being alone. You should return home soon." Father Fei Wu, Li Dazhuang, tapped the game console's buttons furiously. "Just let me finish this round, and I'll be right back. You mustn't get carried away and forget about this." Father Fei Wu laughed heartily, attempting to mask his embarrassment. "Of course not. After this round, I will absolutely head home." Yet, one could trust not a single word from Father Fei Wu. "I will call again shortly." Arriving at Uncle Fu's barbecue stall, Li Shuwen greeted him with a smile. "Uncle Fu." Uncle Fu chuckled. "Shuwen, you haven't visited my barbecue stall in ages." "Well, here I am today," Li Shuwen replied with a smile. "It's because Li Ci has returned. 8 years have flown by since those 2 kids came to enjoy barbecue. And now they've both grown so tall. By the way, Shuwen, someone suspicious has been inquiring about the Curtain Gym. That kid clearly isn't a good person. You must be cautious." Uncle Fu, having run a business for so many years, had seen both good and bad people. "He seems to have a scheme brewing. Probably plotting revenge against you." When I asked if he had failed to challenge the gym today, he stayed silent, but it's likely. Li Shuwen described the appearance of today as challenger. "Is it that gloomy-faced kid with glasses?" "That's him." Li Shuwen had initially anticipated encountering that small-time thug, but was taken aback to discover it was a Yuan from Baidai City. Realization dawned upon him as he slightly furrowed his brow, contemplating how best to address the situation. Lacey emerged, asking, "Shuwen, why aren't you going inside?" Uncle Fu had informed Lacey of the matter, and his expression darkened. "Shuwen, you are not suited to confront this. It is better left to me." "You?" Li Shuwen shook his head, insisting, "No need, I can handle this myself. Focus on your challenge in the combat expansion zone." Lacey's demeanor turned serious. "What about our friendship? When I captured Muker in the tall grass, it was thanks to your and Shinin's assistance that I caught my first Pokémon. In comparison, dealing with a mere nuisance is trivial." Li Shuwen was taken aback and hastily waved his hand. "Not to that extent. A lesson will suffice. There's no need to take his life." Lacey's lips twitched. I merely intend to intimidate him. Why does it feel like the usually gentle Shuwen is more ruthless, suggesting killing? Li Shuwen quickly nodded. That's good, then. Lacey turned to Uncle Fu. Fu Shu. The usual, please bring us some dishes. Certainly, just a moment, Uncle Fu replied. The two returned to the dining table where a somewhat timid purple-haired boy was seated obediently. Jinzi, how is your studies lately? Jinzi promptly replied, pretty good. Lacey ruffled his hair. Jinzi is indeed diligent. He achieved first place at the Pokémon Trainer Preparatory School, justifying the expenses I incurred for his education. Li Shuwen nodded. With first place, Jinzi can receive the 3 initial Pokémon from the Sinnoh region, sparing him the need to prepare any himself for his journey. Jinzi, have you decided which one to choose? Jinzi exclaimed, I want to pick Turtwig. Then I eagerly await your challenge at the Veilstone Gym with Turtwig. Li Shuwen said with a smile. Indeed, during this period, Jinzi appeared quite endearing, devoid of any heavy burdens. Lacey's family faced hardships. His parents encountered misfortune while delivering goods, tragically struck by a rolling Geodude from the mountains. Their ranch was seized, all Pokémon taken to settle debts. But the creditor kindly allowed the brothers to keep the land and house, likely because they were deemed worthless, worth less than a single Tauros. Thus, Lacey had to strive to become a trainer to support his younger brother. This urgency contributed to Lacey's seemingly impatient approach to nurturing Pokémon. Barbecue is here. Privately, Lacey was generally quite amiable. This was evident from the fact that at 18, he was still drinking juice, enjoying the barbecue. The two reminisced about their youthful memories at the age of 10. Mukiing is now my ace, relying on Brave Bird as fierce assault. I have no idea how many foes it has helped me vanquish. Shuwen, why don't you travel with mining? Traveling is immensely beneficial for a trainer's growth. Perhaps it is due to lacking this experience that Shinin has yet to evolve. Without encountering vast mountains and seas, one's mindset may indeed lag behind others. Hiking is arduous, but every trainer who has experienced it emerges transformed. Li Shuwen tore off a skewer of lamb and sipped his juice. I will consider it. Li Shuwen's current predicament bore some resemblance to Xiaojiang's. He was reluctant to part with the family business while also needing to care for his younger siblings. Fortunately, Li Shuwen had only one sister, whereas Xiaojiang had a whole brood to look after. Managing 9 siblings while successfully running the Nibi Gym was no small feat truly. Xiaojiang was a man among men. Chapter 18, Exposure. Li Shuwen valued the Veilstone Gym significantly, as the league allocated badges based on the gym's operational status, determining the ratio of trainers awarded badges to those participating in the league conference. They assessed whether the monthly and annual badge distribution met the minimum requirements. A complex series of criteria that resulted in operational subsidies for the gym, ranging from hundreds of thousands to millions each month. Currently, the Sinnoh League boasted 25 gyms, with the Veilstone Gym ranked 13th, a position neither particularly poor nor excellent. Before Li Shuwen took over, the Veilstone Gym had consistently been a strong contender for the top 3, albeit now languishing at the bottom. Nevertheless, the monthly subsidy of 100,000 league coins allowed the siblings, Li Shuwen and Li Mining, to live comfortably. Li Shuwen had already stepped into the life of a working individual. He managed to travel once or twice a year, while local excursions, such as spring outings, occurred once or twice a month. After all, gym trainers were human too, and taking 2 to 3 days off each month was entirely reasonable. Now ranked 13th, Li Shuwen estimated that he would receive around 300,000 in subsidies this month. The disparity among gym trainers was not overly exaggerated. Subsidies were not entirely siphoned by the top 8 gyms. However, the annual rotation battles for gym trainers saw broadcasting fees largely claimed by the leading trainers. Last year, Old Man Feiwu participated and returned home with 200,000. Given that Old Man Feiwu rarely spent more than a few days with Mac Hoke, his earnings were commendable, indicating he was not the lowest-ranked gym trainer. Being a gym trainer was undoubtedly a high-paying profession. It was only natural for the league to impose strict evaluations on gyms given the substantial financial resources involved. This was also why Li Shuwen was hesitant to travel. Should he return from a journey only to find the Veilstone Gym shut down due to mismanagement by Old Man Feiwu, he would face a multitude of complex procedures to reopen it. As they enjoyed their meal, Li Shuwen suddenly recalled that he had forgotten to call Old Man Feiwu. He quickly rose and exited the barbecue shop to make the call. Upon seeing Li Shuwen's name on his phone, Old Man Feiwu, still at the game center, instantly changed his expression, realizing he had forgotten. He hastily grabbed his phone and sprinted towards the Veilstone Gym. Fortunately, his skills as a fighter had not entirely faded, allowing him to run swiftly. Hello, Shuwen. I'm at home. Everything is fine, and mining is behaving well. Li Shuwen felt a twinge of suspicion upon hearing the faint sounds on the line. After hanging up, he returned to the table. Lacey, I feel a bit uneasy about that fellow Uncle Fu mentioned earlier. I plan to head back early. How about this? Tomorrow you bring Jinzi to the Veilstone Gym. I just procured a batch of fresh ingredients, and we can prepare a grand feast in the backyard. Lacey nodded. All right. Leaving the young lady alone at home isn't ideal. My actions today were indeed somewhat imprudent. Li Shuwen waved his hand. The relationship between trainers and Pokémon is inherently one of parting amicably, as long as there is no malicious deceit, release, or trade. Finding a suitable trainer for Pokémon that aren't a good fit is perfectly acceptable. Li Shuwen approached Uncle Fu, who was tending to the barbecue. Fu Shu, I must take my leave now. Why so early? Eat a bit more. Do you find my barbecue unpalatable? Li Shuwen chuckled. Fu Shu, your skills remain sharp. But it is concerning the matter you brought up earlier. I must return to be cautious. Uncle Fu nodded. Indeed, one can never predict the actions of those harboring grievances. Old Man Feiwu dashed back to the Veilstone Gym, leaping across rooftops, finally arriving within 10 minutes. A robust man suddenly leaped over the wall and into the curtained dojo. Under the moonlight, his striking pink hair was particularly eye-catching. After inquiring all afternoon, Yuan, who had failed to gather any incriminating information about the dojo, suddenly recalled something. He had seen this robust man before, during the broadcast of the Sinnoh League's gym leader rotation battle. Although the man's performance was not particularly impressive, Yuan distinctly remembered his martial arts attire and pink hair. Last October, this robust man was indeed the trainer at the curtain dojo. By February of this year, it had been replaced by that young fellow. The process of changing dojo trainers could not possibly occur so swiftly. There must be something amiss. Feeling as though he had uncovered a secret about the curtain dojo, Yuan hurriedly ran towards the internet cafe. He intended to check the official Sinnoh League website to ascertain the identity of the curtain dojo's trainer. Indeed, such a simple question. Why hadn't he thought of it sooner? Hearing the commotion, Li Mining cautiously pushed open the door. With her Riolu baring its teeth in readiness to pounce and deliver a fierce bite at the first sign of wrongdoing. Just as the Fog Father entered the living room, Riolu lunged at him, followed closely by Li Mining's flying kick. The Fog Father swiftly defended against their combined assault. Xiao Ning, it's Daddy, he exclaimed. Li Mining, somewhat surprised, asked, how come you're back? Your brother was worried about you being home alone, so he called me back, the Fog Father replied, clasping his hands together. When your brother returns, you must tell him I was back early. Li Mining squinted slightly. Well, that depends on your sincerity, Daddy. The Fog Father pounded his chest in assurance. Just tell me what you need, and I will buy it for you. His tone then shifted dramatically. But let us not get too extravagant. I haven't seen much money lately. Li Mining eyed him skeptically, unconvinced of his financial plight. The Fog Father's living expenses were sustained by his gaming earnings in the game center. Food, lodging, all funded by the virtual currency he accrued. Otherwise, he wouldn't be absent from home so frequently. The Fog Father was quite skilled at games, after all. He had managed to redeem both a heart scale and a Riolu for the siblings using game currency. Thus, he must possess a considerable amount of virtual currency. Really? I don't believe you. The Fog Father, caught off guard, quickly explained. All right, actually, I have my eyes set on the latest grand prize, intending to redeem it for your brother as a gift for his coming of age. Satisfied, Li Mining nodded. Since it's a gift for my brother, I won't press you too hard, but I want the latest model of a backpack. The Fog Father's expression changed instantly. The latest backpack? You're not planning to sneak off on a trip with your brother, are you? That's simply one do. If I dare buy that for you, your brother will never let me back in the house. Li Mining puffed out her cheeks. I'm already 10. Why can't I go on a trip? The Fog Father's probing question struck at her very soul. Can you start a fire? Can you cook? Can you read a map? With downcast spirits, Li Mining plopped down on the floor. I don't care. I want to go on a trip. As Li Shuwen entered the door, he immediately heard Li Mining throwing a tantrum. If you want to travel, you must first pass my wilderness survival training. Then I will allow you to go. Really? Li Mining sprang up from the floor in excitement. Of course. Just kidding. Meanwhile, the little schemer at the internet cafe logged into the official Sinnoh League website to verify the identity of the Curtain Dojo's trainer. Upon seeing the full-body image of the robust man in martial arts attire, he burst into gleeful laughter. He planned to challenge the Curtain Dojo again in a couple of days, seizing the opportunity to secretly photograph that young trainer commanding Pokémon in the gym battle. Along with a complete audio recording, he would report the unauthorized assumption of the gym trainer's responsibilities and the illegal use of Pokémon not trained by the individual in question. He would present these materials to the Sinnoh League's inspection team. Let us see how Li Shuwen manages this time. Dreaming of inheriting the Curtain Dojo, indeed. Chapter 19. The Objective. Li Shuwen would grant Li Mining a chance. He understood that it was better to guide than to block. Yet, the opportunity he provided Li Mining was akin to a carrot dangling before a donkey, visible but unattainable. As a martial arts girl, Li Mining's greatest weakness lay in her studies. Whether she could pass this wilderness survival training assessment depended not on actual survival skills, but rather on her performance in the evaluation. As a reincarnated individual from the Celestial Empire, Li Shuwen excelled not only in taking exams, but also in crafting them. That very night, he prepared a wilderness survival assessment paper, encompassing comprehensive knowledge points across various domains, divided into multiple choice, fill-in-the-blank, and short-answer questions. He placed the exam paper before Li Mining. Complete it. I don't require a perfect score. As long as you achieve 80 points, you may go on your trip. Upon seeing the paper, Li Mining felt a headache beginning to throb. The first question read, when your Pokémon inadvertently encounters a victory bell and inhales the toxic pollen it emits, becoming paralyzed and struggling to breathe, which of the following options is the correct course of action? A. Mouth-to-mouth resuscitation. B. Antidote. C. A spear berry. D. Pecha berry. Without a moment's thought, Li Mining selected B. When paralyzed, one would naturally use an antidote. However, both the toxic pollen and paralysis mentioned in the question were traps. The crux of the matter lay in the difficulty of breathing. In reality, this was an allergic reaction to inhaled pollen. The correct answer was a spear berry. Numerous similar questions followed. For Li Mining, not only achieving 80 points, but even completing this exam was a daunting task. After half an hour of struggle, she despaired and collapsed at the first fill-in-the-blank question. Brother, can't we skip the exam and proceed directly to wilderness training? Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. If you can't even pass the theoretical knowledge, how can you claim to succeed in wilderness training? Finish the exam first, submit it for grading, and then based on the results, you will learn the knowledge you lack. If you wish to travel, you must first learn independence. The Curtain Library. I trust you know which way the door opens? With a sigh, Li Mining conceded, I know. Li Shuwen smiled and ruffled her hair. All right, go to bed. We'll figure out how to tackle the exam tomorrow. With her spirits dampened, Li Mining left. And even Riolu mirrored her mood, drooping its head. After the duo departed, Li Shuwen relayed the information Uncle Fu had shared with him to the Fog Father. The Fog Father immediately ceased his playful demeanor. In that case, Shuwen, it's better if you don't take on challenges for me anymore. Leave it all to me. Once you have 6 Pokémon, promptly apply to the league for a change in gym trainer. Li Shuwen rolled his eyes. Leave it to you? Can you be trusted? The Fog Father quickly raised his hand. I promise. This time I will stay put in the dojo and accept the trainer challenges. Li Shuwen waved his hand dismissively. No need. Just ensure you're reachable by phone and can return promptly for challenges. I won't let you engage in games. I feel that would lead to even greater trouble. The dojo closes at 5. You can play until midnight and then return to sleep. Ready for the next day as challenges. With an awkward smile, the Fog Father conceded. All right, I'll do as you say. Can I go back to gaming now? Under Li Shuwen's piercing gaze, the Fog Father obediently retreated to his room to sleep. Primarily, it is the Galarian Ducklet, a rare fighting-type Pokémon in the Sinnoh region. Many gaming enthusiasts are diligently accumulating game currency. If Li Dazhuang does not exert himself doubly, it is uncertain whether he can be the first to redeem the Galarian Ducklet as a gift for his son. Restricted to the hours between 5 and 12 at the Curtain Game City, Li Dazhuang calculated that he should still be able to reach his target game currency first. As long as he engages in a few duels with the top-ranked players, he can ensure that the Galarian Ducklet will be within his grasp. In the early morning, while savoring the breakfast prepared by Li Shuwen, the Fog Daddy expressed his delight. Indeed, home-cooked breakfast is satisfying. In the morning, Lacey visited with Xinzi. Although Li Mining felt somewhat dissatisfied with Lacey's decision to abandon the poor frog, her displeasure was soon overshadowed by the joy of a barbecue in the backyard at noon. Have you completed your exam paper? Li Mining was momentarily taken aback. What exam paper? Xinzi's academic performance is commendable. Perhaps he could assist you in reviewing it. Lacey's praise made Xinzi puff up with pride. Li Shuwen set up the grill and said, Little sister, bring out the exam paper and let Xinzi tutor you in completing it. Li Mining's eyes darted, filled with skepticism. Are you capable of that? Xinzi, with his head held high, declared, I am the top student at the preparatory trainer school. There is no question I cannot tackle. Observing his confidence, Li Mining decided to retrieve the exam paper for him. Upon examining it, Xinzi furrowed his brow slightly. You made a mistake on the first question. The pollen of the Bawanghua must be combined with the Acilii wada wheat. The two children worked on the exam paper while Lacey prepared the ingredients. On my way back, I encountered a fiery Monferno challenging trainers atop a mountain to the west of Curtain City, having defeated numerous trainers. This Monferno would be perfect for you. If you manage to capture it, you could significantly enhance your team's strength. Li Shuwen nodded. The Monferno itself could serve as an immediate combat force upon capture. Moreover, Monferno can evolve into a ghost and fighting type combination, the abandoned monkey, which would boost its power considerably. A trainer who challenges others is clearly ambitious. Why haven't you captured it, Lacey? Lacey shook his head. A Monferno that cannot control its temper does not meet my criteria for capture. I lack the patience to train it to manage its anger. Shuwen, your patience is commendable. Entrusting the Monferno to you would be most fitting. You should go soon. Having defeated so many trainers, it is likely already renowned. Li Shuwen chuckled. If it were that easy for other trainers to capture it, it would indicate that this Monferno is not as special as it seems. Lacey did not understand. A Monferno thrives on its rage. The Fog Daddy's Monferno had caused considerable trouble for the gym due to its uncontrollable temper, yet Li Shuwen never considered the need to rein it in. The power of Monferno stems from its fury, and even its evolution is born from this uncontrollable anger. After all, the abandoned monkey could also be dubbed the Rage Monkey. This ghostly attribute signifies that the Monferno literally worked itself to death from anger. Lacey nodded in agreement. Indeed, but you must witness it firsthand. Only by battling the Monferno can you determine if it is suitable for you. Li Shuwen marinated a large bowl of lamb ribs with onions, ginger, cooking wine, and spices. Just as the Fog Daddy returned to work diligently, I will go see it tomorrow. Chapter 20. The Fiery Monferno. After receiving 2 challengers in the morning, the Fog Daddy felt a touch of nostalgia. It smells wonderful. When can we eat? Uncle, my fried pork chops will be ready shortly. As he spoke, Lacey placed several pieces of pork into the oil for double frying. Lacey, long time no see. How have you been? Which regions have you challenged recently? Li Dazhuang greeted him warmly. Lacey sighed. My best achievement has only been the runner-up at the Colorful Ghost Conference. There remains a significant gap between me and the champion. If Lacey could overcome his impatient tendencies, he might indeed secure the championship. However, such realizations must come from Lacey himself, and Li Shuwen could not intervene. The fried pork chops were ready. Lacey retrieved the golden brown pork chops, slicing them into strips, the aroma wafting through the air. Ketchup, sour plum sauce, and barbecue sauce adorned the table, ready for enjoyment. Uncle, mining, Jinzi, Shuwen. Come and try the fried pork chops I made. Li Shuwen cut 1 pork chop into 3 pieces, sampling each of the 3 sauces. His eyes lit up. The coating was crispy, the meat juicy, and each sauce offered a distinct flavor. Lacey, if you were to open a barbecue restaurant, Uncle Fu would have to shut down his business. That's quite an exaggeration. Soon, Li Shuwen's grilled lamb ribs were also ready, each portion generously cut, accompanied by 3 different sauces. Li Shuwen even thoughtfully prepared small pieces for Mindscale and Poor Frog. You two should also have a taste. Tomorrow we will head to Tsiyun Mountain, and whether you can capture the Monferno will depend entirely on your skills. The Poor Frog chewed on the lamb rib, a glimmer of determination in its eyes. With me in action, capturing the Monferno will be a breeze. First, defeat the Monferno, then deal with this Lacey fellow. Mindscale observed the Poor Frog's demeanor and decided to let it take the lead. It would be a way to care for its new colleague. After 8 years of following Li Shuwen, Mindscale was well aware that their master's kindness often came with arduous tasks. Since the Poor Frog wished to prove itself, it would be allowed to take the forefront. Once the Poor Frog gauged the Monferno's strength, Mindscale would step in to turn the tide. Li Shuwen had procured plenty of ingredients, and alongside Lacey, they not only satisfied the appetites of the Fog Daddy and Li Mining, both of whom had hearty appetites, but also indulged their 8 companions. The Curtain Gym had not witnessed such liveliness in a long time. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. Lacey, let your Pokémon join in the festivities. Lacey shook his head. Forget it, I don't particularly enjoy being too close with my Pokémon. Li Shuwen beckoned to Jinzi. Would you like to see your brother's Pokémon? Jinzi looked at Lacey with eager anticipation. Yes. Noticing Jinzi's enthusiasm, Lacey found it difficult to refuse. All right then. With Mook Eagle, Dragon King Scorpion, Duanjia, and Meowth by his side, each Pokémon exuded an imposing and fierce presence, as if they might pounce at any moment. Their arrival somewhat dampened the festive atmosphere of the gathering. Li Shuwen stepped forward and distributed the lamb ribs and fried pork chops among them. Here, try the culinary skills of your master. Upon tasting the delicious food, their fierce demeanor softened. Li Shuwen smiled. Lacey, sometimes tempering one's sharpness can lead to a more formidable attack in the next round. As a good friend, Li Shuwen could only offer this much help to Lacey. Lacey pondered thoughtfully. lowering his head. Suiyun Mountain, the most famous attraction in the western outskirts of Curtain City, is a favorite among many climbers seeking leisure. Li Shuwen, clad in mountaineering attire, was accompanied by Mindscale and Poor Frog as they advanced towards the area where Lei Si described the Monferno's activities. The heavy rumbling sound must be the sound of large rocks crashing against the mountainside. Rolling Stone, are you all right? The voice was filled with concern, as it seemed that the onyx was gravely injured. Cha-cha-cha, echoed the cries of the fiery monkey. Poor mountaineer. He and his onyx had become the targets of the fiery monkey. Rushing over, Li Shuwen arrived at the scene to find the fiery monkey bouncing energetically atop a boulder, resembling a creature with hyperactivity. Noticing that the mountaineer had not sent out a second Pokémon for a prolonged period, the fiery monkey was about to depart when it spotted Li Shuwen approaching with 2 Pokémon in tow. The fiery monkey waved at Li Shuwen. Cha-cha-cha. The mischievous Frogadier stepped forward, despite having trained under Machoke for merely 2 days. Yet, Frogadier believed it had undergone a remarkable transformation. With an air of fitness, Frogadier began to limber up, a crimson glow pulsating through its muscles. The fiery monkey charged directly at Frogadier, delivering a punch with overwhelming force. The poison sting. There was no evading this attack. It had to engage the fiery monkey head-on. The fiery monkey's speed was astounding, allowing it to strike Frogadier, who could only brace for the impact. Even after enhancing its strength, Frogadier found the fiery monkey's power to be superior. However, fortune favored Frogadier as a flicker of purple crossed the fiery monkey's face. Seizing the moment while the fiery monkey trembled slightly from the poison, Li Shuwen took the opportunity to enhance Frogadier once more. Rather than inducing panic, the poison seemed to fuel the fiery monkey's rage. Cha-cha-cha. Its eyes, glaring with fury, were bloodshot, and it appeared as though the fiery monkey itself was becoming engulfed in a crimson aura. Another furious punch was unleashed. The impact sent Frogadier hurtling away, crashing against the mountainside and becoming buried beneath the rubble. Li Shuwen was taken aback by the fiery monkey's earlier assault. Meanwhile, while Frogadier battled the fiery monkey, the shimmering Dratini quietly accumulated layers of Dragon Dance, achieving 5 in total. Feeling empowered, Dratini believed it could defeat a Tauros with a single tail strike. The fiery monkey, undeterred by Dratini's presence, swung its fists with relentless aggression. Protect. Dratini made a slight adjustment in posture, mitigating a significant portion of the fiery monkey's strength. Dragon Tail. With a swift turn, Dratini's tail struck the fiery monkey's abdomen, sending it hurtling back and shattering a boulder over 2 meters high. Rising again, the fiery monkey now radiated a bright red glow. This was not the glow of enhancement. It was the manifestation of rage. The ordinary move, Rage, would increase its potency after being attacked by the enemy. When combined with a punch of immense weight, it could potentially lead to the evolution-inducing Rage Punch. The fiery monkey's previous strike had hinted at the essence of this Rage Punch. Roar. An intense sonic wave surged forth, propelling the fiery monkey directly in front of Dratini, landing a blow squarely on Dratini's face. Remarkably, the roar had scarcely diminished the fiery monkey's attacking power. This was not an issue with Dratini. It was simply that this fiery monkey was fueled by an insatiable temper. Its fury allowed the fiery monkey to maintain unwavering combat prowess. This fiery monkey possessed remarkable talent, capable of melding the nascent form of the Rage Punch. With its fierce temperament, it might even evolve into a Rage Monkey. Dratini, resilient and tough, clambered up from the debris, once more unleashing a resounding roar at the fiery monkey. With fists enveloped in red flames, the fiery monkey charged at Dratini with a furious shout. Protect. Dratini's scales shimmered with a metallic sheen, bracing against the fiery monkey's punch. It then retaliated, sending the fiery monkey flying. Well done, Dratini. Upon hearing Li Shuwen's encouragement, Frogadier, having dislodged the rubble from its body, rose determinedly. The fiery monkey was meant to be his. That icy gaze sent a shiver down the mountaineer's spine, causing him to falter and sit beside his onyx. Chapter 21, Evolution. Dragonite. This fiery monkey was exceptionally gifted. Its fury seemed boundless. As it suffered from poison, its stamina waned, yet its rage only intensified. After being struck by Dratini, its stamina barely diminished, and its anger surged anew. Remarkably, the fiery monkey charged again, delivering a punch that sent Dratini flying, further fueling its rage. Being struck elevated its fury, and striking others only intensified it. With anger on the rise, the fiery monkey's attack power grew. Cha-cha-cha. The fiery monkey wildly flailed its fists, charging at Dratini with the intent to utterly defeat it. Protect. Yet, the fiery monkey's fury seemed to allow it to infinitely escalate, sending Dratini crashing against the rocky wall. Dratini landed, shaking its head. Meanwhile, Frogadier, having consumed an abundance of orange berries, leaped forward, shimmering with a menacing purple glow. Frogadier. Li Shuwen was astonished by Frogadier's tenacity and refusal to yield. Poison Sting. A rapid flurry of strikes. Excellent, Frogadier, show the fiery monkey our spirit. The fiery monkey deflected all of Frogadier's attacks with a downward chop. Noticing that the poison sting had no effect, Frogadier opened its mouth and unleashed a mud bomb at close range. This move was brutal. It sent both the fiery monkey and itself flying. Preparing in advance, Frogadier immediately charged at the fiery monkey upon landing. Leaping high, it executed a brick break, striking the fiery monkey atop its head. The fiery monkey stood momentarily stunned before delivering a punch that resembled a powerful collision, sending Frogadier spiraling like a leaf in the wind. Exploding punch. Frogadier crashed to the ground, losing its fighting capability. Li Shuwen withdrew Frogadier into its pokeball. Rest well, Frogadier. Turning to Dratini. Dratini nodded and charged at the fiery monkey. The fiery monkey similarly charged forward, lowering its head to clash with Dratini. The two heads collided. Dratini was sturdier, but the fiery monkey possessed greater strength. Though Dratini was knocked back, its low center of gravity meant the damage was minimal. The fiery monkey, shaking its head, prepared for another clash. Dratini used headbutt. Fueled by rage, Dratini surged forward, its heart-shaped scales glinting with metallic brilliance as they collided with the fiery monkey's forehead. Iron Head. Li Shuwen cheered, exhilarated to witness Dratini learning a new skill. Wonderful. Despite acquiring Iron Head, Dratini still struggled against the fiery monkey, tumbling backward in disarray. Dratini, once more. Iron Head. The flames of determination ignited within Dratini, unleashing an even more potent assault. This time, though still forced back by the fiery monkey, Dratini merely slid backward without falling. Iron Head. Maximum power. Li Shuwen focused intently, pouring every ounce of strength into his shout. Dratini. Under the influence of the Iron Head's intimidation effect, the fiery monkey experienced a brief moment of dizziness, yet managed to regain a semblance of consciousness. Why engage with the heart scale using one's head when fists could suffice? With a fierce howl, the fiery monkey swung its fists once more, passionately colliding with the heart scale. To both their astonishment, this time, they were evenly matched. Indeed, this was the kind of adversary the fiery monkey craved. The previously dim red aura surged back to life. The heart scale let out a prolonged cry towards the heavens. In that moment, the spirit forged over 8 years of toil and sweat reached its zenith. The heart scale's body radiated a brilliance emblematic of evolution. This was the fruition of the sacrifices made by both the heart scale and Li Shuwen over the past 8 years. They owed their gratitude to the fiery monkey as well, for providing such a thrilling battle that triggered the heart scale's evolution. With a flash of white light, the heart scale's form elongated, transforming from a quadruped into a biped. Its forelimbs evolved into robust arms, enveloped in thick dragon scales, with claws emanating a chilling luminescence. It was now a dragon scale. The heart scale had finally evolved. The dragon scale unfurled its arms and unleashed a battle cry directed at the fiery monkey. A powerful gust of energy swept across the fiery monkey's visage, spurring it into a fierce charge. The evolution of its opponent only heightened the fiery monkey's excitement. Now endowed with greater strength, the dragon scale retaliated with its own dragon claws. Dragon claw. Explosive punch. This time, it was the fiery monkey that was sent hurtling away by the dragon scale, spinning through the air for 2.5 rotations. The fiery monkey landed atop a boulder, launching itself with such force that it cracked the rock beneath its feet. Its fury reignited. The explosive punch unleashed even greater might, channeling its rage into the attack, a quintessential technique of the fiery monkey. Faced with this punch, the dragon scale once again swung its claws to counter. However, the power emanating from the fiery monkey's fist exceeded the dragon scale's expectations. The immense force penetrated the dragon scale's body, causing chunks of rock to tumble from the cliffside. As the dragon scale rose, it flailed its arms wildly, striking the surrounding stones and cliff walls, even tearing off several scales from its own arms in the process. With this punch, the fiery monkey had effectively vented its battle intent. Nodding slightly, it acknowledged the dragon scale as a worthy opponent. Satisfied with today's bout, it was time to return home. Li Shuwen withdrew the dragon scale into its pokeball. Just as the fiery monkey turned to leave, Li Shuwen called out to it. Wait a moment, fiery monkey. The fiery monkey half-turned, surveying Li Shuwen from atop the boulder. Li Shuwen produced a pecha berry for detoxification and an oran berry for energy restoration, tossing them to the fiery monkey. The red pecha berry for detoxification. and the blue oran berry for restoring energy. Please enjoy these as a token of gratitude for aiding the dragon scale's evolution today. Should you wish for another battle, feel free to seek us out here tomorrow. Receiving the berries, the fiery monkey devoured them with astonishing speed, its anger dissipating as it nodded appreciatively at Li Shuwen before leaping away. Emerging from the corner, the mountaineer finally spoke up. What a fearsome fiery monkey. I'm grateful to you, young man, for having your Pokémon stand against it. Li Shuwen smiled, explaining, the fiery monkey harbors no ill will. It merely seeks to battle formidable Pokémon. All who enter this area must face its challenge. The mountaineer sighed. I merely intended to take advantage of the holiday to enjoy a nearby waterfall, only to be thwarted by a fiery monkey blocking my path. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. Do you often hike to admire waterfalls, sir? The mountaineer nodded. I typically venture to appreciate one or two each year. After witnessing a waterfall, I always feel rejuvenated, ready to work with renewed vigor for the next 6 months. Li Shuwen acknowledged. Today, the fiery monkey and dragon scale had an exhilarating fight. You can feel at ease to visit the waterfall. The mountaineer waved excitedly. Thank you. I'll head there now, just in time for the optimal viewing period. Chapter 22. Strengthening progress. After the mountaineer departed, Li Shuwen released the dragon scale and the toxicroak, gently inspecting their bodies and applying healing ointment to their injuries. Once treatment was complete, Toxicroak slowly opened its eyes, just in time to see Li Shuwen tending to the dragon scale's wounds. What a formidable dragon, it thought. Toxicroak closed its eyes and opened them again. The dragon before it couldn't possibly be the heart scale, could it? The dragon scale waved at Toxicroak. Linga. Toxicroak felt a pang of despair. We promised to strive together. How could you evolve in secret? Heart scale? What transpired after I was knocked out by the fiery monkey? How did you evolve in such a short time? There was no love left. Li Shuwen turned to sense Toxicroak's emotional shift. Comfortingly, he stroked Toxicroak's head. After 8 years of training with the heart scale, it has finally evolved into the dragon scale. I believe with diligent training, you too, Toxicroak, will evolve soon. Feeling the warmth of Li Shuwen's palm, Toxicroak narrowed its eyes slightly. Summoning its somewhat weakened body, Toxicroak resolved to begin training immediately. It yearned to grow stronger. It aimed to defeat the fiery monkey. Li Shuwen shook his head helplessly. Wait a moment, Toxicroak. First, have something to eat and regain your strength before training. He presented a platter of Pokémon food specially formulated to enhance muscle development, infused with a mild toxin to amplify Toxicroak's own toxicity. 2 benefits in one. Additionally, a glass of moo milk, slightly sweetened with honey, was prepared to uplift Toxicroak's spirits after its defeat. Take your time eating. In no time, Toxicroak annihilated the platter of Pokémon food with remarkable speed. The glass of milk was downed in one go. With the dragon scale's injuries treated, Li Shuwen prepared food and drink for it as well. Following its evolution, the dragon scale's appetite had significantly increased compared to the heart scale. While the heart scale would consume 1 platter, the dragon scale could devour 3. As for the moo milk, the dragon scale managed to drink 4 cups. Li Shuwen winced at the thought that his provisions might not suffice. What was originally meant to last 3 days would likely be consumed in less than a day by the dragon scale. Observing the dragon scale's voracious appetite, Toxicroak, who had planned to begin training, settled down again. Patting Toxicroak's platter, he said, All right, I'll fetch you another serving. Always striving to compete with the dragon scale, Toxicroak was too competitive. A new platter of Pokémon food and a cup of milk later, Toxicroak significantly slowed its pace of eating. Eventually, it even rose to walk around, moving to aid digestion, finally managing to finish both the food and milk. Having overeaten, Toxicroak found itself unable to train. Let us head nearby to see if we can find more food and gather firewood. We'll be staying here tonight. Just as they set off, Li Shuwen spotted the mountaineer, who had hurriedly returned. Sir, what's the matter? That fiery monkey is actually residing near the waterfall I always visit. I just saw it standing atop a large rock right in the center of the waterfall. Embracing the cascade of the waterfall felt akin to undergoing a certain form of spiritual training. Li Shuwen had initially believed that the fiery monkey would merely maintain its rising fury. He was pleasantly surprised to discover that it also recognized the necessity of tempering its overheated mind. The mountaineering elder's eyes sparkled with excitement as he remarked to the young man, With your formidable prowess, you should be able to subdue the fiery monkey soon, allowing me to quietly savor the beauty of the waterfall. Li Shuwen offered an awkward smile, patting the armored dragon's arm. I too wish to capture the fiery monkey at this very moment, yet it is undeniably strong. If the fiery monkey's fundamental physical attributes could advance to a higher tier, Its combat capabilities would likely surpass even that of the old man's fiery monkey. In any case, the fiery monkey's fighting spirit and innate fury far exceed those of the old man's creature. The latter's advantage lies solely in its basic stats and superior fighting skill proficiency. Once the armored dragon becomes accustomed to its evolved form and enhances its proficiency in dragon claw techniques, it should be able to contend evenly with the fiery monkey. At that point, capturing the fiery monkey with a pokeball would be nearly assured. Knowing the fiery monkey's habitat, Li Shuwen resolved not to wait for it to approach tomorrow. Instead, he planned to seek it out proactively. After snapping a photo of the armored dragon, he intended to share it with his brother, but alas, there was no signal on the mountain, rendering communication impossible. With a shrug, Li Shuwen resigned himself to waiting until they descended to share the joy of the armored dragon's evolution with his good friend. The mountaineering elder sighed. It seems I must descend and return next year to admire the waterfall's splendor. Disheartened, he trudged down the mountain. Li Shuwen shook his head in dismay, uncertain how many days it might take to capture the fiery monkey. Moreover, he sensed that the recent battle had invigorated his heart's treasure, prompting its evolution into the armored dragon. However, the fiery monkey's surging rage had also enhanced its physique, causing both its anger and the proficiency of its skills, such as the devastating punch, to increase. The fiery monkey sought out Pokémon battles not for the joy of combat, but as a means to grow stronger. To capture the fiery monkey, one must either do so in a single attempt or surpass its growth rate. The armored dragon was poised to try its hand at bodybuilding. Post-evolution, the armored dragon would find the basics of bodybuilding much easier to master. Utilizing the bodybuilding skill would enable the newly evolved Pokémon to develop even stronger muscles. Newly evolved Pokémon experience a brief period of accelerated growth. It was imperative to seize this opportunity to enhance the armored dragon's strength. Under the warm, red glow, the armored dragon's muscles bulged, stretching its scales taut. Armored dragon, dance of the dragons. The mischievous frog initiated its bodybuilding routine. The armored dragon swayed, its scales clashing with a melodious sound, as swirling blue-purple dragon currents enveloped its form. The mischievous frog stimulated its muscles, the warmth of the red glow urging its growth. After 2.5 hours of rigorous training, Li Shuwen felt the armored dragon had made more progress than it would in a year of arduous training. His confidence in defeating the fiery monkey surged. The mischievous frog also reaped substantial rewards from this encounter, witnessing a notable increase in its proficiency in skills such as toxic spikes and slash. After resting for a night, the next morning, Li Shuwen, accompanied by his invigorated armored dragon and mischievous frog, returned to the waterfall. Looking up, he marveled at the breathtaking scenery. Perhaps the next time he met with Baikai, they could arrange a picnic here. Fiery monkey, let us engage in battle once more. The tenacious, mischievous frog stepped forward first. The fiery monkey leaped onto the shore, launching an attack with a punch. Explosive punch. The mischievous frog activated its poison sac, its chilling toxic spikes countering the assault. Unfazed by its earlier defeat, the fiery monkey was again struck by the toxic spikes and became poisoned. Compared to yesterday, the mischievous frog retreated even more swiftly. After being knocked into the water, by the time it climbed back on its shore, the armored dragon and fiery monkey were already locked in combat. This time, the newly empowered armored dragon matched the fiery monkey blow for blow. Chapter 23. I captured the fiery monkey. After yet another collision between the explosive punch and dragon claw, both the fiery monkey and armored dragon recoiled, admiration gleaming in the fiery monkey's eyes. It had not anticipated such growth in the armored dragon in such a short span since its evolution. The armored dragon's combat prowess had reached a level comparable to its own. Intriguing. Armored dragon, dance of the dragons. The fiery monkey understood that the dance of the dragons served as a means for the armored dragon to enhance its combat capabilities. However, it refrained from interrupting, curious to witness just how powerful the armored dragon could become. With a mere tap of their fists, the fiery monkey's fury surged once more. Li Shuwen widened his eyes in disbelief. How could this be? They hadn't even struck each other, yet merely tapping fists could inflate its anger? How devious. Dragon claw. The fiery monkey countered with a punch, blocking the armored dragon's right hand. A smile crept across Li Shuwen's face. Armored dragon, use your left hand for the dragon claw. In that moment, the armored dragon's advantage in reach became apparent. The fiery monkey attempted to change its tactic, but the armored dragon, empowered by the dance of the dragons, struck first with its claw, forcing the fiery monkey back. The fiery monkey had not anticipated this move, catching it off guard. Since the heart's treasure had evolved into the armored dragon, the immense vitality characteristic of dragon-type Pokémon was beginning to manifest. The armored dragon's fundamental strength and defense had already surpassed that of the fiery monkey. Iron Head, seizing the opportunity, Li Shuwen commanded the armored dragon to launch a surprise attack. The Iron Head strike landed, suppressing the fiery monkey's rampant fury. The suppression of its anger only intensified the fiery monkey's rage. Li Shuwen speculated whether the Iron Head had struck a sensitive point related to the fiery monkey's anger. However, based on his preliminary observations, it seemed that this fiery monkey did not possess the characteristic of an anger point. Furthermore, when the armored dragon employed a battle cry to weaken the fiery monkey's attack power, the fiery monkey's attack did not rebound, indicating it did not possess the tenacity trait. The tenacity trait prevents the Pokémon from falling into a sleeping state, which may seem inconsequential, yet it imbued the fiery monkey with an indefinable vitality. Li Shuwen recognized that this creature could remain furious for an entire day. Armored Dragon, bodybuilding. Upon witnessing the armored dragon's enhancement, the fiery monkey observed with keen interest. Its muscles bulged, significantly elevating both its attack and defense. Dragon Claw. With renewed vigor, the armored dragon rarefied the fiery monkey's dominance. As the rounds progressed, the fiery monkey, fueled by its escalating fury, retaliated with equal fervor against the armored dragon. The mischievous frog stood in the water, astonished by the fiery monkey's transformation. What an aberration! The mischievous frog came to terms with reality. At present, it could not hope to match the fiery monkey. Rather than squandering time and energy in futile attempts to challenge it, the wisest course was to concentrate on training, aiming to surpass the fiery monkey's raw strength before confronting it again. The mischievous frog quietly swam to a rock beneath the waterfall. It began with bodybuilding, then leaped high, attempting to split the waterfall with a slash. The waterfall's immense force hurled the mischievous frog into the pool. Undeterred, the stubborn, mischievous frog resurfaced and repeated its training routine. As the morning sun pierced through the mountain mist, it illuminated the fervent armored dragon and fiery monkey. The sun's position continually shifted until it hung high in the center of the sky, casting down its searing rays. Yet, the battle between the armored dragon and the explosive monkey remained unresolved. Their endurance was astonishing. Li Shuwen had not anticipated that this contest would hinge not on offensive power or defensive capabilities, but rather on stamina and willpower. Remarkably, the duel had persisted for 3 hours. Both sides had become increasingly restrained, seldom utilizing skills, and instead relying on sheer physical strength to launch their attacks. Following yet another clash, a thunderous rumble emanated from the belly of the explosive monkey. Subsequently, as if influenced by its counterpart, a similar cacophony erupted from the belly of the armored dragon. The two combatants exchanged awkward glances, retracting their raised fists and claws. Li Shuwen exhaled, realizing that it was time to break for a meal. He glanced at the waterfall and called out to the bad frog, "Come back for dinner." The bad frog, however, remained oblivious, leaping once more and striking downwards with its hand to create a wave from the waterfall. Li Shuwen shook his head and began to prepare the necessary utensils and ingredients. Armored Dragon, could you please find some dry firewood nearby? The armored dragon nodded and swiftly made its way into the forest, with the explosive monkey following closely behind. Before long, they returned bearing a substantial amount of combustible dry wood. Well done. Let us have a bit of Pokémon food first. Watching the armored dragon and explosive monkey devour a large platter of Pokémon food with the voracity rivaling that of a Snorlax, Li Shuwen couldn't help but smile. He had known that cooking was the right choice. Otherwise, the meager amount of Pokémon food he had brought would have been utterly insufficient for two such gluttonous creatures. Their prolonged combat indicated their considerable appetite. After all, one could not endure such a lengthy battle without ample stamina. Of course, their equal prowess and skill were what allowed them to engage in a 3-hour stalemate. While adventuring outdoors, preparing meals must naturally be simple and efficient. Li Shuwen set about crafting 2 large pots of stew, placed over the fire, bubbling enticingly. The steam wafted up, lifting the lid and releasing an alluring aroma. The impatient explosive monkey was eager to begin eating immediately. Not yet. Li Shuwen waved his hands. Now is not the time. The armored dragon shook its head in agreement. Frustrated, the explosive monkey hopped about, but out of respect for the armored dragon, it chose to wait a little longer. Choosing to distance itself from the 2 large pots of stew, the explosive monkey retreated to its cave, clutching an apple in one hand and a pear in the other, eagerly biting into both. However, in its impatience, it soon discarded both fruits. After a torturous half-hour wait, the explosive monkey heard Li Shuwen and the armored dragon calling out, "Dinner time." With a gleeful Ling Jie, the explosive monkey dashed out of its cave and raced to the large pots. The plates that had previously held Pokémon food were now replaced with bowls suitable for stew. After serving a bowl to both the explosive monkey and the armored dragon, the sight of the armored dragon lifting its bowl to drink prompted the explosive monkey to mimic the action, preparing to gulp down the stew. However, the explosive monkey soon found its face flushed. It had suffered a burn far worse than that inflicted by the armored dragon's claws. Hot, hot, hot. Yet, the flavor was exquisite, indescribably delicious. The simple creature from the mountains had never encountered such a rich medley of flavors concentrated in a single pot of stew. Hot, fresh, fragrant, rich, bowl after bowl, until both large pots were emptied. The explosive monkey rubbed its belly and lay back, letting out a resounding belch. Li Shuwen had only managed to consume 2 bowls himself, having surrendered one to the bad frog, while the remainder had vanished into the bellies of the explosive monkey and the armored dragon. The armored dragon belched and released a stream of purple mist into the air. Li Shuwen widened his eyes in disbelief. It was merely a stew, yet the reaction was astonishing. Had the armored dragon truly learned dragon breath? Recognizing the atmosphere was ripe, Li Shuwen extended his hand towards the explosive monkey. Would you care to join us? From now on, you can enjoy such delectable stews daily and engage in battles with the armored dragon. Chapter 24. Your boyfriend isn't bad. Faced with Li Shuwen's outstretched hand, the explosive monkey's gaze flickered before it stood and placed its hand atop Li Shuwen's. After the battles of yesterday and today, coupled with the sumptuous stew, the explosive monkey had come to accept the armored dragon as a worthy opponent and Li Shuwen as a capable trainer. Welcome aboard. Li Shuwen produced a classic red and white pokeball, enlarging it and presenting it before the explosive monkey. With a fist extended, the explosive monkey tapped the pokeball, which promptly drew it inside with a satisfying click, signifying Li Shuwen's official capture of the explosive monkey. Meanwhile, the prolonged training had left the bad frog's muscles fatigued, struggling to maintain its footing on the slick stones. It was swept away by the current and carried to the spot where Li Shuwen was cooking. With a resigned shake of his head, Li Shuwen reached out, grasping the bad frog's foot and hauling it ashore. After shaking off the water, he placed the bad frog on the picnic blanket. I saved you some stew. Hurry and eat before it gets cold. Cradling the large bowl, the bad frog took a sip, tears of gratitude welling up in its eyes. Li Shuwen gently placed a hand on the bad frog's shoulder. Take your time. Training does not yield results overnight. In this phase, we will focus on enhancing your physical attributes through bodybuilding and learning to harness power from various parts of your body. Additionally, direct confrontation is not your forte. Utilizing toxins to weaken opponents and engaging in guerrilla tactics is where your strengths lie. Once we return, we'll begin studying toxic skills. Li Shuwen could sense that the bad frog had faced a series of setbacks recently, leading to a dip in confidence and a more impatient demeanor. Learning toxic skills would help bolster the bad frog's self-assurance. The explosive monkey could withstand ordinary toxins, but the potency of toxic attacks would multiply. In a state of fury, even the explosive monkey would struggle to endure such effects. Having successfully captured the explosive monkey, Li Shuwen promptly packed his belongings and descended the mountain. Upon reaching the base and regaining cell service near the city, he immediately sent a photo of the armored dragon to his good friend, the dancing armored dragon. Hey buddy, look, my heart-scaled treasure has evolved. Upon receiving Li Shuwen's message, Cynthia couldn't help but smile. The armored dragon had just evolved, and this lad had already altered his online name. Shark God of War, congratulations. Does this mean you are going to apply to become the new gym leader at the Curtain Gym? The dancing armored dragon. Indeed. This time, my venture into the mountains to capture the explosive monkey serendipitously triggered my evolution through battle. Luck is truly on my side. Shark God of War. That's no mere luck. It's the fruit of your diligent training. Learning of the heart-scaled treasure's evolution. Cynthia felt a surge of inexplicable joy. Now that the explosive monkey was captured, it was time to consider its evolutionary prospects. There were numerous cases of explosive monkeys perishing due to uncontrolled rage. The evolution of the explosive monkey into the furious monkey required careful consideration. Rather than pondering aimlessly, it would be wiser to consult her all-knowing good friend, the dancing armored dragon. Hey buddy, have you heard of the move Rage Fist and the evolution of the explosive monkey into the furious monkey? This particular inquiry delved into a blind spot within Cynthia's knowledge. Shark God of War, what is that? The dancing armored dragon. I've heard that in the Paldea region, there exists a move unique to the explosive monkey called Rage Fist. The dancing armored dragon. By mastering the move Rage Fist, the fiery monkey can transcend its corporeal form, evolving into the Forsaken monkey. Cynthia furrowed her brow slightly. She was familiar with the Paldea region, but had never set foot there. Perhaps she could inquire with Professor Sada an expert in Pokémon evolution, who might possess knowledge about Rage Fist and the Forsaken Monkey. Shark Battle God. I'm not well versed in that, but I can certainly ask around to see if any experts in the Sinnoh region have information on Rage Fist. Li Shuwen's eyes widened as he quickly typed his question. The dancing armored dragon. You're not referring to Professor Sada, are you? Before his journey, he perceived Professor Sada as merely an ordinary regional researcher. However, after immersing himself in extensive literature on Pokémon, he came to appreciate the formidable expertise of Professor Sada and Professor Oak, renowned researchers of global stature. If even Professor Sada lacked the information, the only recourse would be to venture into the Paldea region, engage with local fiery monkeys, and learn Rage Fist through battle. Shark Battle God. Indeed. I assisted Professor Sada with some trivial research in the past, so I'm somewhat acquainted with him. The dancing armored dragon. Brother, that's impressive. Could Professor Sada's research be trivial? Grateful for his friend's assistance in contacting Professor Sada, Li Shuwen felt compelled to express his gratitude. The dancing armored dragon. The local delicacies I sent you previously were quite delectable, weren't they? Cynthia nodded. The snacks prepared by Li Shuwen were indeed delightful. Shark Battle God. They were quite tasty. The dancing armored dragon. Since you enjoyed them, I shall prepare some more and send them to you in Lily of the Valley City. Shark Battle God. Sounds good. Upon learning that Cynthia had visited Curtain City without bringing back any local specialties, her grandmother reproached her, questioning why she hadn't procured even a small token. All she returned with was a box of incense, which was, in fact, crafted by Li Shuwen himself, as Curtain City produced none of those items. Speaking of incense, Cynthia had merely placed it aside without ever testing its effects. An idea struck her. Why not try it today? She dashed into Professor Mustard's room. Grandma, where's the incense burner at home? Professor Mustard raised an eyebrow, finally recalling the incense gifted by her young admirer. Cynthia's face flushed. Grandma, what are you talking about? We are not. Professor Mustard chuckled knowingly. All right, if you say so. The incense burner is in the living room. I retrieved it from the cabinet upon seeing you brought back a box of incense. Cynthia immediately hugged Professor Mustard, exclaiming, You're the best, Grandma. Let us try the incense that guy sent us. After locating the burner and the incense, Cynthia returned to Professor Mustard's room, lit a stick of incense, and placed it in the burner. As the incense smoldered, a refreshing and delicate jasmine fragrance began to permeate the room. Professor Mustard nodded in approval, noting the pleasant aroma, which could invigorate the spirit. Lighting a stick while translating ancient texts would surely be beneficial. Your boyfriend is quite the catch, resourceful and attentive. The local delicacies he sent last time and now this incense are both commendable. When will you bring him to meet Grandma? You're not getting any younger. It's time to consider your romantic prospects, especially now that you're a member of the Elite Four. Cynthia quickly retorted. I've only just become a member of the Elite Four. I'm still aiming for the title of champion. Professor Mustard shook her head. Becoming a champion is another matter entirely. Which man could withstand the pressure of marrying a champion? Cynthia's cheeks flushed. Grandma, if she were to become champion and Li Shuwen discovered her identity, the mere thought of it made her anxious. What if he exclaimed, Bro, that's amazing. Professor Mustard chuckled softly. The fact that the two had been chatting online for 5 years indicated a shared passion for various pursuits. As someone with experience, Professor Mustard subtly nudged, hoping for their relationship to deepen. It wasn't simply about her enjoyment of local delicacies. She wanted Cynthia to spend more time with him. Chapter 25, Concealment. After running out of the room and calming her emotions, Cynthia took out her phone and dialed Professor Sada. Cynthia, it's been quite a while since you last called. How have you been? When do you plan to challenge the champion of the Elite Four? A smile spread across Cynthia's face as she replied. I intend to officially begin my challenge for the title of champion in this year's Champion League tournament. I'm confident I can seize the title. A trace of a smile appeared on Professor Sada's usually serious face. Then I wish you success in advance. Cynthia shook her head. Doctor, I called to ask if you know about the evolution of the fiery monkey in the Paldea region, the Forsaken Monkey, and the key to its evolution, the Rage Fist move? Professor Sada raised an eyebrow. I've certainly heard of the Forsaken Monkey, but relevant information is scarce. I have a few students from the Paldea region. Upon returning to their homeland, they attempted to gather data on the Forsaken Monkey. However, its numbers are exceedingly low, and it only inhabits certain perilous areas in Paldea. They are merely ordinary researchers and lack the capacity to delve into these hazardous regions for the Forsaken Monkey's whereabouts. Cynthia's eyes sparkled. I'll go. Just as I did when I assisted you in collecting data on Electrode, Psyduck, and Metagross. The doctor provides the intelligence, and I'll be responsible for bringing them back to the research facility. Professor Sada nodded. If we can obtain a Forsaken Monkey as a reference, I'm confident that within a year, I can devise a method for the fiery monkey to harmlessly evolve into the forsaken monkey. Professor Sada was not referring to allowing gifted fiery monkeys to evolve through this method with a certain probability. He meant that all fiery monkeys could fulfill the requirements for evolution through his research. The most crucial point was that it would be harmless. There are always individuals in the market claiming to possess ancestral secrets of evolution, asserting that using these methods can lead Pokémon to evolve and significantly enhance their power. Professor Sada's regular work involves visiting various television stations to educate the public and ordinary trainers about the potential harm these so-called secrets can inflict on Pokémon. Some of these secrets not only fail to facilitate evolution, but can also result in lifelong disabilities or even death. Others may indeed lead to evolution, but at the cost of draining the Pokémon's vitality. Within a year and a half, or even 3 to 5 months, the Pokémon may succumb to exhaustion. If Professor Sada asserts that this Pokémon evolution does not require conditions, that it can evolve simply by enhancing energy intensity through training and aligning with its spirit, then if your Pokémon has not evolved, there is no need for doubt. It is not Professor Sada's error, but rather your inadequacy as a trainer. Some Pokémon evolve steadily through gradual leveling, while others are idiosyncratic, exhibiting latent evolutionary conditions due to individual differences. Recognizing these individual differences and fulfilling the hidden evolutionary conditions is the trainer's responsibility. If you cannot achieve this, it may be time to reconsider your career path. Dr. Yamanashi expressed a hint of curiosity. Cynthia, how did you come to know of the abandoned monkey, a creature that has only recently surfaced in the Paldea region? Even I was unaware that the abandoned monkey is an evolution of the primate through the mastery of the Fury Swipes technique. Cynthia, somewhat taken aback, replied, "A friend of mine has captured a primate, and it seems to exhibit a nascent understanding of Fury Swipes. He aspires to refine it further." He mentioned that primate could evolve through the mastery of Fury Swipes, although this knowledge appears to be confined to the Paldea region. He inquired if I possessed any training materials on Fury Swipes. Indeed, this information regarding the primate's evolution, which even Dr. Yamanashi is unaware of, seems quite surprising. How could Li Shuwen, who has remained in Curtain City, possibly know? Dr. Yamanashi raised an eyebrow. It appears your friend possesses some esoteric knowledge. And judging by his inquisitive nature, he exhibits a keen interest in understanding Pokémon evolution. He is not merely seeking to evolve primate into abandoned monkey. Rather, he wishes to comprehend the intricacies of evolution itself. He shows promise as a researcher. Why not inquire if he would be interested in assisting me at my research facility? Cynthia chuckled. He has been preoccupied with inheriting his family's Curtain Gym, so he likely lacks the time to assist you, Doctor, but I shall ask him. Doctor. Yamanashi nodded in agreement. Time constraints are not an issue. However, I would like to gather some data on his primate. I wish to compare it with the existing records at Yamanashi Research Institute. I will have my students compile data on suspected abandoned monkey activity in the Paldea region and send it to you once completed. You can then set out to capture at least one abandoned monkey, and as for the nearby primates, capture as many as you can. Their research value is not inferior to that of the abandoned monkey. Cynthia calculated the timeline. The Champion League tournament is in 4 months. It would be best if you could expedite the data collection. Dr. Yamanashi assured her, rest assured, I will have the information sent to you within a month. As for my friend primate, I will provide him with the contact number for Yamanashi Research Institute. You can communicate directly with him. Dr. Yamanashi nodded, understood. After hanging up, Cynthia messaged Li Shuwen, Shark God of War. The doctor, having listened to the information you provided, intends to send someone to the Paldea region to capture both the abandoned monkey and primate for research purposes. Shark God of War. He also mentioned that you exhibit a researcher's mindset and inquired if you would consider assisting him at Yamanashi Research Institute. Upon receiving the message, Li Shuwen was taken aback, not expecting Dr. Yamanashi to extend an invitation to serve as an assistant. Dancing Lizard. I appreciate the doctor's kindness, but I prefer the role of a trainer. Dancing Lizard. However, if the opportunity arises, I would like to visit Yamanashi Research Institute to study under Dr. Yamanashi for a period to enhance my knowledge. Suddenly, a realization struck Cynthia. If Li Shuwen went to Yamanashi Research Institute and spoke with Dr. Yamanashi, it would inevitably reveal that the Shark God of War is, in fact, Cynthia herself. Without delay, she called Dr. Yamanashi again. Cynthia, is there anything else? Dr. Yamanashi inquired. Cynthia bit her lip. Actually, my friend is still unaware of my true identity. When he arrives at Yamanashi Research Institute to study Fury Swipes, I hope you can assist me in keeping my identity concealed. Should he inquire about me, please inform him that I am a trainer sent by the Sinnoh League to aid in research. Dr. Yamanashi furrowed his brow slightly. Very well. Although I find it perplexing what the youth of today are truly thinking, I respect your choice. Cynthia sighed in relief. Her desire to conceal her identity stemmed from a wish to preserve the amicable atmosphere of their current exchanges. Shark God of War, by the way, the doctor wishes to collect data on your primate. I will provide you with the contact number for Yamanashi Research Institute. Dancing Lizard, no problem. I will contact the doctor at the Pokémon Center and directly send the primate over. Upon receiving the call from Cynthia, Li Shuwen hurried to the Pokémon Center and dialed the number. Hello, Dr. Yamanashi. I am the primate trainer introduced by the Shark God of War. My name is Li Shuwen. Dr. Yamanashi, momentarily distracted, replied, Ah, it is you. Greetings. Li Shuwen inquired. Doctor, shall I send the primate over now? Doctor. Yamanashi waved his hand. Are you available at the moment? It is preferable for trainers to be present during data measurement to ensure the Pokémon is in optimal condition. Chapter 26. Arrival at Yamanashi Research Institute. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. Since Dr. Yamanashi requested his personal presence, he decided to comply. No problem, doctor. But I will need 2 days to sort out matters at home. Then I will take the fastest bus to Masago Town. Dr. Yamanashi nodded. No rush. Take care of your affairs first. After hanging up, Li Shuwen sensed that Dr. Yamanashi's expression seemed somewhat peculiar upon learning he was introduced by the Shark God of War, as though they were not particularly familiar with one another. Based on the tone of his good friend, they should be longtime acquaintances. Perhaps my friend contacted Dr. Yamanashi specifically to assist me, making it seem as though they were familiar, when in reality, it was merely a casual call to facilitate the matter. Deciding to set aside such thoughts for the moment, Li Shuwen resolved to inquire subtly about Dr. Yamanashi upon his arrival at the Research Institute. He returned home to prepare the special products he had promised his good friend. Unsure of his friend's palate, he prepared an assortment of snacks, confectionaries, smoked delicacies, and massage oils for Pokémon. Given their open line of communication, he felt confident that whatever he prepared would suit his friend's taste. Thus, there was no need to change the variety. He decided to prepare a larger quantity this time. After all, everything was vacuum sealed, and even snacks could have a shelf life extended to a month. If frozen, they could last up to 6 months, though this might affect their texture. It was best to consume them within a month, or even 2 weeks, for optimal flavor. On his way home, Li Shuwen encountered a schemer aiming to report the Curtain Gym, who had come to challenge the gym in hopes of gathering evidence regarding the alleged unauthorized change of leadership. Upon entering, however, he was met with the surprising sight of the gym leader now being a middle-aged martial artist officially registered with the Sinnoh League. His plans crumbled. How could he possibly gather evidence now? His mind was hardly focused on battling, and he was easily defeated by the elder with lung issues. Exiting the Curtain Gym, Yuan's expression darkened with determination. He would not rest until he found a flaw in the Curtain Gym's operations. On his way, Li Shuwen ran into Yuan. Li Shuwen frowned slightly, but managed to maintain a smile as he greeted him. Yuan, are you here to challenge the Curtain Gym again? Yuan forced a smile. Yes, I was taken aback to find a different trainer at the gym today. Li Shuwen chuckled. The Curtain Gym is jointly managed by my father and me. But I will soon take over entirely. You are welcome to challenge me then. Yuan's expression shifted, sensing that his covert actions might have been discovered. I have matters to attend to, so I must leave now. Watching Yuan's retreating figure, Li Shuwen narrowed his eyes. Such a treacherous individual must be dealt with decisively to prevent future troubles. Upon returning to the gym, Li Shuwen shared the exciting news of his heart-scale Pokémon's evolution with his sister and the elder with lung issues. Their expressions radiated enthusiasm, and his sister leaped with joy, exclaiming, "Hooray!" Puff Fog Elder widened his eyes in astonishment. Does this mean that once you submit the change application, I can return to Game City and devote myself entirely to gaming? Li Shuwen shook his head, stating that until the Alliance approves the application, he must remain at the dojo. Upon approval, Li Shuwen would enter a probationary period, during which he would be entrusted with managing all challenges at the Curtain Dojo. This probationary phase allows applicants to ascertain their potential to become a dojo master and their adaptability to the life and responsibilities of a dojo trainer. If successful, they would then undergo further assessment. This is a reciprocal process, wherein the Alliance selects suitable dojo trainers while trainers determine their fit for the role. After spending 2 days procuring local delicacies from Curtain City and transforming them into pastries, snacks, and dried goods, Li Shuwen labeled them according to their shelf life, suggesting an order in which they should be consumed. Throughout the preparation, Li Mining couldn't help but sneak bites of cookies, candies, and pastries, indulging with delight. As the siblings made their way to the post office, Li Shuwen pushed a small cart, while Li Mining savored a box of freshly baked green bean cake. It's delicious. Next time Bai Kai Jie comes, You should prepare some for her to take home. Such delectable pastries are far superior to the incense you sent last time, right? The incense is exquisite, small in size, and easy to transport, but I can't have her lugging a massive box back home. Upon arriving at the post office, the courier greeted Li Shuwen warmly. Shuwen, sending more items to a friend again? Still to Linglan City, is it? This time, it seems you have more to send. Noticing the 3 large boxes atop the cart, the courier expressed surprise. Shuwen, you've really invested quite a bit this time. Li Shuwen waved his hand dismissively, claiming it was all homemade and of little value. Let us weigh it. The combined weight of the 3 boxes exceeded 200 pounds, and the shipping cost alone set Li Shuwen back 5,000 alliance coins. Upon returning home, he began to pack his belongings. Little sister, train your Riolu well and keep an eye on our father. Don't let him linger in Game City. When I return, I'll bring you a gift. Yes, sir. I guarantee I will complete the task. However, as soon as Li Shuwen boarded the bus, he noticed it heading towards Jinsha Town, and Puff Fog Elder seemed eager to rush to Game City. Dad, where are you going? Puff Fog Elder chuckled. Xiao Ning, you've turned 10 and are now a competent trainer. Why not take charge of the Curtain Dojo during this time? It'll be a chance to prove your strength. And I could use a break too. With a daily limit on gaming, just as I get comfortable, I have to come home. It's quite unbearable. After less than 5 days, Puff Fog Elder could hardly contain himself. Li Shuwen submitted another change application, and this time, he found it even more intolerable. Li Mining grinned. The master of the Curtain Dojo, Li Mining, sounds quite splendid. All right, leave it to me. Li Shuwen was taken aback by how easily his little sister was persuaded to rebel. After a brief nap on the bus, they arrived at Jinsha Town. Once they disembarked, they headed straight to the Yamari Research Institute. Upon entering the institute, Li Shuwen spotted 2 researchers engaged in a serious discussion over some documents. Hello. I am Li Shuwen, here to record data on the Infernape. Upon hearing his voice, they turned to him, their expressions relaxing. We'll take you to see the professor. Inside, Professor Yamari was sternly reprimanding a researcher, apparently due to an error in data collection. Professor, the Li Shuwen you were expecting has arrived. Upon seeing Li Shuwen, Professor Yamari's demeanor softened into a smile. Let's proceed this way. You 3, arrange a room for Shuwen to stay in, and then we can conduct the first data measurement on the Infernape. The 3 researchers stood at attention. Yes, Professor. As Professor Yamari retreated to his office to continue working, the trio finally exhaled in relief. Is the professor always like this? They nodded in agreement, explaining that he was extremely serious about his research, allowing no room for error. Just a moment ago, I accidentally recorded the data for the wood gecko under the Fire Chick's chart. Such a fundamental mistake surely provoked the professor's wrath. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow, intrigued to learn that the Yamari Research Institute also held starters from the Hoenn region. Chapter 27. The Defeat of Infernape. The 3 researchers beamed with pride, eager to acquire a set of Hoenn starters for the Sinnoh region, a challenging endeavor that relied on Professor Yamari's connections. Li Shuwen nodded, understanding that just as the Sinnoh starters are not easily divided among new trainers, the same applies to the Hoenn region. Acquiring such treasures is indeed a testament to Professor Yamari's extensive network. May I see the Hoenn starters? First, let us drop off your luggage. The room has been prepared for you as Professor Yamari informed us you would be assisting with the research. The Yamari Research Institute was vast, and the room designated for Li Shuwen was spacious and well-kept, albeit simply furnished with a single bed and a desk. I apologize for the modest conditions. Li Shuwen waved his hand, stating, I am here to strengthen the Infernape. Since this is for training, I shall not concern myself with the conditions of that training. After stowing his belongings, Li Shuwen followed the 3 researchers to the laboratory housing the Fire Chick, Wood Gecko, and Waterfish. Witnessing the Hoenn starters in person, Li Shuwen found it difficult to articulate his emotions. It was a nostalgic reminder of his childhood. Which of these Pokémon do you favor most, Mr. Li? Please, just call me Shuwen. While Ash's Lizard King is indeed striking, I must apologize to it. I choose the Torchic. The Fire Chick not only possesses an impressive appearance, but also extraordinary jumping ability and a flamboyant fire kick. This is simply my personal preference, not influenced by my role as the prospective master of the fighting dojo. Professor Yamari entered the lab, announcing that the necessary instruments were ready for measuring the Infernape's data. Shuwen, come with me. You 3 will remeasure the data for the Fire Chick, Wood Gecko, and Waterfish. This time, I expect no errors. The testing equipment prepared by Professor Yamari consisted of rubber-fake Pokémon embedded with instruments. Li Shuwen released the Infernape, instructing it to use its Mega Punch against the prop. Facing such a target, the Infernape showed no signs of anger. However, upon Li Shuwen's command, the Infernape complied momentarily, leaping up to deliver a powerful strike against the rubber. Professor Yamari observed the data on his computer screen, frowning slightly. This is merely standard data for the Infernape. It does not reflect the unique attributes you mentioned. Li Shuwen nodded, suggesting that perhaps a real opponent would yield better results. Let us move to a larger space where the Infernape can battle against the Sheldon. Professor Yamari agreed. Yongzhao, move the equipment to the backyard battle arena. We shall conduct the measurements there. In the backyard, once Li Shuwen released the Sheldon, the Infernape's demeanor shifted dramatically, its fury igniting. Professor Yamari noted the change in the machine's readings with surprise. Infernape, use your bare hands to strike. Sheldon, use your shell smash. Following their clash, the Infernape's data surged once more, prompting a look of astonishment from Professor Yamari. As the fury escalates, the trait of enhancing one's abilities emerges. Every fiery monkey possesses this characteristic, yet it is the first time Dr. Yamazaki has encountered one that elevates its rage so swiftly. After merely exchanging the first blow, the fiery monkey's anger surged to remarkable heights, piquing interest. Lizard Dragon. After performing Dragon Dance, unleash Dragon Claw. Fiery Monkey, unleash your Mega Punch. Following its evolution, Lizard Dragon executed Dragon Dance within the span of a second. Before the fiery monkey's Mega Punch could land, Lizard Dragon had ample time to perform Dragon Dance and then deliver Dragon Claw. The collision of fist and claw resulted in the fiery monkey being pushed back, its anger surging once more. Lizard Dragon, after Dragon Dance, use Iron Head. Fiery Monkey, Headbutt. Astonishingly, the fiery monkey was once again subdued by Lizard Dragon, causing Li Shuwen to furrow his brow. This was not the level of ferocity one would expect from a fiery monkey. Its rage had risen more slowly than it had before being captured. After several exchanges, a layer of crimson aura finally enveloped the fiery monkey's exterior. Now is the moment. Fiery Monkey, channel your fury into the Mega Punch. Dr. Yamazaki watched in astonishment as the fiery monkey executed its Mega Punch, which underwent a subtle yet remarkable transformation, sending the opposing Lizard Dragon, who had performed 4 Dragon Dances and was in peak condition, flying. However, Li Shuwen frowned and remarked, Doctor, it may be that the fiery monkey's anger remains uncontained due to its newfound camaraderie with Lizard Dragon, lacking the primal rage that existed before it was captured. I wonder if the Yamazaki Institute has suitable individuals and Pokémon for a battle that could truly ignite the fiery monkey's rage. Observing the instrument readings indicating nearly a 4-fold increase in the fiery monkey's parameters, Dr. Yamazaki inquired, are you suggesting that this is not even the fiery monkey's limit? A typical fiery monkey can double its strength through sheer anger, which is already commendable. Further rage could lead to catastrophic consequences. Yet, this fiery monkey, with its rage amplified 4-fold, apparently has not reached its utmost potential. Dr. Yamazaki grew increasingly curious about the true limits of Li Shuwen's fiery monkey. Yongzhao, you are to battle the fiery monkey with the Institute's Infernape. Yes. Fiery Monkey, Lizard Dragon, cease your combat. Upon Li Shuwen's command, the fiery monkey's anger remarkably subsided. Dr. Yamazaki nodded repeatedly, recognizing this as a rare talent. Many fiery monkeys can only sustain their rage without the ability to temper it, even if they cannot evolve. Their innate fury allows fiery monkeys to become formidable Pokémon. Yongzhao soon returned with a robust Infernape. The moment the fiery monkey laid eyes on Infernape, its excitement was palpable. Without even engaging in battle, the fiery monkey's anger began to overflow. Li Shuwen nodded in agreement. This was the sensation he sought. Just a glance could provoke such fury? Noticing the data fluctuations, Dr. Yamazaki's eyes widened in astonishment. He had encountered many Pokémon over the years, but this was indeed unprecedented. Dr. Yamazaki nodded and initiated the battle. Infernape, Fire Punch. Fiery Monkey, Brick Break. The Infernape from the Yamazaki Institute boasted unparalleled strength. The resulting clash sent the fiery monkey sprawling. Reminiscent of its earlier struggles against the heart-scaled Pokémon, in a flash, a red aura enveloped the fiery monkey's form. Explosive Punch. Flare Blitz. They remained locked in combat for 3 to 4 seconds before the fiery monkey was forcefully pushed away by Infernape's piercing gaze. As the dominant force in the backyard of the Yamazaki Institute, Infernape had its pride. Cicada Fiery Monkey. The fiery monkey gradually rose from the ground, its crimson aura soaring. Fascinating, truly fascinating. This was the first time the fiery monkey had encountered such a formidable adversary. Its rage reached unprecedented heights. Fiery Monkey. Million. Ton. Heavy. Punch. Infernape. Flare Blitz. As Infernape charged, the fiery monkey unleashed a powerful right hook. The flames surrounding Infernape abruptly extinguished. Yongzhao's eyes widened in disbelief. Infernape had been defeated. Dr. Yamazaki shared his astonishment, noting that the recent Mega Punch had taken on a distinctly furious essence. A subtle change had occurred within the fiery monkey's physique. However, this transformation was insufficient. If it could be magnified, perhaps the fiery monkey could indeed evolve. Chapter 28. Perhaps this is the essence of talent. The fiery monkey never employs the move Rage, which increases its attack power upon being struck, for Rage is its very instinct. The cicada fiery monkey, under the relentless surge of its anger, could never be its opponent. While Infernape's prowess was formidable, its life of luxury at the Yamazaki Institute had dulled its once burning spirit. Rising from the ground, Infernape's gaze ignited with fervor. This defeat rekindled a fraction of its former fighting spirit. Dr. Yamazaki spoke. All right, Yongzhao, take Infernape down for now. Tomorrow, Infernape will face the fiery monkey again. For today, allow it some time to recuperate. Infernape nodded, acknowledging the need for recovery training. It had underestimated its opponent and failed to evade. Tomorrow, I shall surely defeat the fiery monkey with Flare Blitz. After Infernape departed, Dr. Yamazaki handed Li Shuwen the printed data report. Through analytical equipment, it was confirmed that the recent Mega Punch had indeed affected the fiery monkey's body. However, to induce evolution, merely executing hundreds of such punches would not suffice. Observe this. Dr. Yamazaki pointed to a descending curve in the report. The changes in the fiery monkey's body following that punch reverted over 90% to their original state, indicating that the anger compounded in the Mega Punch was not the requisite force for its evolution. Li Shuwen nodded. I recognize that the skills mastered by the fiery monkey were insufficient to propel its evolution, which is why I am seeking the true essence of the Rage Punch. Dr. Yamazaki reviewed the report once more. To prevent any unforeseen incidents with the fiery monkey, I will provide you with some instructional materials regarding its training and rehabilitation. Although your fiery monkey is exceptionally gifted, targeted care will undoubtedly benefit it. Li Shuwen expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Doctor. Over the years, Li Shuwen had amassed numerous books related to fighting-type Pokémon, which allowed him to devise a training regimen. He believed that access to Dr. Yamazaki's collection would significantly enhance his nurturing methods. Yongzhao returned. Doctor, I will accompany Shuwen. Very well. I will further analyze this data to see if I can uncover any breakthroughs. Within the Yamazaki Institute lies a dedicated library, housing not only Dr. Yamazaki's invaluable collection of books accumulated over the years, but also backups of his research materials. Here are the books the doctor collected on fighting-type Pokémon. You may come and peruse them at your convenience during this period. Yongzhao retrieved several research documents. These pertain to the evolution studies of Mankey and Fiery Monkey, containing a plethora of specialized terminology. I wonder if you will be able to comprehend them. And this one details massage techniques to prevent sudden death from Rage and Fiery Monkeys, requiring stimulation of numerous specialized acupoints. Personally, I find it quite perplexing. Acupoint therapy was a subject Li Shuwen had specifically explored. However, the trainer's forums and the relevant literature in the library lacked detailed introductions to acupressure techniques. To my surprise, the Yamanashi Research Institute possesses such information. Yongzhao proceeded to elaborate that this method was provided by a friend of the doctor, a masseur who could even alleviate the headaches of Psyduck through massage. It is said that she even managed to facilitate the evolution of a Psyduck into a Golduck through her techniques. When Li Shuwen opened the document, he found the acupressure methods to be exceedingly professional. It meticulously detailed over a dozen acupoints located on the head of the Monferno, each with specific effects, alongside the appropriate techniques for massaging the corresponding points. Li Shuwen nodded in agreement, while Yongzhao gazed at him in astonishment. You understand it? Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. Of course, I was just planning to give Monferno a try. Yongzhao's eyes widened. Not only did you comprehend it at a glance, but you've also mastered it? Li Shuwen released Monferno, who initially thought there was a new opponent. Li Shuwen waved his hand. There's no opponent. I've learned a new technique that can enhance your battle prowess, and I intend to let you experience it. Upon hearing that it could boost his combat abilities, Monferno immediately stood at attention, allowing Li Shuwen to showcase his technique. Placing both hands atop Monferno's head, Li Shuwen moved them back and forth as if playing a piano. His fingers twirled, imparting an unprecedented sense of relaxation to Monferno's mind. Despite having recently expressed anger, Monferno felt somewhat fatigued. With Li Shuwen's massage, all traces of fatigue dissipated. Monferno felt rejuvenated, ready to take on two more Infernape without hesitation. Observing Monferno enthusiastically bump fists, Li Shuwen asked Yongzhao, since the Yamanashi Research Institute has Infernape, they must also have Empoleon and Torterra, right? Yongzhao appeared somewhat surprised. You don't mean you want Monferno to battle Empoleon and Torterra too, do you? Li Shuwen nodded. The more diverse the opponents, the more reliable the data we can gather. Yongzhao, feeling exhilarated, replied, all right, let's consult Dr. Yamanashi. If he agrees, we'll arrange for Monferno to battle them. After all, who wouldn't relish the opportunity to command 2 battles amidst a monotonous research routine? Dr. Yamanashi readily consented, noting that since Monferno's body had recovered through massage, and judging by the talent Monferno had just displayed, pushing his anger to its peak once more would not jeopardize his health. Yongzhao, please bring Empoleon here, Dr. Yamanashi instructed. Turning to Li Shuwen, he added, I hope that this time, Monferno can utilize Flare Blitz instead of Meteor Mash. Li Shuwen understood. The doctor aimed to test the specific application of Rage Punch by combining it with various punching techniques. Dr. Yamanashi nodded, affirming, precisely. Therefore, I hope that in the coming time, Monferno can master all the punching techniques he is capable of learning. Unsurprisingly, the pampered Empoleon, upon learning of Infernape's predicament, adopted a serious demeanor, eager to prove his superiority over Infernape. Yet, he was swiftly defeated by Monferno's Flare Blitz in 3 moves. Each punch surpassed the last. Doctor Yamanashi found himself at a loss for words. Could it be that Monferno's combat prowess also increased his anger? Li Shuwen shrugged. Perhaps this is merely talent. After another round of massage and a few sips of a sports drink to replenish his energy, Monferno was eager to continue fighting. Unexpectedly, Torterra demonstrated the best performance among the 3 males. Perhaps this was the turtle's innate ability? Although slow-moving, a turtle persistently advances without faltering. Monferno similarly admired Torterra, as its frenzy plant left a significant impression on him. Dr. Yamanashi was equally pleased with the performances of Li Shuwen and Monferno. Shuwen, I am currently conducting research on the starter Pokémon of the Hoenn region and require 3 trainers for assistance. Would you be willing to participate? By participating in the research, you could select one of the 3 Pokémon to become your own. Li Shuwen eagerly nodded. I would be delighted. Dr. Yamanashi smiled. Yongzhao, take Shuwen to select his preferred Hoenn starter Pokémon. Chapter 29. A remarkably capable noblewoman. Li Shuwen and Yongzhao returned to the laboratory, where 3 researchers were diligently measuring the data of Torchic, Trico, and Mudkip as they utilized their skills. Upon learning that Yongzhao had commanded Infernape, Empoleon, Torterra, and Monferno in battle, all of which had resulted in defeat, the 3 researchers displayed expressions of astonishment. Are Shuwen and Monferno truly that formidable? Yongzhao shrugged. Tomorrow, they will likely arrange for another battle with Monferno. Each of you will have a turn, and you will soon comprehend Monferno's prowess. The 3 immediately became invigorated, throwing themselves wholeheartedly into their work. Shuwen, have you decided which one you want? Without hesitation, Li Shuwen declared, Torchic. The female researcher excitedly inquired, is the doctor finally planning to distribute them to trainers for training? Yongzhao nodded. Shuwen is the first. The other 2 will likely be assigned to trainers known to the doctor. The 2 male researchers were equally thrilled. That's wonderful. With daily experiments, we also have to find time to nurture them. The workload is exhausting. The female researcher raised her hand. Let's prepare a feast tonight to celebrate. What do you all want to eat? Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. If you don't mind, I consider myself a decent cook. Let me handle dinner. The female researcher raised her hand in agreement. I want omelet rice. Yongzhao frowned. How can we let a guest cook? Li Shuwen waved his hand dismissively. It's no trouble. I'll cook for everyone. That way, when I encounter any Pokemon-related issues, I can feel free to consult you all. The 2 male researchers clutched Yongzhao. Shuwen, we'll leave dinner to you. Feel free to ask us any questions. Those who work at the Yamanashi Research Institute are all elites, and fostering good relationships with them is essential. Li Shuwen crouched before Torchic, gently patting its head. Hello, Torchic. I will be your trainer from now on. Torchic leaped up with excitement. Chick! Joyfully, it ran a circle around Li Shuwen, clearly fond of its new trainer, far more than the 4 dull researchers. As Li Shuwen entered the kitchen, he discovered an abundance of ingredients in the refrigerator, allowing him to showcase his culinary skills. The enticing aroma wafting from the kitchen caught the attention of the researchers, who inhaled deeply. It had been a long time since they had smelled food at this hour. At the dinner table, Dr. Yamanashi praised Li Shuwen's choice. Torchic's final evolution, Blaziken, possesses incredible jumping ability and is unrivaled in its use of leg techniques, rivaling even that of Hitmonlee. This will greatly assist you when you take over the gym leader position. Li Shuwen nodded. Doctor, what experiment is Torchic undergoing? While the 4 researchers were engrossed in the food, only Dr. Yamanashi and Li Shuwen continued their conversation. Dr. Yamanashi explained. I am researching the evolutionary differences of the same Pokémon species across various regions, aiming to uncover the regional disparities that exist. My investigations have revealed that each area possesses distinct energy fields. Even the same Pokémon residing in different regions can acquire different skills and experience varying growth in their abilities. Therefore, I am collaborating with Dr. Otani, who specializes in ecological research, on this topic. After dinner, Dr. Yamanashi and his team proceeded with their research, while Li Shuwen took the opportunity to bond with the Torchic. He brought the Torchic to the grassy backyard where the Monferno battle had just taken place. Torchic, let me witness your skills, Li Shuwen requested. Although the research facility maintained comprehensive records, Li Shuwen's request for the Torchic to demonstrate its abilities was essentially a process of forming a connection. The Torchic nodded and, with a swift motion, unleashed a dazzling burst of flames from its beak. Meanwhile, a remarkably influential lady called Dr. Yamanashi on his private line, catching him off guard. Dr. Kaizurin, what a pleasant surprise. What brings you to call me? He inquired. Dr. Kaizurin replied, I heard from Cynthia that you are conducting research on Monferno and require her assistance in gathering data on the apocalyptic monkey in the Paldea region. I am well aware that Cynthia knows nothing about the apocalyptic monkey. Her expression revealed that it was that young man who informed her, wasn't he it? Despite their brief acquaintance, Dr. Yamanashi recognized Li Shuwen as an exceptional young man and understood that it was only natural for friends to assist one another. Dr. Kaizurin chuckled lightly. I am not complaining about that young man. I merely wish for you to stoke the flames a bit. Stoke the flames? Dr. Yamanashi raised an eyebrow. With a smile, Dr. Kaizurin continued, Cynthia is so reluctant to reveal her true identity. At this rate, when will I ever witness her wedding? Therefore, I hope that during this data collection expedition for the apocalyptic monkey, you can find a way to involve that young man, allowing them to spend more time together. Only then might sparks fly. Dr. Yamanashi frowned slightly. I believe that young love should unfold naturally. As elders, our interference may yield counterproductive results. Don't be hasty, Dr. Yamanashi, Dr. Kaizurin replied, her tone tinged with urgency. How can I not be anxious? Look at Jiko. Ever since she became an Elite Four member, she has been relentlessly pursuing the title of champion. Yet, she has never married, and now Cynthia is also an Elite Four member. I fear that she too may never marry in her quest for the champion title. Regardless, you must arrange for the two of them to undertake this mission together. With her words, Dr. Kaizurin left Dr. Yamanashi little room to refuse. Very well, I shall attempt to arrange it. Thank you, Yamanashi. Regardless of whether the two young ones succeed or not, I shall treat you to a drink. Dr. Kaizurin had little choice in the matter. Even choosing an ice cream flavor took her granddaughter over an hour. Selecting a suitor? Who knew how long that would take? Yet, when it came to directing Pokémon battles, she was decisively resolute. Dr. Yamanashi's mind began to churn with ideas. He now awaited the student researchers in the Paldea region to deliver information regarding the apocalyptic monkey to his laboratory. At that point, he could orchestrate an adventure for Shuwen and Cynthia in Paldea, perhaps igniting a spark of romance. On the grassy field, Li Shuwen facilitated introductions among his Pokémon, Lurantis, Krogunk, Monferno, and Torchic, engaging in nighttime training. He had anticipated that seeking improvement for Monferno at Dr. Yamanashi's laboratory would lead to the unexpected acquisition of such an enthusiastic and lively Torchic. After evolving, Lurantis had shed its previous docile charm, revealing a more combative nature, and its vibrant energy made it difficult to remain still. Back in his room, Li Shuwen lay upon his single bed, preparing for his second Pokémon simulation. System, begin simulation. Random attributes initiated. Random result, bug type. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. Bug type, huh? They say bug types are the weakest. But perhaps they can yield surprising results. Chapter 30, Simulation, Caterpie. Simulating Pokémon. Random result, Caterpie. Initiating simulation for you. Oh, Caterpie, a Pokémon that evokes fond memories. Li Shuwen closed his eyes, and upon reopening them, he had transformed into a small insect. Caterpie. The Caterpie found itself nestled within a thicket, relatively safe beneath the cover of foliage. Caterpie. Level, LV6. Ability, Runaway, Development Level 02. Stats, 205. HP, 50. Attack, 30. Defense, 35. Special Attack, 20. Special Defense, 20. Speed, 50. Available skills, String Shot 15, Tackle 40, Bug Bite 60. The three skills of Caterpie, String Shot, Tackle, and Bug Bite, were largely unpracticed, and given Caterpie's frail physique, it was uncertain who it could defeat. The strategy for this endeavor was simple, survival. It was imperative to make the most of the String Shot ability. Furthermore, Caterpie evolved at level 7. Being at level 6, it needed to consume sufficient nourishment before evolving. Metapod could not feed itself and relied on the nutrients accumulated during its Caterpie stage to sustain its growth. Without enough energy, it would lack the strength to emerge as a butterfly. Caterpie cautiously poked its head out from the thicket, surveying its surroundings. It was a forest, and Li Shuwen was pleasantly surprised to discover a maple tree among the surrounding flora. This tree, known for producing maple syrup, attracted numerous bug-type Pokémon, offering a bountiful source of sustenance. Would this greatly reduce the difficulty for the bug-type Caterpie? However, not a single bug-type Pokémon could be spotted on the maple tree. Was it a trap? Regardless, the adage rings true. Humans die for wealth. Insects perish for food. Time to investigate. Instead of climbing directly to the maple tree, Li Shuwen first ascended the nearest tree to observe the situation. Confirming that no bird Pokémon were nearby, he proceeded to scale the maple tree. Perched on its trunk, he meticulously gnawed a small opening, greedily indulging in the sweet maple syrup. After satiating his hunger, Li Shuwen pondered for a moment, then used string shot to wrap the wound he had created, preventing the syrup's enticing aroma from dispersing. He climbed to the treetop and began to weave a web of string shot among the surrounding trees, creating the impression that an Ariados resided there. Compared to the vulnerable Caterpie, an Ariados capable of capturing small bird Pokémon possessed a certain intimidating presence. This would allow Caterpie to securely claim the maple tree as its domain. With a plentiful supply of maple syrup, Caterpie need not worry about the expenditure of string shot. Covering the surrounding trees with string shot proved to be somewhat exhausting. Just as he felt his stomach had been filled, hunger gnawed at him once more. Caterpie climbed back down the trunk of the maple tree to feast on the syrup again. After carefully sealing the wound, Caterpie returned to its thicket nest to rest. As night fell, predators would soon emerge. Compared to the treetops, which were prone to attracting bird Pokémon, the thicket was far more suitable for a bug. As darkness enveloped the forest, the previously tranquil environment came alive with the sounds of chirping birds and buzzing insects, heralding a night of activity. Listening closely, Li Shuwen discerned the sounds of conflict erupting some distance from Caterpie's birthplace. Li Shuwen exhibited not a shred of curiosity, remaining nestled within the thicket in slumber. Upon awakening, dawn was on the cusp of breaking, and the green caterpillar had reached level 7, yet it had not evolved. At this moment, darkness enveloped the surroundings, prompting Li Shuwen to seek another feast of maple syrup. Peering from the underbrush, he found the silk net he had woven the previous day intact and unharmed. No danger lurked. It was safe to venture forth. After satiating his hunger with the sweet nectar, he replenished the surrounding trees with strands of silk, thereby enhancing the defensive capabilities of the area. This also served as a rare opportunity for the green caterpillar to gain some exercise. The tranquil days stretched on for 2 full days. After indulging once more in maple syrup and returning to the thicket, Li Shuwen sensed that the now level 8 caterpillar felt swollen and ready for evolution. At last, the transformation began. With a burst of white light, it metamorphosed into a completely immobile armored cocoon, ascending to level 9. The skills available were now limited to hardening and collision. In truth, an armored cocoon, if trained, could also engage in battle. However, that was the domain of Ubbi's armored cocoon at the Juniper Gym. As a wild specimen, Li Shuwen could only lie in repose. Fortunately, the maple syrup had provided ample nourishment, allowing him to await the transformation of his cells. Days passed, with Li Shuwen progressing from level 9 to levels 10, 11, 12, and 13. After a monotonous week, he finally felt the familiar sensation of swelling within the armored cocoon again. As the shell cracked open, a brilliant white light erupted forth, and a beautiful butterfly emerged, flapping its wings. Behold, Butterfree. With this transformation came 6 new skills: Gust, Sonic Boom, Sleep Powder, Stun Spore, Poison Powder, and Confusion. The silk spinning and tackle skills from its caterpillar days returned as well. However, the level 14 Butterfree remained rather feeble. Li Shuwen's strategy remained unchanged. He continued to expand the silk net's coverage over the forest. When hunger struck, he would feast on maple syrup, and when fatigue set in, he would rest in the nest he had woven from silk atop the maple tree. Yet, the yield of maple syrup began to dwindle, and even the leaves of the maple tree appeared listless. He attempted to extract sap from other trees, but found them not only unpalatable, but lacking in nutrients. Reluctantly, he ceased feeding on the already scarred maple tree. Taking to the skies, he sought a new source of nourishment, flying in a direction that would distance him from the nighttime battles with insects and birds. Fortune smiled upon him as he discovered another maple tree. Just as he was about to approach and savor its syrup, a barrage of poisonous needles rained down from the treetop. Butterfree executed a graceful turn to evade the projectiles and retaliated with a gust of stunned spore toward the source. A formidable bee drill emerged, brandishing its twin stingers. It was struck by the stunned spore and fell to the ground, paralyzed. Without hesitation, Butterfree unleashed confusion, penetrating the bee drill's body with psychic force. Bee drill, along with its fellow Pokémon like the Hornet and the Shelmet, were known for their strong sense of unity. Where there was one bee drill, a swarm would inevitably follow. Once the bee drill was dispatched, Butterfree ascended from level 14 to 16, returning to the maple tree for another indulgence in syrup. Wrapping the bee drill in silk, he transported it back to his territory, feasting upon the creature for dinner. In comparison to the maple syrup, the bee drill clearly provided comprehensive nutrition essential for Butterfree's growth. Consuming the bee drill elevated him to level 17. The following day, Butterfree cautiously returned to the vicinity of the bee drill's maple tree. Once again, a bee drill appeared, seeking syrup. From behind the treetop, Butterfree gently sent forth sleep powder. The bee drill wobbled and tumbled to the ground. Once more employing confusion, he subdued the bee drill, and after feasting on syrup and returning with the bee drill, Butterfree rose to level 19. In the days that followed, Butterfree became reliant on this path, visiting the maple tree daily. Sometimes, without any bee drill in sight, he would linger at the tree, consuming 2 meals of maple syrup before retreating home in the evening. Over time, Butterfree devoured a total of 13 bee drills. Grateful for the bee drills, he mastered the skill of light screen, an ability of the psychic type. After 3 consecutive days without a bee drill's appearance, and with the maple syrup yield significantly diminished, he had no choice but to refrain from feeding for a time, allowing the maple tree to recover its vitality. Now at level 26, Butterfree continued his quest for food and prey. Through relentless practice, he had mastered Air Cutter from Gust. With 3 powders, Light Screen, and Air Cutter, Butterfree had developed a measure of self-defense. Shortly thereafter, he heard familiar cries echoing through the forest. Flying closer, he discovered an evil bee drill pursuing 2 hapless green caterpillars. Could Butterfree stand idly by? He unleashed the Air Cutter he had just learned, the razor-sharp wind slicing toward the bee drill. Chapter 31, The Endless Battlefield. The fierce wind blade struck, leaving the bee drill battered and bruised, the force propelling it into a tree. 2 beams of radiant color shot forth from Butterfree's jewel-like eyes. Light screen. The bee drill was pinned to the ground, unable to resist. Soon, it ceased to struggle. In the presence of the valiant Butterfree, the 2 green caterpillars gazed up in awe. "You are so powerful." Butterfree, looking down from on high, declared, "From now on, you shall follow me." In unison, the 2 caterpillars replied, "Yes, boss. You were chased by bee drills. Surely you know where there is food nearby?" The caterpillars nodded. "There is a tree over there with sweet sap. We followed the scent to eat, only to encounter the bee drills. Come, let me lead you to a feast." Butterfree flapped his wings and soared toward the direction indicated by the caterpillars. Yet, the 2 green caterpillars exchanged glances, hesitant to move. "What's wrong? Afraid I can't protect you? We're coming, boss." The sweet sap the caterpillars spoke of was another maple tree. Butterfree resolved to claim this spot as his new hunting ground. With many bee drills having gone missing, the bee drill swarm abandoned the second maple tree discovered by Butterfree. As long as he continued to hunt bee drills at the 3rd maple tree, it was certain that the bee drills would soon forsake this tree as well. However, before they did, Butterfree believed he could consume at least 10 bee drills. Indeed, the forest was teeming with bee drills. Observing the 2 caterpillars joyfully sipping maple syrup, Butterfree indulged in both bee drills and syrup. "Have you seen any other Butterfree or green caterpillars?" The caterpillars dejectedly nodded, "Yes. But they were all pierced by bee drill stingers and taken back to their nests to be devoured. Only we managed to escape." Butterfree nodded. "Since you 2 are alive, there must be others among the green caterpillars as well. Eat well, evolve quickly, and together we shall seek out the other surviving green caterpillars in the forest and protect them." The caterpillars diligently consumed the maple syrup until they were full. Then, a radiant light enveloped them, and they evolved directly into armored cocoons. Butterfree was somewhat at a loss. Evolving in such a place made him anxious about the bee drills not finding them. Shaking his head, he could only spin silk to bind the 2 cocoons and carry them back to the thicket where he had undergone his own evolution. In the beginning, it took Butterfree a mere 7 days to evolve, yet these 2 completed their transformation in just 3. However, they only mastered Gust and Sleep Powder, lacking the psychic abilities. This may indeed illustrate the disparity in innate talent. During these 3 days, by the new maple tree, Butterfree hunted down 2 bee drill. With 2 companions at his side, Butterfree finally dared to venture deeper into Beedrill territory. He discovered that not only did Beedrill prey upon Caterpie, but any Pokémon outside of the Beedrill lineage fell within their hunting range. In addition to the 3 Caterpie, Butterfree also rescued 2 Metapod and a Paras. The Metapod insisted that they could survive solely on leaves, while the Paras claimed it needed nothing more than water and tree roots. What could Butterfree say? Of course, he accepted them. The most significant gain was not merely Pokémon, but Butterfree stumbled upon an orange berry tree. He harvested all 5 ripe oranges, discovering 20 seeds within. Utilizing Beedrill's stinger, he dug holes and planted all the seeds. Butterfree was uncertain whether he would witness the day the tree bore fruit. But cultivating fruit trees would undoubtedly enhance his simulation score. Although the Metapod and Paras maintained they only required leaves and roots, Butterfree was not the type to hoard food. Now that his domain had expanded to 5 maple trees, the produced honey was far too much for him alone to consume. It was better to allow Caterpie and Metapod to absorb the nutrients and hasten their evolution. In just 7 short days, Butterfree had amassed 5 Butterfree allies. A hunting Beautifly sister, a toxic Dustox sister, and a Paras brother. Since Paras had a higher evolution level, he could only watch enviously as his companions soared freely in the sky. Butterfree, now at level 32, was filled with vigor, planning to launch an assault on the heart of Beedrill territory the following day. Under the twilight, a pristine white beauty, the stunning Vivillon, appeared before Butterfree. Vivillon. Li Shuwen was astonished to find an ultimate Pokémon in this forest. Vivillon was indeed present. Vivillon, intrigued, addressed Butterfree. You have been summoned. Tonight you are to head to the front lines to battle those wretched birds. Should you refuse, that tree will be your fate. Vivillon pointed to a massive tree 30 meters away. In the blink of an eye, Vivillon transformed into a white shadow, cleaving the tree in 2, then instantly reappearing before Butterfree. Am I the only one summoned, or are we all? Vivillon pointed at Butterfree. Only you. They are too weak to meet the criteria for summoning. However, if you wish to bring them along, you may. Butterfree questioned why, after hunting so many Beedrill. He had yet to encounter a particularly formidable one. It turned out they had all been summoned by Vivillon. Very well, I must summon other bugs. The battlefield lies that way. You can report now. Having trained his troops for 1,000 days, Butterfree decided to lead all his allies to the battlefield. Consume everything edible. We may not have food tomorrow. Following Vivillon's direction, after traversing approximately 20 kilometers into the night, Butterfree finally arrived at the insect battlefield. Countless insect Pokémon lay exhausted upon the ground. A one-eyed Heracross flew over. Newcomer, would you like to join my squad? I guarantee you'll survive a month. With Butterfree's experience, he recognized that Heracross's invitation was merely a recruitment of cannon fodder. Apologies, I wish to observe a bit longer. Heracross's demeanor grew noticeably cold. A smiling Beedrill approached. One-eyed hero, are you tricking newcomers into becoming fodder again? Newcomers should seek squads of their own kind. At least they won't be treated as expendable. Butterfree. The Beautifly squad is over there. Go find them. Thank you, Butterfree replied before promptly leading his allies away. Indeed, after Butterfree departed, Heracross and Beedrill began to shove each other. Not long after, they beheld a forest adorned with white wings. A Butterfree with eyes brighter than Li Shuwen's approached. You have rather unfortunate timing. Joining the fray mid-battle means the opposing birds have had half a month of training, making each of them significantly tougher. Your chances of surviving a month have diminished considerably. As for your companions, send them back to avoid bolstering the enemy, and leave some seeds for us, Butterfree. Upon hearing the mention of bolstering, Li Shuwen noticed that the surrounding trees were stripped bare of any foliage and curiously inquired, what do so many insect Pokémon eat? With nothing around? Butterfree chuckled, the insects eat the birds, and the birds eat the insects. Tomorrow morning, the living will feast, while the fallen will be consumed. Let us hope we can dine together again. When the charge begins, remember to stay behind and be clever. Chapter 32, The Basic Psychic Physique. Since the Elder had spoken thus, Li Shuwen had no choice but to send his allies home. They must train diligently and seek out other Caterpie and Metapod to protect them. He could not allow Butterfree's ranks to dwindle. Although Butterfree and Beautifly appeared to have many allies, compared to the neighboring Beedrill squad, Butterfree's numbers seemed insufficient. Boss, we won't leave. Rather than return, we would rather sacrifice ourselves so that you may return alive. Only if you survive does Butterfree have hope. The elder Butterfree chuckled. I didn't expect you to be so well regarded by your allies. It has been quite some time since a Butterfree showed such organizational capability. Compared to Beedrill, we Butterfree indeed do not care much for our young. I hope you can survive a month. The arrival of Li Shuwen garnered little attention from the Butterfree. They hardly spared him a glance. Conversely, whenever a squad of Beedrill appeared, an elder Beedrill would step forward to instruct them on how to survive in the insect battlefield. Li Shuwen initially believed this simulation would be a straightforward script, his main mission being to contest territory with Beedrill. He never anticipated it would lead to an endless battlefield. He wondered if he could survive a month. Caw caw caw. Accompanied by the cries of Darkrai, the chaos of the endless battlefield reignited. All Butterfree, previously resting on the trunks, took to the skies. Leading the insect Pokémon were 3 muscular red mosquito Pokémon. On the opposing side, 3 orange ground birds charged forth. Above, 3 birds enveloped in dark flames emerged. The fire moth confronted the Galarian flame birds, with both the lightning bird and flame bird present. The remaining one was sure to follow. A purple psychic beam shot forth, causing a multitude of insects to drop to the ground, stiffened, and lifeless without any visible wounds. Cannons rained down on the avian troops, sending feathers swirling in the air. The Steelix, clad in purple metallic armor, charged forth, while 5 Genesects surrounded the 3 Galarian Articuno. The Butterfree that had greeted Li Shuwen unleashed a beam of illusionary light towards the enemy. Keep your distance from them. Before Li Shuwen could respond, a Fiero lunged at him. He hastily released paralysis powder, but Fiero executed a swift turn, striking Butterfree down with a single wing. The fierce force rendered Butterfree unconscious. When he awoke once more, he discovered that dawn had broken. As he pushed aside the weight upon him, he found it to be a Beedrill. He promptly consumed the Beedrill, and upon doing so, Li Shuwen realized that the war had ceased. Both sides were engaged in the aftermath, with insects carrying away the fallen birds and birds retrieving the deceased insects. Had it not been for Butterfree's revival, the nearby Doduo, having finished its meal of Beedrill, would have turned its gaze upon him. Upon witnessing Butterfree's awakening, Doduo quietly sought out other prey. As he returned to the camp, that very Butterfree approached him once more. I thought you had perished. I am surprised to see you alive. What of my companions? Over there, 3 Butterfree remain, along with a Swallowtail. Fortune seems to favor you all. On the first day, half of our numbers fell. Li Shuwen located them and urged, return, for you cannot render aid here. Seek out more green caterpillars and stinging worms, and endeavor to breed more insects. Should you find any tree fruits, remember to plant the seeds as I instructed. His demeanor was grave, and the surviving Butterfree and Swallowtail could only depart the battlefield, glancing back every few steps. Li Shuwen approached an elder and inquired, why must we engage in battle against avian Pokémon, and only at night, while during the day we coexist? Butterfree shook its head, unsure. This has always been our way, a month of conflict, followed by a month of respite. It is not only us, the birds across the way follow the same pattern. Li Shuwen furrowed his brow, sensing that this battlefield existed solely for the purpose of combat. Butterfree suddenly encouraged him, if you wish to know more, you may inquire with the Fiero that summoned you. She surely possesses the answers. Accompanied by a swarm of adorable Flababy and Cutiefly, Fiero was attending to the surviving insect Pokémon with rudimentary healing. By a twist of fate, Li Shuwen approached her and asked, fully aware that his chances of surviving the night's battle were slim, it would be better to face death sooner rather than later. Fiero regarded him coolly, stating, once you have survived a year, you shall understand why. Surviving a year amidst such intense conflict requires exceptional prowess, does it not? Yet, Li Shuwen did not consider his inquiry in vain, for Fiero instructed a Cutiefly to present him with a ball of pollen to restore his strength. Upon his return, Butterfree regarded him with a grin. You are quite fortunate. Those who have previously posed such questions often received at least a kick in response. Yet, you have not only avoided such treatment, but have also gained a ball of pollen. Li Shuwen, unfazed, requested, might you impart some techniques for surviving a month? Luck and strength, nothing more, Butterfree replied. Perhaps it was indeed fortuitous, for Li Shuwen astonishingly managed to endure on the battlefield dominated by raptors for a fortnight. Ascending to level 45, observing Butterfree, who had navigated this perilous terrain with ease since his arrival, Li Shuwen still found himself unable to fathom the depth of its strength. I must take my leave. Tomorrow, a significant rotation will occur on the opposing side. The most treacherous fortnight has passed, and you should be able to survive until the rotation. However, as soon as Butterfree departed, Li Shuwen immediately sensed a substantial increase in the intensity of the conflict. How could he remain oblivious to the fact that Butterfree had been covertly safeguarding him all along? Struggling through another fortnight, Li Shuwen braced himself for demise on the final day of the interminable battlefield. To his astonishment, he emerged alive. As he journeyed back to his homeland, he felt somewhat dazed. Savoring the sweet maple syrup, Butterfree suddenly found the world fading to black. The simulation has concluded. The evaluation of this simulation is A. Calculating rewards. Reward calculation complete. With an A rating, you may receive attribute rewards. Bug type affinity increased by 0.5, and a basic psychic physique. Li Shuwen was taken aback. The reward for a bug type simulation included a basic psychic physique? You may also receive item rewards. Poison Needle enhances the bearer's poison type abilities. Sharp Claw enhances the bearer's critical hit capabilities. Sharp Beak enhances the bearer's flying type abilities. A reusable Psybeam skill disc and 1 ton of premium maple syrup. The rewards for an A rating surpassed those of a B rating by such a margin. What rubbish did B ratings yield? With an A rating, you may forfeit half of your attributes for random attributes in the next simulation. Remaining time until next simulation: 6 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 34 seconds. System: why does the attribute reward include a basic psychic physique? Simulation rewards are determined by the simulation rating and the actions of the host's Pokémon within the simulated scenario. And if Butterfree is not dead, why did the simulation end? The simulation has a time limit. The host must achieve an S rating within the allotted time, issuing basic psychic physique to the host. Li Shuwen felt a wave of dizziness wash over him, and when he opened his eyes again, daylight flooded in. He sensed an additional awareness of his surroundings. Instinctively, he gestured towards a cup of water on the table. To his astonishment, the cup soared from the table, crashing to the ground in a shower of shards. Li Shuwen's eyes widened. This was telekinesis. The basic psychic physique was exhilarating. How sublime would a top-tier psychic physique be? Chapter 33. Has little sister gone missing? Li Shuwen endeavored to recall the sensation Butterfree experienced while using telekinesis, focusing intently as he manipulated the remnants of the shattered cup, guiding it slowly into a neat line before depositing it into the trash bin. Yes, this was the sensation. The basic psychic physique endowed Li Shuwen with an initial telekinetic strength that was more than double that of when he had first evolved Butterfree and learned telekinesis. Not only did the basic psychic physique grant him abilities akin to those of Pokémon, but utilizing telekinesis also yielded a 15-fold attribute enhancement. This basic psychic physique proved to be more valuable than he had anticipated. With an A rating, his bug type affinity had risen by 0.5, becoming bug 096. After employing the basic psychic physique, his psychic affinity similarly increased by 0.5, reaching psychic 114. The psychic attribute had become his most favorable affinity, prompting Li Shuwen to contemplate capturing a psychic-type Pokémon to nurture. Upon exiting his room, Li Shuwen discovered that Professor Yamanashi and the others had commenced their research. Glancing at the time, he noted that it was barely 7 o'clock. Professor Yamanashi turned, stating, "Breakfast is in the kitchen. Help yourself. And then assist me in conducting a test with your Torchic." Understood. The breakfast at the research facility consisted of simple, convenient sandwiches and milk. After quickly finishing his meal, Li Shuwen returned to the laboratory. "Professor, how may I assist with your research?" Professor Yamanashi began to lay the groundwork. "As you are aware, I am studying regional differences. With the cooperation of trainers, the Pokémon will exhibit differences more rapidly." This revelation made Li Shuwen apprehensive. He sensed that he might disappoint Professor Yamanashi, as his talent for nurturing fire-type Pokémon was not particularly pronounced. No worries. The breadth of the testing was thorough, and Professor Yamanashi nodded in satisfaction upon reviewing the data. "After entrusting Torchic to you yesterday, its overall performance metrics have improved by approximately 3% following your training. Quite commendable." Li Shuwen was taken aback. Is this truly considered commendable? I had thought I lacked any notable aptitude for nurturing Pokémon. Dr. Yamashita smiled and remarked, "You aspire to the likes of Cynthia, a prodigy. Naturally, you may perceive yourself as somewhat ordinary. However, in comparison to the majority of mediocre trainers, your proficiency in nurturing Pokémon is decidedly remarkable." "Cynthia?" Li Shuwen inquired with curiosity. "Are you well acquainted with Champion Cynthia, Doctor?" Dr. Yamashita nodded. "Indeed, Cynthia has assisted me with numerous research endeavors." Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. "My friend, the Shark God, mentioned that he has also aided you in various studies, including the current research on the abandoned monkey, which he facilitated through you. Currently, the research on the abandoned monkey is quite burdensome for me. Should there be anything I can assist with, please do not hesitate to ask, Doctor." Dr. Yamashita acknowledged. "There is indeed a task that requires your assistance, albeit it may entail certain risks." Li Shuwen clenched his fists. "Leave it to me. A bit of danger is nothing to fear. I am confident." Dr. Yamashita waved his hand dismissively. "The research on the abandoned monkey is not a burden for me. Rather, it is a project of great significance. I must also express my gratitude for informing me about the connection between the abandoned monkey and the Rage Fist. Your research pertains to the abandoned monkey, necessitating your collaboration with Cynthia to gather environmental data regarding the habitats of the abandoned monkey in the Paldea region. Li Shuwen responded. What risk could there possibly be in working alongside Cynthia? You can count on me. Dr. Yamashita nodded, recognizing that securing Li Shuwen's involvement would be straightforward. The challenge lay in persuading Cynthia to agree to his participation. Cynthia has high standards. You must exert yourself during this period to gain her approval when you meet. I will endeavor to persuade her as much as possible, but if she refuses to include you, I cannot compel her. Li Shuwen resolutely nodded. Rest assured, Doctor. I will strive diligently. Dr. Yamashita believed that with the relationship between Li Shuwen and Cynthia, coupled with his encouragement from behind the scenes, the task assigned by Professor Mustard would be accomplished. At that time, you will act as an assistant researcher alongside Cynthia, collecting more relevant data on the abandoned monkey. And your Infernape will evolve sooner. Desiring to collaborate with Cynthia, Li Shuwen realized he needed to enhance his own abilities to avoid hindering her progress. Doctor, I shall head to the backyard to train my Pokémon now. Upon arriving in the backyard, Li Shuwen had yet to assign training tasks to his Pokémon when Infernape rushed over, challenging the Blaziken to a battle. Before Li Shuwen could intervene, Infernape pounced, engaging in combat with Blaziken. Hearing the commotion, Empoleon glided over, eager to join the fray. Empoleon, wait until the battle between Blaziken and Infernape concludes. Li Shuwen called out, but Empoleon disregarded his words and dove in. Li Shuwen, exasperated, ordered, Lyron, use Dragon Claw to block Empoleon. The 4 Pokémon roared, each louder than the last, severely disrupting Dr. Yamashita's research. The doctor, accompanied by his trusty Pokémon, rushed to the backyard, exclaiming, "Be quiet, all of you." Yet the fervent Pokémon remained oblivious to his pleas, continuing their raucous battle. Dr. Yamashita, resigned, realized he would have to wait until they were thoroughly exhausted. After lunch, he tactfully informed Li Shuwen, the preparations for the upcoming trip to the Paldea region will require considerable time. You may return to the Veil City Gym to train your Pokémon, and I will notify you when everything is ready. Li Shuwen understood clearly that the combination of Infernape, Blaziken, Empoleon, and Lyron in close quarters would inevitably lead to chaos. The ruckus they caused had significantly impacted the doctor's research. I apologize, Doctor, he said. Doctor. Yamashita rubbed his temples, feeling the weight of time constraints and the pressing nature of the task at hand. Realizing that a group of overly enthusiastic Pokémon posed a considerable distraction to their work. My apologies, Shuwen. Li Shuwen waved it off. It's no trouble. I have disturbed everyone. He gathered his belongings and bid farewell to his Pokémon. If I have the opportunity to visit Veil City, I shall treat you to the local specialties. Upon returning to the Veil Gym, Li Shuwen discovered the doors wide open, yet the place was eerily empty. What is going on? He wondered, promptly retrieving his phone to call Grandpa Fog. Where are you? I'm at the gym. Is there something you need, Shuwen? Grandpa Fog responded. Li Shuwen scoffed. You're at the gym? Then where am I? His remark sent a chill down Grandpa Fog's spine. Where's my little sister? Is she with you at the game center? Grandpa Fog's eyes widened in alarm. She should be at home. With the gym's doors ajar and no one inside, a wave of dread washed over him. He had neglected to keep an eye on the gym and lost track of his daughter. Shuwen would surely unleash his wrath upon him. I'll call my little sister. However, as he dialed, he was met with a disheartening message. The number you have dialed is currently unavailable. Please try again later. Concerned, Li Shuwen thought. Could my sister truly be missing? Chapter 34, The Wall Slam. Li Shuwen set down his belongings and dashed out of the Veil Gym, simultaneously dialing Grandpa Fog again. I can't reach my sister. Did she mention any plans to go somewhere? Has she run away on a trip? Grandpa Fog, now anxious, exited the game center. No. Xiao Ning has been diligently managing the gym these past few days, and hasn't he mentioned any travel plans. Fortunately, Li Mining was already 10 years old. The risk of her getting lost was minimal. Li Shuwen rushed to the nearby flower shop. Auntie Inoue, have you seen my little sister? Auntie Inoue smiled. Just around noon. Xiao Ning came by to buy a bouquet, saying she wanted to give it to a beautiful older sister. Beautiful older sister? Li Shuwen's mind raced, and he began to piece together where Li Mining might be. He sprinted toward the ice cream truck. Finding it empty, he approached the ice cream vendor. Excuse me. Did my sister come by to buy ice cream? The ice cream vendor winked. Yes, she and your girlfriend each bought one of our signature ice creams. Li Shuwen instinctively refrained from correcting him about his girlfriend. Where did they go? They headed that way, likely toward the Veil Game Center. Thank you. As he ran, he called Grandpa Fog. Xiao Ning should be at the Veil Game Center. Please check if she is there. Got it. Just as Grandpa Fog exited the Veil Game Center, he turned back to search. After a thorough search, he indeed spotted Li Mining playing games with a beautiful blonde girl and immediately called Li Shuwen. Xiao Ning is with a stunning girl playing games. I'm heading back to the gym, son. Seize this opportunity and strive to ensure the third generation of the Veilstone Gym is born soon. They're in Area B, hurry over, Li Shuwen exclaimed. He rushed to the Veilstone Game Center and quickly located Li Mining and Baikai in Area B. Li Mining, how's the game? Li Mining turned around. Brother, you're back. Shuwen, I heard you went to Dr. Yamashita's research institute. How did it go? Li Shuwen smiled and waved. Baikai, it's been a while. Cynthia paused for a moment. Hasn't it only been a few days? Li Shuwen replied with a grin. A day apart feels like 3 seasons. Cynthia was taken aback, wondering when Li Shuwen had started to utter such poetic phrases, as she was certain she had not taught him this. The only technique she had imparted to him seemed to be the wall slam. Serena let out a quiet sigh of relief. Fortunately, the atmosphere in the gaming pavilion was bustling, filled with the cacophony of arcade machines, making it an unsuitable venue for an intimate wall slam. Where would Li Shuwen choose to corner her instead? Li Mining was also somewhat taken aback. Was this truly her clumsy older brother? Could Dr. Yamanashi really impart the skills of romance? With a glint of mischief in her eyes, Li Mining suggested, how about we take a stroll? I've heard that the Pavilion department store has prepared a plethora of new products in celebration of its 45th anniversary. Li Shuwen turned to Serena, inquiring, what do you think? Baikai? With a smile, Serena politely declined, expressing, rather than the Pavilion department store, I would prefer to explore a place that exudes a vibrant atmosphere. The truth was, given her current attire, only a few employees at the pavilion would recognize her as Serena. Li Shuwen nodded. Then let us meander through the commercial street. The trio exited the gaming establishment, with Li Shuwen fervently racking his brain for conversation topics. Baikai, didn't you mention there was an archaeological site you needed to study? Has it already concluded? Serena raised an eyebrow, explaining, the development of the site has encountered some challenges, and work is temporarily halted. Mining has been persistently inviting me back to the Pavilion City for some leisure. Since she had some free time, she decided to visit. Last time, while Li Shuwen was preoccupied with preparing desserts, Li Mining had exchanged phone numbers with Serena. Compared to Li Shuwen, Li Mining not only possessed a distinct gender advantage, but was also far bolder. For her brother's happiness, she was all in, ardently inviting Serena to return to Pavilion City every day. Li Shuwen turned around only to discover that Li Mining had fallen behind, seemingly granting him an opportunity for solitude. Yet he found himself at a loss for words. The scant knowledge he possessed about romance evaporated entirely upon encountering Baikai's visage. The commercial street lay ahead, where the shop owners greeted him warmly. Shuwen, impressive. You've landed such a beautiful girlfriend. Ah, I suppose so, he replied, unsure of how to elaborate, merely nodding and chuckling awkwardly. Meanwhile, Serena's attention was not on the conversation between Li Shuwen and the shopkeepers. She noticed a peculiar aspect. Why were there so many deep alleys in this commercial street? The smooth walls seemed to provide an optimal backdrop for a wall slam. Li Shuwen pointed to one of the alleys. Baikai, there's a lovely dessert shop over there, with a beautiful ambience and delicious, aesthetically pleasing cakes. Shall we sit there for a while? Into the alley. A wall slam. Serena's heart raced as she tightened her grip, her body instinctively going on high alert. Could it be that Li Shuwen was finally going to corner her? She braced herself, prepared to react to Li Shuwen's potential wall slam. As they walked side by side into the alley, Baikai remained vigilant, scanning for Li Shuwen's movements, unconsciously quickening her pace. Careful of the wall slam. This dessert shop is renowned for its Black Forest cake. You simply must try it. Li Shuwen matched Serena's accelerated pace. His focus on her flowing golden ponytail and the exquisite profile she occasionally revealed. When he finally came to his senses, he realized they had passed the very dessert shop he had mentioned. Anxiously, he instinctively reached out to grasp Serena's shoulder. Baikai I wall slam. Serena felt his hand on her shoulder, her heart raced, and her body reacted without thought. In a swift motion, she spun around, and, with a decisive push, pinned Li Shuwen against the wall. A rush of fragrant air enveloped them, and feeling their nearly touching noses and the alluring hue of her lips, Li Shuwen's mind went blank. Serena widened her eyes, staring at the handsome face so close to hers, her brain froze. Oh no, she was too nervous. How had she ended up wall slamming Li Shuwen instead? What should she do now? Should she grasp his chin and then no? Mom, I want to go home. Apologizing, she exclaimed, sorry, I lost my balance. I just remembered I left the gas on at home. I must be going. Without looking back, she dashed out of the alley. Li Shuwen inhaled deeply, his legs giving way as he slid down to the ground, trembling hands pulling out his phone. Dancing armored dragon. Bro, I didn't even make a move. and she wall slammed me. I hadn't spoken yet, and she just ran off. What do I do now? Dancing armored dragon. This isn't what we agreed upon. Serena returned to her sports car, her thoughts in utter disarray. Her heart racing uncontrollably as she pulled out her phone and saw Li Shuwen's messages. She had no idea how to respond. Li Shuwen continued to message. Dancing armored dragon. Do you think she might have developed feelings for me? Is that why she wall slammed me? Upon reading that, Serena took a deep breath to calm her anger, biting her lip tightly. Don't get angry, don't get angry. There's no need to be upset with a fool. Yet, the urge to thump this idiot overwhelmed her. Chapter 35, Registration. Regaining her composure. Li Shuwen suddenly recognized something amiss. The wall slam technique was a dating skill taught to him by a close friend. Why would Baikai suddenly employ this tactic? Could it be that Baikai was indeed that close friend? Li Shuwen squinted. It seemed he would need to devise a way to probe this during their next encounter. He only needed to send a message to his close friend when he met Baikai. If Baikai's phone responded, then she truly was that close friend. Reflecting further, he recalled that during their last meeting, Baikai had echoed many phrases his close friend had once said. He was now nearly convinced that Baikai was indeed his close friend. All that was required was a verification during their next meeting. Baikai, oh Baikai, my dear close friend, how you have deceived me. Li Shuwen eagerly anticipated his next encounter with Baikai. Upon returning to the pavilion dojo, Li Shuwen found himself alone, and Li Mining excitedly rushed to him. I finally managed to invite Baikai to Pavilion City as a guest, and you scared her off so quickly? This situation is not as you imagine, but explaining it is quite complex. In any case, little sister, could you please arrange for Baikai to meet me again? I have some questions I wish to ask her. Li Mining, with a knowing glint in her eye, perceived the entangled emotions between Li Shuwen and Baikai. It seemed Baikai had left prematurely due to some embarrassment. All right, I'll help you get in touch with her. However, when Li Mining sent her message, it fell into silence. Brother, what on earth happened when you two went out? It's complicated. Come on, just tell me. Li Mining tugged at Li Shuwen's hand, shaking it fervently. Li Shuwen furrowed his brow. Have you completed your training for today? Shouldn't you hurry and take Riolu to train? Li Mining pouted. If you want to tell me, then I want to bother. She turned to Riolu. Let us go? After running a few steps, Li Mining abruptly returned to say, by the way, the Pokémon battle competition for the Pavilion Department Store's 45th anniversary is closing registration tomorrow. Are you planning to participate? Li Shuwen nodded. I will sign up shortly. The Pavilion Department Store had invited Serena as a guest for the competition, and if he could secure the championship, he would have the opportunity to battle against her. Gaining her acknowledgement through this contest would pave the way for their subsequent adventure in the Paldea region. For now, the prerequisite was to seize the champion title. With the presence of Scale Armor Dragon and Fire Monkey, Li Shuwen believed that his chances of clinching the championship were considerable. Moreover, prior to the commencement of the Celebration Cup, he had the opportunity to simulate his strategies for a third time, thereby enhancing his prospects for victory. Li Shuwen arrived at the Curtain Department Store and approached the clerk responsible for registrations. Hello, I would like to register for the Celebration Cup. Certainly, Mr. Li Shuwen. I will process your registration immediately. Li Shuwen inquired. May I ask how many participants have registered so far? The clerk nodded. Quite a number, indeed. Perhaps due to extensive promotion, trainers from various cities in the Sinnoh region have gathered to enroll, surpassing 200 participants. Consequently, our president has rented the Curtain City Sports Hall as the competition venue, allowing trainers to engage in battles freely. Very well, the paperwork is complete. Li Shuwen smiled, expressing his gratitude. The clerk, her cheeks slightly flushed, encouraged him. Mr. Li Shuwen, do your best in the competition. We are counting on you here in Curtain City. Li Shuwen nodded. I will certainly strive to excel. Although there were no entry barriers for the competition, having over 200 participants already marked it as a significant event. Additionally, anyone holding a shopping receipt from the Curtain Department Store, regardless of the amount, could enter to watch the matches. For the 45th anniversary celebration, the Curtain Department Store had indeed invested heavily. Back at the Curtain Dojo, Li Shuwen released Scale Armor Dragon, Bad Frog, Fire Monkey, and Torchic onto the training grounds. Torchic, from now on, this will be your new home. I have registered for a competition. Let us train diligently together. With your presence, I am confident that the championship will be ours to claim. As Scale Armor Dragon evolved, it transitioned from a purely dragon type to a dual dragon and fighting type. This evolution also enhanced Li Shuwen's affinity for both dragon and fighting attributes, achieving levels of Dragon 095 and Fighting 08. Of course, the improvement in fighting affinity was also attributed to Bad Frog and Fire Monkey. With 3 fighting-type Pokémon at his disposal, Li Shuwen's affinity for the fighting type continued to rise steadily, perhaps even surpassing his dragon-type affinity. By spending time with Pokémon of a particular type, one can enhance their abilities in training that specific type, even the most ordinary of trainers. Through perseverance in their training, 10 years sharpening a sword can achieve remarkable results and pass them on to future generations. With each successive generation, an exceptional trainer may emerge. For instance, Ash, whose grandfather and father were both unremarkable trainers, produced a champion in his own right. As the second child of the esteemed fighting-type trainer, Li Shuwen, Li Mining inherited not only her father's fighting prowess, but also the talent for nurturing fighting-type Pokémon. In contrast, Li Shuwen inherited his mother's striking red hair. Their mother, known for her frail health, was a renowned beauty in Curtain City. While Li Shuwen's innate talent as a trainer may not be exceptional, his tall and handsome stature certainly garnered attention. Strength can be developed through training, yet poor modeling is a lifelong burden that cannot be easily rectified. Today, Li Shuwen is recognized as a striking figure throughout the region, entirely unaffected by the rugged appearance of his father. Scale Armor Dragon continued to familiarize itself with the coordination of its claws and tail, adapting to its new bipedal stance post-evolution, and needed to refine its basic attack techniques for battle. Fire Monkey focused on strengthening its physical foundation. The more robust its foundation, the greater the potential for rage enhancement, while also controlling the risks associated with explosive anger. Despite the arduous nature of foundational training, Li Shuwen was astonished at Fire Monkey's calm demeanor during such rigorous practice. To grow stronger, Fire Monkey managed to suppress its ever-present rage, truly remarkable. Meanwhile, Bad Frog expanded its training regimen beyond basic fighting techniques to include toxic skills, bolstering its venom in preparation for evolution. For Torchic, training involved enhancing its firepower through the spark skill, while also developing its leg strength to prepare for the dazzling flame kick post-evolution. This training spanned 5 days, during which officials from the league arrived to assess Li Shuwen's qualifications as a dojo trainer at the Curtain Dojo. As anticipated, the official was none other than Miss Joy. Much of the league's auditing work was entrusted to her. Mr. Li Shuwen, I will proceed to register your Pokémon. Upon completion, you will be able to utilize these Pokémon to accept challenges from trainers. Furthermore, during the formal assessment for dojo trainers in 6 months, you will be permitted to use only the registered Pokémon. Any additional captures can be registered at the Curtain City Pokémon Center. Chapter 36. Preparing to become a dojo master. Li Shuwen produced 4 Pokeballs, prompting a surprised reaction from Miss Joy. Only 4 Pokémon. Li Shuwen affirmed, indeed. The league will send personnel to evaluate your performance during the verification period. Prior to the assessment, please ensure you have at least 6 Pokémon. Li Shuwen nodded resolutely. Rest assured, Miss Joy, I will swiftly select suitable Pokémon to capture. Miss Joy surveyed the Curtain Dojo and inquired, by the way, where is the official trainer of the Curtain Dojo, Mr. Li Dazhuang? Just then, Li Dazhuang hurried into the dojo, exclaiming, Here. He produced a Pokeball. Here is another Pokémon for Shuwen's registration. Not a problem. Miss Joy utilized the office desk at the Curtain Dojo, retrieving her portable device and connecting it to her computer, placing Li Dazhuang's Pokeball for scanning. Leek Duck. A leek duck from the Galar region. Obtaining such a Pokémon in the Sinnoh region is no easy feat. The Galarian leek duck is a single fighting-type Pokémon, known for its exceptional combat prowess. To evolve the Galarian leek duck, it must successfully land its skills on opponents at least 3 times during battles. Li Dazhuang nodded repeatedly. As expected of Miss Joy, you truly are well informed. She continued scanning the remaining 4 Pokeballs held by Li Shuwen. Scale Armor Dragon. An exceptional late-blooming Pokémon from the Alola region, equally rare. Based on the data of Scale Armor Dragon, it is evident that you have nurtured it remarkably well, Mr. Li Shuwen. Fire Monkey, yet another outstanding Pokémon. Bad Frog, also quite impressive. Torchic, I did not expect you to possess a starter Pokémon from the Hoenn region. Given the status of these 5 Pokémon, it appears you have a high likelihood of passing the dojo trainer assessment, Mr. Li Shuwen. Li Shuwen smiled. You flatter me, Miss Joy. I still have much effort to exert. Now that the statistics were complete, Miss Joy prepared to take her leave. She operated the machine, printing a certificate to hand to Li Shuwen. This is your provisional dojo trainer certificate. With this document, you may accept challenges from trainers. However, only by becoming a formal dojo trainer can you commence training apprentices. In terms of financial support from the league, the majority of a dojo's income actually comes from accepting apprentices. The regulars who frequently train at the Curtain Dojo are not its disciples. Their relationship resembles that of gym members. It is not that old man Fei Wu is irresponsible or unwilling to take on apprentices. Rather, he feels that he himself possesses little depth and substance. He is uncertain about what skills and knowledge he could impart to a disciple. Under the strong persuasion of Li Shuwen, Miss Joy ultimately consented to stay for a meal. During their time together, Miss Joy informed Li Shuwen that the battles with examiners during assessments contribute only a small portion of the overall score. To become an official gym trainer, it is the performance of the trainers that Li Shuwen hosts over the next 6 months that will hold the utmost significance. As long as he performs well, even if he loses the battle against the examiner, his chances of becoming a gym trainer remain high. Li Shuwen nodded in understanding. Indeed, both regular performance and exam scores are crucial. Unless he achieves a perfect score on the exam, consistent performance is vital. Miss Joy, I will diligently attend to every trainer who comes to challenge us. Miss Joy's statement was not merely a response to Li Shuwen's invitation to dinner, but a genuine hope that he would treat the challengers with the seriousness they deserve. Miss Joy nodded, wishing him to maintain his original intentions. After she departed, Li Shuwen, clutching the Galarian Ducklet's pokeball, turned his gaze to Old Man Feiwu. Have you been frequenting the Curtain Game City to play games solely to exchange for this Galarian Ducklet to gift me? Old Man Feiwu chuckled awkwardly. Originally intending to celebrate your 18th birthday by presenting this ducklet as a gift. However, it seems it will now serve as a token for your becoming a provisional gym leader. How does that make you feel? Old Man Feiwu's gestures had no effect on the 18-year-old Li Shuwen. He coldly regarded Old Man Feiwu, stating, I am 18 this year, not 8. Your tricks are ineffective on me. Old Man Feiwu chuckled sheepishly. I'll go wash the dishes. Li Mining, excited, tugged at Li Shuwen. Brother, come quickly. Let us see what differences there are between the Galarian Ducklet and our local Ducklet. All right. The siblings arrived at the training ground and released the Galarian Ducklet. Quack. Compared to the ordinary Ducklet, the Galarian variant had sharper eyes, deeper feathers, and its forehead markings resembled eyebrows. The Ducklet pointed its leek, resembling a spear, at Li Shuwen. As if questioning, are you my master? Hello, Ducklet. From now on, I shall be your trainer. The Ducklet swung its leek, directing it towards the pokeball at Li Shuwen's waist, indicating that if Li Shuwen wished to become its trainer, they must first engage in battle. Lizard Dragon. I entrust this to you. The Lizard Dragon emerged, its gaze fixed intensely on the Ducklet. The Ducklet swung its leek, launching a slice attack toward the Lizard Dragon. Iron Defense, Dragon Claw. The Lizard Dragon raised its arms, successfully blocking the Ducklet's assault. Then, with a powerful thrust, the Ducklet was sent staggering backward. Dragon Dance. As the Lizard Dragon twirled, its aura surged dramatically. Iron Head. Reacting swiftly, the Ducklet's eyes gleamed with determination. It evaded the Lizard Dragon's iron head by bending low and twisting its body. With its tail, the Ducklet attempted to counter, but was struck aside by the Lizard Dragon's powerful tail. Even without using any skills, the Lizard Dragon's well-trained tail was still immensely powerful, leaving the Ducklet momentarily paralyzed. Ducklet. After such a display, do you think that suffices? Realizing the vast difference in strength between itself and the Lizard Dragon, the Ducklet stood upright, nodding respectfully. Quack. After successfully capturing the Ducklet, Li Shuwen took a photo with the Provisional Gym Leader certificate and sent it to his good friend. Dance-loving Lizard Dragon. Good friend. I have become a provisional gym trainer. For 5 days, the taciturn Cynthia, having feigned disinterest, pondered and eventually replied to Li Shuwen's message. Shark Battle God, congratulations. You have finally realized your dream. Apologies for not being able to check my messages earlier. I was occupied with league tasks. How are things progressing? Dance-loving Lizard Dragon. Since that incident, she has not contacted me. Sigh. It feels like my first love is destined to fizzle out without a trace. Cynthia pondered. While others began dating at the age of 10, her good friend was already 18 and had yet to experience love. For his first romantic endeavor, it would be best for him to have a positive experience. During her next guest appearance at the Curtain Department Store, she decided to reappear as Cabbage once more. Shark Battle God. Girls tend to be shy. Give her some time. Don't rush it. A miracle may yet occur. Dance-loving Lizard Dragon. All right then. Not long after their conversation ended, Li Mining excitedly dashed into the training ground. Brother, Cabbage Sister has agreed to visit the Curtain Gym again tomorrow. You need to prepare. Li Shuwen squinted. His good friend had just replied to him, and now Cabbage was saying she would be visiting the Curtain Gym. This undeniably deepened his suspicions. Chapter 37. Face-to-Face Dragon Dance Showcase. Li Mining waved her hand dismissively. I'm off to train with Riolu. You think carefully about how to entertain Cabbage Sister tomorrow. Got it. Li Shuwen promptly took out his phone, smiling as he sent a message to his good friend. Dance-loving Lizard Dragon. Good friend, she said she would visit again. Should I seize the opportunity for a wall slam? Upon reading Li Shuwen's message, Cynthia's forehead twitched in irritation. She is coming again? Why can't we move past the wall slam? Shark Battle God. I believe that since she employed the wall slam tactic last time, using it again will yield no effect. Dance-loving lizard dragon. What should I do then? He swiftly sent over an inappropriate image. Dance-loving lizard dragon. Please, help me think of a new grand move. Upon receiving the inappropriate image from Li Shuwen, Cynthia's face flushed. Dance-loving lizard dragon. Is one image not enough? Just as she finished speaking, Li Shuwen sent 5 more inappropriate images in quick succession. Dance-loving lizard dragon. Surely this is sufficient. Cynthia blushed as she reviewed the images, hastily typing a response. Shark battle god. Enough, enough. Any more, and you'll risk nutritional deficiency. Don't be anxious. Let me carefully devise a date strategy for you. Shark battle god. I assure you it will leave her utterly moved. Dance-loving lizard dragon. Thank you, old shark. Cynthia glanced at the inappropriate images again, unable to suppress a scoff. How desperate must one be to save so many inappropriate images? Yet, she had to admit, they were rather appealing. Those legs, those white stockings. And the endless depths, shark battle god. You rascal, you've collected some fine quality images. Stunned by this message, Li Shuwen hesitated. Did shark battle god enjoy inappropriate images? Was she truly cabbage? Testing the waters, he replied. Dance-loving lizard dragon. So, you've collected quite a few yourself? Let us see yours. Cynthia felt flustered. In such a short time, where could she find inappropriate images? She glanced around, and suddenly caught sight of her reflection in the mirror. She retrieved a pair of black stockings and a short skirt from her wardrobe, changed, and mimicked the poses from the images Li Shuwen had sent earlier, taking a few non-revealing photos to send back. Li Shuwen was taken aback. Had he guessed wrong? After carefully examining the images sent by the shark war god, Li Shuwen couldn't help but exclaim, Dancing lizard dragon. Why do I feel that the images you sent are of even better quality than those in my collection? Sharona felt her cheeks flush with embarrassment. Secretly delighted within. Shark war god, really? Dancing lizard dragon. I swear. They are indeed stunning. Shark war god. No, forget about the images. You should be focusing on tomorrow's date. Shark war god. Now that you have become a provisional gym leader, why not showcase your gym battle to her? Revealing your charming side? Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow at this message, considering it a splendid idea. Dancing lizard dragon. This sounds promising. What else? Shark war god. After the battle, it will be around noon. Find a restaurant and treat her to a meal, and afterward, visit a craft studio or a floral arrangement class. Shark war god. Together, you can try pottery and learn flower arranging. Shark war god. Remember, be confident. Dancing lizard dragon. Yes, sir. Sharona shook her head, pondering why she was the one worrying when it was his romantic endeavor. Particularly since the one he was pursuing was her disguised self. She felt a sense of oddity about the entire situation. The following day, Sharona donned a white shirt and black trousers. Upon her arrival at the Veilstone Gym, Li Shuwen, who had been waiting at the entrance since early morning, stepped forward to greet her. A gentle smile graced Sharona's lips, brighter than the spring sunshine, as she handed him a gift box. I conducted some research in Shinto Town and took the liberty of purchasing a few local specialties. Thank you for inviting me to witness your first gym battle now that I have become the provisional gym leader. Sharona smiled and nodded, expressing her congratulations. It is my honor. Please, come in for some tea. The challenger should arrive shortly. Once inside, they enjoyed jasmine tea accompanied by peach blossom pastries, mung bean cakes, and chocolate cookies. By the way, how did you find the incense I asked you to take back as a souvenir? If you need more, I can prepare some. Sharona nodded. It works wonderfully. I shall not be modest. Lighting an incense while reading and translating literature indeed made her feel twice as efficient. She had no idea her good friend possessed such a skill, having never mentioned it before. Sharona left the peach blossom pastries and mung bean cakes untouched, opting for a chocolate cookie instead, as she still had plenty of the former at home, all sent by Li Shuwen as local specialties from Veil City. In reality, they were his unique creations, and this time, there were 2 to 3 times more than before, far too much to consume. She would have to distribute them at her grandmother's research institute, where everyone praised her for her culinary skills, stating she had improved significantly since her childhood when she almost blew up the kitchen. Big sister by Kai, brother, the challenger has arrived. The familiar phrase echoed as this challenger sought the 6th badge. Li Shuwen knew he had to give it his all, whether for Bai Kai, for himself, or for the Veil Gym. He could not afford to lose. He led with the poison frog, facing off against the Muk Eagle. Muk Eagle, air slash. The challenger confidently unleashed a powerful move right from the start. Dodge it, and use poison sting. Under Li Shuwen's guidance, the poison frog's poison sting was now more robust and rapid, releasing only 4 at a time. The Muk Eagle twisted its body, evading the poison sting before unleashing another 4. Steel Wing, shatter the poison stings. Mud Bomb. Seizing the opportunity, the purple-black mud struck the Muk Eagle. Brave Bird. The explosion of smoke obscured the view as the Muk Eagle burst forth, soaring towards the poison frog's abdomen. The poison frog fell helplessly, losing its ability to battle. The Muk Eagle gasped for breath but quickly regained its composure. The training with toxic moves had enhanced the mud bomb's power, and the recoil from Brave Bird left the Muk Eagle feeling the strain as well. Lizard Dragon, I entrust you with this. The imposing Lizard Dragon took the stage, and Sharona's expression turned serious. Compared to the Heart Lizard from last time, the Lizard Dragon was undeniably more powerful. 8 years of dedication had yielded results, and Sharona felt a sense of pride for Li Shuwen. However, that sense of pride soon faded. Lizard Dragon, Dragon Dance. Sharona's eyes twitched, as if stirred by an unhappy memory. Muk Eagle, Air Slash. The Lizard Dragon twisted its body, dodging the attack. Getting close, Steel Wing. Meeting the attack with a Dragon Dance, the Lizard Dragon's power surged once more. With its draconic scales raised, it absorbed the Muk Eagle's assault head-on. Dragon Claw. The Lizard Dragon lunged forward, pinning the Muk Eagle to the ground. Roar. The powerful sound wave left the Muk Eagle's mind reeling. Dragon Tail. The Lizard Dragon spun, sending the Muk Eagle flying. The series of moves flowed seamlessly, and the Muk Eagle was rendered unable to battle on the spot. Now, that's what I call professionalism. Li Shuwen smiled at Bai Kai, only to notice her expression seemed less than pleased. Upon catching Li Shuwen's gaze, Sharona forced a smile and applauded. Chapter 38. Everyone come to challenge. In the past, the Heart Lizard would mock her with Dragon Dance online. Now, witnessing his battle, it was the Dragon Dance used to taunt face-to-face. The dancing Lizard Dragon, so that's what it meant. And that earlier roar was indeed thunderous. No wonder it was once called the Singing Heart Lizard. Sharona was curious about what name Li Shuwen would choose when the Lizard Dragon evolved into the Wand-tail Lizard Dragon. Perhaps the singing and dancing Wand-tail Lizard Dragon? The opponent suddenly switched to a dragon type. After a moment of contemplation, the challenger replaced the originally planned Pig with the Ice Demon Guard. Due to a lack of understanding of the Lizard Dragon, the challenger mistakenly believed it to be a pure dragon type. Ice Demon Guard, Ice Beam, Dragon Pulse. A smile crept onto Sharona's lips as she instantly grasped Li Shuwen's intention. The collision of Ice Beam and Dragon Pulse resulted in an explosion that created a cloud of smoke. Dragon Dance. The challenger grew anxious. Ice Demon Guard, Blizzard, charge in, and use Brick Break. The challenger's eyes widened in shock. What? The Lizard Dragon suddenly soared, delivering a powerful strike to the Ice Demon Guard's head, inflicting severe damage. This dragon Pokémon was a fighting type. Li Shuwen smiled, knowing that anyone challenging the Veiled Gym should understand that it was a fighting type gym. One should be steadfast in their choices rather than changing tactics at the last moment, as this would undoubtedly shake their resolve. His words left the challenger questioning their life choices. Li Shuwen did not hold back either. Lizard Dragon, Dragon Dance. How many times must I say it? Sharona frowned, wondering when they would research a dragon dance that the Mega Garchomp could also learn. Li Mining looked at Sharona. Sister Bai Kai, isn't your brother's Pokemon battle exciting enough? Sharona shook her head. It's quite good. I just don't particularly like Dragon Dance. Li Mining was puzzled. What's wrong with Dragon Dance? It's a splendid skill. Brick Break. The powerful Brick Break attack, enhanced by Dragon Dance, was so swift that the Ice Demon Guard was unable to react. The Armored Dragon has once again felled a formidable opponent. The challenger firmly grasped the Pokeball, opting not for the familiar Poochyena, but instead for his steadfast companion. The Infernape. It's up to you, he declared. Despite being fully aware of the Armored Dragon's dual dragon and fighting types, the challenger resolutely chose his initial Pokemon. Infernape. Unleash your flames. Following that, Dragon Dance. Once again, the Dragon Dance? Indeed, Li Mining observed that whenever Dragon Dance was involved, the expression of Sister Bai Kai, who had been previously pleased by the bond between the challenger and Infernape, instantly soured. Infernape, charge in with Force Palm, counter with Dragon Claw. A fierce clash ensued, and the Armored Dragon began to pant heavily. The 5 layers of Dragon Dance were indeed a considerable burden. Meanwhile, Infernape ignited in a radiant crimson glow, its blazing ability. The long-standing bond ignited Infernape's blazing trait. Enveloped in flames, he lunged towards the Armored Dragon. Meet it with Dragon Claw? At that moment, evasion was not an option for a true warrior. The challenger felt a surge of relief as Infernape's flame charge evolved into Flare Blitz. This single achievement made the gym battle worthwhile. Ultimately, it was the blazing passion of Infernape that triumphed, toppling the Armored Dragon and denying it the chance to fully shield itself. Cynthia exhaled in relief. That troublesome Dragon Dance user finally exited the field. Li Mining blinked. Did Sister Bai Kai harbor a dislike for the armored dragon? Monferno, I'm counting on you. Locking eyes with Infernape, Monferno recognized a respectable adversary. Meteor Fist. Monferno initiated with lightning speed, closing the distance to Infernape in an instant. Flame Punch. At the collision, Monferno was pushed back further than Infernape, his body igniting in a layer of brilliant red light. The challenger was taken aback. Infernape had activated its blazing ability, hence the additional red glow. But why did Monferno, lacking this ability, also exhibit a similar glow? Meteor Fist. A true warrior meets force with force. Flare Blitz. The challenger clenched his fists, hoping that Flare Blitz would secure him victory over Monferno once more. Although Flare Blitz boasted greater power, Monferno had opted for Meteor Fist. Why then was Infernape sent flying while Monferno remained steadfast, the red light surrounding him growing ever brighter? This was perplexing. Infernape struggled to rise, and the challenger tightened his fists, nervously issuing commands. Infernape, use Flare Blitz. The explosion of a fist radiating red and yellow energy scattered Infernape's flames, tracing an elegant arc through the air before crashing to the ground, dazed and unable to continue fighting. The challenger, upon seeing Monferno, noticed its red glow intensifying once more. Both trainers withdrew their Pokémon, and Li Shuwen approached with a smile, extending a handshake. What a thrilling battle. The challenger managed a strained smile. Indeed, I have greatly benefited. This Monferno seemed to grow stronger with its glowing aura. How was one to contend with that? The introduction of a new reserve gym trainer had been expected to make things easier, yet it felt more daunting than before. Was Monferno not a tad overpowered? Exiting the gym, the challenger felt dazed, growing increasingly frustrated with his thoughts. No, he couldn't let this burden weigh solely on him. He retrieved his phone and logged into the trainer forum. Full speed ahead. The new reserve gym trainer at the Curtain Gym is quite amiable. He helped my Infernape learn Flare Blitz. I welcome everyone to come and challenge him. Wings of Hope. Are you serious, buddy? I'll take up the challenge too. Full speed ahead. I could never deceive you. I'll never earn the Curtain Gym badge. Eternal Flame. I'm nearby Curtain City. I'll challenge him the day after tomorrow and see if it's as you described. Blue Sky Feather. Hearing you say that makes me want to give it a try too. I hadn't planned on challenging a fighting type gym, but I'll go to the Curtain Gym first and then to the beachside gym. Full speed ahead. Rest assured, I promise everyone will have a rare combat experience. Not only was Monferno formidable, but the rapidly stacking and increasingly fierce armored dragon was equally challenging. Had it not been for Infernape's breakthrough, he might have been swept aside effortlessly. After the challenger departed, Li Shuwen inquired of Cynthia, Sister Bai, I noticed your expression earlier. Did I fail to handle something properly? From Cynthia's perspective as an Elite Four member, Li Shuwen's handling was nothing short of impeccable. The 5 instances of Dragon Dance were timed with remarkable precision, achieving enhancement at minimal cost. The only thing that displeased Cynthia was that Garchomp could not learn Dragon Dance. Li Mining whispered, Sister Bai doesn't like Dragon Dance. Li Shuwen was somewhat surprised. How could anyone dislike such a splendid move? A sudden realization struck him. Was it not dislike, but rather envy and jealousy? Speaking of which, Sister Bai, if Pokémon had 2 dragons, one being the Dragon Dance using Flygon, and the other being the Swords Dance using Garchomp, whom would you prefer? Chapter 39, No Cilantro. Cynthia smiled with an air of intellect and elegance, her gaze gentle as she responded to his question. Flygon, with its wings producing a melodious sound akin to a female's sweet song, was celebrated as the desert spirit. Additionally, it possessed the Dragon Dance move that aligns perfectly with the development of Dragon-type Pokémon, making it an exceptionally admirable Pokémon. Yet, for some reason, Li Shuwen felt an undercurrent of menace within Sister Bai's friendly smile. But I choose Garchomp. Li Shuwen pressed on, determined to inquire further. May I ask why? Cynthia nodded. Garchomp represents our Sinnoh region's Pokémon. As a Sinnoh native, I must support Garchomp. Li Mining concurred. Yes, we should support Garchomp. With a serene smile, Cynthia posed the question, between the Dragon Dance utilizing Flygon and the Swords Dance using Garchomp, which do you prefer, Shuwen? At that moment, could Li Shuwen still claim to prefer Flygon? He was not foolish. Of course, Garchomp. How magnificent it is, with those formidable fin-like appendages. Would Flygon even stand a chance? Li Shuwen blinked, recalling that after Mega Evolution, Garchomp's wings transformed into gigantic scythes, resulting in a significant increase in attack power but a reduction in speed. Cynthia narrowed her eyes, sensing that Li Shuwen was contemplating something rather impolite. The trio waited in the tea house until 11 o'clock, and with no challengers arriving, Li Shuwen remarked, the time is ripe. I found a delightful restaurant in Curtain City where we can taste if the food is as good as everyone claims. Sister Bai smiled. I have visited Curtain City numerous times, and it has always been you who treated me. This time, let me treat you at the restaurant. Li Shuwen hesitated. Cynthia chuckled. Don't argue with me. Although a historian's salary is modest, I can still afford a meal. Li Shuwen reluctantly nodded. Very well then. Sharona gently ruffled Li Mining's hair and asked, Mining, what would you like to eat? Huh. Li Mining shook her head. I have plans with friends this afternoon, so I think I'll skip it. Sharona squinted her eyes. I drove here, Mining. Wherever you wish to go, I can give you a ride. We still have time for a meal. Li Shuwen, your Garchomp 1T be able to dragon dance to counter me. Then I'll deliberately bring Li Mining along to disrupt your date plans. I know how to sabotage the opportunity one proposed. This time, just watch me as I put an end to you. Sharona was no delicate queen. She possessed strength and cunning. On this trip to Curtain City, Sharona had not taken her red sports car, but rather a green SUV. Following Li Shuwen's directions, the trio arrived at an opulently decorated restaurant. Oh, I quite enjoy Kalo's cuisine, Sharona remarked with a smile, recalling that Li Shuwen had once mentioned Li Mining's picky eating habits. However, since Li Shuwen was responsible for grocery shopping, he himself was not picky. Yet, in truth, Li Shuwen detested cilantro. And Kalo's cuisine featured numerous dishes seasoned with cilantro. Kalo's cilantro mashed potatoes, Kalo's cilantro stewed chicken, Kalo's cilantro butter-seared steak, Kalo's cilantro roasted base, Kalo's cilantro seafood soup, and Kalo's cilantro lamb tajin. Li Shuwen's eyelid twitched. How could they have ordered so many cilantro-laden dishes? How was he supposed to eat all of this? After ordering, Sharona turned the menu towards Li Mining. Mining, see if there are any dishes you fancy. Holding the menu, Li Mining perused it thoroughly before finally selecting a grilled lamb chop and a caramel pudding. That should do. According to convention, Sharona should have passed the menu to Li Shuwen next, allowing him to choose 2 dishes. However, Sharona had no intention of giving Li Shuwen that opportunity. She wanted him to consume more cilantro. Once the dishes were served, the potent aroma of cilantro made Li Shuwen involuntarily grimace. Observing his expression, Sharona realized that he truly disliked cilantro. With a smile, she inquired, What's wrong, Shuwen? Don't you like the dishes I've ordered? Faced with Sharona's question, Li Shuwen forced a smile. Of course not. One must be brave enough to try new things. Without hesitation, Sharona sliced a piece of roasted chicken, generously dipped it in cilantro sauce, and placed it in Li Shuwen's bowl. You're absolutely right. You must try it. I guarantee you will enjoy it. Li Shuwen inhaled slightly, picked up the chicken, and stuffed it into his mouth. A radiant smile lit up his face. The combination of cilantro and chicken was simply exquisite. Li Mining also tried a piece and exclaimed in shock, Cilantro can be this delicious. Why didn't we ever use it in our cooking at home? Li Shuwen internally wept. Of course, it's because your brother doesn't like cilantro. With each dish that arrived, Sharona enthusiastically served Li Shuwen a large helping. Li Mining wore a knowing smile, mistakenly believing this was a sign of Sharona's interest in her brother. Little did she realize, Sharona was retaliating, relentlessly assaulting Li Shuwen's senses with cilantro. Li Shuwen not only could not refuse, but was also compelled to smile and flatter. Sharona was thoroughly enjoying herself. Yet, she maintained a composed exterior. Mining loves cilantro, so let us order 2 more dishes. Waiter. Li Shuwen numbly shoveled cilantro mashed potatoes into his mouth, his heart already heavy with despair. No, please, no more dishes. Sharona, smiling, ordered 2 additional dishes and specifically instructed the waiter, please ask the chef to add extra cilantro. My sister adores it. After finishing the meal, Li Shuwen felt as though his soul had drifted far beyond the clouds. Seeing his expression, Sharona couldn't help but stifle a laugh. Is being able to dragon dance truly impressive? Once outside the restaurant, Sharona asked, Mining, where are you meeting your friends? I can drop you off. Li Mining waved her hand. No need. You and brother can go have fun. I can manage on my own. With that, she dashed away. Sharona turned to Li Shuwen. So, where shall we go now? Li Shuwen reluctantly pulled himself together and stated, There's a lovely pottery studio in Curtain City where we can craft pottery. There's also a floral arrangement class if you prefer to learn about flower arranging. You can choose whichever you like. Sharona smiled faintly. I'm fine with either. You decide. Then let us go to the pottery studio. The pottery we create can be displayed at home or even used as a water cup. Sharona frowned slightly, but working with pottery involves clay, which can easily stain our clothes, right? Li Shuwen chuckled. Then let us go to the floral arrangement class. Sharona shook her head again. I appreciate the natural beauty of flowers remaining on the branches. Cutting them to arrange them doesn't enhance their beauty. Li Shuwen was momentarily taken aback. Unsure of how to resolve this situation, the teacher had never instructed him on such matters. Internally, Sharona shook her head. You were tasked with finding a pottery studio and a floral arrangement class, and you've only found these two options? You're so rigid. How will you ever find a girlfriend? Today, I shall teach you a lesson, so you understand that pursuing a girl is not as simple as it seems, especially after you've offended her. Chapter 40. So it's a desert dragonfly. Li Shuwen's mind raced as he desperately sought a suitable place for their date. However, at that moment, his barren mind could conjure no appropriate dating location. How about you, Mining? Is there anywhere you'd like to go? Sharona merely smiled. I'm fine with anything. It's up to you. In a moment of inspiration, Li Shuwen suggested, why don't we take a stroll in the park? The cherry blossoms are in bloom, and they should be quite beautiful. You do enjoy appreciating the flowers of nature, don't you? Shall we go see the cherry blossoms then? Noticing the sweat forming on Li Shuwen's forehead, Sharona temporarily decided to relent. That sounds good. Upon hearing Sharona's agreement, Li Shuwen finally exhaled in relief. After wandering around the park, noticing that Li Shuwen seemed inclined to continue circling, Sharona began to regret the decision. Though the cherry blossoms were indeed beautiful, simply meandering around the park was unbearable. It was even more tedious than floral arranging. They might as well have gone to the pottery studio to do something productive. Li Shuwen was equally flustered, pondering how to carry on with the date. Finally, an ice cream cart set up shop in the park. Li Shuwen seized the opportunity. Let us go buy some ice cream. Sounds good. What flavor do you want, Mining? As soon as ice cream was mentioned, Sharona found herself at a loss for choices. Li Shuwen quickly took out his phone to message his good buddy for help, while also confirming whether his buddy was indeed Mining. The dancing lizard. Bro, help? However, Sharona's phone did not buzz. Turning back, Sharona asked, Shuwen, what flavor are you having? I'll have a chocolate cone, please. Are you still unable to decide, Mining? Sharona laughed and shook her head. Each flavor looks so tempting. It's quite difficult to choose. Li Shuwen smiled. How about we get a triple scoop? That way, you can taste all the flavors. Once they received the triple scoop ice cream, Sharona happily took a lick. Delicious. At that moment, Li Shuwen's phone buzzed with a reply. Shark Warlord, what's wrong? Is the date not going well? The Shark Warlord had responded, and Mining was right there before him. Is the Shark War God not a cabbage? Sharona raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the notion of a challenger. Li Shuwen shook his head. No, it's a friend who needs my assistance with something. I can handle it promptly. Sharona smiled to herself, silently scoffing. What kind of friend could a tech enthusiast like you possibly have? Surely you're just messaging the Shark War God for support. No worries, take your time, she replied. In truth, Sharona realized that during their previous encounters, she had inadvertently revealed many traits characteristic of the Shark War God. Hence, she had specifically asked her good friend to use the Shark War God account today. Even if Li Shuwen did not message the Shark War God, the latter would reach out proactively to demonstrate that Cabbage and the Shark War God were not one and the same. Li Shuwen typed swiftly, informing the Shark War God of the situation at hand. Meanwhile, Jadelia, holding her phone, reviewed the message from Li Shuwen. When did Sharona become so melodramatic? She mused, amused by the thought of her friend being overly concerned about dirt on her clothes. Jadelia soon wore a playful smile, realizing that Sharona was merely teasing her friend who had yet to experience romance. Sharona, since you've entrusted me with this account, whatever transpires is beyond your control. Shark War God. When a girl poses a question, you should devise a solution instead of evading it. Shark War God. Since she claims pottery will soil her clothes, simply take her to buy a change of attire. Indeed, a revelation. Shark War God. Boys, be a bit bolder. Love is not something that waits to be found. The dancing Lurantis. Understood. Putting away his phone, Li Shuwen smiled and said, Cabbage, I recall there's a clothing store near the park. Let us go buy an outfit. They could then head to the pottery studio, eliminating any worries about dirted garments. Sounds good, Sharona replied, her smile masking the growing intensity within her. Jadelia, what on earth did you say to him? Upon arriving at the clothing store, Li Shuwen took the initiative. Cabbage, I believe this white dress would suit you perfectly. What do you think? Observing the dress in Li Shuwen's hands, Sharona felt a twinge of nostalgia. A dress? Truth be told, she rarely wore them. Ultimately, she shook her head. A dress doesn't suit me. Instead, she selected a pair of work pants and a short-sleeved top. This will do. Then go try it on. This outfit is more fitting for pottery work. Seizing the moment while Sharona changed, Li Shuwen hastily settled the bill. Earlier, when he had been replying to messages, he realized that the ice cream had also been treated by Sharona, leaving him feeling quite embarrassed. As Sharona emerged in her short sleeves and work pants, Li Shuwen felt as though Cabbage's demeanor had transformed entirely. Alongside her inherent elegance, there was now an undeniable aura of authority. How to describe it? It was an air of undeniable confidence. Yes, confidence indeed. It felt as though her previous outfit had restricted Cabbage's movements. Upon reaching the pottery studio, Li Shuwen inquired, "Cabbage, would you prefer to create a vase, a cup, or perhaps a figurine?" "Let us try them all," Sharona replied, eager to explore the novelty of pottery. "Then let us start with the figurine," she decided. As creating a figurine was much simpler than crafting pottery that required wheel throwing. Even if it turned out oddly shaped, it could be deemed a unique style. Upon arriving at the figurine making area, the instructor merely provided a brief overview of the various types of clay, the colors of added pigments, and their corresponding colors post-firing. "The clay is over there. You may begin your creations," the instructor announced. Sharona paused, thinking, shouldn't the instructor teach us some techniques for making the figurine? The instructor smiled. "Making figurines is quite simple. Even if you mold it incorrectly, you can always knead the clay again. With practice, you'll be able to shape it as desired. Our studio emphasizes experience. Excessive guidance may hinder your enjoyment." Well, if the instructor insists, Sharona could only don an apron, take a piece of clay, and attempt to craft a Sharpedo. Li Shuwen watched as the clay twisted and turned in Sharona's hands, struggling to take form. "Cabbage, are you trying to sculpt a Sharpedo?" If it weren't for the two iconic fins on its arms, who would recognize this as a Sharpedo? He thought to himself. This was undoubtedly the most abysmal attempt at recreating a Sharpedo outside of its infamous dragon dance move. Gazing at her peculiar creation, Sharona hesitated. "No, I'm sculpting a desert dragonfly." Li Shuwen suddenly understood. "Ah, a desert dragonfly. I thought it was a Sharpedo." He stifled a laugh, wondering why she had abandoned the idea of sculpting a Sharpedo. "Since you're making a desert dragonfly, I shall sculpt a Sharpedo." Compared to crafting a Sharpedo, the desert dragonfly was relatively simpler. Sharona glanced at her odd creation and molded the clay into a ball, curious to see what Li Shuwen could produce with his Sharpedo. To her surprise, Li Shuwen's fingers seemed enchanted, as the Sharpedo took shape at a remarkable speed in his hands. Sharona was taken aback. "Wait, you really can do this? Have you done this before?" Li Shuwen smiled. "When I made pastries, some of the snacks also needed molding. It's quite similar to crafting figurines." He proceeded to color the figurine and sent it off to the instructor for firing. Chapter 41. The scorching sun. Sharona endeavored to shape the desert dragonfly, but her efforts only rendered it more formless. Li Shuwen stepped forward with a smile. "Realism can indeed be challenging. Let us try a cute style instead. I'll assist you." Once he entered his element, Li Shuwen forgot the distinction between genders. Taking Sharona's hand directly and guiding her step by step on how to mold a round, adorable desert dragonfly. As Sharona felt the warmth and firmness of Li Shuwen's hand, a smile crept onto her lips. "You claim you can't pursue girls, but aren't you doing quite well? Just like this, have you learned? If not, I can get another piece of clay, and we can try again." Sharona was taken aback. "Huh?" Observing her reaction, Li Shuwen realized she hadn't mastered it yet, and stood up to grab more clay. "No, my friend, are you genuinely teaching now? I brought you to the pottery studio for a romantic outing, not for clay tutoring. The moment had been so promising, and now you've ruined it. Just knead that lump of clay back into shape, and let us start over." Lost in her thoughts, Sharona felt a hint of annoyance at Li Shuwen's obliviousness. She reached out to give the desert dragonfly a gentle poke. Looking down, she found the round, chubby desert dragonfly quite adorable, making her reluctant to destroy it. "Forget it. I'll find an opportunity to give Li Shuwen a little smack to relieve my frustration." Li Shuwen soon returned with more clay. "Cabbage, is there any other Pokémon you wish to shape?" Sharona's eyes sparkled with inspiration. "Let us make a round shark." Li Shuwen blinked. "Sure. Crafting a round shark is quite simple. You seem to love Sharpedos and round sharks quite a bit, don't you?" With hand-on-hand guidance, a cute round shark quickly took form. Sharona's eyes lit up. "So adorable. Now let's add some color." With a smile, she handed the round shark to Li Shuwen while she held onto the desert dragonfly. Li Shuwen possesses remarkable craftsmanship, so it is only natural that he is entrusted with the task of painting the round land shark. As for the desert dragonfly, it will have to endure a bit of compromise. She will diligently compare color swatches to faithfully recreate the dragonfly's authentic beauty. Once both have applied their colors, they send the ceramic figurines off for firing. The instructor smiles and says, "The firing process will take 2 hours. During this time, you may wander about and return for your creations afterward." 2 hours? Li Shuwen clasped his hands tightly, pondering how to pass the time. "I know a delightful dessert shop with exquisite flavors. Shall we give it a try?" "Sounds good," responded Xylona, though she immediately regretted her choice. Was Li Shuwen referring to that same establishment where she had previously wall-slammed him? Though it's labeled a dessert shop, it is more aptly described as a cafe. Li Shuwen felt equally awkward and would certainly avoid the commercial street dessert shop. To her surprise, as they approached the cafe, Xylona spotted a cold-faced blue-haired young man with a hedgehog hairstyle seated by the window, sipping black coffee. Jiri, what is he doing here? Jiri's family has shared a long-standing friendship with Zylona's for generations. With such a flimsy disguise, Zylona knew she could not fool Jiri. The fact that the cabbage is the shark god of war, and that she is Zylona, were two secrets she wished to keep hidden for now. I suddenly don't feel like having coffee. How about we visit that shop we went to last time? I want to try the Black Forest cake you mentioned. In truth, Jiri had already sensed Zylona's arrival. He longed to reassure her that he would not expose her disguise, allowing her to enjoy her date with Shuwen without worry. Li Shuwen, having noticed Jiri by the window, nodded in acknowledgement. Very well, I see a familiar face. I'll go say hello. And then we'll head to that shop. Zylona's heart raced. Surely, a good friend wouldn't also be Jiri, would he? No way. No way. As she watched Li Shuwen stride into the cafe, heading directly for Jiri, her heart leapt into her throat. Brother Sang, long time no see. Jiri nodded. Shuwen, I never expected to run into you in Weimu City for a coffee. How have you been? Has your heart scale evolved yet? Li Shuwen smiled. Not long ago. It evolved into a scale dragon, and I've even become a provisional gym leader. How about you, Brother Sang? Does the calming incense I sent help you sleep? Jiri rubbed his temples. It helps a little. I can manage to sleep. Jiri's affliction stems from an overwhelmingly potent psychic ability, allowing him to hear the thoughts of both humans and Pokémon. The incessant stream of voices in his mind perpetually leaves him in a state of agitation. Negative emotions expressed by humans often manifest far more intensely than positive ones, and the dark thoughts within their hearts have made Jiri acutely aware of the world's impurities. Li Shuwen, considering Jiri's symptoms, had crafted a type of incense designed to suppress psychic powers and induce sleep. Though he was uncertain of the extent of Jiri's ability, whether it rivaled that of Professor X in its global reach, he knew it certainly extended beyond the entirety of the Sinnoh region. Otherwise, Jiri could simply retreat to the ocean and avoid the disturbances of human malevolence. Having traversed through time for so long, Li Shuwen had yet to realize that his brother Sang is, in fact, Jiri, the leader of the most formidable underground organization in Sinnoh, Team Galaxy. If the calming incense proves effective, I shall prepare more for you, Brother Sang. I've perused several ancient texts and refined the formula. He continued. I aim to suppress your psychic powers without harming your body, allowing you to enjoy a restful sleep. Jiri squinted slightly. Shuwen, please make me more. But without the sedative component, just the incense that suppresses psychic powers. Li Shuwen furrowed his brow and shook his head. That won't do. If used for 24 hours straight, it would undoubtedly harm your health. I can only provide you with a year's supply of 8-hour sleeping incense and 4-hour working incense. This should help maintain your well-being. Then it's settled, Jiri replied with a faint smile. He understood that, given Li Shuwen's character, it was improbable he would create such a large quantity of incense. However, if he did not present his request this way, he would never receive the additional 4-hour incense. I'll have the incense shipped to Brother Sang's home in Binhai City. After my date today, I'll begin crafting it and ensure it reaches you promptly. Jiri turned his gaze towards Zylona outside the window. Your girlfriend is quite lovely. You must cherish her. Li Shuwen chuckled, scratching his head. It's not quite that yet, but I will strive to make her my girlfriend. Though he spoke boldly, Li Shuwen truly felt at a loss regarding how to win the cabbage's heart. Jiri stood and patted his shoulder. A man must possess confidence. I shan't intrude on your date any longer. Off you go. Don't keep the lady waiting. I'll take my leave then. Jiri watched as Li Shuwen dashed out of the cafe, feeling somewhat surprised. He recalled that Li Shuwen's family operated a fighting-type gym in Weimu City. How had he awakened psychic powers? With the combination of psychic abilities and a fighting gym, Jiri pondered what kind of gift would be appropriate to congratulate Li Shuwen on becoming a provisional gym leader. Li Shuwen's kind nature allowed Jiri to glimpse a sliver of light amidst his own darkness. Chapter 42, Galade. Zylona was curious about how Li Shuwen and Jiri had met, and whether Jiri had revealed her true identity to him. Shuwen, how did you come to know this friend of yours? He doesn't seem like an ordinary person. Brother Sang? He is the president of a company and has managed the family business for quite some time. But his innate psychic abilities have always been a source of trouble for him. 3 years ago, I encountered Brother Sang at the park, sitting on a bench in the middle of the night, lost in thought. I approached him, and that's how we became acquainted. Last year, I was fortunate enough to stumble upon a few ancient texts at a street stall, which turned out to be authentic, containing a formula for suppressing psychic powers. I made some incense and gifted it to Brother Sang. He mentioned it was quite effective, and I've since developed a new formula for even better incense. Zylona nodded, realizing why Jiri appeared to have diminished dark circles. The ancient texts Li Shuwen mentioned resonated with her memory. They seemed to record aspects of daily life among ancient Sinnoh people. However, Xylona was taken aback to discover that Ji-Ri had also been using an alias. Did Ji-Ri have secrets of his own to conceal? Regardless, she tugged at Li Shuwen. Let us go. We're off to get that Black Forest cake. Xylona scooped a spoonful of the cake into her mouth, her eyes narrowing in satisfaction. So delicious. I can't believe I missed out on such a delightful treat last time because of that wall slam. Li Shuwen nodded with a smile. Though I've attempted to recreate it, using precisely the same ingredients, I can't seem to match Uncle Tabo's exquisite Black Forest cake. A handsome man in his 30s approached with 2 slices of red velvet cake. Perhaps it's because I infuse my cooking with a passion for food, he said. Xylona took a bite of the red velvet cake and found its taste rivaled that of the signature Black Forest cake. As Cynthia opened her mouth to introduce the concept, she spoke of the profound power of the mind. According to ancient texts I have perused, one can achieve extraordinary accomplishments through complete dedication to a singular endeavor. Li Shuwen nodded in agreement, noting that a prime example of this is the bond between trainers and their Pokémon. This bond represents a resonance of the spirit, vividly illustrated by Ash's bond with Greninja, culminating in its bond evolution, and Ash's victory over Diantha and her Charizard with a thunderbolt of 1,000,000 volts. Currently, Li Shuwen possesses 5 Pokémon: Shelgon, Frogadier, Infernape, Torchic, and Ducklet. He shares a deep-seated bond with Shelgon, and he fantasizes about the day when he and Shelgon can unleash a move as powerful as a Z-move, thereby solidifying their connection. Chef Taibo smiled and nodded, affirming the young lady's remarks. His singular focus on ascending to the pinnacle of culinary excellence has enabled him to craft such delectable dishes. Feel free to order whatever you desire. Today's cake is on me, he added. Cynthia shook her head, remarking that she had already indulged in ample sweets today, expressing her gratitude for the chef's kind offer. Perhaps next time, she concluded, as Chef Taibo turned to Li Shuwen, offering him an encouraging glance before retreating to the kitchen. Having lived in Curtain City for 18 years, Li Shuwen found that the people of the Pokémon world are generally warm-hearted. No matter where he goes, he is greeted by familiar faces, akin to family members who all hope that he finds a gentle and beautiful girlfriend. After spending over an hour in the dessert shop, the two returned to the pottery studio at a leisurely pace. The ceramic figurines of Garchomp, Dragonfly Pokémon, and Landshark had been successfully fired and were now awaiting cooling. Cynthia, brimming with anticipation, was eager to see the final product of the Landshark figurine. A half-hour later, the pottery instructor presented the 3 figurines crafted by Li Shuwen and Cynthia. Wow, how adorable! The Landshark was vibrant and charming. In contrast, Garchomp exuded an imposing aura, as if ready to pounce and unleash a dragon dive at any moment. Aside from its size, it bore an uncanny resemblance to a real Garchomp. Finally, Cynthia's gaze fell upon the Dragonfly Pokémon. Instantly, it starkly contrasted with the other 2. How hideous! She exclaimed, furrowing her brow. Despite Li Shuwen's attempts to enhance its appearance, the Dragonfly Pokémon had transformed into an unappealing green monstrosity after her coloring. Li Shuwen chuckled as he picked up the Dragonfly Pokémon. Cute in its own way, I shall take this back as a memento. In exchange, you can take the Garchomp figurine home as a keepsake. Cynthia nodded enthusiastically, absolutely. Li Shuwen, you claim you're not good at romance. Yet you seem to be quite adept, she teased. They carefully packaged the 3 figurines in boxes from the pottery studio. As they exited, Li Shuwen inquired, shall we find a place to dine as it's getting late? Cynthia shook her head. No, I have work tomorrow, so I need to head home. Li Shuwen smiled. Very well, let us arrange to meet again. There's a beautiful waterfall at Suifeng Mountain in the west. We could go for a picnic and camping together. Cynthia nodded with a smile. Sounds delightful. I will drive you back to the Curtain Gym. Upon reaching the Curtain Gym, Li Shuwen said, wait a moment, Bai Kai. Cynthia felt a twinge of concern, sensing something unusual might occur. Li Shuwen dashed into the Curtain Gym and quickly emerged carrying an enormous box. I bought some local specialties from Curtain City. Please take this back for your family to taste. Saying this, Li Shuwen opened the trunk of his SUV and stuffed the large box inside. Cynthia barely had time to decline. What specialties? This is clearly what you made yourself. Must you always send an entire box of goodies? Seeing the figurine box in the passenger seat, Cynthia made a decision, a mischievous smile creeping onto her face. Garchomp, I must entrust you with this, she declared, and Lucario should be able to consume quite a bit as well. I must take my leave now. See you next time. Shuwen. Until next time, Bai Kai. Watching the SUV drive away, Li Shuwen waved enthusiastically. Upon entering the Curtain Gym, he soon heard a bell ringing outside. Shuwen, you have a package. Li Shuwen stepped outside, curious, who sent me a package? The delivery person seemed puzzled. It's from Curtain City. But the sender didn't leave a name. Li Shuwen accepted the cardboard box, tore off the seal, and found a Pokeball nestled inside along with a note. He first read the note, which read, Shuwen, the Pokemon within this Pokeball is well suited to your current situation. Consider it a gift to celebrate your ascension as the provisional gym leader of the Curtain Gym. I hope it aids you in becoming the most outstanding trainer in the Sinnoh region. Sang Lu, a gift from Brother Sang? Li Shuwen released the Pokemon from the Pokeball. Its upper body was a vibrant green, while its lower half was pure white. Its elbows bore sharp blades, and its head resembled a gladiator's helmet, exuding elegance and nobility, reminiscent of a martial deity. Galade. The delivery person gasped. They've sent you a precious Galade. What a generous gesture. Although Li Shuwen was aware that Sang was the president of a company and quite affluent, he was still taken aback by the extent of Sang's generosity. This was indeed a Galade. Chapter 43. The Gentle Li Shuwen. Li Shuwen beamed warmly, extending his hand toward Galade. Greetings, Galade. I am Li Shuwen, and I shall be your trainer from this day forth. Galade nodded, accepting Li Shuwen's gesture. Galade. Galade and Li Shuwen locked eyes, their expressions emotionless. Having undergone rigorous training under Team Galactic, Galade resembled a knight. Whoever possessed its Pokeball became its sworn master. This trained mentality allows any trainer to command Galade in battle instantly. However, forging a bond with such a Pokemon would present a challenge of elevated proportions. Do not be misled by Galade's obedient demeanor. It requires nurturing love to truly become a part of the team. The delivery person waved, Shuwen. I must continue delivering packages. To receive such a lavish gift as a Galade, it seems you will smoothly assume control of the Curtain Gym. How enviable. Li Shuwen smiled and nodded. Thank you for your kind words. Farewell. After the delivery person departed, Li Shuwen turned to Galade. Come with me. Li Shuwen took Galade directly to the dining area, releasing Shelgon, Frogadier, Infernape, Torchic, and Ducklet. He introduced each of them to Galade in turn. The most enthusiastic was Infernape, who immediately recognized the strength of the new companion and was eager for a challenge. Even before they engaged, Infernape's body began to emanate a faint red aura. Observing this, Galade similarly prepared for battle by revealing its elbow blades. Li Shuwen quickly interposed himself, exclaiming, Stop! It's dinner time. Let us welcome our new member after we've finished eating. Upon hearing that dinner was ready, Infernape immediately retracted its battle spirit. Let us eat first. We can always spar afterward, he conceded, understanding that a meal was a priority at the moment. In the creation of Pokemon cuisine, Li Shuwen immersed himself in the process just as Chef Taibo does when preparing his exquisite dishes. Infusing the Pokemon food, he crafted with a flavor that transcended the mere ingredients. This extraordinary taste became even more pronounced following Li Shuwen's acquisition of a basic psychic ability. Even the most fervent of combatants, the fiery Monferno, gradually succumbed to the allure of the Pokemon food meticulously tailored to its palate by Li Shuwen. Unbeknownst to Li Shuwen, this nascent psychic ability possessed an ancillary effect. He simply continued to pour his love and passion into the crafting of Pokemon cuisine, relishing the process. Each time a new Pokemon joined the team, he would refine the exclusive recipe based on their feedback. When Galade first arrived, it was important to note that Galade, evolving from a psychic-type foundation, only gained its fighting attribute after its transformation. Thus, crafting food for Galade necessitated the use of ingredients based on psychic properties. Fortunately, after obtaining his initial psychic ability, Li Shuwen had already prepared to capture a psychic-type Pokemon, procuring relevant materials in advance to experiment with recipes suitable for such Pokemon. Today, with the gifted Galade from Brother Sang, he was poised to create the very first meal for this newly joined member of the team using those materials. Upon noticing that other Pokemon had received their portions while he had not, Galade's gaze flickered with uncertainty for the first time. In a gesture of camaraderie, Gyarados pushed its own dish towards Galade. Linga? Li Shuwen chuckled appreciatively at Gyarados' gesture, grateful for the dependable support of an old comrade. That's enough, Gyarados, you enjoy yours. Galade, come with me. As they made their way to the kitchen, Li Shuwen explained to Galade that their food recipes were meticulously crafted from scratch. Since you have just joined our team today, I must prepare a unique Pokemon meal just for you. He laid out an array of ingredients suitable for psychic-type Pokemon before Galade. Galade, which of these delicacies do you fancy? Galade's eyes reflected confusion. Should not such decisions be made by the trainer? Li Shuwen, taken aback, pondered whether Galade had ever made choices for itself before. Placing a reassuring hand on Galade's shoulder, he said, Taste is a profoundly personal preference. You are free to make your own selection. He then took a small knife and sliced a piece from each ingredient. How about this? Try each one and rank them according to your preference. Galade nodded, carefully sampling each morsel as if undertaking a formidable task. After finishing, Galade contemplated deeply before tasting another piece. Ultimately, it arranged the food in a precise line on the table, reflecting its characteristic demeanor, straight and unwavering. Li Shuwen smiled, observing the orderly array of food, and began to formulate a foundational recipe for Galade. He presented another collection of ingredients, slicing each into small portions. Now, give these a try. Galade nodded, methodically tasting each one again, resulting in another perfectly straight line on the table. The recipe in Li Shuwen's mind had crystallized. He then sorted a fresh batch of ingredients meticulously. Galade, could you please slice these into shreds, these into slices, and these into cubes? Galade blinked in confusion, unsure of what was meant by shreds, slices, and cubes. Li Shuwen demonstrated the various forms, hoping that by involving Galade in the cooking process, it would facilitate its integration into the team. After the demonstration, Galade quickly grasped the required shapes, finding the task quite simple. With its blade-like arms, it effortlessly cut the ingredients to the specified sizes, each piece identical in dimensions and proportions. Li Shuwen's eyes gleamed with excitement at Galade's swift and elegant slicing skill. What a remarkable talent. You must possess the sharpness ability. Galade nodded in affirmation. As Li Shuwen mixed the ingredients, he smiled and said, once we finish our meal, I would like to see a demonstration of the true power of your sharpness ability. Galade subtly nodded, standing silently as it watched Li Shuwen prepare its exclusive Pokémon cuisine. Even as the delicious aroma of the baking food wafted through the air, Galade remained steadfastly upright. Once the food was ready, Li Shuwen placed a portion into a fresh dish. Give it a taste and see if it pleases your palate. Just out of the oven, the piping hot Pokémon food was almost immediately grasped by Galade, who was eager to sample it. Li Shuwen quickly intervened, taking the dish from Galade's hands to blow on it gently. It's quite hot. You'll need to let it cool a bit before tasting. After blowing on it again, he handed the dish back to Galade. Galade looked somewhat bewildered, staring at the dish in hand. Go on, what are you waiting for? Galade placed the food into its mouth and began to chew slowly. The exquisite flavor of the dish, combined with the warmth of Li Shuwen's care, struck Galade with a profound impact. Chapter 44, The Sacred Sword. Li Shuwen noted the flicker of emotion in Galade's eyes, mirroring his own smile. Their initial encounter seemed to have gone quite well. Galade, how does it taste? Galade nodded enthusiastically. Galade. It was delicious, and it thoroughly enjoyed it. Li Shuwen understood that it was unrealistic to expect Galade to provide intricate preferences regarding the food at this stage. He would have to observe Galade closely as its trainer. All right, let us return with the food and share a meal together. Dining as a team is one of the simplest ways to foster bonds. In addition to the exclusive meal, Li Shuwen had prepared a selection of small snacks, few in quantity, just enough to create a lively atmosphere as everyone vied for a taste. Li Shuwen had put great care into Galade's food, while his own dinner had been hastily prepared. Galade found a clear spot and sat down with its meal. To Galade's surprise, Gyarados and Monferno approached, one on each side, holding their plates in a gesture of welcome for Galade's arrival. The mischievous Toxicroak puffed up its poison sacs, acknowledging the strength of yet another powerful Pokémon joining their ranks. Toxicroak glanced at Ducklet, realizing it must train even harder to maintain its status within the team. It then looked at Torchic, recognizing that its position might only be superior to that of Torchic. Grabbing a handful of Pokémon food, Toxicroak stuffed its mouth, resolved to eat and train vigorously in hopes of evolving soon. Li Shuwen chuckled at Toxicroak's antics. Taking a bite of his sandwich, Ducklet observed Galade several times, sensing a striking resemblance in style, contemplating that perhaps he could engage in further exchanges with Galade, learn from Eldest, and discover how he attained his formidable strength to serve his trainer better. Observing the slightly admiring gaze of the allium duck towards Eldest, one could sense deep contemplation. Indeed, Eldest and the Galarian allium duck share a kinship as valiant champions upholding the knightly spirit. It would be prudent to arrange a training session for the allium duck alongside Eldest. Both employ skills that are quite similar. The allium duck wields its leeks while Eldest utilizes his elbow blades. The fluidity of Eldest's movements while assisting in vegetable preparation earlier showcased a level of expertise far superior to that of the allium duck. In Eldest's presence, the allium duck appeared as a mere novice. After dinner, the fiery monkey exuberantly bounced about, eager to engage in battle with Eldest. In contrast, Eldest displayed an elegance even in the act of eating. The allium duck's attempts to mimic Eluredo's dining etiquette appeared somewhat comical. Li Shuwen approached the allium duck with a smile, reassuring him that there was no need to imitate. He should eat in the manner that brings him the most comfort, without overthinking it. However, he cautioned against adopting the extremes of Fiery Chick, who buried its face in the food bowl. Li Shuwen intervened, lifting Fiery Chick from its bowl. Fiery Chick, do restrain yourself. You have no rivals here. Yet, as soon as Li Shuwen set Fiery Chick down, it burrowed back into the bowl. Eluredo, having finished his meal, rose with a glint of determination in his eyes. He too wished to gauge the prowess of his new teammate. Let us proceed to the battleground and engage in a friendly spar, he suggested. Even Fiery Chick, now with a plump belly, lay sprawled on the ground. While the allium duck, still captivated by Eluredo's poise, hurriedly stuffed its beak with the remaining food, unwilling to miss Eluredo's first battle. Hurry up and eat, Li Shuwen urged, scooping up the seemingly dazed Fiery Chick. You should witness this. It will greatly aid your development. Eluredo and the fiery monkey assumed their stances, the latter, unable to contain his excitement, charged forth with a powerful punch that indicated his seriousness towards Eluredo. Eluredo's dual blades shimmered with a violet glow as he faced the oncoming attack. The move, known as the Spirit Blade, was ideally suited for Eluredo's keen characteristic. His formidable strength cleaved through Fiery Monkey's punch, landing a decisive blow that sent him flying into a nearby rock, shattering it upon impact. Eluredo momentarily froze, realizing he had perhaps overexerted himself in front of his trainer and hoped Fiery Monkey would be unharmed. Li Shuwen smiled reassuringly. Do not hold back, Eluredo. The harder you strike, the more joy it brings to Fiery Monkey. Nodding in agreement, Eluredo complied. Indeed, Fiery Monkey emerged from the rubble, exhilarated, and launched into his explosive punch once again. Eluredo, employing the Spirit Blade once more, deftly sidestepped the attack, using one hand to redirect the punch while the other struck heavily against Fiery Monkey's chest. Once more, Fiery Monkey was sent sprawling, rolling a considerable distance before halting against a rock. Li Shuwen's eyes sparkled with delight. Eluredo had executed the Spirit Blade with finesse, incorporating techniques of continuous slashing and piercing. This Eluredo displayed an impressive level of training. Eluredo, with his heightened perception, recognized that Fiery Monkey's power surged alongside his fury. However, no matter how great the strength, if it fails to connect with the enemy, it is rendered meaningless. Upon rising, Fiery Monkey approached with caution this time, gathering energy for his explosive punch. Yet Eluredo offered no opportunity. In a sudden display of agility, Eluredo executed a somersault mid-air, his blade striking Fiery Monkey's back. The move, known as the Yant's Return, was astonishingly performed by a non-flying type Pokémon. Fiery Monkey crashed to the ground, his rage igniting a desperate attempt to rise and unleash his explosive punch. Yet Eluredo, with a flash of insight, discerned Fiery Monkey's intentions perfectly. In a swift motion, he pivoted and delivered a gentle kick, sending Fiery Monkey tumbling once again. Fiery Monkey, consumed by humiliation and impotent rage, found his pride and fury rendered ineffective, exposing his fundamental shortcomings in physical dimensions and skill proficiency. Even without utilizing his keen characteristic, Eluredo remained far superior. Rising once more, Fiery Monkey called out, I want to see your strongest move. Eluredo nodded, ready to fulfill Fiery Monkey's final wish. He brought his hands together, enveloping his blade in a powerful gust of energy, coalescing into a pure white sword. Li Shuwen gasped in astonishment. It was the sacred sword. Eluredo vanished from sight, reappearing before Fiery Monkey with pinpoint accuracy, the sacred sword poised just a hair's breadth from his neck. Fiery Monkey's eyes widened, utterly transfixed, yet completely unable to defend against Eluredo's sacred sword. He had lost, utterly defeated. Li Shuwen inhaled sharply. Eluredo was truly formidable. With such overwhelming prowess, he felt his contributions to Eluredo's journey were minimal. As the sacred sword dissipated, Eluredo offered a slight nod to Fiery Monkey. He then stood beside Li Shuwen, resembling a knight in loyal attendance. Li Shuwen furrowed his brow, sensing Eluredo's lack of personal conviction. Though powerful, there was a certain void within him. Just like the sacred sword, which appeared potent and grandiose, it ultimately lacked the conviction to sever true hardness. It was essential to resonate Eluredo's heart with his own, to instill within him a reason to wield his sword for himself and for others. Indeed, this was the task Li Shuwen felt he could undertake for Eluredo. Chapter 45. The third simulation commences. To nurture Eluredo's sense of warmth would require a gentle touch. Meanwhile, Fiery Monkey, having suffered a crushing defeat, would benefit from a solid foundation in training. As twilight fell, Li Shuwen dialed Li Mining before commencing the evening training session, only to discover her phone was switched off. Just as he resolved to search for the errant Li Mining, who had been absent for the entire afternoon, she appeared before him holding a pokeball. "Brother, look!" Li Mining exclaimed, releasing a delightful little bear from within, its rosy hue reminiscent of a child's toy. "It's a stufful." Li Shuwen marveled. "Where did you acquire this?" "From the Curtain Game City," Li Mining replied. Li Shuwen brushed the dust from her clothes. "You went to play games and returned with such a mess?" Li Mining waved her hand dismissively. "I only played once, and to my surprise, I won the jackpot, obtaining this stufful from the Alola region." Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow in astonishment. "Once? What incredible luck! I summoned my father back to embrace the challengers while I took charge of the unfinished lottery machine he had left behind, and to my astonishment, I struck the jackpot." Li Mining exhibited an exuberant display of excitement. "I then ventured to the Pokémon Center with my beloved Teddibeer to engage in battles against other trainers, employing every strategy to secure victory. Indeed, Teddibeer proved to be somewhat of an overachiever among the fledgling trainers of Curtain City. However, the synergy between Teddibeer and Li Mining was undeniably remarkable. Who knows, Teddibeer might surpass Lucario to become Li Mining's ultimate Pokémon companion. Unbeknownst to Teddibeer, its immense strength was matched only by Li Mining, who was equally unaware of her own extraordinary might. It is imperative to remain cautious, for Teddibeer's strength is considerable. One must avoid injury. Li Mining waved her hand with a smile, acknowledging the caution imparted by the staff at the game center upon receiving Teddibeer. After multiple victorious battles, I embraced Teddibeer, and indeed, her strength was palpable, yet within my capacity to endure. I could still wriggle free from her embrace. However, my phone was unfortunately crushed beneath her grip. Was it truly broken? It was during the embrace that it was inadvertently damaged. Escaping Teddibeer's hold was not a strenuous endeavor. Young lady, you remain oblivious to the power you possess. Both Teddibeer and its evolved form, dressed as a bear, are inspired by the design of the panda. If a single grape requires 7 bites to be chewed, the panda stands upright and waves its paws to intimidate potential foes when danger arises. Acknowledging that it has been designed as one of the most formidable Pokémon in the Alola region, the bear clad in fur must indeed feel a sense of pride. In any case, Li Shuwen would not dare approach Teddibeer. A mere hit from her would send him prematurely to meet his great-grandmother. Teddibeer is averse to the touch and embraces of strangers. It is crucial to prevent anyone from indiscriminately petting her to avoid injury. Li Shuwen's expression turned serious, prompting Li Mining to adopt a more earnest demeanor. "Yes, sir." Li Mining then noticed the presence of an Alakazam beside Li Shuwen. "Ah, Alakazam." She dashed forward, embracing it and nuzzling against its form. The enthusiastic Li Mining left Alakazam somewhat flustered. It could only cautiously raise its hands to prevent its blades from inadvertently harming Li Mining. Although, with Alakazam's level of control, such an incident was highly improbable. Li Shuwen approached, remarking, "Alakazam, my sister can be a bit overzealous. Please bear with her." Li Shuwen observed that Alakazam's expression seemed slightly off. Initially, he assumed Alakazam was merely shy. However, he soon gave Li Mining a light tap on the head, urging, "Let go." Li Mining promptly released her grip, allowing Alakazam to finally breathe freely. This wild girl unintentionally exerted far too much force. Compared to Teddibeer, Li Mining posed an even greater risk. "Alakazam, if you ever feel discomfort, make sure to inform me immediately, understood?" Despite Li Shuwen's stern expression, Alakazam felt a warm sense of comfort. It nodded, "Alakazam." Li Mining also recognized that her momentary excitement could have harmed Alakazam. "I'm so sorry, Alakazam." Alakazam extended a hand to wipe away the tears from the corner of Li Mining's eye. It shook its head, "Alakazam, Alakazam." Li Shuwen smiled as he affectionately ruffled Li Mining's hair, saying, "It's nothing serious. Given your state, hurry and take a shower. I'll prepare dinner for you." The rice remained a modest bowl, a small bowl, 40 centimeters in diameter, typically used for serving boiled fish in restaurants. The meal was simple, braised lamb chops with potatoes and scrambled eggs with tomatoes. "Brother, add some cilantro for me." Li Shuwen shot her a glare. "What cilantro? You look like cilantro. Hurry and eat. If you don't, I'll take it for myself." Li Mining pouted and stuffed a large piece of lamb chop into her mouth. One day, she vowed to fill the backyard with cilantro. After dinner, Li Shuwen addressed the fiery monkey. "Through our recent battles, I believe you have recognized the foundational gap between you and Alakazam. If you wish to triumph, you must diligently solidify your fundamentals. A skyscraper rises from a solid foundation. Building that foundation is tedious and arduous, yet it ultimately transforms into the joy of victory. With 50 pounds of weight strapped to him, he must leapfrog around the training grounds 100 times. The fiery monkey, with its short and stout legs, must enhance its lower body explosiveness. 50 pounds is quite heavy, and upon donning it, the fiery monkey's body erupted with flickers of anger. It is best to control that anger. Do not use it to augment your strength, but rather confront the training with your primal muscle and willpower. The fiery monkey nodded, closed its eyes, and soon the anger dissipated entirely. It began earnestly practicing its leapfrog. Alakazam, showcase your proficient skills. Alakazam nodded and demonstrated its moves, the previously utilized Psyshock, Teleport, Sacred Sword, Detect, and Low Kick, along with Leaf Blade, Fury Cutter, Slash, Night Slash, Brick Break, Cross Chop, Quick Attack, and Swords Dance. Li Mining was rendered speechless, awestruck by the plethora of skills and their dazzling execution. Li Shuwen, on the other hand, took out a notebook and feverishly scribbled notes. With so many skills mastered, Li Shuwen had no need to intervene. At most, he would engage Alakazam in some bodybuilding exercises. Although Li Mining was quite strong, the fact that Alakazam struggled for breath indicated that its muscle defense was not robust. It was essential to enhance it through bodybuilding. Alakazam, today we shall focus on bodybuilding to strengthen your muscles. We must undertake some action, otherwise, it would reveal that without Li Shuwen as a trainer, Alakazam would still be equally formidable. Li Mining elbowed Li Shuwen. Where did you steal such an impressive Alakazam that listens to your commands? What nonsense. It was a gift from a friend. Once the fiery monkey completed its 100 leapfrogs, Li Shuwen removed the added weight. After a nutrient replenishment and a 15-minute rest, he presented it with iron fist gloves. Punch the sandbag for half an hour. You must not use anger or skills, alternating punches while circling the bag. The fiery monkey nodded and began diligently striking the sandbag. After completing the night training, Li Shuwen lay back on his bed after a shower. Following his previous A-grade evaluation, Li Shuwen could eliminate half of his attributes for randomization. Ultimately, he chose to retain the attributes of Dragon, Fighting, Psychic, Ghost, Fairy, Steel, Flying, Fire, and Poison for simulation. Anxiously and nervously, he awaited the countdown to the third randomization. Time remaining until the next simulation: 0 days, 0 hours, 0 minutes, 1 second. Li Shuwen's eyes lit up. System, commence simulation. Chapter 46, Simulation, Bear Disciple. Please select the attributes to be removed. Following prior deliberations, Li Shuwen made his selections. The chosen 9 attributes have been removed. Random attributes are now being generated. The random result is Fighting attribute. Li Shuwen's face lit up with delight. He had not anticipated landing the Fighting attribute so swiftly. Currently simulating Pokémon. The random result is Bear Disciple. Could it be the Bear Disciple he was familiar with? This Pokémon simulation unexpectedly encompassed even the legendary Pokémon. Initiating your simulation now. With a blink of his eyes, Li Shuwen found himself transformed into a bipedal, gray-furred bear. Li Shuwen gently touched the back of his head, and indeed, he felt 2 ponytails. He extended both hands to pull them, and instantly, he sensed his mind becoming clearer, with a surge of fighting spirit beginning to well up within him. Within his dantian, a stream of true energy surged forth. The bear apprentice possessed an organ in his lower abdomen that generated combat energy, which, in the realm of martial arts films, every martial artist would have in their dantian. Li Shuwen closed his eyes and began to attune himself to the bear apprentice's unique breathing and concentration techniques. The breathing and concentration methods of the bear apprentice were remarkably sophisticated. What astonished Li Shuwen the most was the bear apprentice's dantian. Using the terminology from martial arts films, every bear apprentice was a born prodigy in martial arts. Among 10,000 combat attribute Pokémon, perhaps only one could rival the bear apprentice. Furthermore, each bear apprentice possessed at least the same talent as Li Shuwen at present, if not superior. To evolve into the martial arts bear master, the bear apprentice needed to observe either the evil scroll or the water scroll. Bear apprentice. Level, LV15. Ability, mental strength, development 03. Stats, 420. Stamina, 68. Attack, 99. Defense, 64. Special attack, 57. Special defense, 52. Speed, 80. Available skills, Rock Smash 50, Focus Energy 15, Aerial Ace 66, Bodybuilding 14, Headbutt 75, Brick Break 76, Glare 12. Endure 11. According to the Pokémon simulation, the principle of the better the situation, the worse the outcome applies. Since Li Shuwen had simulated the bear apprentice, there was no point in hoping to observe the evil scroll or the water scroll. It was a futile endeavor. The last time he randomly encountered the steel dragon, It led to disaster on all sides. This time, with the bear apprentice, the circumstances were bound to be even graver. The evil scroll and the water scroll were both pinned by humans. In the wilderness, where could Li Shuwen possibly search? Running aimlessly would only lead to certain death. However, the two evolutions of the bear apprentice corresponded to the 8 extremes fist of the single strike flow and the mantis fist of the combo flow. As long as the bear apprentice mastered the appropriate boxing technique, he should be able to evolve into the corresponding martial arts bear master without needing to consult the scrolls. Given that he was Li Shuwen, how could he not seek out the 8 extremes fist to learn? Previously, due to Li Shuwen's physical condition, the excessively vigorous 8 extremes fist was clearly unsuitable for him to practice. Yet, he was well versed in the techniques, strategies, and dietary requirements of the 8 extremes fist as recorded in ancient texts. 3 parts practice, 7 parts diet. To master the 8 extremes fist, diet was crucial. Naturally, the bear apprentice's high talent might allow him to practice 7 parts and eat 3 parts, but he still could not neglect his diet entirely. Li Shuwen immediately began to apply the 8 extremes fist techniques he had mastered, conditioning the bear apprentice's muscles and bones, allowing true energy to circulate through his limbs and meridians. As he practiced the 8 extremes fist, Li Shuwen realized that the bear apprentice's physique was remarkably, incredibly, perfectly suited for the 8 extremes fist. After half an hour of training, the bear apprentice's stomach began to rumble. Fortunately, within the bear apprentice's lair, there was an ample supply of various fruits and berries collected by him. The berries were nutritious, and the bear apprentice prioritized consuming them first. Unsatisfied, he had no choice but to finish off the remaining fruits as well. Merely practicing the 8 extremes fist once required the bear apprentice to consume food equivalent to 3 meals. Once he had restored his state, the bear apprentice stepped out of his cave. In the nearby thicket, he broke off some branches and vines to fashion a camouflage outfit. Only then did the bear apprentice venture into the forest in search of food. In addition to berries and fruits, the wild grasses and roots in the forest also became part of the bear apprentice's diet. The 8 extremes fist in the Pokémon world differed from the one Li Shuwen knew before his transmigration. It resembled the 8 extremes fist of the martial arts world, incorporating methods for cultivating inner energy. The accompanying medicinal formulas utilized herbs and fruits from the Pokémon world, akin to the recipes for Pokémon food. Although humans could also be considered a type of Pokémon, they appeared considerably more fragile in comparison. Consequently, the medicinal formulas were gentler. Li Shuwen needed to adjust the formulas based on the bear apprentice's physical condition. Increase the dosage. He was fortunate to find not only orange fruits and peach fruits, but also the more effective Wenyu fruits and a large cluster of vitality roots. After returning to the cave and storing the food, the bear apprentice used the rock smash skill to precisely crush stones, crafting a large bowl from the rock. He combined various ingredients in the bowl, and without a pestle, he used his fists to mash them together. This resulted in a verdant liquid, which the bear apprentice eagerly drank in one gulp. Bitter. Extremely bitter. It was unavoidable. For effective results, a substantial amount of vitality roots had to be included. The defining characteristic of vitality roots, beyond replenishing vitality, was their bitterness. After consuming the secret potion, the bear apprentice eagerly commenced his second round of cultivation. As the breathing technique activated, waves of true energy surged from the bear apprentice's dantian to his limbs and bones, fortifying his muscles and promoting his growth towards becoming a single-strike martial arts bear master. Such days continued for an entire month. The Pokémon in the forest were not particularly formidable, and food was abundantly available. There was simply too much to consume. This further instilled a sense of urgency in the bear apprentice, who trained daily within the limits of his physical capacity. A month was sufficient for the bear apprentice to significantly enhance his strength through the practice of the 8 extremes fist. Compared to Li Shuwen's Pokémon, he could not only challenge the fire monkey, but even the Lucario without hesitation. The bear apprentice felt compelled to ask, who else dared to compare? Yet, on the other hand, if he could safely navigate this simulation, who wouldn't he welcome it? When venturing out to seek food, Li Shuwen still instinctively donned his camouflage outfit. Upon hearing any noise, he would first crouch down and observe for potential danger. However, this time, the bear apprentice was caught off guard. Before him appeared a silver-haired woman wearing peculiar glasses. Target acquired. The makeshift camouflage outfit made from mere branches and vines could hardly withstand advanced technological scanning. Metagross, Psychic Headbutt. What of a Metagross? My sword is no less formidable. The bear apprentice's fists glowed with a yellow light, initiating the explosive punch. He evaded the Metagross's psychic headbutt with a sliding dodge and struck it on the back. To his astonishment, The silver-haired woman raised her arm and unleashed a beam of blue-white light. The bear apprentice executed a backbend to evade the blue-white beam. The beam struck the tree trunk, instantly freezing the large tree. Metagross, psychic force. Metagross unleashed a powerful psychic force, binding the bear apprentice's body. The silver-haired woman raised her hand once more to release the blue-white beam. Despite the bear apprentice's frantic efforts to break free from the psychic binding, he was still hit by the blue-white beam on his arm. In an instant, the freezing power coursed through the bear apprentice's entire body. In an effort to capture the target, the retrieval commenced. Encased in ice, the bear apprentice could not help but lament that no matter how formidable one's martial skills, one could still fall prey to technology. Fortunately, the simulation had not yet concluded, and he still had a chance to turn the tables. If he could hold on, there remained hope. Chapter 47, The Underground Arena. Although frozen in a block of ice, the bear apprentice's perceptive abilities were not hindered. The bear apprentice witnessed a disc soaring forth from behind the silver-haired woman, descending before him as if by the force of electromagnetic levitation. It lifted the bear apprentice, frozen like an ice sculpture, and placed him upon its surface, encasing him in a transparent glass-like barrier for protection. The retrieval of the target commenced. The bear apprentice felt an inexplicable familiarity. Could this silver-haired woman truly be Hunter J? The beam weapon capable of encasing Pokémon in ice and the one used by Hunter J to transform Pokémon and humans into statues must belong to the same technological lineage. Being captured by such advanced technology indeed befits the legendary status of the bear apprentice. One could only hope that the collector purchasing the bear apprentice would not keep him perpetually in this frozen state and would afford him a chance for redemption and escape. Cradled by the disc, the bear apprentice found himself placed in the trunk of an off-road vehicle. The vehicle was driven by two burly men, likely subordinates of the silver-haired woman. One of the men remarked, "Our boss is truly remarkable. We searched for a month without success, yet on her very first day, she found the bear apprentice in under 2.5 hours. With just a few exchanges, she captured him." A swell of pride surged within the bear apprentice. It seemed that ever since he began his simulations, these hunters had been tracking his trail through the forest. Thankfully, his cautious nature had led him to don a camouflage suit to conceal his presence, allowing him to endure for a month until the boss's arrival. The other driver, smiling faintly, replied, "Don't forget who our boss is. She is a top-tier hunter renowned in the organization. With her personally involved, capturing a mere bear apprentice is child's play." The bear apprentice sighed silently. The silver-haired woman indeed sounded more and more like Hunter J. Without the assistance of a protagonist like Ash, the bear apprentice would likely be safely delivered to the buyer. Given that she had simulated the bear apprentice, he was probably within the Galar region. What was the name of the protagonist in Galar again? Never mind. He would not expect any heroics and would instead seek a way to save himself. He mused. These affluent individuals are truly extravagant. A Pokémon as rare as the bear apprentice, and they are willing to enter him into underground arenas. The mention of underground arenas invigorated the bear apprentice. He feared not the prospect of being sent to an underground arena, but rather being kept as a mere collectible at someone's home. If he could incite a gladiatorial uprising, perhaps he could achieve an S-class rating. The other burly man chastised. "What do you know? The underground arena doesn't want the bear apprentice. Would they prefer a Hitmonlee or Hitmonchan? You spend a fortune to enter the arena just to watch Hitmonlee face Hitmonchan?" Realizing the truth in his brother's words, the burly man conceded, "You're right. The allure of the bear apprentice is undeniable. Spending 100 million to acquire him can fill an arena of thousands. Just the ticket sales for a single match could recoup the investment." The bear apprentice was taken aback. An arena that could accommodate thousands? Where could such an underground arena be found? He lost track of time as the off-road vehicle drove on, until he emerged from the trunk to find it was night, revealing a brilliantly illuminated colossal arena, whose underground arena is open air and this vast. Isn't Junsha supposed to oversee such matters? The two burly men presented the disc containing the bear apprentice to a middle-aged man in a suit. "Here you go. Please ensure the balance is settled by the agreed time." The suited man nodded slightly, confirming the identity of the bear apprentice. "Rest assured, the balance will be cleared within a week." Following the suited man, the disc traversed an employee passageway towards a row of cells, locating an empty one. After entering a password, the bars opened, allowing the bear apprentice to be placed inside. The suited man manipulated the disc, releasing the bear apprentice from his icy prison. A ring descended from the wall, clamping securely around the bear apprentice's neck. Cautiously, the bear apprentice attempted to strike the suited man. The latter stood unmoving, exuding an air of elegance. The ring emitted a potent electric current, causing the bear apprentice to feel darkness enveloping him before collapsing to the ground. The suited man exited the cell, calmly stating, "Give it up. This is the latest technology. No Pokémon can break free. The more you struggle, the stronger the current becomes. And you might truly die." Lying on the ground, the bear apprentice reflected on his recent experience. Once this ring was donned, escape was impossible. Even self-harm would be a challenge. Having invested so much in acquiring the bear apprentice, they would ensure his survival, squeezing every ounce of value from him. As for freedom, it seemed that only death might offer that release. "Rest well tonight. Tomorrow will be your official debut," the suited man remarked before leaving. From an adjacent cell, a voice called out, "Don't waste your energy. That thing can't be broken free from. Accept your fate." Though the nightly battles were fierce, as long as they survived, they received the best medical care, and their meals were of the highest quality. Other than the lack of freedom, life here was arguably better than outside. The bear apprentice raised an eyebrow, recalling that he had seen a powerful panda Pokémon in the neighboring cell. Along the way, he had also encountered Lucario, Master Weasel, Farfetch'd, and the wrestling bird Pokémon, as well as the mythical monkey. Even Professor Sycamore couldn't secure a single mythical monkey for research. Yet this underground arena had gathered them for illicit fights. Perhaps he could seek guidance from the mythical monkey on the use of the move Fury Swipes. If he could grasp the technique, upon his escape, Li Shuwen could teach it to his Infernape. Unexpected gains indeed. "Powerful Panda, do you know the mythical monkey?" he inquired. Curiously, the powerful panda responded, "Who? Is that Pokémon here?" The bear apprentice raised an eyebrow, referring to the gray-black Infernape. "Oh, him. Yes, I know him. We participated in a team battle together just a few days ago. His punches are quite unique." "So, his name is Mythical Monkey? How do you know him?" The bear apprentice replied, "I don't know him personally. I've only heard that his punches are exceptional and wanted to learn what makes his technique special." "Well, you might not have hope there. He never speaks." The bear apprentice nodded, realizing that he would need to witness the mythical monkey using Fury Swipes during a team battle. If he could pry some details from the mythical monkey, Li Shuwen would be able to teach Infernape effectively. "What kind of Pokémon did you face in the battles you participated in?" he asked the powerful panda. The powerful panda responded, "I've never seen them in the wild. Those humans spoke of them as ancient rulers of the planet from billions of years ago, named this dragon or that dragon," connecting the dots from the powerful panda's hints. The bear apprentice countered, "Are they called Rampardos and Aerodactyl?" The powerful panda's tone shifted to excitement. Yes, that's it. I can't believe a newcomer like you knows them." The bear apprentice furrowed his brow. "Are there other Pokémon as well?" "Yes." The powerful panda's voice revealed a hint of fear. Chapter 48, The Debut. There was a colossal bird engulfed in black and red flames. We had 10 Pokémon trying to combat it alone. In the end, only I, Lucario, and Master Itachi returned here alive, while the other Pokémon met a cruel fate at the hands of the great bird, the Moltres of Galar. I never anticipated that such a terrifying creature would inhabit this underground arena. Although it is the bear apprentice, surely its debut should not involve battling a monster like the Galar Moltres, right? That would be fatal, as a prized asset purchased at great expense. The arena would certainly not allow the bear apprentice to perish in its first match, would it? Yet, the bear apprentice feels that it is only a matter of time before it confronts the Galar Moltres. "Dominant Panda, could you recount the circumstances of your battle?" The dominant panda swallowed hard and began. Initially, it merely unleashed razor winds to toy with us, until Machamp's Thunder Punch struck it, followed by Electivire's Volt Tackle. Suddenly, its demeanor changed, releasing a torrent of black-red flames that instilled fear in anyone struck. While we, a team of 10, could barely manage to engage the great bird. As one by one we succumbed to terror, we were utterly reduced to its prey. Only I, Lucario, and Master Itachi managed to retain a semblance of mobility amidst the black flames, thus avoiding being torn to shreds by the bird. The black flames mentioned by the dominant panda are likely the signature move of the Galar Moltres, known as Fiery Wrath. The fiery aura generated by the Moltres' wrath, upon hitting an opponent, induces a state of dread. In the game, Fiery Wrath has only a 20% chance of causing fear. However, in reality, any Pokémon with strength inferior to that of the Galar Moltres will almost certainly succumb to fear from its attack. The last time we simulated against the powerful Tyranitar, Li Shuwen bore witness to the Galar Moltres' formidable prowess. It is indeed wise to avoid its sharp edge and bide one's time. In comparison to Tyranitar, the current bear apprentice may not even stand a chance against it. If the Galar Moltres in this underground arena is as formidable as that in the endless battlefield, the bear apprentice would surely be devoured by the Moltres. The bear apprentice possesses the ability of mental fortitude, which enhances its resistance against Fiery Wrath. Beyond training in the 8 extremes fist, it must also focus on developing its mental attributes. The bear apprentice sat cross-legged and began to meditate. Before long, an individual appeared before its cell, inputting a code to unlock the barrier. The bear apprentice opened its eyes to see a person clad in a white coat, pushing a cart laden with various instruments, surely a doctor. Indeed, the doctor conducted a comprehensive examination of the bear apprentice with the instruments. The results were promising. The bear apprentice was in good health, without any hidden dangers, and would be able to participate in tomorrow's battle. After the doctor departed, 20 minutes passed before staff arrived with Pokémon food. The bear apprentice eagerly grabbed the food and consumed it, its eyes widening slightly. It was a specially formulated Pokémon food tailored to the bear apprentice's condition. Li Shuwen felt that he could make slight modifications to this formula for when he captured the bear apprentice to nurture it. Quite professional. The technique seemed superior to his own, yet he sensed no emotional investment from the creator during the preparation of the Pokémon food. Even the food itself left the bear apprentice with a chilling sensation. With such sustenance, the bear apprentice felt confident it would quickly reach the threshold of evolution into the martial arts master. While practicing its breathing techniques, the wall of the cell suddenly opened, revealing a hidden television inside. The dominant panda exclaimed, "Brother, enjoy the television. I'm heading out to battle. Witness my prowess." The ordinary dominant panda stood at about 2 meters tall, whereas the bear apprentice's neighbor towered over 3 meters, with shoulders 2 meters wide, an imposing figure indeed. The dominant panda's opponent was a deep green pteranodon, looming close to 4 meters tall, with a fierce gaze. The dominant panda, robust in stature, nonetheless possessed nimble fists, while pteranodon appeared somewhat sluggish. Its dragon claws failed to reach the dominant panda, and even if they did, the damage would be negligible as the dominant panda adeptly blocked with its arms. Conversely, the dominant panda's strikes landed with precision on pteranodon's vital points, causing its eyes to bulge in distress. The dominant panda, shrewd as ever, confirmed its advantage and commenced to hold back. It deliberately created a few clever openings for pteranodon to land attacks, resulting in several bloody wounds that elicited thunderous cheers from the audience. Upon returning, the bear apprentice curiously inquired, "Why did you choose to hold back? With your strength, you could have defeated pteranodon without sustaining any injuries." The dominant panda sighed. "If I hadn't pteranodon would have been finished." Pokémon that are scorned by the audience quickly vanish from the arena. I once heard humans say that a certain Megastelix I defeated was sent somewhere, and within 3 days, it had perished. Clearly, those 3 days for Megastelix were filled with suffering. The arena provided 3 meals a day, and when the staff brought the 4th meal to the bear apprentice, it intentionally consumed only half. It understood that tonight marked its debut, and overeating would be unwise. The barrier on the opposite side opened, revealing a silvery passageway. A voice from the suited man on the other side of the cell called out, "Bear apprentice, it's your turn to enter the arena." The dominant panda advised, "Brother, winning or losing isn't what matters. Protect your vital points. As long as you survive, there is hope." The bear apprentice tugged at the white fur at the back of its head and rallied its spirits. "Fear not, brother, I shall return alive." It was perhaps better not to speak of winning. Walking through the silvery passageway, the bear apprentice entered the bustling coliseum. Staff members stood atop hovering single-person aircraft, microphones in hand, stirring the emotions of the audience. "Ladies and gentlemen, today, our arena welcomes a new contender, the bear apprentice, destined to evolve into the king of martial arts, the martial arts master. The arena will invest resources to cultivate the bear apprentice into a martial arts master and make it our star performer. Let us now test the bear apprentice's potential. Let us see if it truly deserves the arena's nurturing." From the opposite passage, a colossal green beast emerged. Its adversary was the sandstorm monarch, Pteranodon. Pteranodon roared, fixing its piercing gaze upon the bear apprentice. It understood that if it could not defeat the bear apprentice, its elimination from the arena was imminent. This time, victory was imperative. With a rock dark typing, Pteranodon's attacks would deal approximately 4 times the damage to the fighting-type bear apprentice, while rock or dark-type attacks would be halved in effectiveness against it. Given Pteranodon's individual circumstances, the arena had clearly chosen the bear apprentice's debut opponent with great care. And so, the match began. Pteranodon waved its hand, causing stalagmites to erupt from the ground. Stone spike attack. The bear apprentice executed a roll to evade, springing off the ground to swiftly approach Pteranodon. The cumbersome Pteranodon struggled in close-quarters combat, and the bear apprentice aimed to fully leverage its smaller size and agility. With its mouth agape, Pteranodon unleashed a wave of dark energy. The bear apprentice accelerated sharply, ducking to evade the dark pulse, closing the distance to Pteranodon. It struck with a move reminiscent of an eagle gliding over water. Rock smash. With a fierce strike of his fist beside Bangelis, the bear disciple swiftly pivoted his body to circle behind him, delivering another powerful blow that shattered rock. Chapter 49. The Scroll of Evil. To achieve victory, the bear disciple must accumulate small triumphs into a grand one. Bangelis, unable to perceive the bear disciple, immediately raised his right foot. To his astonishment, the bear disciple had already positioned himself beside Bangelis's left foot, launching a sudden kick. The kick toppled Bangelis, who stumbled as a result of this unrefined yet effective maneuver. With his right foot crashing down, the force was significantly diminished. The bear disciple executed a backflip, landing atop Bangelis's tail. The stomp missed entirely. Upon feeling the bear disciple on his tail, Bangelis began to violently shake it, attempting to dislodge him. The bear disciple leaped from the tail, unleashing a flurry of strikes towards Bangelis's neck. Shatter. Aura, aura, aura. Though it appeared as if he was attacking Bangelis, each punch was actually aimed at the collar. The collar was quite sturdy, and the bear disciple continuously weakened its strength with his blows. However, having only stripped away a layer, breaking the collar would likely require evolving into a martial arts bear master and employing a devastating dark strike. Provoked by the bear disciple, Bangelis unleashed a sandstorm. The overwhelming cloud of sand sent the bear disciple flying. Just as he pondered how to counter the sandstorm, it abruptly ceased. With keen eyesight, the bear disciple noticed a flicker of lightning around Bangelis's neck. The swirling yellow sand obscured visibility, diminishing the audience's experience. It was not that Bangelis could not attack. The environment simply did not permit him to utilize the sandstorm. Bangelis let out a roar that echoed with resentment and sorrow. Massive stones began to fall, and the bear disciple swiftly maneuvered, even leaping atop the falling debris, eliciting cheers from the audience. Bear disciple, bear disciple. Employing the same tactic again, the bear disciple dashed closer to Bangelis. In response, Bangelis conjured stalagmites in an attempt to thwart him. Yet, his speed was insufficient, allowing the bear disciple to approach. This time, the bear disciple grew bolder. He leapt directly, shattering rock, aimed at Bangelis's face, chin, and neck. Aura, aura, aura. The final kick landed squarely on the chest, and the bear disciple narrowly evaded Bangelis's claws. The audience gasped in suspense. Upon landing, the bear disciple began to enhance his attack power through bodybuilding techniques. Bangelis retaliated with a wave of dark energy, but the bear disciple sheltered behind a stalagmite, bracing against the dark wave and performing a second round of bodybuilding. With a stomp, Bangelis sent powerful seismic waves rippling through the ground. The bear disciple grunted in discomfort. Bangelis stomped again, and the bear disciple leaped, shattering a stalagmite. The tip struck Bangelis's forehead, causing him to lean back in surprise. Learning from experience, Bangelis unleashed layers of sandstorms to prevent the bear disciple from closing in while not obstructing the audience's view. However, he did not anticipate that the bear disciple would charge forward with his eyes closed. The announcer shouted in disbelief, questioning whether the bear disciple's blind charge would connect with Bangelis. Lowering his gaze, Bangelis confirmed that the bear disciple had indeed shut his eyes. Rage, uncontrollable rage. How dare such a small creature look down upon him? Sharp stone attacks. The bear disciple, having meditated deeply, gained extraordinary perception, allowing him to sense the earth's movements and evade the stalagmites before they emerged. Bear disciple, you have evaded. Bangelis, receive this punch infused with my conviction. Explosive fist. A torrent of combat energy surged into Bangelis's body. Weakened by the previous blows, Bangelis succumbed to chaos. In a frenzy, he released falling rocks and sharp stone attacks, spewing dark waves and destructive beams of energy, even swinging his tail with the force of a dragon's tail. Yet, he could not land a hit on the bear disciple. Instead, he became disoriented from his own attacks, battered and bruised. Once more, the bear disciple soared through the air, landing an explosive punch on Bangelis's chin. The frenzied Bangelis abruptly halted his movements. The announcer erupted with excitement, declaring the bear disciple the victor of this match. Let us congratulate the future king of martial arts. This was the only match scheduled for the bear disciple that evening. Guided by the staff, he began his return to his cell. Before the bear disciple could arrive, a doctor awaited him in the cell. After examining him, the doctor utilized medicine and the healing waves of a happening to treat the bear disciple. His injuries were minor, and the doctor was overly cautious in his treatment. Rest well. After your victory over Bangelis tonight, your good days are just beginning. The bear disciple raised an eyebrow, continuing his practice of 8 extremes fist after the doctor departed. The following morning, the awakening of the bear disciple did not come from breakfast. but from the presence of a suited man who had not appeared since his arrival. The man entered the bear disciple's cell, holding 2 scrolls. He unfurled them before him, one pitch black, the other a serene blue. Within both scrolls were illustrations of a diminutive martial arts bear master, demonstrating various techniques, complete with arrows indicating the flow of energy. The scroll of evil and the scroll of water? These 2 scrolls had appeared before the bear disciple, as if by fate. Had he not triumphed over Bangilas the previous night, he would never have laid eyes on these scrolls today. Choose wisely. Whichever you prefer shall remain in your room for your study. Li Shuwen first examined the scroll of water, which exuded a profound essence distinct from that of the scroll of evil. After committing the techniques of the flowing strikes to memory, the bear disciple pointed decisively at the scroll of evil in the suited man's hand. The man smiled, seemingly pleased with the choice of the scroll of evil, which, while appearing to focus on rapid strikes, actually aimed for the devastating impact of an explosive fist, embodying a one-hit style. With a flick of his wrist, the scroll of water was rolled up and placed on a hook on the wall. A transparent glass barrier appeared, encasing the scroll of evil. This will not hinder your understanding of the true essence of the scroll of evil, while also protecting it from damage. You may practice your punches in peace. The suited man clapped his hands, causing the bear disciple's room to expand significantly. The bear disciple was taken aback. How much advanced technology did this arena possess? The room could change size at will. Moreover, the suited man's earlier display of skill had revealed him to be an exceptional martial artist. After the suited man departed, the bear disciple began to diligently study the scroll of evil, delving into the true essence of 8 extremes fist it contained. As he gazed at the illustrations, it felt as though a one-hit style martial arts bear master was demonstrating the profound principles of 8 extremes fist before him. Each day, apart from matches, the bear disciple would sit with his bowl of food before the scroll of evil, engrossed in study. Not only did the quality of his meals improve, but so did his understanding of the scroll of evil. Through learning and practice, he began to integrate 8 extremes fist into his body and mind. Yet, despite the passage of half a month, the bear disciple had yet to evolve. The dominant panda questioned, "Little brother, why have you not evolved yet? With my understanding of you, that scroll should be learned with just a glance. Why the delay?" The bear apprentice clenched his fists, a fleeting glimmer of determination flashing in his eyes. He was waiting for an opportunity, not to prove anything, but to reclaim the freedom that rightfully belonged to him. In Chapter 50, the martial arts bear master, under ordinary circumstances, the bear apprentice would only need to observe the evil scroll for half a day, at most a day, to grasp the essence of the martial art and evolve into a martial arts bear master. Yet, he had been studying it for half a month, while the other bear apprentice, who had been captured later, had managed to evolve into a combo flow martial arts bear master after merely half a day of studying the water scroll. The stark contrast in performance between the 2 bear apprentices led not only the audience, but also the suited man to question whether the bear apprentice was indeed a useless entity incapable of evolution. Fortunately, the underground arena was well funded, and the provisions for the bear apprentice had not been downgraded. Had there been no new bear apprentices captured, the evil scroll would likely have been removed from his quarters long ago. Faced with the domineering panda's inquiries, the bear apprentice smiled and replied, "Brother, the ability to evolve merely indicates they have mastered the corresponding martial style. My lack of evolution does not imply that my skills are inferior. Rather than evolution, it is far more crucial to comprehend the true essence of the evil scroll." That night, the suited man returned to collect the evil scroll from the bear apprentice's room, indicating that a new bear apprentice had arrived. "I initially thought you were a genius capable of defeating Bangilas, but it seems you are nothing more than a failure. Unable to evolve, the audience no longer holds you in high regard. With the arrival of the new bear apprentice, you have lost your value. Tonight, participate in the Flame Bird Battle Royale and contribute your final worth to the arena." The Battle Royale, against the Galar Flame Bird, loomed ahead. The bear apprentice lowered his head, a spark of determination igniting in his eyes. The opportunity he had awaited had finally arrived. Evolution would occur tonight. To escape, he would need to leverage not only the domineering panda and other fighting-type Pokémon masters he had befriended over the past half-month, but also the Galar Flame Bird, the strongest Pokémon in this underground arena. The domineering panda inhaled deeply and cautioned, "Brother, do not rush too far ahead. Learn from me. If we buy enough time, those humans will withdraw the big bird." The bear apprentice queried, "Brother, if a chance for freedom were presented to you, would you risk your life to escape or choose to remain?" The domineering panda, somewhat anxious, replied, "Brother, we are about to perish. Can we not focus on surviving before contemplating freedom?" The bear apprentice chuckled, "Brother, since I desire freedom, I will undoubtedly resolve the issue of survival you mentioned. While I may not possess the strength to defeat the flame bird, I certainly have the ability to set it free, and in a grand manner. The domineering panda lowered his voice. You plan to use the big bird to escape? Can you manage to rid us of these shackles? The bear apprentice, brimming with confidence, asserted, once I evolve into a martial arts bear master, I will shatter these rings with my fists. The domineering panda slammed his fist into the ground, declaring, if you can break the rings, then I shall gladly accompany you in this endeavor. The bear apprentice nodded. Then please, brother, speak to the others. You possess great esteem. They will heed your words. After several preliminary battles, the thrilling flame bird battle royale commenced. The participating Pokémon included the bear apprentice, the domineering panda, Lucario, Master Weasel, the abandoned monkey, and the scallion soldier, along with the opposing Bangilas, Steel Dragon, and Mega Tyranitar, as well as Boscodora. Fossil Pokémon like the fossil pterodactyl, the strange beak dragon, the battle hammer dragon, and the castle dragon were rare and challenging to obtain compared to the aforementioned four. Typically, everyone would gather to battle each other. Now, facing the Galar Flame Bird, the two teams were disjointed. Had the bear apprentice not intended to evolve and break through today, the casualties would have been severe. It felt as though this flame bird battle royale was orchestrated solely for the purpose of showcasing Pokémon slaughter to the audience, while the flame bird indulged in the chaos. Before the flame bird's appearance, the host allotted some warming up time. As gladiators in this beast battle, they could also engage in mutual discourse. The domineering panda, being the most experienced, stepped forth to direct the proceedings. You four and I are larger. We cannot outrun the flying giant. If we wish to survive, we must take turns facing it. Bangilas snorted. So those 5 small ones get to simply reap the benefits? The domineering panda chuckled. They will draw the flame bird's attention while we procure them a moment to breathe. Surely, you do not expect us 5 to withstand the flame bird's assault, do you? They are the key to our survival. We may not win in direct combat. We can only rely on taunting and drawing it out until the battle ends. Now, let's divide into groups. One for provoking and one for enduring. Initially, the domineering panda intended to team up with the bear apprentice, but the latter insisted, I shall pair with Bangilas. Bangilas, having been defeated twice by the bear apprentice, readily agreed to join forces, knowing that these failures had made him expendable in the battle. The bear apprentice asked, how long can you endure electric shocks while unleashing a sandstorm? Bangilas's expression stiffened. What do you intend to do? I need you to create a sandstorm to buy me some time. After pondering, Bangilas concluded, as long as I do not unleash a sandstorm that envelopes the entire arena. Merely covering a small area for a short duration should suffice. They likely will not employ electric attacks. How long do you require? The bear apprentice replied, 1 minute. Bangilas grinned, just 1 minute? I can endure the electric shock for that long. The domineering panda waved. In a moment, Master Weasel and I will go first to demonstrate. Bear apprentice, you will be last. Observe how we operate. The Galar Flame Bird was released from its cage by the staff. The cage was eerily familiar. Constructed from interlocking rings, reminiscent of the one used in the theatrical version to capture the legendary birds of Asia. As the cage unfolded into individual rings, the Galar Flame Bird descended like a tiger pouncing down the mountain. With only one opportunity each month, it intended to unleash its fury upon the 10 Pokémon present. Master Weasel swiftly launched a wave missile at the flame bird, causing an explosion before it. He brazenly gestured at the flame bird, which retaliated by unleashing a blade of air and diving toward Master Weasel. The latter turned and fled, while Lucario waited until the flame bird was nearly upon Master Weasel before firing a wave missile of his own. The flame bird twisted its body to evade the attack, glancing at Lucario without pursuing him. The domineering panda charged forward, only to be sent flying by a single flap of the flame bird's wings, rolling far across the ground. Watching this exaggerated fall, the bear apprentice couldn't help but twitch his lips. The act was a bit too dramatic. However, the flame bird relished the spectacle, pleased, and decided to toy with Master Weasel a little longer. With a roar, it unleashed a wave of malice. Watching Master Weasel struggle to evade as it emitted a cacophony that was even more grating than the cries of Duduo or Spearow. Bangilas now? Bangilas nodded and summoned a thick sandstorm to conceal the bear apprentice. The bear apprentice pulled back his ponytail, his body enveloped in a brilliant white light. The bear disciple's physique underwent a remarkable transformation, gradually evolving into a formidable martial arts bear master. Upon completing its metamorphosis, the martial arts bear master immediately struck the same point on the circular ring around its neck with a devastating blow. The timing was just right. The bear master concentrated a thick layer of dark energy in its right fist. Dark Abyss Strike. With a forceful pull, the ring was shattered, stretching its neck. The bear master reveled in the long-lost sensation of freedom. Chapter 51, Loyalty. The host gazed at the sandstorm, excitedly exclaiming, Bangilas and the bear disciple have chosen to obscure themselves with the sandstorm. Will this tactic allow the firebird to overlook them, or will it draw its attention? Due to the host's remarks, the arena staff paid little heed to the swirling sandstorm in the corner and refrained from intervening with Bangilas's ring. They were instructed to electrically shock him to dissipate the storm. However, the man in the suit, standing atop the VIP platform, furrowed his brow. He took out a communicator to instruct Bangilas to cease the sandstorm. The man in the suit would not permit anything beyond his control to transpire in the arena. His intuition told him that matters concerning the bear disciple were far more intricate than they appeared. Thus, he reported upward, proposing to throw the bear disciple into the firebird's chaotic battle to ascertain whether it truly posed a threat. Of course, the justification he provided was the use of the firebird to pressure the bear disciple, hoping to see it evolve into the martial arts bear master under the duress of a life-or-death crisis. The higher-ups readily agreed. If the bear disciple indeed evolved from this ordeal, it would generate immense excitement within the underground arena. The staff responded, but the host just mentioned that if we interrupt the sandstorm, the audience might be displeased. The man in the suit frowned, then give the firebird orders to attack Bangilas. Yes, sir. The martial arts bear master appeared before Bangilas merely 30 seconds after the sandstorm had begun, concentrating a layer of black energy in its fist. It struck fiercely at Bangilas. Caught off guard, Bangilas was hit by the bear master's fist, but felt no pain. He was momentarily bewildered, unable to comprehend why the bear master would strike him post-evolution. Suddenly, he noticed the bear master's neck and exclaimed in astonishment, You shattered the ring. Just then, the ring around Bangilas's neck broke as well. Now that your ring is also broken, may I witness the full might of your unleashed sandstorm? Bangilas grinned, flexing his charred neck. Reluctantly obeying its orders, the firebird tossed aside the battered Xinjiaobing and soared towards the corner where the sandstorm raged, lazily unleashing a few wind blades. However, the wind blades were engulfed by the sandstorm and shattered. In this manner, the firebird expressed its dissatisfaction with the arena. Suddenly, an unprecedentedly powerful sandstorm engulfed the entire venue. The man in the suit widened his eyes, urgently commanding through the communicator for Bangilas to cease operations. The staff attempted to control Bangilas's ring, but received no response. Sir, Bangilas's ring is unresponsive. The man in the suit suddenly recalled how, during the battle between the bear disciple and Bangilas, there seemed to be an intentional focus on targeting Bangilas's face and neck. Could it be? Within the tempest of sand, the imposing martial arts bear master leaped onto the firebird's back. Do not move. I will assist you in removing your ring. The bear master relentlessly pounded the firebird's neck with its fists. Within a mere second, it unleashed 50 blows of shattering rock. The bear master frowned. The ring the firebird wore was even more resilient. Moreover, the firebird's erratic movements hindered its strikes. Even this foolish bird turned its head to unleash a wave of malevolence. The bear master swiftly retaliated with a powerful blow to the firebird's beak. Firebird, are you awake? Once more, it unleashed 50 punches of shattering rock, channeling its true energy. Dark Abyss Strike. The ring shattered. In a span of merely 5 seconds, the bear master leaped off the firebird's back and declared, Go on, firebird, wreak havoc. Let these humans witness the wrath of the divine. The bear master's words resonated deeply with the firebird's spirit. This foolish bird opened its mouth and unleashed a black-red flame aura, shattering the protective barrier meant to shield the audience. Upon witnessing the barrier's collapse, the host was the first to pilot his flying vehicle to escape. The yellow sand spread forth, and the audience panicked, rising to flee. The firebird soared high, emitting an unprecedentedly loud, yet agonizingly discordant cry. Spreading its wings, a fierce gust of wind surged towards the spectators. Pokémon tasked with constructing barriers quickly erected defenses. Yet, the powerful wind still bore down upon the audience, rendering them immobile, with some unfortunate souls being swept away. May they possess resilience akin to Team Rocket. The man in the suit's expression darkened as he observed the firebird's now bare neck. Why did the ring around the firebird's neck shatter? Quickly deploy Pokémon to protect the audience and manipulate the ring to recapture the firebird. The arena staff dispatched a multitude of Pokémon. Yet none stood a chance against the firebird. Upon landing, the martial arts bear master shattered the rings of all Pokémon. A second of shattering rock. A second of Dark Abyss Strike. The domineering panda remarked, Brother, impressive. The bear master, with a serious expression, urged, while the humans are distracted by the firebird. Let us make our escape. The domineering panda hesitated. Brother, can we not rescue the others as well? Boscodora interjected. I have studied the composition of the passage. My claws and teeth can dismantle it and free everyone. The aluminum steel dragon also stepped forth. I can assist too. Gritting his teeth, the bear master replied, fine. I will give you 3 minutes. Other Pokémon, join me in buying time. After all, this is merely a simulation. If we perish, we perish. One must not forsake loyalty. The bear master shattered the barrier with a punch, knocking unconscious those Pokémon loyal to humans. The rings previously imprisoning the Firebird flew toward it under the staff's control. The bear master turned, and all Pokémon unleashed ranged attacks on the rings, determined to prevent the Firebird from being recaptured. With a coordinated effort, they unleashed skills such as Wave Missile, True Energy Bullet, Rock Smash, and Spike Attack towards the rings. 2 out of the 3 rings were struck away, and the last one was effortlessly dealt with by the Firebird itself. Boscodora and the aluminum steel dragon, swift as the wind, successfully brought all the Pokémon imprisoned within the arena, including the combo flow martial arts bear master. Familiar with his evolved form, the bear master no longer needed to weaken the rings with shattering rock. He could directly execute Dark Abyss Strike. The combo flow martial arts bear master was left in awe, unable to close his mouth, as he witnessed the bear master shatter a ring with a single punch. Wait, we are all martial arts bear masters. Why can your punch break the ring? Is the disparity truly this vast? Wasn't it said that he couldn't evolve? Why does it feel like my 30 consecutive water flow strikes only equate to one of his Dark Abyss strikes? At that moment, the arena's mobile unit, utilizing the terrain, unleashed electromagnetic cannon fire, forcing the Firebird into a frantic evasion. Charge with me. Taking advantage of the cover provided by the yellow sand, the martial arts bear master led the charge, akin to a fierce tiger entering a flock of sheep. Every punch is delivered with the force to shatter bones, with particular attention devoted to the electromagnetic cannons wielded by this group. Suddenly, a foot was thrust toward him, and the martial arts bear master instinctively raised his fist to block. To his astonishment, it was the man in the suit. The suited gentleman pushed the martial arts bear master back and furrowed his brow, saying, I underestimated you. I did not expect you to refrain from evolving just for tonight. The martial arts bear master flexed his arms, keeping a vigilant eye on the man in the suit. Such immense strength and a commendable kicking technique. This fellow is indeed a master. The arena is beyond salvation, but you must perish here. With that, the man in the suit initiated the attack, and the martial arts bear master met him head-on. Dark Abyss Strike. A fist landed squarely on the crown of the suited man's head. He collapsed to the ground in an instant. Just now, while preoccupied with dealing with the mobile troops, you managed to sneak in a kick. Did you really think you could prevail? Quickly, everyone, use the spectator's passage to escape. Chapter 52. The Realm of Geniuses. I, Li Shuwen, have arrived. Dozens of Pokémon surged out of the arena, while the martial arts bear master broke branches from the ornamental trees at the entrance to clear the footprints left by the others. The flying fossil pterodactyl led the way, assisting everyone in finding hiding spots and places to rest with food. After a full day and night of running, the pterodactyl finally discovered an expansive primordial forest. Once they hid within the forest, they were assured of their safety. They foraged for various fruits in the woods and gathered together to sing songs, celebrating their rebirth. The martial arts bear master was unanimously elected as their leader, guiding them in this untamed forest. He instructed them in their cultivation and prepared them for the potential pursuit by the underground arena. Once settled, the martial arts bear master's agricultural lineage began to awaken, enabling him to plant the seeds from the fruits they had gathered. Young saplings near the fruit trees were transplanted to suitable locations. As night fell, while the martial arts bear master indulged in the fruits and sang, he was suddenly engulfed in darkness, returning to the real world. Simulation concluded. The evaluation of this simulation is S. Calculating rewards. Rewards calculation complete. With an S-level evaluation, you may receive attribute rewards. Fighting attribute affinity increased by 5. The fighting organ of bear disciple, Danteon. Danteon. With the Danteon, he could become an unparalleled master of martial arts. Just as the saying goes, I have arrived. To draw a parallel with Stephen Chow's film Kung Fu, the suited man who was struck down by the martial arts bear master is akin to the skilled laborer proficient in the 12 paths of Tan Leg. Though he was dispatched with a single blow, one must concede that the suited man was indeed a master. However, he faced the martial arts bear master. Upon acquiring the Danteon of the bear disciple, Li Shuwen transformed into the character Ah Xing, who mastered the Buddha's palm, not only possessing extraordinary martial arts, including the 8 extremes fist, but also being a rare prodigy in martial arts. Item rewards obtained. Item, Evil Scroll, Cage Divine, Bird, X3. With an S-level evaluation, The items received may be few, but each is a masterpiece. The caged divine bird is a circular ring used to imprison the legendary flame bird in the arena. This item could also be utilized to capture the 3 divine birds of the Asian islands. However, such technological tools would be more suited for unscrupulous collectors than for a trainer like Li Shuwen. With an S-level evaluation, the host may designate attributes for the next simulation. Time remaining until the next simulation: 6 days, 23 hours, 58 minutes, and 42 seconds. Li Shuwen stroked his chin, pondering which attribute to choose for the next simulation. It truly presents a dilemma. Never mind, let us first examine the evil scroll. System: extract the evil scroll. A pitch-black scroll appeared in Li Shuwen's hand. Upon unfurling it, he found it indeed to be the evil scroll he had seen in the simulated world. The profound truths of the 8 Extremes Fist revealed themselves anew. Moreover, practicing the 8 Extremes Fist beside the evil scroll would yield enhancements. He hung the evil scroll on the wall, reclined back onto his bed, and covered himself with a blanket. System: extract the Dantian. Currently issuing the fighting organ of the bear disciple, Dantian, to the host. As expected, a surge of warmth manifested at Li Shuwen's Dantian location. Soon, this warmth transformed into a searing heat, akin to a mighty dragon thrashing about in his abdomen. Li Shuwen's vision blurred, and he succumbed to unconsciousness. Indeed, extracting the Dantian was far more agonizing than the previous experience with superhuman abilities. The following morning, Li Mining knocked vigorously on Li Shuwen's door. "Brother, wake up. It's time to get up for the competition. Time to make breakfast." Li Shuwen rose from his bed, tentatively moving his limbs. With each gesture, he could feel his body had grown significantly stronger. Attempting to utilize the breathing method of the 8 Extremes Fist, a surge of true energy flowed from his Dantian throughout his body, fortifying his muscles and bones. "Brother, hurry up. We'll be late for the competition. Get up and make breakfast." Li Shuwen opened the door, and Li Mining frowned upon seeing him. "Brother, why do you seem so much more imposing today?" Li Shuwen ruffled her hair. "When am I not imposing? Enough of that. I'll go make breakfast." It's merely an excuse to get him out of bed early to prepare breakfast. There does seem to be a competition happening soon. Having spent so long in the simulated world, dedicated solely to perfecting the 8 Extremes Fist, he nearly forgot about the anniversary celebration competition at the Curtain Bazaar. The simulation system's time limitations are not without reason. An S-level evaluation increases attribute affinity by 5. An A-level evaluation increases attribute affinity by 0.5. And a B-level evaluation by 0.1. Indeed, obtaining an S-level evaluation is crucial. Before starting the simulation, Li Shuwen's fighting attribute affinity stood at fighting 0.82. Now it is fighting 9.21. The S-level evaluation added 5, and having just absorbed the Dantian of the bear disciple increased it by 339. As Li Shuwen continues to cultivate the 8 Extremes Fist, his fighting attribute affinity will further increase. Furthermore, with the acquisition of the Dantian, Li Shuwen will entirely shed the label of being frail and sickly, embodying innate strength. For breakfast, he simply pressure-cooked 5 pounds of braised beef and fried 50 eggs. After boiling 2 large buckets of noodles, Li Shuwen effortlessly lifted the bucket brimming with noodles, feeling as though he were handling them barehanded. The 2 large buckets of noodles were completely devoured by the siblings. Li Mining stared incredulously at the now empty buckets. How did they disappear so quickly? Oh no. Li Shuwen forgot that after merging with the Dantian, his appetite would undoubtedly increase once more, yet he prepared meals as he always had. It was surely insufficient. With the competition about to commence, there would be no time to prepare more breakfast. They would have to grab a quick bite outside. Li Mining sighed. All right then. As the sleepy, foggy old man emerged from his room and glanced at the pot and buckets, he exclaimed, "They're all gone? What about mine?" Li Mining pouted. "Don't even talk about you. I'm still hungry. My brother devoured it all." The foggy old man looked astonished. "Shuwen, when did you become such an eater?" Being able to eat is an important indicator for a fighter. Li Shuwen's increased appetite signifies an enhancement in his combat abilities. The Curtain Dojo has promising successors. Come on. Dad, let us go. Breakfast is on me. Upon arriving at the breakfast establishment, the family of 3 contributed an impressive array of 10 beef burgers, 10 pork burgers, 20 ham sandwiches, 5 cream cakes, and 10 liters of milk to the economic fabric of the city. "You focus on the competition. I shall take care of the venue," they assured. Recently, the gaming arena had not offered any enticing Pokémon prizes, leading Old Lung to consider taking a brief respite. The siblings made their way to the bustling sports arena, which was already teeming with eager spectators. Upon entering the players' lounge, Li Shuwen realized that the number of trainers present far exceeded the 200 he had anticipated. In fact, it surpassed 400. Soon, the staff began to organize the competitors into groups by drawing lots. Li Shuwen was placed in Group G, while his sister, Li Mining, found herself in Group A. When it was finally Li Shuwen's turn to compete, he released his Scalchop dragon from its pokeball. Gazing at the dragon's back, an inexplicable sensation washed over him. He felt as though he could intuitively sense the dragon's physical condition, the potential potency of its fighting skills, and its resilience against attacks, along with the fervent spirit radiating from Scalchop dragon. Was this the perspective of a prodigious trainer during Pokémon battles? Chapter 53, The Celebration Match. Li Shuwen's opponent was a handsome fellow with curly brown hair resembling instant noodles. Ah Ching, truly dashing. Ah Ching, the mightiest. Behind him, a group of youthful and vibrant cheerleaders, adorned in spirited attire, waved flowers with fervor. With such a flamboyant entourage, one wondered about his actual prowess. The onlookers murmured amongst themselves, questioning how someone could command the attention of so many beautiful girls. I know him. He is Ah Ching from Mata Town. Indeed, a formidable trainer, as evidenced by his charming cheerleaders. Especially his Poison Rose, which executes flower dance with exquisite grace, concealing lethal intent. It is this very move that has led him to victory and captured the hearts of many. How impressive. That fellow across from him is in for a tough time. But who is he? The crowd exchanged puzzled glances, the striking hairstyle leaving no impression. He was likely a newcomer. Such bad luck to encounter Ah Ching. I hope he doesn't suffer a lasting psychological scar. With a gentle kiss upon his pokeball, Ah Ching confidently released his Pokémon. I entrust you, my darling honey, he declared. The so-called sweetheart was none other than a Poison Rose. At least send out a rose raid. Must you be so pretentious? Scalchop dragon, dragon dance. Poison Rose. Flower dance. As the Poison Rose twirled, releasing a flurry of petals, Scalchop dragon completed its enhancement. Intuition told Li Shuwen that defeating the Poison Rose would require just one dragon dance. He charged forward, Dragon Claw. The petals danced beautifully in the air. Yet they failed to even ruffle the scales of Scalchop dragon. The dragon lunged towards the stunned Poison Rose, delivering a powerful dragon claw that sent it flying. Upon landing, the Poison Rose lay unconscious. Li Shuwen squinted slightly. It was indeed as he had sensed. This Poison Rose was but a facade of strength. Ah Ching's eyes widened in disbelief. Poison Rose. My darling. The referee waved the flag, declaring that the Poison Rose was unable to continue, and the victor was Scalchop dragon. The previously exuberant cheerleaders fell silent, only to erupt into tears, lamenting, Ah Ching has lost. The audience stared in astonishment. Ah Ching had been defeated. An older gentleman mused, did you notice? The flower dance of the Poison Rose failed to breach Scalchop dragon's defenses. Dragon Claw was executed with precision, a one-hit knockout. This young man possesses considerable skill. A bespectacled girl chimed in. Oh, dear friend, with Dragon Dance in play, how could it be considered a mere one-hit knockout? Is this fellow truly a newcomer? Ah Ching, still in shock, recalled his Poison Rose. He could hardly believe he had been eliminated in the first round of the celebration competition. How could I lose with my caliber? He pondered, especially to a single Dragon Claw that rendered his Poison Rose unable to battle. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The referee gestured for Ah Ching to exit the arena. Meanwhile, Li Shuwen quietly returned Scalchop dragon to its pokeball and made his way backstage. Defeating such a trainer was not something to boast about. Li Mining rushed over, brimming with excitement. Brother, I won. The opposing Amplify bug was particularly formidable, but with the synergy between me and my real Lu, we triumphed with ease. Amplify bug? Particularly formidable? Well, with persistent training, it could indeed transform into an Amplify hero and carve out its own legend, Li Shuwen replied, ruffling her hair. Our little Ning is the greatest. Let us go find Nurse Joy to restore our Pokémon's strength. After a brief respite of over half an hour, the second round of competition commenced. Shortly after Li Mining departed, Li Shuwen received a notification from the staff that it was his turn to compete again. Yes, that red-haired handsome guy. His Pokémon just defeated Ah Ching's Poison Rose with a single move. A nearby spiky-haired spectator scoffed. That was merely luck. This time, his opponent is alone. Is alone truly something to be concerned about? Of course. Alone's Lurantis has won 7 championships in total. It is not something Ah Ching's Poison Rose could compare to. An older gentleman chuckled. 7 championships. It seems we are in for an exhilarating showdown. Alone was a muscular man, albeit rather unattractive, while Li Shuwen was the epitome of charm. Go, handsome. Defeat that gorilla. Gorilla. Alone clenched his fists, detesting those who lacked strength yet relied on their looks. It was certainly not due to his unattractiveness that he remained without female admirers despite his numerous victories. Lurantis, teach him a lesson. Thunderbolt. Dragon Dance. Scalchop Dragon danced amidst the lightning, seemingly unaffected by the thunderbolt. Alone grinned, his smile captivating the attention of several nearby young women. I knew it. Lurantis, unleash Frenzy Plant. Dragon Dance. Lurantis charged forward, enveloped in electricity, yet Scalchop Dragon gracefully evaded the attack. Alone was taken aback. What? Frenzy Plant is Lurantis' signature move. I was waiting for you to reveal a weakness after your Dragon Dance. How could it be dodged? A spark of determination flashed in Li Shuwen's eyes. Now, Dragon Tail. Scalchop Dragon pivoted, its tail striking Lurantis with tremendous force. Lurantis let out a pained cry and collapsed. The blow left Lurantis momentarily dazed, nearly gasping for breath. Damn it! Alone clenched his fists. Lurantis, get up. Responding to its trainer-esque call, Lurantis struggled to rise. Suddenly, a shadow loomed before it. Scalchop Dragon brought down its right hand with force, striking Lurantis squarely on the forehead. Li Shuwen coldly commanded, brick break. Inside, he reveled in the moment. Was this the harmony between a trainer with high affinity and their Pokémon? As Scalchop Dragon's hand descended, Li Shuwen's command had only just been issued. As the tiles shattered, the Röntgen cat widened its eyes, its body trembling. Stiffening, it collapsed to the ground, unable to rise. The referee waved the flag, declaring the Röntgen cat incapacitated. And the victor was the Armor Dragon. It was a clean and decisive victory. The first Dragon Dance did not shy away from the 100,000 volts. Instead, luring the enemy in, evading attacks with the Dragon Dance. Truly formidable. The Elder nodded in agreement, while Aaron foolishly believed that the opponent could not evade. Thinking there was an opportunity, unaware it was a cleverly laid trap. That final downward strike, did you not perceive it as the essence of the battle? The initiative taken first, followed by the subsequent actions, vividly showcased the synergy between Pokémon and trainer. Is there no information on this trainer yet? He has already defeated 2 powerful trainers. A spectator, his face ashen, clenched his fists and declared, that guy is Li Shuwen, the provisional gym leader of the Curtain Gym. How could a gym trainer participate in our ordinary trainers competition? This envious individual was none other than a Yuan from Baidaishi, who was eliminated in the first round. Attempting to slander the Curtain Gym. A provisional gym leader, so he is not yet the official leader. No wonder he joined the competition. It seems he aimed to gain some fame through it. Qing was eliminated in 1 round, and Aaron in 2. When will a truly formidable trainer emerge to engage in a fair contest with Li Shuwen? Chapter 54, One-Hit Kill. Returning to the lounge. Li Shuwen retrieved a glass of orange juice from the workbench, sipping it leisurely. As the Armor Dragon had battled twice, the Blazing Monkey had yet to participate in a single match, growing impatient and leaping out of its pokeball. Bouncing around, it reproached Li Shuwen, come on, come on, come on. Facing the pure fighting-type Blazing Monkey, Li Shuwen's affinity for fighting types was fully displayed. He could empathize with the Blazing Monkey's fervor for battle and its relentless desire to grow stronger. Instinctively, Li Shuwen clenched his fists in response. All right, Blazing Monkey. You'll be the one to take the field next. Satisfied, the Blazing Monkey threw a couple of jabs before returning to its pokeball to await the match's commencement. Indeed, as the spectators had speculated, Li Shuwen, as the provisional gym leader of the Curtain Gym, had entered the store anniversary competition primarily for publicity and to enhance his reputation. With more trainers challenging him, his performance as a provisional leader would naturally improve. Presently, he had 6 Pokémon and could accommodate 2 or 3 challengers a day. With a Laredo by his side, even facing challengers for the 8th badge posed little difficulty for Li Shuwen. He needed to ensure a Laredo held back, preventing challengers from being utterly crushed. In fact, letting the Blazing Monkey unleash its full potential against the 8th badge challengers would suffice. Its strength was more than adequate. Reflecting on his last encounter with a challenger, he had felt somewhat anxious, facing a trainer for the 5th badge. There was no need to deploy both the Armor Dragon and the Blazing Monkey simultaneously. He hoped the opponent would challenge the Curtain Gym a second time. Next time, he would surely show mercy. Li Mining returned, her expression forlorn, sitting down in silence. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow, comforting her. It's not a big deal if you lost. Once you embark on your journey, you'll surely participate in many such competitions, and by then, victory will be in your grasp. Suddenly, Li Mining chuckled. You were fooled. I actually won. Li Shuwen pinched her nose. So you've taken to playing tactics? If you make it into the top 4, I'll take you for wilderness survival training. Complete the training, and you can set off on your journey. Li Mining leapt up in excitement. Really? Of course. With Lialu and Tonic Bear around, your safety is essentially guaranteed. The only remaining task is to enhance your wilderness survival skills. With your incredible strength, survival will be no problem. Like Xiaoji, Li Mining's talents would only be fully realized through travel and practice. Studying from books was not suited for them. Ideally, a chef should accompany Li Mining. Shinji would be quite suitable. Li Shuwen planned to impart his culinary skills and Pokémon food preparation techniques to Shinji. With this favor, Shinji could travel with Li Mining for a whole year. With reliable Shinji at her side, safety would be a non-issue. As the third round commenced, holding the Pokeball containing the blazing monkey, Li Shuwen could sense its restless energy. The blazing monkey yearned for a worthy opponent. Thanks to its high affinity for fighting types, it experienced an unprecedented thrill. This was what being a trainer truly meant. By the third round, the quality of opponents had significantly improved. The elder spectator was thrilled, exclaiming, "I've done my research." This time, the trainer facing Li Shuwen is one with 7 badges, Tej. He has come specifically to challenge the Curtain Gym for the 8th badge. The match between Challenger Tej and Provisional Gym Leader Li Shuwen serves as a prelude to the Gym Challenge. It promises to be a fierce showdown. The bespectacled girl adjusted her glasses. According to the information I found, Tej's strongest Pokémon is a Charizard. Indeed, a dragon battle. A young man rubbed his hands eagerly. Let us get started. I can hardly wait. Charizard against Armor Dragon will surely be a clash of titans. As anticipated, Tej sent forth his Pokémon, none other than Charizard. Yet, Li Shuwen did not deploy the Armor Dragon, but rather the Blazing Monkey. The Blazing Monkey? What could it possibly do? Dragon types inherently resist fire types. This Blazing Monkey was purely at a disadvantage against Charizard. This was a disaster. The dragon battle we wished to see was now absent. Was Li Shuwen out of his mind? He chose to forego a powerful dragon-type Pokémon, the Armor Dragon, in favor of a common wild monkey. The audience shook their heads repeatedly. Not to mention a battle of 300 rounds. It was uncertain whether the Blazing Monkey could endure even 5 rounds. The referee waved the flag, and the match began. Charizard, unleash Flamethrower. After rigorous weighted frog jump training, the Blazing Monkey's lower limbs had become extraordinarily robust. With a mere lift of its leg, it leapt aside, evading Charizard's fiery onslaught. After dodging the flames, the Blazing Monkey's body radiated fine strands of red energy. It beckoned to Charizard with a dismissive gesture, its eyes brimming with disdain. Charizard Air Slash. 5 blades of wind shot forth, yet the Blazing Monkey executed 3 magnificent jumps, evading all of Charizard's attacks once more. Again, it beckoned, its contempt growing ever more apparent. The red energy enveloped the Blazing Monkey, forming a shimmering red aura around its body. The Blazing Monkey even turned its head to spit, exuding sheer provocation. Seeing the red glow surrounding the Blazing Monkey, the audience was taken aback. What move is the Blazing Monkey using? I've never seen this before. The elder, well-versed in such matters, stroked his chin. It looks a bit like Rage, but I recall that Rage requires being hit first to activate. The bespectacled girl nodded. I think it's Rage too. But it avoided the previous attacks. Could Rage be triggered even by dodging attacks? Was this perhaps a secret technique of the Curtain Gym? The Blazing Monkey's blatant provocation. Could Charizard endure it? Charizard glanced back at its trainer, Tej, who frowned slightly. Li Shuwen had not issued any commands, exerting immense psychological pressure on him. With long-range attacks failing, it was time to try close combat. Moreover, the Blazing Monkey's transformation instilled a sense of foreboding in him. Gritting his teeth, Tej commanded, Charizard, use wing attack. The Charizard executed a rapid dive, aligning its wings toward the Infernape. Li Shuwen remarked coolly, Flare Blitz. The Infernape leaped into the air abruptly, akin to a cannonball soaring skyward, and swung its fist toward the Charizard. The Charizard's eyes widened in disbelief as the Infernape's fist struck squarely between its 2 horns. The pain reverberated through its very being. The Iron Fist gauntlet amplified the Infernape's punching power significantly. In that moment, fueled by the relentless fury of the Infernape, the Charizard's previously formidable wings drooped instantly, its neck arching back in defeat. The force of the Flare Blitz was transmitted through, causing the Charizard to fall to the ground in a parabolic arc. Meanwhile, the Infernape descended gracefully, supporting itself with one hand, its body radiating an increasingly fierce red glow. The audience gasped in astonishment, as the Charizard had been bested. The bespectacled girl's cheeks flushed. It was a one-hit knockout. How could this be? Was her vision deceiving her? After defeating the Charizard, the Infernape's anger seemed to intensify. Tager instinctively stepped back, unable to fathom that his ace Charizard had been vanquished by a mere novice from the Curtain Gym. Using an Infernape in a single blow. Was the Curtain Gym truly this formidable? A flicker of surprise crossed the referee's eyes. It was the first time in his career he had witnessed such a decisive victory. After a brief moment of astonishment, he waved the flag. The Charizard was declared unable to continue, and the victor was the Infernape. Chapter 55. The Determination of the Poison Frog. After the third round concluded, the clock struck 11:30. The gymnasium opened its dining facilities, allowing all competitors to partake in a meal. Of course, those eliminated in the third round could join the revival matches. The afternoon competition required a total of 64 participants and a redistribution into new groups. Li Mining successfully advanced to the fourth round, and the two siblings cheerfully made their way to the dining hall, where a buffet was provided by the Curtain Department Store and the Curtain City government. They piled their plates high with food, forming small mountains on the table. Nearby trainers, noticing Li Shuwen's striking red hair and martial arts attire, whispered among themselves. Not about their hearty appetites, but rather about Li Shuwen's prowess. Following this battle, Li Shuwen and his Infernape had risen to fame. Every competitor was now aware that the Curtain Gym's provisional leader was a formidable opponent. His Infernape had astonishingly defeated Tager's ace Charizard, a seasoned trainer with 7 badges, in a single move. Those preparing for the fourth round were keen to avoid crossing paths with Li Shuwen in the upcoming matches. Meanwhile, the eliminated trainers debated who might stand a chance against Li Shuwen and how long they could withstand his might, as well as which of his revealed Pokémon, the Bagon or the Infernape, was superior. Did Li Shuwen have even more powerful Pokémon concealed? Tech-savvy trainers perused the Sinnoh League's official website, discovering that the Curtain Gym's page listed 6 Pokémon under provisional leader Li Shuwen, including a Torchic, suggesting that he might not be as formidable as presumed. However, the presence of an Aipom on his roster warranted caution. The afternoon matches transitioned to a 2-on-2 format, and the mere combination of Bagon and Infernape was already instilling a sense of overwhelming pressure among the remaining trainers. Yet, there were those who relished the challenge of facing such a strong adversary as Li Shuwen. They believed their own Pokémon were equally competent. They were eager to see if Li Shuwen would fear them. Li Shuwen remained indifferent to the thoughts of these trainers. The buffet at the venue was delightful, and he planned to indulge further. He hurriedly ate, intending to return home to feed his Pokémon before the competition resumed at 2 o'clock, allowing him time for a brief nap. The siblings cleared their plates multiple times, consuming 8 servings of rice in total, and contentedly returned to the Curtain Gym. Li Mining expressed surprise. "Brother, how do I feel like you've developed an even greater appetite than I have?" Li Shuwen replied, "I've recently undergone a second growth spurt, naturally increasing my capacity. However, I worry about you. Will you be able to find enough to eat while traveling?" He nodded, contemplating purchasing her the largest capacity backpack to carry enough provisions for 3 days. "Remember, stick to the main paths. I fear you might starve in the forest. If worst comes to worst, tender tree bark or roots can be dug up for sustenance." Li Mining rolled her eyes. "I would never stoop to that level." Li Shuwen released his 6 Pokémon, with Torchic eagerly bouncing in front of his plate, awaiting its meal. The Infernape began recounting how it had knocked out the Charizard with a single punch. The poison frog swelled its venom sacs, a dangerous glint flashing in its eyes. Eager to take the stage, it gazed at its palms and made a resolute decision. After the meal, the poison frog refrained from eating, seeking out Li Shuwen instead. "What is the matter, poison frog? Is there something wrong with the food today?" The poison frog shook its head, its gaze steadfast as it looked at Li Shuwen. "Giliguli." Li Shuwen nodded. "Ah, I see. Then I entrust the afternoon match to you. Now go eat." The poison frog acknowledged, returning to its spot to devour its Pokémon food, its intensity growing fiercer. The nearby Farfetch'd felt a cold sweat trickle down its forehead, typically comfortable dining beside the poison frog. The current aura emanating from it felt exceedingly perilous. Even the Torchic, engrossed in its meal, nudged its bowl away, instinctively distancing itself from the poison frog. Li Shuwen's eyes sparkled. The poison frog's determination was impressive, and it seemed he could confidently leave the afternoon match in its capable hands. The poison frog's fierce demeanor caught the Infernape's attention. Had it not been for the upcoming match, the Infernape would have relished the opportunity to spar with the poison frog in such a state. After finishing their meal, the poison frog headed to the training room to practice its frequently used skills. Li Shuwen observed as the poison frog executed each move twice before stepping forward. "Stop. This level of warm-up is sufficient. Reserve your remaining energy for the afternoon battle." The poison frog nodded and retreated into its pokeball to rest. The siblings arrived at the gym, noticing an even larger audience gathering to witness the afternoon matches. Everyone anticipated that, following the morning's eliminations, the afternoon bouts would be even more thrilling. Once the groupings were announced, spectators began to analyze which matches were worth watching. Li Shuwen against Chris. I know him. He is a trainer who previously participated in the colorful Ghost Conference. I can't believe he is facing Li Shuwen so early. Let us go watch this match. The girlfriend beside him looked puzzled. Is this Li Shuwen really that formidable? The boyfriend nodded, of course. He is the provisional gym leader of our curtain city. How could he not be impressive? He pointed. Look, there is Li Shuwen. The girlfriend looked over to see a strikingly handsome figure with red hair tied in a high ponytail, wearing a warm smile as he navigated through the crowd toward the players' lounge. That smile was like a gentle spring breeze, warming the heart of the young girl. Excitedly, she exclaimed, so handsome. I can't miss this. The fourth round commenced, with Li Shuwen's match scheduled as the opening bout. Finally, I hope this match will be exhilarating to watch. Chris is a formidable competitor in the regional tournament, possessing extraordinary strength. It wouldn't be surprising if Li Shuwen were to lose the match. Indeed, the fighting attribute is all too easily targeted. And I hold little faith in Li Shuwen securing the championship. In the arena, Li Shuwen retrieves a pokeball and declares, Grimer, let's battle. Chris, with his eyes narrowed and a hint of languor, responds, Ampharos, it's your turn. As Ampharos enters the fray, it shivers at the sight of Grimer's menacing glare. The referee waves the flag, and the match commences. Charge beam. Mud shot, block it. A flurry of mud flies through the air, intercepting the charge beam mid-flight. Another clump of mud swiftly approaches Ampharos. Raising its arm to shield itself, Ampharos nonetheless finds its face splattered with mud. Just as it prepares to wipe its face, it hears its trainer's command, discharge. Grimer rushes in at lightning speed, driving its electrified, violet-tinged hand into Ampharos' abdomen, injecting it with potent venom. Ampharos emits a pained cry, its face suffused with a deep purple hue. Chris grits his teeth, cursing, damn it, grab him, Thunderbolt. Li Shuwen instructs Grimer to employ its poisonous stinger technique, infusing it with venom. Utilizing its physical prowess to inflict damage, it capitalizes on the pain to amplify the toxicity. Ampharos seizes Grimer in a powerful embrace, unleashing a more intense electrical current. Grimer grins, not attempting to break free, but instead igniting its hands with violet energy. Poison sting combo. Ampharos' cries of agony grow weaker as multiple purple marks appear on its abdomen, leaving it incapacitated on the ground. Chris' expression darkens. He never anticipated that Ampharos would succumb to the unassuming mud shot. Is this the curse of the ground type against the electric type? However, Chris turns his gaze to Grimer, slowly opening its eyes. This creature is ruthless toward its foes, yet even more so toward itself. In the stands, the spectators are in awe of Grimer, which bravely withstood a thunderbolt to bring Ampharos down with a poison sting. Alongside Sheldon and Infernape, Grimer has proven to be a fierce contender, each Pokémon showcasing its unique attributes. It seems Li Shuwen is indeed a master at nurturing Pokémon. Chapter 56, Strategy. The referee waves the flag, declaring Grimer victorious as Ampharos loses its fighting capability. Upon hearing the referee's announcement, Grimer inflates its poisoned sac triumphantly. Li Shuwen smiles knowingly. From the rhythm of the sac's inflation, it is evident that Grimer is exceedingly pleased. According to the combat style Li Shuwen has designed for Grimer, it should function as a swift, lethal assassin. Yet, perhaps every assassin harbors the heart of a berserker. Grimer is eager to advance, yearning to prove itself, asserting that it is no less capable than Sheldon or Infernape. As for Galade, Grimer is self-aware enough to recognize the challenge. That seemingly gentle, yet truly cold-hearted anomaly will be difficult to surpass in the near future. Grimer presses forward, unleashing a series of poison stings to swiftly send Ampharos out of the match. Through this battle, Grimer has firmly established its presence. From this day forth, none shall dare to underestimate Grimer. Chris, with a serious demeanor, retrieves another Pokeball from his belt. Executor, it's your turn. The audience erupts in excitement at the sight of Executor, Chris's ace companion since childhood. Grimer is in for a challenge. The bespectacled girl rolls her eyes, exclaiming, I've heard that countless times. Let's see what Executor can do in battle. Chris, forthright as ever, commands, Executor, use confusion. As it charges forward, it employs Mud Shot to disrupt Grimer. Clumps of mud are hurled, attempting to avoid splattering itself while using confusion to lock onto Grimer, leaving Executor overwhelmed. Utilizing psychic abilities requires focus, and Li Shuwen, possessing a basic psychic aptitude, understands this well. Mud Bomb. Grimer promptly opens its mouth, expelling 5 dark clumps of mud. Seed Bomb. Executor, moving with remarkable speed, evades the mud bombs and throws 3 seeds towards Grimer from the front, left, and right, resulting in explosive impacts that prevent Grimer from closing in. Truly, as an ace, Executor demonstrates impressive prowess. Leaf Tornado. Executor whips its head, unleashing a saturated barrage of leaf tornadoes into the smoke, suppressing Grimer to the extent that it cannot raise its head. As the smoke dissipates, a crater remains, and Grimer is nowhere to be seen. Chris quickly warns, "It's Dig. Be cautious of a surprise attack from behind." Suddenly, the ground before Executor erupts as Grimer emerges, striking with a stinger to inject venom into Executor. Chris gasps, "What?" and swiftly dives into the hole, evading Executor's line of sight. Chris grits his teeth, cursing, "Damn it. Executor has been poisoned by Grimer. Is he truly going to be bested by a mere Grimer today?" Panic surges within Chris as he fears for his reputation. Sensing his turmoil, Li Shuwen commands, "Grimer, poison sting." Grimer leaps from the previous hole, launching a frenzied assault on Executor. "What?" Chris is taken aback. Is this Grimer not just a ruthless brute? He's been deceived. He never anticipated that Grimer would not use the hole to create distance, but instead conceal itself right beneath Executor. Reality and deception intertwine, falling into Li Shuwen's strategic trap. When Grimer practiced Mudshot, it inadvertently mastered Dig, prompting Li Shuwen to contemplate how to utilize this skill effectively. Others may focus on the underground ambush capabilities of Dig, but Li Shuwen values the uncertainty created by disappearing from the enemy's line of sight. Even with Executor's 3 heads, it remains wary of Grimer launching a surprise attack from its blind spot. Ultimately, Grimer's frontal assault goes unanticipated. Without orders, Executor must react on its own. A green tendril extends, ensnaring Grimer. It drains Grimer's energy furiously. Chris takes a deep breath, his clenched fists trembling. Yes, this is ultimate absorb. His Executor is formidable, still possessing a chance for a comeback. Cutting edge, into the hole. Grimer grits its teeth, severing the tendril and plunging into the hole. Chris forces himself to remain calm. He must at least take down Grimer to salvage his reputation. Executor, stomp. Executor's massive foot stomps the ground from 50 yards away, generating vibrations rivaling an earthquake. Poison sting. Grimer emerges from behind Executor, delivering a powerful sting to its back. Ultimate absorb. Executor, enduring the pain, seizes Grimer, instantly draining the last remnants of its energy. Chris secretly breathes a sigh of relief. At least he has taken down one Pokémon, which isn't too embarrassing. The referee waves the flag, declaring Grimer incapable of battle, with the victor being Executor. In the audience, a man furrows his brow. Although victorious, he feels Executor's performance pales in comparison to Grimer's. The bespectacled girl nods in agreement, stating that had Grimer not been fatigued, it might have defeated Executor. The young couple observes, with the girl lamenting, "What a pity, Grimer actually lost." The boy nods, affirming, Grimer was indeed impressive, but given Chris's notable reputation, is this all there is? Li Shuwen recalls Grimer, gently addressing the Pokeball. "Grimer, you performed admirably. Now rest well. Sherelden, I entrust you with this." Sherelden enters the fray, letting out a resounding battle cry towards Executor. The formidable roar of the dragon reverberated through the air, instilling fear in the hearts of all and diminishing the offensive prowess of the Coconut's Pokémon. Coconut's ultimate absorption. Dodge, Dragon Claw. The Coconut's Pokémon extended its verdant tendrils, but the armored dragon, swift as the wind, elegantly evaded the attack and lunged forward, pinning the Coconut's Pokémon to the ground with a single claw. The immense force belonging to the dragon combatants rendered the Coconut's Pokémon utterly breathless. Just moments after lowering the flag, the referee raised it once more. The Coconut's Pokémon had succumbed to defeat, and the victor was the armored dragon. Chris was taken aback, given the Coconut's Pokémon's stamina. It should not have been felled by a single dragon claw, even if poisoned. This armored dragon possesses remarkable strength. In the stands, the bespectacled girl shrugged, remarking, "I told you so." The Coconut's Pokémon was eliminated in one swift move by the armored dragon. The older gentleman sighed, pondering whether there was a trainer capable of matching Li Shuwen in this grand competition. Backstage, Li Shuwen sent both the poison frog and the armored dragon for recovery. While they awaited treatment, Li Mining approached him, brimming with excitement. "Brother, I have one again." Li Shuwen smiled and nodded. "My little Ning is truly formidable." Having advanced from the top 32 to the top 16, Li Shuwen found himself scheduled for another match soon. This time, his opponent was another expert specializing in fighting-type Pokémon, a blonde, blue-eyed boxer, exuding arrogance, with impressively bulging muscles. He bore a striking resemblance to Ma Jishur, representing a typical appearance from the Unova region. "I am Mark, hailing from the Unova region, here to challenge the local fighters of Sinnoh. Let us see whether our Unova's freestyle wrestling is superior to Sinnoh's martial arts." I hope you do not disappoint me. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow at his brazen attitude, thinking he ought to show him some real intensity. The bespectacled girl frowned, noting that this fellow was the Unova region's boxing champion. Having triumphed over many local fighters in Sinnoh, it was an opportune moment for Li Shuwen to teach him a lesson. The older gentleman waved his arms, shouting enthusiastically, "Li Shuwen, bring glory to Sinnoh." Hearing the older man's voice, Li Shuwen turned, waving back reassuringly. He then retrieved a pokeball, exclaiming, "Galade, I entrust this to you." Mark, with an air of arrogance, unleashed his own equally boastful Pokémon, sporting a massive red comb atop its head. It was the orange-crowned lizard, or rather, the bandana thug, a quintessential Pokémon from the Unova region. The bespectacled girl consulted her computer, revealing that the bandana thug possessed astonishing defensive capabilities due to its molted skin, enabling it to withstand numerous opponents' finishing moves. Additionally, its legs were endowed with the terrifying strength to kick through reinforced concrete pillars. Mark, brimming with confidence, commanded, "Bandana thug, crush him." The bandana thug, adjusting its pants, lunged at Galade with teeth enveloped in dark energy. Li Shuwen calmly instructed, "Psycho cut." As the bandana thug charged forward, Galade merely extended its elbow blade with poise. The blade traced a graceful arc, effortlessly gliding past the bandana thug. The bandana thug stumbled 2 steps further before collapsing to the ground. Mark's eyes widened in disbelief, followed by an enraged roar, "Bandana thug, get up." This was his painstakingly trained Pokémon. How could it be defeated by a single psycho cut? The referee waved the flag, declaring the bandana thug unable to continue. With Galade emerging victorious, the audience erupted in astonishment as the older gentleman excitedly pumped his fist. "Did you see that? Another one-hit knockout." The bespectacled girl feverishly typed on her keyboard, noting that Mark's bandana thug was no ordinary Pokémon. It had been swiftly defeated by Galade, showcasing the latter's incredible strength. The spiky-haired boy exclaimed in delight, "So cool. Galade is undeniably the representative Pokémon of our Sinnoh region. One psycho cut, and it's game over." A girl vigorously shook her boyfriend's arm, exclaiming, "Baby, look at that Pokémon. It's so cool. Can you catch one too?" The boy awkwardly chuckled, "Sure. I'll go capture one later." But how could he possibly capture a rare Pokémon like Galade? Mark gritted his teeth, watching Galade with a flicker of apprehension. "Renovator, it's your turn." The bespectacled girl's eyes lit up as she recalled that Renovator was Mark's first Pokémon and his strongest. This battle would not be easy. The older gentleman nodded in agreement, sensing Renovator's seasoned aura, indicating it was a battle-hardened veteran. Even with Galade's type advantage, it would be a challenging match. The spiky-haired boy scoffed, "Regardless, I believe in Li Shuwen and Galade's inevitable victory." Mark's eyes flashed with malice as he commanded, "Raging Dance," accompanied by Renovator's concrete pillar. A dark energy imbued with malevolence enveloped them, causing Renovator to whirl violently, swinging the pillar with ferocious might. It resembled a tornado wreaking havoc in a parking lot as it barreled down on Galade. Psycho cut. Galade extended its elbow blade, conjuring a purple blade of psychic energy. As the attack surged forward, it sliced through the air, passing cleanly through Renovator, who faltered and relinquished his grip on the concrete pillar. One of the pillars hurtled toward the wall, while the other flew toward Li Shuwen. Yet, Li Shuwen stood resolutely, not flinching. Galade's eyes glimmered with blue light, halting both concrete pillars mid-air before returning to rest alongside Renovator. Li Shuwen smiled. "Now, how do you perceive the fighters of Sinnoh?" Mark's face fell, unable to believe that Renovator had also been felled in a single blow. "Humph, I was careless this time. Next time, you shall witness my true prowess." He spat out his threats and, amidst the audience's jeers, retreated in disgrace. The referee waved the flag, declaring Renovator unable to continue, with Galade as the victor. The referee's gaze betrayed a hint of disdain. Having underestimated Sinnoh's fighters, he quickly rendered the fastest judgment of the entire competition in this bout. The older gentleman's eyes widened in disbelief. Renovator had also been knocked out in one hit. Just how powerful was this Galade? The bespectacled girl adjusted her glasses, a spark of realization igniting within her. "I believe Galade possesses the potential of a champion. What do you think, sir?" The older gentleman nodded in agreement, adding, "However, I feel that Li Shuwen himself may possess even greater potential." He pointed toward the concrete pillars, asking, "Did you notice?" When the pillars were hurled at Li Shuwen, he stood his ground, unwavering. It was not fear that kept him still, but rather his unwavering faith in Galade's ability to stop them. This trust in his Pokémon is extraordinary. It seems we are on the brink of welcoming another champion fighter from the Sinnoh region. The spiky-haired boy's eyes sparkled with excitement. If he secures the championship, We could witness a titanic clash of champions. The older gentleman shook his head. Compared to Cynthia, Li Shuwen still appears somewhat inexperienced. Nevertheless, this supplementary match may indeed be the most thrilling battle of the entire event. Rather than expecting the participating trainers to defeat Li Shuwen, it would be more prudent to hope they can endure a few more exchanges against him. The bespectacled girl nodded in agreement, acknowledging that Li Shuwen truly deserved the anticipation surrounding his potential to become the future champion of fighters. Neglecting the dojo, the pink-haired elder sneakily slipped away to witness the match, adjusting his sunglasses while chuckling foolishly. My son, Shuwen, possesses the talent of a champion. This was not mere self-praise. It was a sentiment echoed unanimously by the audience. Upon returning to the players' lounge, the fiery monkey burst forth once more. After 2 matches, the unruly frog, the armored dragon, and the electric type had all had their moments in the spotlight. Surely it was his turn now? All right, you may go. In truth, during last night's simulation, the martial bear character portrayed by Li Shuwen had successfully gleaned the intricacies of the Fury Punch from the discarded monkey after escaping peril. He had even experienced the Fury Punch firsthand multiple times. However, the fiery monkey's temperament was unpredictable, having recently suffered a crushing defeat at the hands of the electric type. It was time for him to engage in fundamental training, until the fiery monkey recognized the necessity of foundational practice for growth. Li Shuwen had no intention of divulging the training methods for the Fury Punch. Beyond evolution, there were myriad paths to a Pokemon's development. Given the fiery monkey's exceptional talent for anger, Li Shuwen held even higher expectations for him. Unlike other fiery monkeys who were merely puppets of their rage, Li Shuwen's fiery monkey demonstrated a degree of control over his anger. Aspiring to become the world's most formidable fighting-type Pokemon, the fiery monkey needed to discard erroneous notions. Relying solely on anger would not suffice to claim the title of the world's #1 fighting Pokemon. The outcome, rather than success, would likely result in mediocrity and wasted potential. Li Shuwen gazed sternly at the fiery monkey, stating, "You may compete, but upon your return, you must engage in weighted frog leaps and practice your punches. Furthermore, for every fighting technique I require you to train in, you must practice each move diligently 50 times. Can you manage that?" The fiery monkey looked into Li Shuwen's eyes and swiftly quelled his impatience. Sensing the depth of Li Shuwen's affection intertwined with stern expectations, the fiery monkey extended his fist toward him. Gaga! Li Shuwen reciprocated with a fist bump, affirming, "It is settled. As long as you complete the training I set for you, I will do my utmost to help you achieve your dream." The fiery monkey nodded resolutely, flames of determination igniting all over his form. Gaga gaga! He vowed not to disappoint Li Shuwen's hopes. Chapter 58, The Ultimate Fury. Li Shuwen recalled the fiery monkey, and shortly thereafter, Li Mining approached, dejected, to tend to her Pokemon. "Brother, I lost." Tears threatened to spill from her eyes. Li Shuwen cupped her chubby little face, saying, "Losing is part of the journey. You'll win next time." Li Mining, sniffling, replied, "But I didn't make it to the top 4, so I can't go on the trip." Li Shuwen enveloped her in an embrace, promising, "I will give you another chance. After the competition ends, I will take you and Junzi camping in the wild. If you can acquire sufficient survival skills, I will allow you to travel." Her eyes sparkled, and she smiled through her tears. "Really?" Li Shuwen ruffled her hair. "Of course. When have I ever deceived you? I will study hard." The little girl's sorrow dissipated as swiftly as it had come. "Brother, I didn't win the championship. You must be sure to win it." Li Shuwen chuckled. "Then you must cheer me on diligently, or I might not be able to claim the title." Li Mining nodded vigorously. "Leave it to me." After a brief respite, it was Li Shuwen's turn to compete, and Li Mining dashed to the stands to cheer for him. When the audience saw Li Shuwen unleash his fiery monkey, their spirits soared. The elder enthusiastically waved his fists, exclaiming, "It's the fiery monkey. Li Shuwen's electric type is indeed formidable, but I prefer this untamed fiery monkey." The bespectacled girl eagerly produced her equipment and began scanning the fiery monkey. Its fury appeared unique, seemingly enhancing its strength, and it seemed capable of igniting its rage with any action. "I am curious to see just how far this fiery monkey's fury can elevate its power." The hedgehog-headed boy leaned in, exclaiming, "Wow, high-tech." He reached out to touch the device, only to be met with the girl's swift reprimand. "This is the latest scanning apparatus, quite expensive and in limited supply. If you break it, obtaining a second one will be nearly impossible. If you dare reach for it again, I will make you regret it." The hedgehog-headed boy quickly withdrew his hand. "I won't touch it, I promise." Li Shuwen's opponent was unexpectedly a traditionally dressed monk who released a Kirin. The bespectacled girl accessed the data, revealing that the monk, Hui Yuan, hailed from the Johto region and specialized in nurturing psychic-type Pokémon through ancient Buddhist techniques. This Kirin was undeniably powerful, presenting a worthy challenge for the fiery monkey, and Li Shuwen believed this encounter would yield comprehensive data on his Pokémon. The hedgehog-headed boy, curious, asked, "What are those Buddhist techniques?" The girl shook her head. The records do not elaborate, but Hui Yuan indeed possesses some extraordinary abilities. The elder waved his hand dismissively. "Forget about Hui Yuan. The match is commencing." Hui Yuan scrutinized the fiery monkey and Li Shuwen, a glint of caution flashing in his eyes. Having truly practiced Buddhist techniques, he could discern the exceptional nature of both the fiery monkey and Li Shuwen. Deciding to strike first, he commanded, "Kirin, use high-speed stars." Hui Yuan's Kirin executed the move with great prowess, making it nearly impossible for the fiery monkey to evade. "Fiery monkey, use rock smash." Swinging its fist, the fiery monkey shattered most of the stars, its surface igniting with rage, while the remaining stars struck it, further fueling its fury. Hui Yuan furrowed his brow. While he didn't have extensive knowledge about the fiery monkey, he recalled that its anger should not have manifested in this manner. The fiery monkey could indeed amplify its strength through rage, but not to this extent. What species of fiery monkey was Li Shuwen using? The bespectacled girl was ecstatic. Observe. As the fiery monkey shattered the high-speed stars and was subsequently struck, its fury increased, effectively doubling its strength. This is simply astounding. The hedgehog-headed boy's eyes widened. Just breaking one high-speed star resulted in such a significant boost in the fiery monkey's power? If it lands a few more hits, it might ascend to the heavens. In the arena, Hui Yuan seized the opportunity, commanding, "Use psychic force." The Kirin concentrated a formidable psychic energy, instantly ensnaring the fiery monkey and launching a relentless assault on its body. Observing the fiery monkey ensnared by the psychic force, Hui Yuan silently exhaled a sigh of relief. "Fiery monkey, unleash your fury and break free from the psychic bindings. I believe you can achieve this." Gaga! The fiery monkey's rage surged, transforming it into a blazing sphere of crimson. With a powerful shake, the overwhelming fury shattered the psychic bindings. In that fleeting moment, Li Shuwen felt as though the fiery monkey had transcended its corporeal form, akin to the discarded monkey. Hui Yuan's expression mirrored that of someone who had seen a ghost. "Unleash your million-ton punch," Li Shuwen commanded. The fiery monkey leaped toward the Kirin, delivering a punch that seemed to embody the explosive force of a nuclear bomb. The Kirin emitted a pained cry as it was launched into the air. Upon landing, the referee raised the flag, declaring the Kirin unable to continue the fight. The victor was the fiery monkey. Hui Yuan, dedicated to his arduous training, sought to master the Buddhist teachings and revive the Lotus Temple. Along his journey, he had indeed achieved some progress. However, upon witnessing Li Shuwen and the fiery monkey today, Hui Yuan realized that he still had a considerable distance to traverse. This fiery monkey was nothing short of extraordinary, more akin to the demon of boxing than ever before. Retrieving Kirin Chi, Hui Yuan pondered for a moment before extracting a pokeball, releasing a Chimcho. With its hands pressed together, Chimcho appeared as a devout disciple of the Buddhist faith. Assuming a yoga posture, Li Shuwen chuckled lightly, as if attempting to enhance its abilities in his presence. Such trifling skills dared to flaunt themselves before him. A million-ton punch. Hui Yuan waved his cassock, unleashing energy. In a clash of fists, Chimcho was forced to retreat repeatedly under the sheer force of the fiery monkey's might. Yet, the fiery monkey's punches were met with Chimcho's energy, which seeped into its arm. The entirety of its limb was numbed, rendering it unable to use its right fist to attack. The fiery monkey's fury ignited anew. The bespectacled girl gazed in astonishment at her computer, observing the fiery monkey's power. The hedgehog-headed creature leaned in, asking what was amiss. The girl snapped back to reality, realizing that the fiery monkey's strength had surged tenfold. A million-ton punch. With a furious determination, the fiery monkey forced the energy that had infiltrated its arm to dissipate, swinging its fist towards Chimcho. Hui Yuan and Chimcho were both taken aback, incredulous that someone could initiate an attack with the same hand after being affected by their energy. Chimcho hurriedly raised its fist to intercept, but it was too late. The fiery monkey's punch struck Chimcho squarely in the abdomen, sending it soaring into the sky. Chimcho was rendered incapable of battle, and the victor was the fiery monkey. The bespectacled girl pounded on her computer, exclaiming that the power had increased to 12 times. Such a terrifying fiery monkey. Observing the fiery monkey, enveloped in a dark red fury, Hui Yuan's eyes sparkled with a peculiar light. Indeed, this fiery monkey was a being of extraordinary nature. Yet, Hui Yuan's discerning eye also detected the latent dangers hidden within this ability. as a monk, even though he had been mercilessly defeated by the fiery monkey. He sought out Li Shuwen upon returning to the players' lounge. Benefactor, regarding the health of the fiery monkey, I have a matter I am uncertain whether to disclose. Li Shuwen felt a twinge of anxiety. Please, Master, speak. Is there an issue with the fiery monkey's health? Chapter 59. Fiery Monkey, you do not desire this. Li Shuwen observed Hu Yuan's clear and bright gaze, recognizing him as someone not prone to exaggeration. As an individual possessing a rudimentary superpower physique, Li Shuwen could sense that Hu Yuan possessed genuine skills that surpassed his own. During their battle, the fiery monkey's rage had steadily escalated, amplifying its strength and defeating my two Pokémon. However, I noticed that this ever-increasing power exhibited signs of exceeding the fiery monkey's control. Perhaps its body could harness this strength. Currently, the fiery monkey's body was nearing its limit under the strain of its fury, rather than its spirit being overwhelmed by it. Furthermore, indications suggested that the fiery monkey's soul was on the brink of detachment from its body due to the anger. If the soul were to separate, it must return promptly. It would be wise for you to fortify the fiery monkey's soul, ensuring that its rage does not surpass the intensity exhibited when it defeated Kirin Chi. Li Shuwen nodded, grateful for the master's guidance, as he had been troubled about how to assist the fiery monkey in its training. If the master has leisure time, perhaps you could stay at my home for a few days, allowing me to properly express my gratitude. Hu Yuan repeatedly waved his hands. No. I merely wish to prevent an innocent life from being sacrificed. At that moment, Li Mining rushed back from the stands to the players' lounge, finding Li Shuwen and exclaiming, Brother, I know a big sister who said the fiery monkey might have a problem with its body. When she was analyzing the fiery monkey's data, she discovered 2 sets of abnormal readings. Such data comparisons only appear in Pokémon on the verge of death, said to be energy fluctuations as the soul departs the body. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. Data analysis? Hu Yuan shared his astonishment, realizing that modern technology had advanced to such a degree. It took him 15 years of cultivation to perceive a hint of anomaly, while this machine could discern the fiery monkey's condition with clarity. For a moment, Hu Yuan felt a sense of futility in revitalizing the Lotus Temple, as it seemed a relic of a bygone era, with no place in the new age. Li Mining nodded. It's a quite special machine. With a scan, it can produce many characters and numbers that I can't comprehend. Li Shuwen agreed. We must express our gratitude to her. Tomorrow, please take me to meet her. Hu Yuan added. Since others have offered their insights, my contributions seem even less significant. I take my leave. Sensing a shift in Hu Yuan's emotions, Li Shuwen quickly grasped his arm. Master, please do visit my home. Li Mining inquired. Aren't we eating at the gym before heading back? Li Shuwen turned back. Master, where would you prefer to dine? Hu Yuan hastily withdrew his hand from Li Shuwen's grasp. Benefactor, you possess great strength. I am willing to stay at your home, but I prefer to dine at the gym tonight. Very well. Upon arriving at the cafeteria, Hu Yuan was astounded by the quantity of food the siblings consumed. Before him lay merely a few dishes of vegetables and a small bowl of rice. Li Mining raised her hand. Master, why do you only eat so little? Are you full? Shall I fetch you some meat? Hu Yuan waved his hand. Our practice requires us to consume less meat. Thus I have been a vegetarian since childhood. Li Mining, curious, asked, Master, what kind of martial arts do you practice? Do you practice boxing as well? Hu Yuan nodded. We have a set of boxing techniques, primarily for physical fitness. Our focus lies in meditation to cultivate mental strength and reciting scriptures to open the eye of wisdom, supplemented by some telekinetic training. In Pokémon terms, it leans towards psychic abilities. Li Mining nodded in understanding. So our family practices kicking and punching, which fits perfectly with our fighting dojo. Li Shuwen inquired with curiosity, Master, why are you so far from the temple for your training? Hu Yuan sighed, recounting his circumstances. Li Shuwen immediately offered an idea. Master, your skills are commendable. Why not consider establishing a psychic dojo in the Johto region? Set it up near, or even within the Lotus Temple. With the League's funding for the dojo, you need not worry about the temple's legacy. Hu Yuan's eyes brightened at the simplicity of the solution he had overlooked. After finishing their meal, the 3 returned to the curtained dojo together. Li Shuwen arranged a guest room for Hu Yuan and led him to the battle arena. Master, look. It is thanks to the Johto League's funding that I could construct such a battle arena. However, for the temple's restoration, we may need to settle for a standard arena, as repairs are simpler and less costly. Speaking of dojo management, Li Shuwen had an abundance of topics to discuss, offering Hu Yuan numerous practical suggestions that bolstered his confidence in successfully applying to establish a dojo. Hu Yuan felt a surge of gratitude, realizing that had it not been for his good intentions today, he would not have reaped such a boon. Li Shuwen glanced at the time. Master, please excuse me. I must go train my Pokémon. As Li Shuwen departed to train his Pokémon, Hu Yuan requested paper and pen from Li Mining. In gratitude for Li Shuwen's assistance, Hu Yuan felt compelled to offer something in return. Arriving at the training room, Li Shuwen sternly advised the fiery monkey to manage the intensity of its anger, emphasizing the urgency of enhancing its physical capabilities. As for the soul, Li Shuwen was uncertain how to cultivate it. He could only promote its growth indirectly through diligent training and the honing of willpower. Blazing Monkey. Surely you do not wish to perish before achieving the title of the world's greatest? Startled by Li Shuwen's admonition, Blazing Monkey promptly resolved to temper its fury to a level inferior to that which it wielded against Kirin Shi. Thus commenced its 50-kilogram weighted frog jumps. Scaly Dragon. Adorned with the tail of retaliation, engaged in training to enhance both its strength and speed, enduring the pressure of the tail of retaliation, which would enable it to withstand an increased number of dragon dances during battle. Following its evolution, Scaly Dragon's capacity to endure dragon dances escalated to 6 repetitions. With the tail of retaliation in training, it was nearing the ability to withstand 7 dragon dances. While the tail of retaliation proved ineffective in combat, it was exceptionally advantageous for training purposes. Once Scaly Dragon had completed its regimen, the tail was removed for use by Ducklet. Scaly Dragon then equipped the Sharp Claw to bolster the attack power of its Dragon Claw. The toxic needles acquired during the second simulation, along with the Sharp Claw and Sharp Beak, exhibited a gradual enhancement effect on the abilities of their wearers. This was why the Poison Frog had remained adorned with the toxic needles for an entire week. Li Shuwen discovered that the rate of toxicity enhancement surpassed that of its toxic training. Upon thorough investigation, it was revealed that this was indeed due to the effects of the toxic needle item. Reflecting on the system's description at the time of acquiring the toxic needles, it stated, can enhance the poison attribute abilities of the wearer. So this was the method of enhancement. In recent days, the Sharp Claw and Tail of Retaliation had been rotated among Scaly Dragon, Ducklet, and the Poison Frog. Now, Blazing Monkey was to be included. Having previously resisted this training method, it would now have to acquiesce in order to survive and become the strongest. The toxic needles would remain with the Poison Frog, while the Sharp Beak would be permanently assigned to Ducklet. Although Galarian Ducklet was not of the flying type, it was still capable of mastering numerous flying type skills. Moreover, the Sharp Beak should not go to waste. As for the Fire Chick, being still young, standard skills and physical training were deemed sufficient, and there was no need for item usage, not even weighted training. Conversely, for Alakazam, the conventional training would yield minimal benefits. Yet, for the sake of team unity, Li Shuwen decided to include Alakazam in the rotation for the Sharp Claw and Tail of Retaliation, thereby fostering the bond between Alakazam and the team. However, tonight would not be Alakazam's turn. It would have to wait until tomorrow. Chapter 60, Responding to Master S Trust. The following morning, as Li Shuwen prepared breakfast, he discovered a letter of gratitude from Hu Yuan, along with a notebook, left for him in the living room. Holding the letter, Li Shuwen entered the guest room, only to find it meticulously organized, yet Hu Yuan's presence was conspicuously absent. How could Hu Yuan have slipped away so stealthily? Am I to devour him? Thank you for your assistance to Lianhua Temple and to me, Shuwen. I have been thinking of Lianhua Temple and plan to purchase the earliest boat ticket back to the Chengdu region. Lianhua Temple is in dire straits and unable to repay your kindness. However, I have discovered that you possess a special ability, and as a token of my gratitude, I have left you a meditative technique that enhances mental strength. You may practice it alongside Blazing Monkey, which should be beneficial for its condition. Additionally, I have included some insights regarding psychic training that I have gathered. They are rather rudimentary, and I hope you will not dismiss them. Once I successfully apply for a dojo and rebuild Lianhua Temple, I will certainly invite esteemed brothers and sisters to visit the Chengdu region and witness Lianhua Temple. Respectfully, Hu Yuan. Upon opening the notebook, Li Shuwen found an ancient meditative technique documented within. Numerous annotations from Hu Yuan accompanied it, aiding Li Shuwen's understanding. Following the meditative technique were 3 skills designed to enhance mental strength. One to amplify the chaotic effects of psychic energy, and another to weaken the opponent's mental fortitude. Hu Yuan had effectively provided him with a comprehensive methodology for training, encompassing both internal cultivation and techniques. In comparison to the countless generations of monks from Lianhua Temple who had painstakingly developed their psychic training techniques, the psychic usage techniques Li Shuwen had crafted during his simulation of Butterfrog were indeed rather simplistic and ill-suited for human training. Li Shuwen was continuously refining and attempting to develop a psychic training method suitable for humans when he received this invaluable gift from Hu Yuan. Hu Yuan was exceedingly gracious. After all, Li Shuwen had merely uttered a few inconsequential remarks. Li Mining emerged, rubbing her eyes, and curiously inquired, "Brother, what are you reading?" Li Shuwen handed her the notebook. "Master Huiyuan has left us a meditative technique. Would you like to take a look?" Gazing at the ancient characters, Li Mining's face contorted. "I'm quite famished right now. My brain cannot fathom such profound matters. Brother, please hurry and prepare the meal." Li Shuwen shook his head, harboring hopes that Li Mining might grasp the ancient script. He truly was a simpleton. The meditative technique, when paired with the eloquent ancient script, would yield far superior results, demanding a high level of literary comprehension. Before cooking, he first attended to the Pokémon's meal. The arduous physical training from the previous night had left Blazing Monkey utterly exhausted. However, after a night's slumber, Blazing Monkey had regained its spirited vigor, eagerly devouring food in large quantities. Its hustle ability was now in full effect, with ample nutrition and rest. Li Shuwen felt that Blazing Monkey could even train twice or thrice a day. Blazing Monkey's potential had not been fully realized through the training regimen he had designed. All 6 Pokémon had recuperated following last night's training. The Fire Chick, albeit still bleary-eyed, immediately widened its gaze at the scent of food. Exhibiting even more energy than Blazing Monkey, it dove headfirst into the food, ravenously consuming it. Li Shuwen was perplexed as to why a mere Fire Chick would be so gluttonous. "Take your time eating, no one is competing with you." Although Li Shuwen's affinity for fighting types allowed him to perceive the changes in Blazing Monkey's training with clarity, he considered enlisting the help of the observer mentioned by Li Mining yesterday, who utilized instruments to analyze the physical condition of Blazing Monkey to assist in monitoring its training. Utilizing instruments to substantiate findings would reflect greater responsibility towards Blazing Monkey's well-being. Leaning out of the kitchen, he called, "Little sister, could you help me find that lady? Blazing Monkey and I may need her assistance." Li Mining nodded, "No problem." After breakfast, when Li Shuwen recalled his Pokémon, Blazing Monkey excitedly waved its fists. "Giga." Li Shuwen smiled and nodded. Blazing Monkey was eager to accept his training arrangements, yet it could not be denied the opportunity to battle due to training. "All right, you can fight." The 2 siblings arrived at the gym, where only 8 trainers remained backstage. Li Shuwen maintained his composure, yet the other 7 regarded him with trepidation, fearing that the upcoming draw would place them in the same group as Li Shuwen for battle. Once the competition roster was revealed, the other 6 sighed in relief, save for one man in leather pants, whose expression darkened as he adjusted his glasses. The bespectacled girl tapped away at her computer, rock musician Yage. His signature Pokémon are Houndoom, the Great Hound, Electivire, and Blaziken. He has a particular fondness for canine Pokémon, earning him the moniker Dog Madman. The older gentleman shook his head. "It sounds like he won't last more than 2 moves against Li Shuwen." Before ascending to the stage, Yage rubbed his brow, hoping to endure a few more moves without losing face. "Go, Electivire. Ducklet, let's go." Although Ducklet had not requested to participate, Li Shuwen still wished to send it into battle. Once Ducklet took the stage, its demeanor sharpened immediately. Given Master S's trust, Ducklet was determined to give its all. In response to Master S's trust, the Elder's eyes sparkled. Before him stood the elusive Galarian Leek Duck, a Pokémon that had yet to make its debut. Its gaze was promising, leaving one to ponder its prowess in battle. Upon recognizing the Galarian Leek Duck, Yage visibly exhaled in relief. Electrode, Thunderbolt. With precision, the Galarian Leek Duck executed a nimble maneuver, easily evading the Thunderbolt. It dashed forward, brandishing its leek with determination, delivering a powerful strike. Electrode, Thunderfang. It attempted to seize the leek, but the Galarian Leek Duck spun its weapon, deftly avoiding Electrode's jaws, and retaliated with a resounding blow to Electrode's face, sending it careening into the air. Emboldened by its advantage, the Galarian Leek Duck charged towards Electrode's descent. Brute Force, a full-powered strike, fueled by the very essence of the Galarian Leek Duck. The impact resonated, causing Electrode and the surrounding ground to sink, fissures spreading like veins across the terrain. With a triumphant stance, the Galarian Leek Duck reclaimed its leek, standing proudly at the center of the arena. Hedgehog Head clapped enthusiastically, exclaiming how striking the Galarian Leek Duck appeared, its leek resembling a lance. However, Yage's expression darkened. Despite Li Shuwen's decision not to employ his elite Pokémon, such as the Armored Dragon, Infernape, or Galade, he still succumbed in a matter of moments. The referee signaled, declaring Electrode unable to continue, thus proclaiming the Galarian Leek Duck the victor. Li Shuwen beamed with satisfaction at the Galarian Leek Duck's performance. What seemed like simple maneuvers were executed with utmost vigor. Gritting his teeth, Yage called forth, "Go, Houndoom." At the final moment, Yage chose to trust his starter Pokémon. To his surprise, Li Shuwen recalled the Galarian Leek Duck and summoned Infernape instead. Galarian Leek Duck, you performed admirably. Rest well now. Seeing Infernape, Yage's face turned a shade of green. Houndoom, Flame Vortex. With a single punch, Infernape effortlessly dispersed the flame vortex. It charged forward, delivering a blow that sent Houndoom soaring. Infernape reveled in the exhilarating sensation of sending foes flying, lost in a state of bliss. Just as Eyeglass Girl prepared her equipment, the battle reached its conclusion. Oh, how could it end so swiftly? Could Yage not have held on a bit longer? Coincidentally, Li Mining approached, delivering news to Eyeglass Girl about the data support Li Shuwen required. With enthusiasm, Eyeglass Girl raised her hand, exclaiming, I am willing. Chapter 61, The Championship. Eyeglass Girl wore a gleeful expression, excited at the prospect of gathering comprehensive data on Infernape at the gym. If she could collect data on Pokémon like Galade and Armored Dragon, it would be a boon. Moreover, being in the same room as a handsome figure like Li Shuwen was an opportunity not to be missed. Observing Eyeglass Girl's smile, Li Mining felt a twinge of discomfort. Sister, are you alright? Eyeglass Girl quickly waved her hand, assuring her, I am fine. I merely find Infernape to be of significant research value, which brings me immense joy. The elder, having seen much in life, jested, is it the Pokémon that holds value, or the person? Eyeglass Girl's demeanor immediately shifted, returning to her composed and aloof self. I do not comprehend what you mean, elder. In the semifinals, Li Shuwen's opponent was a girl exuding an air of intellect. Eyeglass Girl introduced her as Millie, the librarian from Watercurrent City, proficient in normal-type Pokémon, particularly adorably formidable ones like Jigglypuff and Espurr. However, one must not underestimate their formidable combat capabilities based on appearances alone. Millie smiled softly. Jigglypuff, take the stage. It seemed a tad harsh to send Infernape against a girl. The choice of the notorious frog was equally inappropriate. Armored Dragon, I entrust you. Jigglypuff, soar into the skies. Taking a deep breath, Jigglypuff ascended into the air. Dragon Breath. Bring her down. A torrent of dragon energy spewed forth, yet unexpectedly, Jigglypuff expelled the air within its body, evading the attack like a deflating balloon. With a sudden burst, Jigglypuff soared higher. Blizzard. A smile graced Li Shuwen's lips as he commanded, cut. Jigglypuff exhaled a gust of icy wind, expelling all the air from its body, launching itself into the heavens. Millie mused, with such a blizzard, Jigglypuff flies so high. Surely Armored Dragon cannot reach her. Yet, amidst the blizzard, Armored Dragon crouched and leaped, appearing before Jigglypuff like a cannonball, striking it down with a single claw. Millie's face registered shock. What? That was over 10 meters high. How could Armored Dragon's leaping ability be so exceptional? The secret lay in its tailwind ability, which enhanced its agility. Moreover, during training, Armored Dragon would often bear additional weight, amplifying its energy control. However, it wasn't enough. The lineage of Armored Dragon was continuously unlocking new potential, its strength surging. Even with an extra 100 kilograms of weight, Armored Dragon maneuvered effortlessly. With astonishing power, it soared over 10 meters, sending Jigglypuff crashing to the ground. The referee waved the flag. Jigglypuff was unable to continue, and the victor was Armored Dragon. Millie's composed demeanor seemed to waver slightly. She was taken aback. Why could Armored Dragon leap so high? Did she not realize the arduous training she and Jigglypuff had undergone to combine their abilities to such heights? Meowth, take the stage. With sharp claws and keen eyes, a notably proficient Meowth appeared. Razor Claw. Meowth charged forward, but Armored Dragon raised its arm to counter Meowth's attack. The sound echoed as claws met scales, resembling a clash against alloy. Armored Dragon grinned, confident in its defensive prowess. Daily training with the iron defense move fortified its scales. How could a mere Meowth hope to breach such resilience? Yet for Meowth, the humiliation of its claws failing to pierce Armored Dragon's defenses was unbearable. Dragon Claw. Razor Claw. Claws collided, and Meowth's paw was forced open, leaving it momentarily stunned. This was disastrous. Not only was its attack ineffective, but it lacked the strength to match. A single strike to the abdomen from Armored Dragon rendered Meowth voiceless in pain, a critical hit. With a swift turn, Armored Dragon's tail struck Meowth's chin, sending it airborne. And upon landing, it lay unconscious. The referee waved the flag. Meowth was unable to battle, and the victor was Armored Dragon. Frustration welled within Millie. Yet she soon smiled gently, accepting her defeat. She resolved to train harder and return to challenge the gym, confident that next time, she would not falter so easily. In the audience, the elder stroked his chin, pondering, why do I feel that Armored Dragon has significantly improved since yesterday? Eyeglass Girl nodded in agreement. Though I did not utilize my instruments to test yesterday's armored dragon, basic analysis suggested that its strength was insufficient to achieve such impressive heights. Li Mining dismissed the notion, asserting, armored dragon trains daily, it naturally grows stronger. Hedgehog Head concurred, affirming that Pokémon, through training and battles, could enhance their abilities. Perhaps Armored Dragon had merely experienced a fortunate breakthrough. Eyeglass Girl took a deep breath, relinquishing her desire to analyze the magnitude of Armored Dragon's progress. Recognizing that the two individuals before her might not grasp the intricacies of her insights. The extraordinary transformation of Armored Dragon within a single night was undoubtedly a result of Li Shuwen's burgeoning talent. The potential accumulated by the scale-bound dragon over the past 8 years was unleashed with fervor, akin to a dam releasing its waters, unstoppable in its flow. Upon returning to the lounge, Li Shuwen entrusted the Pokeball to Miss Joy. A stern-faced young man also arrived at this juncture. In our upcoming match, I hope you can give it your all. I am well aware that I am no match for you, but I wish to ascertain the extent of the gap between us. Li Shuwen nodded solemnly. I understand. My name is Lung Feng. I once served as the assault team leader in the Sinnoh police force. My ambition is to return to my hometown and establish a fighting-type gym. Li Shuwen extended his hand. Then allow me to preemptively congratulate you on your success. Lung Feng looked taken aback. Aren't you concerned that I might usurp the subsidies the league has granted you? Li Shuwen chuckled. Perhaps another fighting gym might be shut down instead? Among the 25 gyms in Sinnoh, aside from the Curtain Gym, there exists another fighting gym, which has been performing even worse, consistently ranking at the bottom. With 3 fighting gyms, it is inevitable that one will face closure should Lung Feng's application be successful. However, Li Shuwen harbors confidence that the gym to be shut down will not be the Curtain Gym. Lung Feng smiled knowingly. I appreciate your kind words. The championship battle drew significant attention. Blaze Monkey, I entrust this to you. Go, Quick Puncher. The referee waved the flag, signaling the start of the match. Li Shuwen shouted. Explosive Punch. Lung Feng echoed. We shall use Explosive Punch as well. Both the Blaze Monkey and Quick Puncher struck with their fists. Blaze Monkey staggered back 3 steps, while Quick Puncher retreated 5. Once more. Let us do it again. It was not that Lung Feng was overly clever. Rather, against Blaze Monkey, the only option was to engage in direct combat. A defensive counterattack would lead to certain doom. In another clash, Blaze Monkey charged straightforwardly once more, while Quick Puncher attempted to employ fighting techniques. Yet, it proved futile. Blaze Monkey's instincts were formidable, and Quick Puncher exposed vulnerabilities, causing it to stumble backward. Blaze Monkey lunged forward with a titanic punch. Quick Puncher clutched its abdomen, collapsing to the ground. The referee waved the flag, declaring Quick Puncher unable to continue. Thus the victor was Blaze Monkey. Go, Flying Kicker, unleash a million-ton kick. Next, a million-ton punch. Taking the blow from Flying Kicker, Blaze Monkey's fury surged, seemingly surpassing tenfold strength. With a flying punch, the ferocious power struck like a dragon's assault. Flying Kicker crashed into the wall, embedding itself within. Lung Feng's eyes widened. Seeing is indeed believing. The might of Blaze Monkey was truly terrifying. The referee waved the flag again, declaring Flying Kicker unable to continue. Thus the champion of this match was Li Shuwen from Curtain City. Chapter 62. A Chance Encounter. Tumaitena pushed a small podium to the center of the battlefield. The owner of Curtain Department Store emerged, cradling a golden trophy. Staff guided Li Shuwen onto the podium. The owner of Curtain Department Store personally handed the golden trophy to Li Shuwen, receiving the microphone from the staff. Let us congratulate our champion, Li Shuwen. In addition to a cash prize of 100,000 yuan, we have also prepared a home appliance package from Curtain Department Store for the champion. Free home delivery and installation. When it comes to home appliances, choose Curtain Department Store. The afternoon challenge match between the champion and the esteemed Cynthia will take place in front of Curtain Department Store, and everyone is welcome to attend. The owner of Curtain Department Store raised his right hand. Li Shuwen, champion. Li Shuwen reciprocated by lifting the trophy, showcasing a radiant smile. The audience erupted in applause. A thunderous cheer. Li Shuwen, champion. Li Shuwen, champion. As residents of Curtain City, they naturally felt elated to see a trainer from their own city claim victory. The champion would receive a home appliance package from Curtain Department Store, including a computer, television, washing machine, oven, microwave, dishwasher, lawnmower, refrigerator, and bread maker. Li Shuwen could personally visit Curtain Department Store to select the appropriate sizes, after which a dedicated team would deliver them to his home. Lung Feng approached and shook Li Shuwen's hand. Congratulations on your championship. I will be returning to my hometown to begin preparing my application for the fighting gym. Li Shuwen smiled and nodded. Thank you. I look forward to your good news. As the award ceremony concluded, the audience began to exit in droves. While the Maitayana dismantled the podium, Li Mining and her bespectacled friend approached Li Shuwen, exclaiming, "Wow, brother, you really won the championship. Hurry, let me see the trophy." After receiving the gleaming trophy, Li Mining curiously weighed it in her hands. Is this trophy made of pure gold? It feels quite light. Her gaze hinted at a desire to bite into it, testing its authenticity, just as Li Shuwen had once recounted in his stories. The bespectacled girl remarked, "It's unlikely to be pure gold. It is usually just gold-plated copper. This trophy probably doesn't exceed 3,000 yuan in value, with the 100,000 yuan prize, along with the home appliance package. And if they were to add a pure gold trophy, even for a 45th anniversary celebration, curtain department store wouldn't be this extravagant." The bespectacled girl extended her hand to Li Shuwen. "Hello, I am Nina, a Pokémon data analyst, and currently a junior at Zhuqing University. While Zhuqing University may not compare to the prestigious Rainbow University in the Kanto region, it is still quite excellent, gathering numerous talented researchers from the Sinnoh region." Li Shuwen shook her hand, observing that Nina was of a similar age. "Hello. I did not expect Miss Nina to be so young and yet already a junior at Zhuqing University. I would appreciate it if you could assist me in measuring some data on Blaze Monkey. How should I compensate you?" Nina shook her head. "No need for compensation. It's merely a simple measurement and analysis of the data, rather than payment. How about you treat me to a meal?" Li Mining squinted slightly at the bespectacled girl. "Brother, it seems you've caught someone's eye." Although Nina was quite pretty, Li Mining had a preference for the more alluring Baikai Jia. Li Shuwen smiled and nodded. "A meal is agreeable, but I must ensure you are compensated as well." The bespectacled girl shrugged. "Then I'll offer a friendly price of 8,000. Li Mining gasped. 8,000? Sister Nina, do data analysts earn that much? Nina nodded. A Pokemon data analyst must consider various aspects such as the Pokemon species characteristics, individual traits, personality, and the trainer's characteristics. By integrating the measured data, I provide suitable development directions, training methods, and tactical systems. I am merely a B-level Pokemon data analyst, just starting out. The real earnings are made by A and S-level analysts, who charge tens of thousands or even millions per appearance. Li Mining's eyes widened. That's even more profitable than our Curtain Gym. What do you mean by more profitable than Curtain Gym? The profits of Curtain Gym do not come from league subsidies. The subsidies are akin to a civil servant's modest monthly salary. Yet, a diligent civil servant can earn a six-figure income annually. If old man Fei Wu neglects to operate the Curtain Gym or fails to work, it will naturally remain in a state of barely surviving without thriving. For instance, inviting Cynthia as a guest should typically be the responsibility of the gym leader of Curtain Gym. However, old man Fei Wu is simply incapable. Leading Curtain Department Store to choose the newly crowned champion, Cynthia. The bespectacled girl nodded. Indeed, the results of data analysis can influence a trainer's entire career, which is why they seek out exceptional analysts. Li Shuwen nodded. It somewhat resembles the Pokemon sommeliers from the Unova region. However, aspiring to become an S-level analyst is indeed a formidable challenge, as there are only 3 individuals in the entire Sinnoh region, making them rarer than the Elite Four. This time, it seems that the Curtain Department Store has invited Cynthia, and according to the girlfriend of my aunt's cousin's nephew who works there, it allegedly cost around 1.5 million. If we were to engage the Curtain Gym, it would undoubtedly pale in comparison to the Elite Four. Yet it could still yield a profit of 60 to 80,000. Then, let us head to the Tsai Bo dessert shop. For Chef Tsai Bo's culinary creations are truly exceptional. Agreed. Meanwhile, the proprietor of the Curtain Department Store personally welcomed Cynthia as she arrived by car. "Miss Cynthia, I have made a reservation at the Pharos restaurant. Let us dine there first." Pharos restaurant. Isn't that the place where she treated her good friend to his favorite cilantro last time? The chef at Pharos is quite skilled, yet pales in comparison to Chef Tsai Bo. She is eager to sample his signature dishes. I have heard that there is an outstanding chef named Tsai Bo in the commercial street of Curtain City. Shall we dine there instead? The owner of the Curtain Department Store chuckled. "Ah, Tsai Bo. Since Miss Cynthia appreciates his culinary artistry, let us go there. Please ride in my vehicle." At Chef Tsai Bo's establishment, vehicles cannot enter, so they must disembark and walk. As Cynthia pushed open the door, she happened to catch a glimpse of Li Shuwen engaged in lively conversation with a beautiful girl. Her eyes narrowed slightly, revealing a hint of latent hostility. "You, Li Shuwen, didn't you claim you were incapable of pursuing romantic relationships? Yet here you are, excelling at it. I see you're doing quite well." A wave of inexplicable irritation washed over Cynthia. Hearing the door open, Li Shuwen turned to look. Clad in a black coat, with cascading golden hair, and sporting either a Garchomp or Lucario hairpin, she exuded a regal and icy demeanor. It is Cynthia. How striking. The owner of the curtain department store entered and also spotted Li Shuwen at the adjacent table. Miss Cynthia, allow me to introduce you to the individual at that table, the champion of this competition and the prospective gym leader of our curtain city, Li Shuwen. This afternoon, the two of you shall engage in a challenge match. The owner personally introduced them, and Li Shuwen approached, extending his hand. Hello, Miss Cynthia. She merely nodded slightly and uttered a soft before passing by him to find a vacant seat. Li Shuwen retracted his hand, pondering how aloof Cynthia appeared. The owner of the curtain department store patted Li Shuwen on the shoulder, encouraging him to perform admirably in the afternoon. Li Shuwen could only awkwardly return to his seat. Chef Tsai Bo emerged and, upon seeing Cynthia, inquired, "Is this your first visit, miss?" The owner of the curtain department store laughed and said, "Tsai Bo, Miss Cynthia has come here specifically for your renowned dishes. Let us ensure she experiences the best." Chef Tsai Bo laughed heartily. "Leave it to me. I will certainly satisfy Miss Cynthia." Li Mining pouted. "What is this? The Elite Four look down on others like this? Brother, make sure to perform well this afternoon. Strive to defeat Cynthia." Li Shuwen waved his hand dismissively. What a dream to entertain at noon. He simply could not comprehend, given that it was their first encounter. He had no intention of offending Cynthia, so why was her demeanor towards him so frosty? However, his sister had a point. Trainers must let their Pokémon do the talking through battle. Let him prove himself through combat. Chapter 63, Revenge. Chef Tsai Bo's exquisite culinary skills dispelled Cynthia's irritation, allowing her to savor the meal. Truly, his signature dish was remarkable. Compared to the Pharos restaurant, Chef Tsai Bo's skills were indeed superior. Observing the trio of Li Shuwen finishing their meal, it was evident they were heading towards the curtain gym. A wave of irritation surged within Cynthia once more. Unable to be fully subdued even by Chef Tsai Bo's delectable offerings, that Li Shuwen certainly warranted a proper lesson. Cynthia hoped that Li Shuwen would not recognize her as Bai Kai, cabbage, yet when he failed to do so, it only added to her displeasure. Alas, aside from sharing golden hair, Bai Kai and Cynthia bore considerable differences in appearance and a stark contrast in demeanor. Not only Li Shuwen, a tech enthusiast, but even Li Mining, the young girl, failed to discern Cynthia's identity as Bai Kai. This was something Gardevoir could attest to. Having seen the photos of Cynthia disguised as Bai Kai, it was hard to believe that this person was actually Cynthia. Nevertheless, Cynthia was undeterred. It was all Li Shuwen's fault. As she sliced her steak into fine pieces, her eyes darted towards the owner of the curtain department store. "Mr. Rold, since this is a challenge match, why not have contestant Li Shuwen bring forth all his Pokémon for the challenge? I believe this will undoubtedly enliven the festive atmosphere of the store." The owner of the curtain department store was positively thrilled, exclaiming, "In that case, I cannot thank you enough, Miss Cynthia." Cynthia waved her hand with a smile. No need for thanks. It won't take long. She intended to unleash her Garchomp's full power to teach Li Shuwen a lesson. Additionally, she sought to avenge his claim that Garchomp could not learn Dragon Dance. Cynthia was determined to demonstrate the might of a Swords Dance Garchomp. The owner of the curtain department store retrieved his phone. "I will notify contestant Li Shuwen at once." Li Shuwen had just returned to the curtain gym, setting up equipment with his bespectacled partner at the battle arena. He released his Infernape and Bagon, informing them about the measurement data. "You two will battle normally. Miss Nina and I will call for a halt at an appropriate time." Infernape and Bagon nodded, beginning their duel. Soon, Infernape's fury reached 10 times the power he had while defeating Kirin. However, to Li Shuwen's perception, 10 times was not Infernape's limit. "Miss Nina, has the abnormal data for Infernape appeared?" Nina shook her head. "Everything appears normal." Li Shuwen nodded. "Infernape, you may continue to intensify your rage." Infernape swung its fist, driving Bagon back, as its fury surged once more. The amplification of fury reached an astonishing 13 times. Monitoring the data closely, Nina suddenly exclaimed, "It's appearing." Li Shuwen nodded slightly, sensing the subtle anomaly in Infernape. "Stop right there." The two Pokémon immediately halted, and Infernape's fury dissipated rapidly. This time, even Infernape felt a tinge of anxiousness. "From now on, let us limit your rage to that of when you defeated Kirin. Do not exceed it, to ensure your safety. Now, let us commence the data detection for training. First, we shall equip Infernape with a 50-pound weighted vest for frog jumps." It was only after Infernape had completed a full lap around the battle arena that Li Shuwen inquired, "Miss Nina, I would like to know how much of Infernape's bodily functions were engaged during the frog jumps. If we set a limit of 100 laps, what would be Infernape's maximum bearing capacity in pounds?" Nina tapped on the keyboard, indicating that Infernape might need to jump a few more laps for an accurate analysis. Without requiring Li Shuwen to prompt him, Infernape diligently completed another 10 laps around the arena. Nina pounded the keyboard. The results are in. Based on my analysis, 85 pounds seems optimal. For other training, you may opt for 80 or 75 pounds. Li Shuwen nodded, understanding. Tonight, let us have Infernape train with 100 pounds of weight. Nina was left astounded. 100 pounds. I suggested 80 pounds. Li Shuwen displayed a smile, acknowledging that Miss Nina approached her analysis from a purely data-driven perspective, yet one must not overlook the power of the heart. The strength of Pokémon cannot merely be defined by cold statistics. Nina's gaze shifted. Is that so? An exceptional data analyst indeed cannot solely focus on numbers. To aspire to an A rank or even an S rank, she has a long journey ahead. From Li Shuwen's intuition, 80 pounds was not the limit for the Infernape, and 100 pounds did indeed exceed its threshold. However, only by bearing a weight of 100 pounds could the Infernape's willpower be honed, preventing its spirit from being consumed by rage. During the recent battle, observing the expression on Infernape's face, Li Shuwen surmised that it had begun to sense its own essence. At that moment, Li Shuwen's phone rang. Upon checking, he noticed an unfamiliar number. Hello, this is Curtain Department Store. Miss Cynthia has instructed us to inform Mr. Li Shuwen that he may unleash his full roster of Pokémon for this afternoon's challenge. Miss Cynthia is eager to witness Mr. Li Shuwen's utmost strength, and the Curtain Department Store anticipates a splendid performance. The challenge is scheduled for 2 o'clock this afternoon. Please arrive punctually, Mr. Li Shuwen. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow. Understood. The earlier cold demeanor had shifted, leading to this notification from the Curtain Department Store. He found it perplexing what Cynthia was truly contemplating. Li Mining, filled with curiosity, inquired. Brother, what's going on? Li Shuwen recounted the phone call, igniting excitement in Li Mining. That's fantastic. Let's show Cynthia our prowess. Li Shuwen clenched his fist, recognizing that opportunities to battle with champion Cynthia were rare, and he was determined to perform admirably. He recalled that Professor Shinyali had arranged for him to accompany Cynthia on a mission. If today, Cynthia deemed him lacking in strength, it was likely she would not take him along for the raid. Miss Nina, shall we proceed to test the final item? Of course. Makhoke entered the battle arena, carrying the sandbag and the dragon gate for Infernape, while also holding the iron fist gloves intended for the Pokémon. As Infernape donned the gloves, it began to strike the sandbag under Mashoki's supervision. Miss Nina, I require your assistance in analyzing whether I should instruct Infernape to increase the frequency of punches per second or to augment the weight of the iron gloves. Alternatively, should I pursue both? Under the guidance of Makhoke, who was capable of delivering 100 punches per second, Infernape was tasked with landing at least 10 punches per second, ensuring that by the conclusion of the 30-minute training session, it would not fall below 5 punches per second. Upon discovering the allowance to reduce the punch count, many would subconsciously relax, rendering them unable to maintain the standards until the training's end. Fortunately, Infernape's resolve remained steadfast, gritting its teeth to adhere to the 10 punches per second, and by the end of the 30-minute session, it managed to achieve 8 punches per second. As for Makhoke, it could don 4 pairs of iron gloves and deliver at least 30 punches per second, sustaining this for an entire hour, an accomplishment forged through 3 years of relentless training. Nina, drenched in sweat from calculations, concluded, based on my analysis, Infernape seeks instantaneous explosive power rather than sustained output. Thus, we should opt to increase the weight of the iron gloves. From the current 5 pounds, raising it to 8 pounds seems most appropriate. Li Shuwen nodded. That would entail replacing the 10-pound gloves. I knew it, Nina replied, storing away her instruments and leading Nina to the living room. Miss Nina, please take a seat. I shall prepare some tea. After serving tea and snacks, Li Shuwen retrieved 8,000 yuan from his room, neatly enclosing it in an envelope before presenting it to Nina. Miss Nina, this is the remuneration I promised you. In Chapter 64, titled Save My Life, Li Shuwen had remained courteous towards her, and Nina was acutely aware that her chances were slim. After accepting the money and consuming a couple of snacks, she drained her cup of tea and stood to bid farewell to Li Shuwen. Mr. Li, since the data assessment for Infernape is complete, I shall take my leave and not disturb your preparations for this afternoon's battle. Li Shuwen smiled. Allow me to escort you. Li Shuwen showed no signs of reluctance, further solidifying Nina's conviction that he had only invited her over for Infernape, without ulterior motives. Upon reaching the entrance, Nina remarked, This is where we part ways, Mr. Li. Please return and rest, preparing well for the afternoon's match. I shall cheer for you. Li Shuwen smiled and nodded. Thank you. Logging into his computer, Li Shuwen began to investigate Cynthia's Pokémon data while simultaneously messaging his close friend. Dancing Lizard. My good brother, I urgently need assistance. This afternoon, I am set to battle Cynthia, so please help me analyze her Pokémon. Upon reading the message, Cynthia, in the luxurious lounge of the Curtain department store, couldn't help but chuckle. You're on a date with a beautiful lady, and you still want me to devise strategies on how to defeat me? Shark War God, you're doomed. Prepare for your demise. Dancing Lizard, don't. Help me out. Shark War God, how did you end up battling Cynthia? Dancing Lizard, it's for the Curtain department store celebration. I won a championship, and they invited Cynthia as a guest to accept the champion's challenge. Dancing Lizard, I don't know what got into Cynthia. When I approached her, she completely ignored me and demanded I use my entire roster of Pokémon to battle her. Cynthia clenched her teeth. Me? Out of sorts? Shark War God, perhaps you inadvertently offended her. Dancing Lizard, we met for the first time at the restaurant today? How could I have possibly offended her? Shark War God, do tell me what transpired at the restaurant. Dancing Lizard, I arranged for a data analyst to help assess Infernape's condition, as its anger could pose a risk to its spirit being drawn away. Dancing Lizard, we were in conversation when Cynthia arrived. I greeted her, and she blatantly ignored me. What could I have done wrong? Cynthia blinked, realizing that the strikingly beautiful young lady was a Pokémon data analyst. What a misunderstanding. Inspiration struck Cynthia. Shark War God, perhaps Cynthia was simply having a bad day. It happens to girls once a month. Li Shuwen paused, considering that such a possibility might indeed be plausible. Dancing Lizard, so this afternoon, I am surely doomed to be beaten by Cynthia? Dancing Lizard, brother, you must save my life? Cynthia's lips curled into a subtle smile. Shark War God, fear not. I've met Cynthia several times. For trainers like you, she tends to start with Garchomp, then swiftly take down 6 in one go. Li Shuwen's expression twitched. Dancing Lizard, what do you mean by trainers like you? Shark War God, trainers with a bit of skill and the mental fortitude to handle it. She doesn't need to worry about your resilience and can attack without hesitation. New trainers require nurturing, while experts strategize. It's only the mid-tier trainers for whom Cynthia considers a swift 6-on-1. After perusing the messages from his close friend, Li Shuwen felt a wave of trepidation wash over him. 6-on-1. No, it would be 5-on-1. As he did not intend for the young Torchic to witness such a brutal scene. Shark War God, winning? You certainly cannot. At best, you can only lose gracefully. Li Shuwen hastily typed, Dancing Lizard, please, master, impart to me the art of a dignified defeat. Shark Battle God, put forth your utmost effort and confront the challenge head-on. Even in defeat, you will earn the respect of all. Do not resort to petty tricks. They are of no use against Cynthia. Li Shuwen, no, what difference does this method make, whether given or not? Shark Battle God, keep it up. I have faith in you. Dancing Lyron, forget it, I will rally the Pokémon. Li Shuwen arrived at the training ground, releasing his Pokémon, Galade, Lyron, Infernape, Krogunk, and Ducklet. This time, we are to face champion Cynthia. Although the hope for victory seems exceedingly slim, we must summon all our strength to confront her. Let us engage in this battle without regrets, showcasing the spirit of our gym. Can we achieve this? Li Shuwen extended his fist towards them. Lyron and Infernape were the first to extend their claws and fists to meet his. Following them were Krogunk's palms and Ducklet's wings. Finally, Galade offered his hand. Galade pondered, feeling his master's gentle care. Now, they must face what seems to be an insurmountable foe. Perhaps he should attempt to overcome this enemy. For his master's honor. Galade's gaze sharpened. Galade. To Li Shuwen's surprise, Galade proposed to take the lead in this battle. This marked the first time Galade had made a request of him. Naturally, Li Shuwen acquiesced. Very well, the starting position is yours. Infernape raised his hand, eager to be second. Krogunk followed suit, claiming third. Ducklet hurriedly lifted his wings, keen to avoid being last. As for Lyron, being Li Shuwen's initial Pokémon, he felt it was his duty to shoulder the most arduous task, opting to enter last. After the rallying, Li Shuwen ensured everyone was sufficiently nourished, leading them in meditation to channel their combat fervor. Even the sidelined Torchic, sensing the atmosphere, set aside its favorite food for the first time, joining the others in a modest meal and imitating their meditation. This was the meditation of a martial artist, aimed at adjusting one's state before battle, not the psychic meditation used to enhance mental strength. At 1:30 p.m., Li Shuwen set off towards the Curtain department store on foot, each step building momentum for the impending battle. Upon reaching the entrance, he discovered that the store had assembled a construction crew during lunchtime to establish a standard battle arena. The host was already warming up the crowd, and everyone patiently awaited the challenge that was set to commence at 2 p.m. They could venture inside the department store to purchase sodas and popcorn, allowing them to enjoy both the competition and delectable treats. The audience found the host's words quite agreeable, deciding to explore the department store briefly. Li Shuwen navigated through the crowd and ascended to the competition arena. The host raised the microphone. Ladies and gentlemen, our Champion Cup victor, Mr. Li Shuwen, has arrived at the competition site. It is now 1:45 p.m. Let us wait patiently for 15 more minutes, and the match will commence promptly. Through the glass window, Cynthia beheld the resolute Li Shuwen. Unlike her previous encounters where he donned a more whimsical persona, this time, he exuded the indomitable spirit and perseverance of a martial artist. At 1:55 p.m., Cynthia departed the lavish lounge, accompanied by staff to the battle arena. Let us welcome our champion, Cynthia, with a round of applause. Spectators, the challenge will commence in 5 minutes, so please make the most of your time. Upon realizing the truth of the situation, Cynthia's demeanor softened, no longer as icy as during their earlier lunch. Meanwhile, Li Mining, who had been fixated on the disdainful woman ignoring her brother, suddenly furrowed her brow. Why did this bad woman evoke a sense of familiarity within her? Chapter 65. The Fist of Fury. As the clock struck 2 o'clock p.m., the host noted that the audience was still insufficient in number and announced, "The time is upon us. Those yet to arrive should hurry, as our match is about to begin." Li Shuwen, who had been meditating with his eyes closed, opened them at that moment, radiating a fierce determination. He retrieved a pokeball and declared, "Come forth, Galade." Galade emerged, extending its elbow blades. Both trainer and Pokémon locked eyes on Cynthia, brimming with combat intent. "Miss Cynthia, this challenge is precisely the opportunity one have awaited. I hope you will give it your all, allowing me to gauge the disparity between myself and the Elite Four, so I may strive harder to reach your heights." Cynthia nodded, retrieving a pokeball of her own. "As you wish, Garchomp." The host glanced left and right, exclaiming, "Wait, why are you two ignoring me and starting your battle already?" Cynthia raised her hand. "Since this is a challenge, you may attack first." She was utterly pleased with this spirited young man before her. Li Shuwen smiled slightly. "Then I shall not hold back." With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Galade. Use Psycho Cut." Dragon Claw. Galade charged forward, swinging its elbow blade at Garchomp, which raised its claws to block and retaliate. The clash of Psycho Cut and Dragon Claw echoed like two skilled swordsmen testing each other with relentless strikes. Back and forth they went, relishing the exchange. Eventually, Galade landed a cut on Garchomp, while Garchomp's claw struck Galade, forcing them apart. However, Li Shuwen keenly observed that Galade's strike had merely left a faint scratch on Garchomp's tough hide, just barely breaking the surface. In contrast, Garchomp's strike had sent Galade reeling, its vitality surging dangerously low. With the boost from its sharpness ability, Galade's attack power could briefly rival Garchomp's. Yet, in terms of defense, Galade, having only trained with physical prowess, was no match for Garchomp. Garchomp used Swords Dance. Like a whirlwind of blades, Garchomp spun while advancing toward Galade. Li Shuwen narrowed his eyes. "Galade, jump up and use Sacred Sword." Galade soared high, condensing a massive white energy blade. Cut through the mountain. Dragon Dive. Garchomp enveloped itself in blue energy, launching skyward. The explosive clash of energies erupted, sending Garchomp skidding back 2 steps, stopping with its fin. Galade landed, rolling a few times before awkwardly kneeling, gasping for breath. Having unleashed its full power, Garchomp had only landed 2 hits on Galade, yet it was already proving to be a formidable challenge. Swords Dance. The Swords Dance was a bait, a trap, but Li Shuwen had no choice but to leap. Sacred Sword. He frowned slightly. Does Cynthia really enjoy Swords Dance this much? Even when battling a mere roadside trainer, she employs it twice, breaking Garchomp's Swords Dance once more. Garchomp executed a swift double slash. The sheer might of its draconic power shattered Galade's Sacred Sword, sending Galade flying. It staggered as it landed, its vitality flickering like a candle in the wind. Yet Galade's gaze only grew more resolute. His singular thought was to secure victory for Li Shuwen. Fong of the Land Shark, Dragon Rush. Cynthia's gaze was fixed upon the elegant Arcanine. Utilizing Dragon Rush as a finishing move for Arcanine would not be a dismissal of its prowess. Li Shuwen, equally unwilling to concede defeat, chose to gamble. Arcanine, Aerial Ace. With determination, Arcanine brandished its elbow blade and charged toward the descending Fong of the Land Shark. In a miraculous twist, it executed a mid-air somersault, deftly evading the Dragon Rush. Subsequently, a powerful strike landed upon the back of the Fong of the Land Shark, causing it to sway slightly. The audience gasped in astonishment. The Elder exclaimed, "It appears Arcanine is not without its chances." As the Fong of the Land Shark turned to assess the situation, it immediately retaliated with another Dragon Rush. Double Slap. Drawing upon its final reserves of strength, Arcanine pressed its toes into the ground, closing the distance to the fang of the land shark, delivering 2 forceful strikes to its back. The dragon rush, infused with draconic energy, faltered slightly. The bespectacled girl shook her head. You are mistaken. Arcanine cannot best the fang of the land shark. With a fierce roar, the fang of the land shark unleashed an even more potent torrent of draconic energy. Executing a backflip, it collided with Arcanine's rear, sending it flying. Arcanine landed, struggling to rise, its trembling hands reaching out with its elbow blade. Despite this, it was still prepared to continue the fight. Li Shuwen clenched his fists, resonating with Arcanine's spirit. Arcanine, let us unleash our final sacred sword. A resplendent white blade took form as Arcanine surged forward. Dance of Death. Fang of the land shark, Dragon Claw. The 2 Pokémon passed each other in a blur. Arcanine fell silently to the ground, while a visible scar appeared on the dorsal fin of the fang of the land shark. Li Shuwen retrieved the Pokeball, recalling Arcanine. You have performed admirably, Arcanine. Inflicting even the slightest injury upon the fang of the land shark is an impressive feat. Shinji, after much struggle, had finally seized the fang of the land shark's opening, instructing Torterra to use Frenzy Plant, but the attack failed to penetrate its defenses. In comparison, one could truly appreciate Arcanine's excellence. Infernape, battle with all your might. Merely sensing the fang of the land shark's formidable presence ignited a fierce blaze within Infernape. Infernape, Flare Blitz, Swords Dance, Defend. Li Shuwen furrowed his brow. After 3 swords dances, the fang of the land shark would likely strike with lethal precision. Infernape's full-powered punch resulted only in being sent flying by the fang of the land shark's dorsal fin. It rebounded fiercely, launching another punch imbued with tenfold fury. Brick Break. The dorsal fin, now glowing with white light, sent Infernape careening through the air. Add-on. Its wrath surged, exuding a shadowy aura. Cynthia frowned slightly. Dragon Rush. Infernape. Focus your spirit, control your anger, channel your intent into your fist. Aim true and deliver that punch. Faced with the fang of the land shark, Infernape's barely contained fury compelled Li Shuwen to divulge some strategic intricacies of the fury punch in advance. Fang of the land shark, wait. Originally, Cynthia intended to forcibly interrupt Infernape's surging rage, but since Li Shuwen devised an alternative approach, she acquiesced. As the crimson flames dissipated, Infernape's fist shimmered with dark energy. The power of 15 times the usual rage enabled Infernape to tap into its soul's strength, launching a devastating fury punch. Dragon Claw. The fists collided, and Infernape was sent flying by the fang of the land shark's attack. After rolling several times, Infernape staggered to its feet, once more clenching its fists. Dragon Claw. Remarkably, Infernape exhibited even greater tenacity than Arcanine, having been struck down 5 times, yet rising again. Its fist coalesced into a layer of black light, the latent power surging 5-fold. 20 times the power of the fury punch. This blow was nearly indistinguishable from a true fury punch. The intensity of the energy moved even Cynthia. With a gentle wave of her hand, she commanded, Fang of the land shark, Dragon Rush. The fang of the land shark charged Infernape, reaching the edge of the battlefield before descending. Infernape lay unconscious. Li Shuwen approached, prying open its eyelids to assess its condition. Relieved, he exhaled. Infernape was alive and, fortunately, not gravely harmed. He expressed gratitude towards Cynthia and the fang of the land shark for allowing Infernape to grasp the fury punch without dire consequence. Li Shuwen recalled Infernape into its Pokeball, handing both Pokeballs to Li Mining below. Little sister, please take these to Nurse Joy for treatment. Chapter 66. Is it alright to let go now? The fury punch resembled a sinister martial arts technique, immensely powerful, yet prone to corrupting its wielder. Only an exceptionally talented Infernape could undertake the training for the fury punch. Otherwise, survival hinged on sheer aptitude. Those who endured would evolve into a Duskull, while those who faltered would perish. The mortality rate of Infernape evolving into Duskull remained a mystery, often attributed to excessive rage. In simulations, Duskull had conveyed to Li Shuwen that their lineage possessed a predecessor guiding them. Though Duskull's guidance was based solely on instinct, the results were commendable. After the demise of 8 Infernape, the first Duskull was successfully cultivated. Through continued refinement, the success rate improved from 8 deaths to 1 emergence. But by the time Duskull was captured, the ratio had shifted to 2 fatalities for every 1 success. The methodology was not flawed. Rather, Infernape's physique could not withstand the strain. As the Elder Monkey stated, you simply lack the fortune. The Elder Monkey employed the training of the Fury Punch to filter Infernape. With the continual infusion of Duskull's bloodline, the evolutionary success rate of the lineage would rise. Meanwhile, Li Shuwen utilized Infernape to fulfill the prerequisites for mastering the Fury Punch. Thus, establishing a solid foundation was paramount. Returning to the battle, Li Shuwen inhaled deeply, recalibrating his emotions before retrieving another Pokeball. Krogunk, take the stage. Krogunk's gaze was dull, yet it subtly exuded an aura of menace. Even Cynthia's Fong of the Land Shark could not intimidate it. Krogunk's singular thought was to fight and seek victory. Without Li Shuwen's command, Krogunk unleashed a barrage of toxic needles in a probing attack. The Fong of the Land Shark merely raised its dorsal fin, the needles clattering harmlessly against it before falling to the ground in shards. Krogunk's eyes narrowed, a violet glow emanating from its palms as it charged toward the Fong of the Land Shark. Brick break, bracing against the Fong of the Land Shark's strike. Krogunk endured the excruciating pain, striving to inject its venom into the creature's body. However, upon impact, Krogunk realized it could not breach the Fong of the Land Shark's defenses. Without breaking the skin, how could it deliver the toxin? The toxic manuals had all been provided by Cynthia. She would certainly be aware of Krogunk's intentions. Brick break. One strike from the dorsal fin sent Krogunk spinning like a top. With eyes closed, it leapt and landed, somehow managing to stand despite its severely depleted stamina. Li Shuwen shook his head, recalling Krogunk, which had remained stationary and was, in fact, unconscious, devoid of any fighting capability. He respected the Pokémon's desires. Since Krogunk wished to test its own tactics, he allowed it the opportunity. A single failure has bestowed upon the unremarkable frog a broader perspective. No longer shall his gaze be confined to the Pokémon within the dojo or the enmity towards Raichu. Dachong Duck, prepare for battle. Observing the fierce Garchomp, Dachong Duck clutched the leek tightly, awaiting Li Shuwen's command. In a flash of lightning, wielding the leek, he charged forward, striking at Garchomp with it. Without instruction, Garchomp raised its dorsal fin to block the leek's assault. Dodge. With a swift jab of the leek, Dachong Duck skidded on the ground, tilting his head to evade Garchomp's descending fin. Garchomp appeared somewhat astonished. Had this little duck greased its feet? So slippery. With a deft slide, Dachong Duck swung the leek towards Garchomp. It struck, yet had little effect. Dragon Tail. Garchomp soared into the air, turning to sweep Dachong Duck into the ground as he attempted to evade once more. Li Shuwen recalled Dachong Duck. The slide was impressive, but it was not the fault of the duck. It was the disparity in their trainers. Lizard Dragon, I entrust you. As Lizard Dragon entered the fray, the sight of Garchomp elicited a soft sound from its scales. This was excitement, the yearning of dragon blood, the spirit of combat between dragons. Cynthia raised an eyebrow. Witnessing such fervent battle spirit in her Garchomp was rather intriguing. Dragon Dance. Dragon Claw. With a graceful twist, Lizard Dragon evaded the Dragon Claw. Dragon Dance. Again, Dragon Dive. The menacing aura released by Garchomp locked onto Lizard Dragon, yet he maintained his composure, dancing elegantly. As Dragon Dive descended, Lizard Dragon narrowly dodged once more. Dragon Dance. The bespectacled girl furrowed her brow. Why did Li Shuwen continue to dance without attacking? Adjusting her glasses, she noted that his opponent was Cynthia, and to breach Garchomp's defenses, he needed to amplify Dragon Dance to its utmost. Only then could he hope to find a glimmer of opportunity. There was no second path to victory. As a data analyst, she was acutely aware of the toughness of Cynthia's Garchomp. Even so, Lizard Dragon possessed but a faint chance. Cynthia smiled, appreciating Li Shuwen's resolute commitment to Dragon Dance. However, she would not grant him the opportunity to stack it to its maximum. Heavenly Dragon Meteor. Dragon Dance. A golden energy sphere erupted in the sky, breaking apart into falling meteors. Lizard Dragon was still amidst his Dragon Dance. Dodge. Garchomp surged forward, on the fifth Dragon Dance. Lizard Dragon raised an arm only to be struck away by the incoming fin. Even in midair, Lizard Dragon continued to dance. Upon landing, he glanced at the scales on his left arm, now shattered beyond recognition. Yet it mattered not. With each broken scale, the next would grow even more resilient. Sixth Dragon Dance. Such remarkable defense, now nearly on par with Garchomp. Naturally, the bulletproof Lizard Dragon excelled in physical defense with his scales. Dragon Dive. This time, Garchomp struck true, not only breaking the scales on his right arm, but also leaving visible bruises upon his chest. Li Shuwen clenched his fists, unwavering in his belief that Lizard Dragon could prevail. Their 8 years of effort would not be in vain. Dragon Dance. Trembling as he rose, Lizard Dragon began his 7th Dragon Dance. Cynthia squinted slightly. Lizard Dragon, already on the brink of exhaustion, even after completing 7 Dragon Dances, what could he possibly achieve? Swords Dance. Cynthia resolved to show Li Shuwen just how formidable a Swords Dance-enhanced Garchomp could be. Garchomp, empowered by 4 swords dances, faced Lizard Dragon, who had danced 7 times. Dragon dive. Li Shuwen grinned, raising his right hand. Counter. The scales beneath Lizard Dragon's throat radiated a brilliant light, the ferocious power of the dragon coalescing atop his head. Bowing his head, Lizard Dragon surged forward. Meanwhile, Garchomp summoned a blue draconic flame to dive. Their collision was akin to a comet striking the earth. Li Shuwen raised his hand to shield himself from the dust and shockwave generated by the explosion. As the dust settled, Garchomp stood firmly in the center of the arena, while beneath it lay Lizard Dragon, his scales shattered and scattered. Li Shuwen smiled, having noticed that Garchomp had sustained injury from the impact. Their efforts had not been in vain. As for the broken scales of Lizard Dragon, they should not go to waste. He would collect them to prepare a meal, perfect for their adventure with Cynthia in the Paldea region. This time, Cynthia recalled Garchomp and approached Li Shuwen, extending her hand with a smile. Well fought. Li Shuwen grasped Cynthia's hand, offering his thanks. The sensation was oddly familiar. Along with her gentle smile, it made Li Shuwen feel even more at ease, to the point where he forgot to release her hand. Cynthia inquired, "May I let go now?" Li Shuwen quickly released his grip, horrified at the thought of being perceived as a creep. He certainly could not say that he felt Cynthia resembled a friend of his. That would only make him seem stranger. Chapter 67. Who is more beautiful? Li Shuwen promptly withdrew his hand, apologizing. Cynthia turned and descended from the battlefield, heading to Nurse Joy's temporary medical station to tend to Garchomp. Li Shuwen followed suit, realizing that, compared to Garchomp, his Pokémon had sustained far more severe injuries. Furthermore, he needed to clarify the incident of holding Cynthia's hand, otherwise, it could lead to a serious misunderstanding. Upon arriving at the medical station, he handed his Pokeballs to Nurse Joy. Taking a deep breath, he approached Cynthia. "Miss Cynthia, I feel it is necessary to explain what just happened. I did not intend to hold your hand. It was merely that you resemble a friend of mine, which caused me to lose my focus and forget to let go. I assure you, my intentions were pure. Please believe me." Upon hearing Li Shuwen's comparison of her to a cabbage, Cynthia's first reaction was relief. At least he wasn't completely foolish. Her second reaction was one of caution. Even under the guise of a cabbage, she was not ready to reveal her true identity. Cynthia decided to take the initiative. "So, no ulterior motives. Does that imply you find me lacking in beauty?" Li Shuwen quickly waved his hands. No. Miss Cynthia is very charming. It's just that I already have someone I like." With a playful smile, Cynthia scrutinized Li Shuwen from head to toe. "I take it the person you like is your friend?" Li Shuwen felt a slight flush, nodding. "Yes, I would say it was love at first sight." Cynthia continued. "And who do you think is more beautiful, me or her?" Li Shuwen stammered. "Are we that familiar?" The last time they met in the restaurant. Cynthia was still the aloof queen. After one battle, how had she suddenly become so lively? They had not yet reached a level where such questions were appropriate. But it was only natural for him to be put on the spot after his initial faux pas. Cynthia smiled slightly. "What? Is this question too difficult?" Her curiosity piqued. She wondered how Li Shuwen would assess the beauty of herself versus the cabbage. Li Shuwen shook his head, asserting that each individual is a unique entity, and one cannot merely judge a person based on their exterior. Sharona pressed on with her inquiries, asking, "If we were to judge solely by appearance, who among us is more attractive? Do you have any photos to share?" Observing Sharona with her bangs obscuring half of her face, she appeared to possess an innate beauty, reminiscent of a pure lotus emerging from clear waters, yet not quite akin to a cabbage. Furthermore, Shiona's allure indeed surpassed that of a cabbage. At that moment, Miss Joy arrived, presenting a Pokeball containing the healed Garchomp. "Miss Sharona, the treatment for Garchomp has been completed. Please take care of it." Her appearance disrupted the ambience between the two. "Thank you, Miss Joy," Sharona said, accepting the Pokeball and then turning her gaze toward Li Shuwen. "I hope that the next time we meet, your Pokemon will impress me with an even more dazzling performance. I also wish you success in winning over the girl you like." Li Shuwen finally exhaled in relief, grateful for Miss Joy's timely intervention. He had not anticipated Shiona's rather inquisitive nature. Li Shuwen nodded slightly. "I will diligently train my Pokemon, striving to officially challenge you after the Master Tournament. I shall devote my utmost effort to this endeavor." Upon finishing his statement, his face flushed a deep crimson. Sharona and Miss Joy exchanged amused glances, unable to suppress their laughter. As a gym leader, one not only secures a spot among the top 8 in the officially recognized regional gym rankings, but also qualifies to participate in the Alliance Master Tournament. The champion of this tournament has the opportunity to ascend to the Elite Four. If the Elite Four is not fully staffed, the champion can automatically take a seat among them. Should the Elite Four be complete, one must select a challenger from among them. For instance, Sharona became the Master Tournament champion, overcoming a veteran Elite Four member. Regardless, the title of champion in the Master Tournament is highly esteemed. Trainers who achieve this accolade may rightfully call themselves Master. However, one could also claim the title of Master if they merely qualify for the tournament, provided they possess sufficient audacity. Currently, the Sinnoh region boasts only 4 Elite Four members, with no champion. Among them, aside from Sharona and Kuki, there is another elder whom Li Shuwen does not recognize. Daya has also begun to shine in the Master Tournament, and it is believed he will soon replace the elder, becoming a member of the Sinnoh Elite Four. Li Shuwen was uncertain if his current talents would enable him to compete for a position among them. But he planned to partake in the Master Tournament after becoming the gym leader of the Curtain Gym to assess his own abilities. Sharona smiled. I eagerly anticipate your challenge. When the time comes, I shall employ my sword's dance Garchomp to decisively overpower your dragon dance Megaseptile, teaching you the harsh realities of life. Meanwhile, in the corner, Li Mining was fervently capturing candid shots of Sharona with her phone, intending to compare them with her sister Cabbage during their next encounter. As Sharona turned to leave, Miss Joy returned to attend to Li Shuwen's Pokémon. Once Sharona had distanced herself, Li Mining approached eagerly. Brother, don't you think Sharona and Sister Cabbage bear a resemblance? Li Shuwen nodded, acknowledging the slight similarity, yet Shiona's earlier demeanor led him to believe they were fundamentally different. Sharona exuded a cold, aggressive aura, while Cabbage embodied an elegant intellect, with a hint of endearing fragility. Li Mining squinted playfully. Regardless, I plan to meet Sister Cabbage and observe her closely. Besides, weren't you intending to take me and Shinji for some outdoor training? It would be the perfect opportunity to enjoy the springtime with Sister Cabbage. At that time, Shinji and I could conveniently disappear, leaving you two alone. Seize the moment and impress her. Li Shuwen nodded. That sounds good. I'll rent a car shortly. Oh, and don't forget the camera. Earlier, Sharona asked if I had any photos of Cabbage. He suddenly realized that aside from the one he had stealthily sent to his good friend, he indeed lacked any photos of Cabbage. He planned to ask Li Mining to help capture some memorable shots of him with Cabbage during their outing. Li Mining winked. Brother, what are you chuckling about? You look silly. Are you secretly thinking about Sister Cabbage? Li Shuwen cleared his throat a couple of times. I was contemplating how to secure the title of champion in the Master Tournament and ascend to the Elite Four, at which point you could inherit the Curtain Gym. Li Mining rolled her eyes. I have no desire to spend my life managing a gym. I too wish to learn from Sharona and become one of the Elite Four. Li Shuwen raised a finger playfully, tapping her temple. Before you aspire to become an Elite Four member, perhaps you should memorize the type advantage chart. Miss Joy emerged. Pushing a cart, Mr. Li Shuwen, your Pokémon has fully recovered. Li Shuwen secured the Pokeball, expressing his gratitude. Thank you, Miss Joy. Upon returning to the Curtain Gym, Li Shuwen discovered a serious-looking trainer seated in the reception area. Pai Wu, his father, appeared somewhat restless opposite him. Spotting Li Shuwen, he immediately rushed over with excitement. Shuwen, you're finally back. This fellow has come to challenge the Curtain Gym, insisting on battling you specifically with his Infernape. Pai Wu whispered in Li Shuwen's ear. I suspect he might be a bit off his rocker, so be cautious. Trainers of this sort are typically quite formidable. Li Shuwen raised an eyebrow, approaching the muscular man with bronzed skin. I am Li Shuwen. You wish to challenge me? Chapter 68, a sought-after challenge. The muscular man stood, stepping toward Li Shuwen. I've heard your Infernape is quite impressive, so I've come to test my skills against you. Test your skills? Observing the man's demeanor, it was evident he was a fighter, likely specializing in fighting-type Pokémon. Li Shuwen inquired, how many badges do you currently possess? The muscular man frowned. I have no intention of challenging the Sinnoh League, thus I have no plans to collect badges. I only possess the badge from the Bit Gym, the other fighting-type gym. Having battled at the Bit Gym, he felt that the fighting-type gym was rather unremarkable, hence he had no desire to continue challenging the Curtain Gym. However, he had come across online praises for the prospective gym leader, particularly lauding your Infernape, so I hope to battle you and your Infernape. Li Shuwen blinked in surprise. There were online accolades for the Curtain Gym? More importantly, they were about him? He recalled having participated in a gym battle in front of Cabbage, and then quickly got caught up in the Celebration Cup. Could it be that he was recognized by the audience of the Celebration Cup? Li Shuwen nodded. Since you're here purely for a challenge and not for a badge, let us change the format of our battle. You are likely a fighting-type specialist, correct? The muscular man nodded. To hone my fighting techniques, I have challenged numerous fighting dojos, yet the Pokémon I encountered were rather mediocre. I hope you do not disappoint me. Such bravado. Li Shuwen smiled. No problem. Shall we engage in a one-on-one battle? The muscular man nodded. Agreed. Li Shuwen stated. I need to converse with my Pokémon for a moment. Please wait. Of course, this moment won team matter. Li Shuwen proceeded to the training area, closing the door behind him to release Infernape. Someone has come specifically to challenge you, but you must control your anger and not let it consume your spirit. It could be detrimental. Each time you unleash your fury swipes, it's akin to slicing through a balloon. Once the balloon bursts, Infernape would be in grave peril. However, without the Fist of Fury, evolution becomes an impossibility. In response to Li Shuwen's query regarding how to circumvent the shortcomings of the Fist of Fury, the abandoned monkey suggested relying on fate. A robust fate would ensure survival. Li Shuwen pondered that this robust fate could be interpreted as a sufficiently resilient soul, one that would not succumb to the tempest of rage. He preferred to maintain fundamental training while awaiting Dr. Yamanashi's research outcomes. Observing Li Shuwen's serious demeanor, the explosive monkey could only suppress its inner agitation and agreed to refrain from unleashing that transcendent fury. Upon returning to the reception area, Li Shuwen escorted the muscular man to the battleground. Upon seeing the rocks scattered across the arena, the muscular man displayed an appreciative expression. This setting, indeed, was far more suited for battles involving fighting-type Pokémon than a flat terrain. Go forth, Dream Song Naya, he commanded. Brother, this isn't right, is it? Dream Song Naya. The evolved form of Kojuro's Desert Naya was a signature Pokémon of Haruki, the effeminate rival of Xiaoyao. It seemed to be a grass-dark-type Pokémon. Did it not? Li Shuwen inquired. Aren't you a trainer specializing in fighting types? The muscular man nodded, affirming, indeed. I revel in uncovering the fighting potential of various Pokémon, yet I do not confine myself to the categories defined by researchers. Any Pokémon adept in fighting and passionate about it shall be considered a fighting Pokémon. Li Shuwen mused. Well, Lungwu old man was indeed correct. This individual's mind seems unorthodox. Regardless, let us commence the battle. Dream Song Naya, Needle Leaf Ambush. Dream Song Naya's arms sprouted sharp spikes as it leapt onto the rocks, swiftly advancing towards the explosive monkey. Shatter the tiles, proceed. The two combatants collided. Yet the spikes of Needle Leaf Ambush penetrated the explosive monkey's body. Then, the muscular man noticed a crimson aura enveloping the explosive monkey's exterior, which violently propelled Dream Song Naya away. He blinked in disbelief. Is this correct, my friend? Explosive fist. The explosive monkey surged forward, delivering a punch to Dream Song Naya. Needle defense. Dream Song Naya raised its arms defensively, which promptly sprouted spikes. The explosive monkey's fist collided with the arms, and the amplified force sent Dream Song Naya hurtling backward, shattering a rock upon impact. With the spikes piercing its fist, the explosive monkey's fury intensified, causing the muscular man to widen his eyes. It's still rising. As a fighter, he could better appreciate the transformation occurring in the explosive monkey. What was happening with this explosive monkey that both being struck and dealing blows only fueled its rage? In just 2 moves, the explosive monkey's strength had multiplied several times over. How can this be countered? In truth, the muscular man should feel fortunate, for Dream Song Naya was not sufficiently powerful. Otherwise, its rage would have escalated exponentially, not merely by a few times. The sole method to restrain the explosive monkey's wrath was to face an opponent too weak to provoke it. Dream Song Naya absorbed punch, with spikes adorning its fists. Dream Song Naya charged forth across the rocks. Remarkably, Dream Song Naya demonstrated impressive agility and speed in its movements. Yet, such finesse proved ineffective in the face of overwhelming strength. Explosive fist. The explosive monkey remained steadfast, absorbing Dream Song Naya's absorbed punch, and then, fueled by surging rage, unleashed a powerful yellow explosive fist deep into Dream Song Naya's core. Dream Song Naya's eyes widened as it was propelled backward, crashing through 3 rocks before colliding with a 4th, collapsing to the ground. What is happening? Why is my explosive monkey still escalating in power? How many times has it multiplied? The muscular man retracted Dream Song Naya, contemplating in silence before stating, I will enhance Dream Song Naya's strength and return to challenge you. Allow me to see you off. Just as he bid farewell to the muscular man, another challenger appeared. Hello, may I ask if you are Li Shuwen? Li Shuwen paused momentarily, responding, Yes, I am. What brings you here? I have come to challenge you, hoping my blazing monkey can achieve a breakthrough as well. Blazing monkey? You've come seeking a challenge? Li Shuwen furrowed his brow. Wait, where did you hear about me? From a post on the trainer forum, stating that his blazing monkey successfully learned Flame Charge with your assistance. Indeed, it was he, the challenger who was splendidly defeated before the cabbage. Which badge are you on? The challenger replied, the 7th. My Pokémon has just faced a challenge from another trainer. Since you hold the 7th badge, you will have to wait until tomorrow morning to challenge me. They have already endured too many battles today. The challenger appeared somewhat disheartened. Very well. I shall return early tomorrow. Li Shuwen shook his head. After tomorrow's battle, you may find yourself even more disappointed. I hope you won't shed tears. Li Shuwen proceeded to the training ground, releasing his 6 Pokémon, intending to conduct a summary of the recent battles. Aelurito bowed its head in shame, kneeling on the ground. Ailu. It felt deeply apologetic for not securing victory. Li Shuwen approached and embraced Aelurito. You have performed admirably. Aelurito's pupils constricted, trembling all over. Suddenly, it pushed Li Shuwen away, bewildered by the vigorous beating of its heart. Why, after losing the battle, did its master still treat it with such gentleness? Aelurito gazed at Li Shuwen. Ailu. With a smile, Li Shuwen explained, you are my partner and a companion to everyone. We shall grow stronger together after this loss and reclaim victory. Isn't that right, everyone? Just as in their previous battle, Li Shuwen extended his hand. And the armored dragon was the first to respond. Ling Jie, the explosive monkey, also offered its fist. Jia. The ill-mannered frog quietly extended its palm. Jia. The leek duck spread its wings. Jiamo, the fire chick hopped eagerly, attempting to place its claws among them, but it could not reach, merely extending its beak. Li Shuwen had to lift it, placing it atop the assembled fists. Aelurito, your turn. Aelurito slowly stepped forward, placing its palm atop the others. Ailu. In that moment, Aelurito truly recognized and embraced the team from the depths of its heart. Chapter 69. Leek Soldier arrives to pay homage. Li Shuwen nodded resolutely. Let us embark on a new round of training. I shall now assign training tasks to everyone. First, Aelurito, your training will focus on bodybuilding skills. Enhancing your defense is your primary objective. Through today's battle, Aelurito had clearly realized the inadequacy of its defensive capabilities. Bodybuilding could likewise augment its strength, potentially doubling its offensive power when paired with its sharp elbow blades. Previously, Aelurito had merely completed tasks assigned by Li Shuwen. Today marked the first time Aelurito conceived the thought of training for the sake of responding to the trust placed in it by the team. You shall use your tail of counterattack 3 times, and then run laps around the battlefield until the effects of bodybuilding dissipate. After which you shall repeat the exercise 3 times. Next, Leek Duck. Your task is to utilize the rocks as cover from the battlefield to launch a surprise attack on Aelurito using Thunderbolt, Leaf Blade, and Shatter Tiles in succession. Upon hearing Li Shuwen's assignment, Leek Duck furrowed its brow slightly. This training method, akin to a stealth attack, was somewhat difficult for it to accept. Simply running laps does not provide sufficient training effects for Aelurito. Ducklet, you must apply pressure on Aelurito to enhance Ducklet's usage of its skills. Aelurito, your role is to defend without attacking. Ducklet shook its head. Quack. Li Shuwen noticed that Ducklet's emotions were somewhat amiss. He raised an eyebrow. The Galarian Ducklet embodies the spirit of a knight. They may endure defeat, but they shall never resort to ambushes nor strike at an unresponsive opponent. Therefore, Ducklet, you shall initiate the attack head-on, while Aelurito can respond freely with its skills. With a noble spirit, Ducklet's integrity must be upheld by Li Shuwen as its trainer. Aelurito, perplexed, pondered whether victory should not be achieved by any means necessary. Is ambushing not acceptable? Why does Ducklet disdain such tactics and insist on engaging in direct combat? Confused, Aelurito equipped itself with its tail and, alongside Ducklet, proceeded to the adjacent battlefield for training. Poison Frog, after consuming a toxic orb and donning a poison barb item, trained in the skills of Body Slam, Brick Break, and Poison Jab, Li Shuwen retrieved a sealed box from the shelf. Opening it to extract a pill the size of a ping-pong ball, Poison Frog accepted it and promptly swallowed it whole. Armor Dragon engaged in skill training. After having its dragon scales shattered by a Garchomp and receiving treatment from Nurse Joy, the scales had regrown. This is a characteristic of Armor Dragon, which can swiftly regenerate its dragon scales after being broken, with the new scales being even tougher than the originals, allowing the scales some time to harden. Skill training would commence today. Fire Chick was to practice Spark, focusing on concentrating fire-type energy to enhance the size and temperature of a single spark. Once it could gather the sparks into a cohesive form, it would learn to unleash Flamethrower, following the guidance of Jet Frog. Fire Chick was taken to the backyard by Jet Frog for training. Jet Frog excels in using energy projection skills, and should Fire Chick inadvertently ignite something, Jet Frog would assist in extinguishing the flames. In anticipation, Blaziken eagerly awaited its training schedule. Blaziken, let us customize your new weight training. The other Pokémon would receive assistance from Machoke and Hawlucha. Li Shuwen had not forgotten to bring along the shattered dragon scales of Armor Dragon, which could be utilized for camping and, when his little sister traveled, could be taken along for cooking and self-defense. Shortly after Li Shuwen's departure, Laredo executed a quick attack, sending the oncoming ducklet flying with a swift kick. Observing ducklet rise, its gaze sharpened with renewed determination. Laredo, still in confusion, continued to run. Ducklet, clutching the leek that had been knocked away, hastened to position itself before Laredo once more. It swung the leek again, launching a brick break at Laredo. Laredo's eyes narrowed as it deftly parried the leek with its elbow blade, sending ducklet flying once more with a swift kick. After running 4 laps, Laredo had sent ducklet flying for the 13th time. This time, as ducklet rose, it caught insistently at Laredo. Ducklet hoped Laredo would use its elbow blade against it, rather than its foot. It was not due to a sense of disrespect, but rather because the elbow blade represented Laredo's most potent attack. Ducklet wished for Laredo to unleash its full strength upon it. Laredo was momentarily taken aback. Why would Ducklet desire for it to exert its utmost effort? Yet, understanding it was Ducklet's request, Laredo obliged. On the 14th encounter, Ducklet launched a series of slashes towards Laredo. In response, Laredo executed a similar flurry of slashes. One strike deflected Ducklet's leek, while 2 or 3 successive cuts landed upon Ducklet's chest, scattering feathers in the air as Ducklet tumbled into the rocks. This time, Ducklet clung fiercely to its leek, refusing to let go. As a knight, it could never abandon its weapon. Laredo continued to sprint, and Ducklet, once again holding its leek, appeared before Laredo. Despite its heavy breathing, Ducklet's gaze remained resolute. The spirit of Ducklet moved Laredo. Laredo activated its spirit blade, slicing through Ducklet's brick break and sending Ducklet flying with a decisive blow. Lying on the ground, Ducklet gazed up at the bright lights of the battlefield, feeling the searing pain in its chest as it struggled to catch its breath. After a considerable time, Ducklet propped itself up with its leek, unsteadily rising to its feet. This time, Ducklet could not position itself before Laredo proactively. It could only grip its leek tightly and await Laredo's approach. Seeing Ducklet in such a weakened state, yet still determined to fight, Laredo could not comprehend the necessity of such perseverance for a mere training session. Laredo's resolve wavered momentarily. Yet, a spark of determination flickered in Ducklet's eyes, seizing the fleeting opportunity. The leek emitted a yellow-green glow, striking Laredo with tremendous force. Flash! With a powerful blow, Laredo's defenses were breached. A critical hit. Ducklet spun around and struck again. Once more, it landed a critical hit, gritting its teeth. Ducklet swung its leek for one final slash. Yet again it struck true. The immense force sent Laredo staggering back several steps, its expression one of astonishment. Ducklet, having been struck so many times, resembled a flickering candle in the wind, yet somehow found the strength to deliver such an assault. Furthermore, the previous 3 strikes were precise, skillful, and painful, far exceeding Ducklet's expected capabilities. Laredo felt the indomitable spirit of Ducklet resonate through the recent attacks. What fuels your body, Ducklet, to achieve such remarkable feats? Amidst Laredo's astonishment, Ducklet knelt upon the ground, its body glowing with a brilliant white light. It was evolving. Laredo was even more shocked, never expecting Ducklet to evolve due to a training session. Before Laredo's eyes, the leek in Ducklet's grasp transformed. The white portion morphed into a longsword, and the green leaves became a shield. Its feathers turned pure white, and its gaze sharpened, embodying the essence of a proud knight. Leek Knight, here to present myself. Chapter 70. Protecting the best Li Shuwen in the world. Uncle Zhongying, I'm here to train. Upon hearing the voice, a muscular man emerged from the inner room. Upon seeing Li Shuwen, a smile spread across his face. Shuwen, what do you intend to do this time? Surely, it isn't more weight training for your Pokémon? Li Shuwen released Blaziken. Indeed, I plan to have this little one undergo 200-pound weight blocks for frog jumps, along with a 10-pound iron boxing glove to enhance its punching power. Uncle Zhongying approached Blaziken, inspecting its physique with a discerning touch. Just as Blaziken was about to retaliate, Li Shuwen's piercing gaze halted its anger. Uncle is assessing your bones. Understanding your physical condition is essential for crafting appropriate weights, enabling your swift growth and strength. Caught in the trap of improvement, Blaziken could only stand still, enduring the examination. Satisfied, Uncle Zhongying nodded. Your muscles are well developed. Give me half an hour, and I shall have your desired items ready. He ignited the forge and retrieved 10 10-pound iron blocks for processing, with the occasional strike of his hammer against the iron. Within 10 minutes, he had fashioned weight blocks that perfectly fit Blaziken's form. Setting them aside to cool, he began forging the iron boxing gloves for Blaziken. Zhongying wielded a hammer, rhythmically forging iron blocks. the melodious clangs instantaneously capturing the attention of the fiery monkey. The fiery monkey scrutinized Zhong Ying's movements and discerned a unique charm in her technique. A martial arts master indeed. The fiery monkey felt an urge to challenge Zhong Ying to a duel. After 15 minutes, she crafted 2 exquisite iron gauntlets. She then combined the cooled weighted blocks and handed one to Li Shuwen with a single hand. Give it a try. Li Shuwen took it and helped the fiery monkey don the gauntlet. The fiery monkey tested its mobility with a few movements. It fit snugly. And after executing a couple of frog jumps, it remained perfectly in place, ideal for such maneuvers. Li Shuwen chuckled. Rest assured, Uncle Zhong Ying's craftsmanship is reliable. It's guaranteed to be effective. Zhong Ying then picked up the gauntlet and added an inner lining. Let us try this. Li Shuwen helped the fiery monkey wear it again, and as the fiery monkey threw a couple of punches, it felt comfortable and well-fitted, nodding in satisfaction. Only then did Li Shuwen retrieve the dragon scale fragments from the scale armor dragon. Uncle, I wish to forge a frying pan using these scales. Zhong Ying examined the dragon scale fragments under the light. This material is quite impressive. Allow me to forge a knife for you. It will take just 1 day. Come back the day after tomorrow, and I assure you will be pleased. With the unfamiliar dragon scales at hand, Zhong Ying transformed from her casual approach to forging weighted items, showcasing the professionalism of a master craftsman. Li Shuwen smirked slightly. Indeed, as a master of forging. Upon encountering fine materials, Uncle Zhong Ying's inclination was to turn them into knives. Perhaps next time, when more dragon scales fall, I shall return for a blade. For now, let's focus on the frying pan. However, Li Shuwen refrained from disclosing what kind of knife he intended to forge with the dragon scales. A kitchen knife is still a knife, after all. Zhong Ying shrugged. Very well, but come back the day after tomorrow. I need time to study the material of these scales to determine the appropriate technique for forging. Wait a moment, I just remembered something that might prove useful. Zhong Ying entered the house, returning with a black iron ball. The other day, while watching television, the program detailed the method of crafting this black iron ball. Experts claimed that traditional techniques have become obsolete, unable to match the quality and quantity of machine production. I was infuriated, so I forged one myself. Li Shuwen inquired curiously. How does Uncle Zhong Ying intend to give me the black iron ball? Zhong Ying snorted. I later realized that the show was all about marketing. The way they demonstrated the black iron ball suggested that it could train Pokémon in the speed of skill usage, enhance endurance and agility, and improve evasion techniques. The superficial testing of the black iron ball subtly implied that trainers could purchase it for such training. Li Shuwen nodded, understanding. I see. Uncle, since you can craft the black iron ball, what about the counterattack tail? Although Li Shuwen referred to the steel snake's tail, rewarded by the system, as the counterattack tail, it was merely a semi-finished product. Once forged into an item, its effects could potentially double. Zhong Ying shook his head. I have not delved into item forging. My expertise lies in crafting weapons and armor. If you can discover the forging method for the counterattack tail, I can attempt to assist you. Li Shuwen handed the black iron ball to the fiery monkey. Give the black iron ball a try and see how it works. The fiery monkey, brimming with vigor, took on the 100-pound weight along with the iron gauntlets and absorbed the black iron ball into its body. It released a surge of anger. Li Shuwen asked, "Is everything all right?" The fiery monkey held its head high, striving to appear unfazed. Li Shuwen chuckled and shook his head. Since you can handle it, let us run back directly. Uncle, how much do I owe you? Zhong Ying waved his hand. The material cost is 500, and the craftsmanship fee is 500. Just 1,000 will suffice. Li Shuwen nodded. What about the black iron ball? That's already included. Li Shuwen firmly objected. That won't do. Even factory-produced items can fetch 10 to 20,000. Yours, crafted by a master, is worth at least 50,000. Zhong Ying chuckled. With your financial means, can you truly afford 50,000 for a training item? You'd be better off buying several sets of weights from me. I spent half a day on that black iron ball, at a rate of 1,000 per hour, so give me 6,000. That totals 7,000. Sound fair? As a seller, I must consider your position as a buyer and offer a discount. The rest can be compensated by treating me to a meal. Li Shuwen grinned. No problem. Uncle Zhong Ying, come over for dinner at my place tonight. I'll head home right now to prepare. He handed over 7,000 to Uncle Zhong Ying and turned to leave. The fiery monkey, burdened with weight and carrying the black iron ball, felt its anger intensifying. Upon reaching the entrance of the curtain dojo, Li Shuwen instructed the fiery monkey to retrieve the black iron ball and remove the weights and gauntlets. After moving everything inside, Li Shuwen rushed to the training area and found everything proceeding normally. When he glanced at the battle arena, he saw El Yolito sitting on a stone, resting his chin on his hand in contemplation. Nearby, a nervous ducklet was anxiously observing him, seemingly worried about Eldest's condition. Ducklet. Where did this ducklet come from? Did the adorable ducklet evolve mid-training? The mischievous frog couldn't help but feel a twinge of jealousy. Li Shuwen strode over. Ducklet, when did you evolve? Ducklet animatedly recounted their recent experience and how, upon evolving, he informed Eldest that it was his belief that allowed him to inflict damage, thus facilitating his evolution. Consequently, Eldest transformed into his current form. Li Shuwen placed a hand on Eldest's shoulder. Eldest, cheer up. Eldest lifted his head, his gaze vacant as he looked at Li Shuwen. He did not comprehend what belief meant. Was his life devoid of purpose? Li Shuwen admonished, your life certainly holds significance. We share meals, train together, gaze at the stars in the backyard, and seek the joys of life together. He grasped Eldest's shoulder and shook him gently. Belief is about safeguarding those things that bring you joy. Eldest's eyes suddenly sparkled with clarity. He understood. His belief was to protect the world's finest master. Chapter 71. It was clearly me first. Eldest turned to Ducklet, determined to make up for the time they had squandered. With Ducklet evolving from the adorable duck to a powerful ducklet, their combined training would undoubtedly yield exponential improvements. Ducklet, let us embark on a fervent training session. Ducklet nodded, brandishing his sword and shield as he approached Eldest. However, Li Shuwen noticed multiple visible wounds on Ducklet. Stop. Have you even seen how injured Ducklet is? I'll find you a different opponent. Eldest paused, then apologized to Ducklet. He then raised his hand and directed a wave of purple energy towards Ducklet. The wounds on Ducklet rapidly vanished, and his stamina gradually restored. Li Shuwen's eyes widened. Eldest, you can use Healing Wave? Eldest shook his head. Li Shuwen blinked. Are you saying you didn't know how before? Did you just learn it? Eldest nodded. As he developed a heart of guardianship, he gained a newfound understanding of his own powers, thus mastering the healing technique known as Healing Wave. Li Shuwen's eyes flickered with astonishment. First, the armored dragon learned Dragon Breath while eating, and now Eldest achieved enlightenment and acquired Healing Wave. Pokémon truly are extraordinary beings. Sung Yubing swung his longsword a couple of times, realizing that his body had nearly returned to full health. Gaga? Li Shuwen smiled and shook his head. That won't do. Although Eldest has healed your injuries with Healing Wave, I am certain that your stamina must have been entirely depleted before your evolution, right? What you need to do now is consume some Pokémon food and then rest in your Pokeball. Tomorrow, once you have acclimated to your new body, I will arrange new training for you with Eldest. Under Li Shuwen's stern yet caring gaze, Sung Yubing could only follow him to rest. Eldest, I shall assign you a new training partner. Eldest nodded and patiently awaited Li Shuwen's return at the battleground. Li Shuwen led Sung Yubing to the adjacent training area. Naughty Frog, come here for a moment. Upon hearing Li Shuwen's call, Naughty Frog turned around and immediately spotted the pure white knight, sword upright, standing beside him. Naughty Frog froze in place. Wait, how did Big Scallion Duck evolve? I was here first. If he had trained with Eldest just now. Naughty Frog's gaze toward Li Shuwen turned resentful. It was only when Li Shuwen called again that Naughty Frog reluctantly approached. Li Shuwen reached out, vigorously ruffled Naughty Frog's head. Big Scallion Duck evolved before you. You needn't be so disheartened, right? You see, Big Scallion Duck evolved while training with Eldest. And now I am assigning you to spar with Eldest. Perhaps you too will seize the opportunity to evolve into Toxicroak. Li Shuwen's words brightened Naughty Frog's eyes. Oh, how could I not have thought of that? With newfound enthusiasm, Naughty Frog dashed to the neighboring battleground. Shaking his head, Li Shuwen took out Sung Yubing's food bowl and filled it to the brim. You eat first. I will keep an eye on the training between Naughty Frog and Eldest. By the time Li Shuwen returned, Eldest and Naughty Frog had already engaged in a vigorous sparring session, both brimming with vitality. Li Shuwen spoke. Naughty Frog, do not limit yourself to just brick break and poison sting. Use all the skills you possess as you would in a normal battle. Eldest, focus on defense, evading and countering Naughty Frog's attacks. You may use telekinesis to help Naughty Frog train his resistance against psychic-type moves. Although Naughty Frog, with his poison and fighting types, was 4 times weak to psychic types, persistent training with psychic moves would enhance his resilience, much like how Xiaoming trained his Sandshrew to dive. Eldest nodded, dodging the poison sting fired by Naughty Frog, and using telekinesis to restrain him, flinging him towards a pile of rocks. In the past, Eldest would have simply slammed Naughty Frog against the rocks. Now, with his understanding of the heart of guardianship, he chose to show restraint, opting to toss Naughty Frog into the pile instead. After landing, Naughty Frog jumped onto a tall rock, calling out, "Gil." He hoped Laredo would unleash his full power in their battle rather than engaging in a mock fight. Laredo shook his head, mimicking Li Shuwen, pondering how Naughty Frog was just like Big Scallion Duck. No, now he should be called Song Yubing, both demanding him to give his all in battle. Since it was the request of a comrade, Laredo felt obliged to comply. Naughty Frog unleashed several mud bombs, causing explosions that obscured Laredo's vision. He then spat out poison stings to create further distractions. However, as Naughty Frog was not using his skills to their fullest, merely masking his true intentions with smoke bombs. The speed of his skills was remarkably swift. The true threat lay in the fully charged poison stings he was gathering. Yet, when Naughty Frog lunged at Laredo, the latter swiftly turned, his elbow blade slicing through the air in a graceful arc, sending Naughty Frog flying. From Naughty Frog's gaping mouth and bulging eyes, it was clear that Laredo had indeed gone all out. The impact against the rocks inflicted further damage upon Naughty Frog. Rising to his feet, he felt a burning pain in his chest, yet his fighting spirit soared higher than ever. Bursting through the rocks, Naughty Frog ambushed Laredo from behind, his palm glowing with a purple light as he aimed for Laredo's back. Laredo turned abruptly, as if he had eyes on his back, landing a kick squarely on Naughty Frog's side, sending him crashing back into the pile of rocks. With Laredo fighting at full strength, Naughty Frog was unable to land a hit, let alone inflict any meaningful damage. On the third attempt, as Naughty Frog poked his head out, Laredo promptly used telekinesis to press him back down. Laredo discovered that controlling Naughty Frog with telekinesis was an effective strategy, easy and without hassle. Each time Naughty Frog charged from various corners, Laredo simply used telekinesis to push him back. Although Laredo was not particularly skilled in using telekinesis offensively, the basic strength was still substantial. After being pushed back 10 times, Naughty Frog's stamina was nearly extinguished. Meanwhile, Laredo also gained valuable experience in using telekinesis thanks to Naughty Frog's relentless attempts. Lying on the rocks, Naughty Frog thought, "This won't do. No matter where I attack from, Laredo detects me. I must find a way to conceal myself while launching a swift strike. This is my last chance." Naughty Frog held his breath, concentrating to diminish his presence. He gathered his strength, awaiting the moment to strike Laredo unexpectedly. After running 3 laps, Naughty Frog had yet to make a move. Laredo, puzzled, wondered why Naughty Frog was so still. Could it be that Naughty Frog has fainted? Naughty Frog engaged in slow, deep breaths, recalling the teachings of Master Howley regarding how to face psychic-type Pokémon and the proper approach to counter psychic moves, which Howley had demonstrated several times before. As Laredo passed by for the 4th time, Naughty Frog suddenly leaped out. Surprise attack. Bam! His palm struck Laredo's abdomen. Feel my final strength. Chapter 72. I cannot be the only one to fall for this. Observing everything silently, Li Shuwen nodded with satisfaction. Although he had not evolved, Naughty Frog had made significant progress by battling the formidable Laredo. Not only had he mastered the surprise attack, but Naughty Frog's strength had also increased considerably. Laredo took several steps back, a look of confusion crossing his face. How could it be that, despite Naughty Frog being on the brink of exhaustion, he had made such evident progress? Why could he not break through his own limitations when facing the fierce Garchomp? Exhausted, Naughty Frog collapsed to the ground, a flicker of disappointment flashing in his eyes. He still had not seized the opportunity to evolve. He had merely acquired the basic skill of a surprise attack. Not wanting to remain silent and risk the 2 Pokémon becoming withdrawn again, Li Shuwen stepped forward and clapped his hands. Well done. Great job. In the face of adversity, the mischievous Frogadier seizes the opportunity, mastering the art of ambush and successfully landing a hit on the esteemed Alakazam. Alakazam, a companion radiating friendship, shatters the current predicament, elevating their strength to new heights. Throughout this process, Frogadier's resilience is markedly enhanced. You are all exceptional. Alakazam smiles, channeling healing waves to restore some of Frogadier's stamina for movement. Yet, Frogadier buries its head in the ground, feeling too ashamed to face anyone. Li Shuwen lets out a quiet sigh, recognizing that Frogadier's issues require gradual transformation. Training is over, let us eat. Upon hearing this, Frogadier silently rises from the ground, not because of a gluttonous appetite, but because after training, not consuming a portion of Pokémon food would hinder the maximization of training results. Exuding a palpable aura of low spirits, Frogadier returns to the training grounds, silently squatting in its usual dining spot, its toxin sacs visibly pulsating. The recently concluded training session of the Armored Dragon prompts it to approach Frogadier. As a starting Pokémon, The armored dragon feels an obligation to soothe the emotions of its fellow companion. It pats Frogadier on the shoulder, but Frogadier remains entranced, staring blankly at the wall. Come on, brother, it's really not that serious. You've only been part of the team for half a month. There's no way you would evolve so quickly. I waited a whole 8 years just for my chance to evolve. Not evolving doesn't mean you can't grow stronger. The paths to strengthening as a Pokémon are not solely reliant on evolution. Li Shuwen presents Pokémon food before Alakazam, Frogadier, and the armored dragon. As the armored dragon wisely points out, fixating solely on evolution can hinder your growth. By enhancing your various abilities, as long as you do not resist evolution, it will come naturally. Frogadier mechanically shoves the Pokémon food into its mouth, clearly oblivious to the words of Li Shuwen and the armored dragon. Shrugging, Li Shuwen knows he can only wait for tomorrow as Challenger to arrive, hoping Frogadier will find some joy in releasing its pent-up feelings. Chamo, chamo, chamo. With an intense craving for food, the fiery chick bursts into the training grounds, leaping into Li Shuwen's embrace, exclaiming, Chamo. Li Shuwen, cradling the warm fiery chick, cheerfully prepares its meal. Just a moment. The touch of the fiery chick is quite pleasant. Unsurprisingly, the fiery chick once again employs its unique skill of face washing with Pokémon food. Li Shuwen glances at the explosive monkey, who is pounding the sandbags with vigor. Explosive monkey. Training is over. It's time to eat. The explosive monkey, glistening with sweat, strides over to the dining area. Alakazam, could you please lend him a healing wave? Alakazam nods, casting purple ripples that rejuvenate the explosive monkey, erasing its fatigue and restoring its vitality. The explosive monkey beams with joy, relishing the opportunity to train once more after its meal. Li Shuwen, seeing through its intentions, retorts, no way, back to sleep. The following morning, as the sun rises, Li Shuwen opens the grand doors of the dojo, only to find yesterday's Challenger already waiting outside. Come in, have some water first. This is the first time I've seen a Challenger so eager. The Challenger smiles. I'm just anxious to see my Infernape grow stronger. Perhaps I am a bit too eager. Li Shuwen nods. Your enthusiasm is palpable, so I must give it my all. The Challenger excitedly nods in agreement, pleading, please do. The match rules dictate a 3-on-3 battle, allowing the Challenger to swap Pokémon. Li Mining raises her hand, declaring, I will be the referee for this match. Li Shuwen naturally selects Frogadier as his first Pokémon, while the Challenger opts not for the longed-for Infernape, but instead sends out the Stoutland. Brother, are you serious? Although Stoutland excels in Psychic-type moves, it is still a normal type. Stoutland, use Psychic, dodge, and then use Low Kick. Frogadier, harboring a fiery spirit from not having evolved, sidesteps the charge and delivers a powerful chop, sending Stoutland collapsing to the ground. Low Kick. Frogadier leaps into action, striking Stoutland once again. A startled bleat escapes Stoutland as it crumples. The Challenger, wide-eyed, wonders how his Stoutland could be taken down so swiftly. This Frogadier is remarkably formidable. No wonder it belongs to the gym leader. It surpasses many Toxicroaks. Hearing this, Frogadier feels a flicker of joy within, yet it yearns more for evolution than for praise. Moreover, receiving accolades still involves enduring punishment. Go, Bronzer. Ambush. With a swift strike, Bronzer is hit head-on. Taking advantage of Bronzer's pain, Frogadier unleashes a flurry of attacks. Ambush. Ambush. In a rapid succession of 3 strikes, Bronzer finds itself nearly exhausted before it can retaliate. Flash. Bronzer suddenly explodes into a brilliant light, blinding Frogadier momentarily. However, Frogadier stubbornly reaches out with one hand, seizing Bronzer and delivering a relentless series of strikes. The fervor of the battle leaves the Challenger utterly bewildered. Li Shuwen, recognizing the need to intervene, retrieves Frogadier into its Pokeball. Only then does Bronzer crash to the ground, rendered unable to continue fighting. Li Shuwen releases the explosive monkey, eager for the Challenger to experience the warmth of the dojo. With powerful punches and precise skills, he encourages. It is only when Li Mining reminds the Challenger that he finally sends out his Infernape, nearly forgetting that today's purpose was to strengthen it. Infernape, use Flamethrower. Million-ton punch. The explosive monkey charges head-on, unfazed by the flames, delivering a punch that interrupts Infernape's attack. Seeing the fiery glow emanating from the explosive monkey, the Challenger mistakenly believes Infernape has set it ablaze. Infernape, follow up with Fire Punch. Infernape scrambles to its feet, rushing towards explosive monkey with a punch. As their fists collide, the Challenger realizes a terrifying truth. Why is the explosive monkey getting stronger with every hit? With each impact, the explosive monkey's fiery glow intensifies, enhancing its strength. Isn't there any doping involved? With the final punch from the explosive monkey, Infernape is sent flying, landing on the ground, fast asleep. Youth truly is a blessing, for it can fall asleep anywhere. The challenger finds himself bewildered as he exits the dojo, dazed and confused, ultimately stumbling into a nearby internet cafe. Damn it, this ISNT hospitality, it's sheer brutality. He resolves not to be the only one deceived. Entering the cafe, he logs onto the trainer forum. Forever burning. I just challenged the dojo, and the gym leader was incredibly accommodating, taking the time to address my concerns with great enthusiasm. The battle experience was indeed invaluable. Forever burning. One more thing. Everyone must request the gym leader to use explosive monkey. If you don't battle it, you'll regret it for life. Wealth comes. Is it really that amazing? I shall undoubtedly challenge the illustrious fire monkey by name. Forest Sun. Then I shall give it a try as well. I have just captured a shrimish. Chapter 73, Meteor Assault. In the afternoon, a refreshing young man with blue hair arrived at the gym. He rang the doorbell. Hello, may I inquire if Master Li Shuwen is present? Li Mining displayed a look of surprise. Is the effect of the Curtain Festival Cup truly this remarkable, with trainers coming one after another to challenge you? Li Shuwen rose to open the door. My reputation is substantial. As more trainers challenge me, the number of trainers increases. And the support from the Alliance for the Curtain Gym will also rise. This will enable me to procure more specialized equipment to nurture Pokémon, striving to restore the Curtain Gym's ranking to the top 8 as soon as possible. In those days, the legendary Lung Wu, still a promising youth from Sinnoh, Li Dazhuang, propelled by the power of love, endeavored to ensure a good life for his wife, leading the newly established Curtain Gym to a commendable 5th-place finish within the top 8. At that time, Li Shuwen had already been born. But the love between Li Dazhuang and Hongye was genuine. Li Shuwen was merely an unexpected outcome. Li Mining nodded. Brother, you are now capable of battling the champion Cynthia. Next year's gym ranking tournament will surely see you directly entering the top 8. Li Shuwen opened the door. I am Li Shuwen. Please follow me. He led the blue-haired youth to the reception room and served him tea. May I ask how many badges you possess? The number of Pokémon in battle varies according to the number of badges. The blue-haired youth nodded. I am Lan Yu from Inyu City. This is my 8th badge. Li Shuwen's spirits lifted instantly. The choice of the Curtain Gym for the 8th badge certainly signifies its importance. He must put forth his best effort. The 8th badge will employ a 4-on-4 rule. Do you have any objections? Lan Yu shook his head. I have no objections, and in fact, I eagerly anticipate this. I hope the Curtain Gym proves sufficiently intriguing to inspire me in my quest to secure victory at the Lily of the Valley Conference. As my 8th badge, the Curtain Gym shall also bask in its glory. Lan Yu's conceited demeanor elicited an involuntary head turn from Li Mining. Yet Li Shuwen merely chuckled. Then I shall await your triumph. Let us proceed to the battle arena and commence the match. Upon seeing the rocky battle arena, Lan Yu nodded. From the perspective of the battleground, the Curtain Gym indeed exhibited thoughtful design. Li Shuwen's first Pokémon, naturally, was the mischievous Froakie. Go, Talonflame. The first choice was Talonflame, truly befitting a trainer hailing from Inyu City. Quick attack. Talonflame excelled in psychic abilities, capable of gazing at the sun motionless for an entire day to foresee the future, which ironically rendered it less adept at flying despite being a bird. Lan Yu's Talonflame evidently had yet to overcome its inherent nature. In the blink of an eye, Froakie appeared before Talonflame, its palm enveloped in dark energy, fiercely stabbing into Talonflame's body. Talonflame used Psychic. Even though Talonflame remained immobile, its pain tolerance was remarkably high. Even when struck by the surprise attack, Talonflame could still unleash its psychic power. This capability far surpassed that of the Pokémon belonging to the challenger from the morning. Li Shuwen had faith that Froakie would not be ensnared by such minor psychic force. Quick attack. Froakie flexed its muscles, charging through the psychic barrier towards Talonflame. The blue light in Talonflame's eyes intensified, attempting to pin Froakie in place. However, compared to the psychic abilities of Galade, Talonflame's psychic power was significantly inferior. Froakie swung its palm and struck Talonflame's body. Talonflame emitted a cry of distress, unable to maintain its psychic hold. Quick attack. Li Shuwen employed a singular strategy, making the most of his opportunity. Talonflame, teleport. Instead of soaring high on wings, Talonflame evaded Froakie's assault. Lan Yu opted for teleportation, fully aware of Talonflame's capabilities. Now, Mud Bomb. Talonflame appeared in midair, and Froakie immediately unleashed a series of mud bombs. Aerial Ace. Lan Yu gritted his teeth. The dual-type resistance against Froakie's dark abilities yielded minimal effect. It must be that the gym leader had rigorously trained Froakie against psychic-type moves. Indeed, selecting the Curtain Gym was the right choice. Focus shifted its stance, evading the white wind blades. Meanwhile, Talonflame, airborne, flapped its wings to avoid the mud bombs. Nonetheless, it was struck by 2 bombs, tumbling clumsily in the air several times before stabilizing. Quick attack. Froka leaped high, executing a powerful punch that struck Talonflame in the abdomen. Talonflame soared upward, colliding with the steel framework of the ceiling, before crashing down onto the rocks, rendering it unconscious. Lan Yu recalled Talonflame, contemplating enhancing its flying abilities. Today's performance had indeed fallen short. Losing so easily in battle was disheartening. However, it also reaffirmed that challenging the Curtain Gym was indeed the correct decision. Go, Zubat. Use Air Slash. Lan Yu hesitated. Using Mud Bomb with Zubat? What kind of strategy was this? Before the Air Slash could be unleashed, a clump of mud plastered itself onto Zubat's face, obscuring its vision. Lan Yu's eyes widened, so fast. Fortunately, Zubat could utilize Supersonic to pinpoint Froka's location. Supersonic. However, yet another glob of mud found its way into Zubat's mouth. Quick attack. Froka launched a swift slap, sending Zubat crashing to the ground. Poison jab. Froka's dual palm strikes relentlessly pinned Zubat down. Zubat Air Slash. Even when firmly restrained, Zubat exerted every effort to conjure wind blades, sending Froka flying. Subsequently, the battered Froki returned to Zubat's side, ready to attack, only to discover Zubat had already succumbed to unconsciousness. Froki turned to Li Mining, questioning the competence of the referee who declared Zubat unable to continue battling. Lan Yu clenched his teeth. Merely if Froki had managed to defeat his 2 top contenders. He had indeed underestimated the situation, but now he had awakened to the reality. Scyther used Double Team. Scyther's Double Team was not executed with wings, but rather with its sharp scythes. Its speed was astonishing. Froki could not evade, receiving 2 swift cuts. Sustaining significant damage, Froki, despite having already defeated 2 Pokémon, remained insatiable. Air Slash. Scyther spun its body, unleashing a flurry of wind blades. Brick Break. Froki attempted to block the onslaught with its hands, but the sheer number of wind blades overwhelmed it. As the wind blades dissipated, Froki's stubborn spirit refused to yield. Li Shuwen sighed and recalled Froki. It seemed that what mattered more for Froki was the cultivation of its spirit. Finally, having defeated 1 Pokémon, Lan Yu breathed a sigh of relief. Boasting disdain for the fighting-type Curtain Gym, he thought, what a disgrace it would be to be swept aside. Go, Galarian Farfetch'd. I entrust this to you. This was Galarian Farfetch'd's inaugural battle. Upon seeing the formidable appearance of the Farfetch'd, Lan Yu inquired in surprise, is this Galarian Farfetch'd? Li Shuwen smiled and explained, this is the evolved form of Galarian Farfetch'd, Surfetch'd, a fighting-type Pokémon. Lan Yu nodded thoughtfully, since it was a fighting type. Scyther would have no issues. The Mantis of the Skies, unfurl your wings. The Onion Soldier launched the Meteor Strike, with his long sword raised. The Onion Soldier transformed into a golden meteor, piercing through the body of the Mantis of the Skies. Just as the scythe was poised to swing, it suddenly fell limply. The Onion Soldier descended, sheathing his long sword, and exhaled deeply. Gazing at the fallen Mantis of the Skies, Lan Yu's eyes brimmed with disbelief. How could it be? How could his Mantis of the Skies be felled in a single blow by a fighting-type Pokémon? Lan Yu turned to Li Shuwen. Realizing that the Meteor Strike just executed was a rock-type move,